Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1251 Change. It's not Dark Angel Sassurer. The projection of Inuni has been eroded by the power that surged out from the Giant King's residence, becoming a monster that I can't understand at the moment. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long period of time. Perhaps there's a bit of Sassurer's will involved in this. With his left hand covering his face, Klein allowed the worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps in his fingers freely. What he couldn't understand the most was something else. He had clearly opened the palace where the Dark Angel lay slumber, but the deities and kings of angels showed no reaction. According to Klein's imagination, when the surging sea gushed out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, blasphemer Amon, or Amon's brother who ultimately hid behind the scenes, they should have immediately descended or appeared to confirm Dark Angel Sassurer's present state or snatch whatever corresponding items. To his surprise, the entire Giant King's court remained completely silent. No external powers exerted any influence. Could it be that they are still waiting for me to enter the Giant King's residence and to come into contact with that deputy of heaven? The true creator said to meet Sassurer. My spirit body and physical body haven't recovered from the corrosion, which means that the true creator's goal has yet to be achieved. As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he was unable to control his emotions, be it anger, sadness, worry, or depression. He couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth up and let out a scoff. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use all sorts of beyonder powers, but sometimes his madness would suddenly be aggravated, turning him rash and aggressive. I wonder if the demigod of the mind has any way to treat this situation. In any case, the sealed artifacts or beyonder characteristics that I can summon can't do it. This is a result of an incomplete spirit. If I don't resolve my severed shadow, I probably won't be able to completely recover. However, perhaps there are methods that can allow me to temporarily return to normal. For example, create a virtual persona to make up for the incompleteness. Unfortunately, I can't enter Sapphira Castle. Klein's thoughts were in a mess as the scenes that surfaced in his mind gradually vanished. He then picked up the half-top hat that had dropped to the ground and wore it. Then, through the huge glass window formed from ground orange gems, he observed the changes in the Giant King's court. Unlike before, an illusory sun appeared high in the sky, allowing the magnificent building complex situated in the frozen sunset to enjoy the sun at noon. The troll statues that stood guard in the various palaces seemed to be draped with a cloak weaved out of shadows. Inuni, who had a pair of black illusory wings on his back, and the shadow that originally belonged to Klein jumped over the railing and glided towards him. Klein's gaze froze as he subconsciously took a few steps forward, intending to fight the enemy. But very quickly, he snapped back to his senses and checked his current state. He quickly retreated to the ancient elevator, pulled the switch, and landed back in the barren tunnel. Then, with blink, he appeared near the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the Giant King's court. His intuition told him that in his current state, he had no means of defeating the mutated Inuni and his separated shadow. Of course, he had the confidence if it was just the latter. When he arrived at the edge of the radiant sunlight, he turned and saw that Inuni and his shadow hadn't chased after him. It was as though there was a limit to their range of activity. There's no way to leave the Giant King's residence, or should I say, be too far away from Dark Angel Sassurer? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Klein saw the illusionary sun atop leap from the center to the west. The dusk's colors once again enveloped the divine kingdom. Klein carefully observed all of this and was in no hurry to leave the Giant King's court. Not long after, the illusory sun plunged into the palace where Dark Angel Sassurer slumbered. Darkness became the ruler of the Giant King's court. The darkness was different from the one found on a normal night. There was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in this darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was clinging to him from behind. However, he clearly knew that it was an illusion and didn't turn around recklessly. A few minutes later, the illusory sun rose, and the light of dawn dispersed the darkness. The power that surged out from the Dark Angel's chamber has changed the Giant King's court despite it being an ancient divine kingdom. It really is a power that's close to that of a true deity. At the very least, it controls a uniqueness, but which pathway's uniqueness would it be? The generated changes include blazing sun, darkness, degeneration, and mutation. This is a little contradictory. It doesn't seem like the result of a single uniqueness. Besides, the uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with eternal blazing sun. The shadow and degeneration is brought about by darkness, which is undoubtedly with the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory, pitch-black, viscous ocean. It's related to the Chaos Sea. Klein shook his head as he continued observing. This continued on as he waited for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous with him. Backlund, at the border of the city. As soon as Audrey entered, she discovered that the fog had become unusually thick. Visibility had been reduced to 5 meters. The howling wind swept through the fog, bringing a sense of clarity from time to time. However, it was soon filled with surging whiteness. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden, allowing her to see even further. As she carefully treaded, the fog in front of her suddenly became much thinner. At the same time, her beyond her powers suffered a retrogression. The weakening of mysticism. The concepts and information previously mentioned by Mr. World flashed across her mind. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple salvos from Backlund fired ahead, causing the shells to leave trails of red, blue, silver, or black in their wake as they bombarded the enemy's base. However, in the next second, these shells encountered invisible barriers and exploded in midair, making the transparent wall tremble. At this moment, a rather blurry figure appeared in the distant, thick fog. He was in human form, but he was more than 10 meters tall. His torso and waist each had 2 arms extending out as he emitted a rich darkness. For some reason, as the figure that seemed to arise from a legend appeared, the FASAC and Intis Allied Forces base stirred. Every soldier and officer there seemed to have returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on the dark road with no one around them. Everything was silent. They felt uneasy deep down. The fear of the unknown stemmed from the fear of their imaginations. Instantly, they broke down and turned to flee. At this moment, radiant sunlight shone on them, allowing them to see light and bringing them courage. However, there were still a small number of soldiers who were unable to control themselves. They kept shouting "Mommy" or a particular woman's name in their bids to escape from the battlefield. Bang! 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 The soldiers fell to the ground amidst repeated gunshots. One by one, they bloomed with blood-colored flowers. They landed on the ground, turning motionless after slightly twitching. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know of their past. Right on the heels of that, under commanding officer's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped the Intis and FASAC Allied forces was dispelled. Crimson-red flaming spears were thrown out towards the lone base as though they could blot out the sky. Just as the flaming spears approached their target, they scattered in a sudden bout of chaos. They stabbed into the ground, creating one pitch-black hole after another. It was the first time Audrey was seeing such a large-scale usage of beyond her powers. Momentarily stunned, she couldn't help but recall the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. Glaint and the other young nobles had joined the army and took on the roles of officers at different ranks. They were scattered all over the battlefield and could be killed at any moment. The magician had left Backlund with Judgment's family and was hiding in a small city in Eastchester County. As a middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment was made to covertly defend against infiltration by the Beyonders from FASAC, Intis, and other countries. The official Beyonders, led by the Star, had locked down the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam, maintaining the stability of the city. St. Anthony and the other demigods of the Church of Evernight, the Church of Storms, the royal family, and the military began to set up the last line of defense in Backlund. The Sanguine had remained neutral the entire time. A few seconds later, Audrey gathered her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp to spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perception stirred as she cast her gaze to a spot further away. In the thick fog, a rather thick and blurry tentacle wrapped around countless silver bolts of lightning and quickly extended to a certain location of the Allied forces base. A feather burning with golden flames fell. In the depths of the thick fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. The fog sea, away from the safe sea route. Countless bolts of lightning struck the surface of the sea. Waves surged and crashed heavily. Bernadette's dawn was constantly being thrown into the sky, making it seem extremely minute under the might of the elements. It looked like it would sink at any moment. Queen Mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly taking in all of this. From time to time, she would use the Emperor's new clothes and other fairy tale magic to maintain the balance of the boat. Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm in search of the suspected primitive island. After some reorganizing, Colin Iliad led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the expedition team out of Afternoon Town Camp. They followed the path up the mountain and entered the Giant King's court. What surprised them was that the frozen dusk had changed. Bright sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin Iliad controlled his alarm and turned to ask Derek Berg. Just as Derek was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure walk out from a half-collapsed tower. The figure wore a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right side of his face was cut, cold, and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, wriggling maggots that kept crawling. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1252, Mr. Clown. When they saw the figure walking out from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team immediately put up a defensive stance, ready to attack or provide any defense. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes and a strange hat was equivalent to a monster, a particularly terrifying one at that. Even normal Beyonders would view themselves as monsters after being subject to such a physical mutation. Upon seeing the reactions of the half-giants, Klein grinned widely and said with a beaming smile, "Hello everyone, I'm Garamond Sparrow. All of you should be glad that I can still control myself. Otherwise, you would have lost your minds because you looked at me directly." As he spoke, the transparent maggots on the left side of his face and neck were still squirming slowly. Beneath the clothes on the left side of his body, there were protruding marks that gently squirmed. A monster. The members of the City of Silver, who were not demigods, were increasingly certain of their own judgment. You are the war. No, Mr. Sparrow. Derek Berg finally managed to recognize Mr. World, who he had met once. Klein raised his left palm and covered his left cheek. He smiled and said, "Life is always about encountering the unexpected." Without waiting for Little Sun to respond, he paused and said, "I've already opened the door to the Giant King's residence." This brought about some accidents, causing the Divine Kingdom to change. The door to the Giant King's residence has already been opened? The grizzled and scarred Colin Iliad narrowed his eyes. He subconsciously looked up at the magnificent building shrouded in golden sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation at the apex. However, to have the frozen sunset become replaced by the blazing sun at noon had explained many things. Klein's gaze swept across the City of Silver's chief and Elder Lovia, who was dressed in black armor, of the 6-member council. He then looked at the sun and continued with a smile. "This has also brought me some negative effects, just as you have already noticed." At this point, he clapped his hands and said in a commanding tone like an adult instructing children, "All right, Beyonders below the level of demigod are to fall back. The Giant King's court after the anomaly is not a place you can enter." The members of the expedition team, apart from Colin, Derek, and Lovia, felt an inexplicable sense of fear as they cast their gazes at the chief. Colin Iliad remained silent for a few seconds before turning to them and saying, "Leave the Giant King's court and wait at the periphery. If you see the signal, immediately act according to plan." The handpicked expedition team members were not only strong themselves and close in strength to a demigod, but they also had different powerful sealed artifacts that complemented each other. Even if they were facing a saint, they weren't without hope when it came to defeating one. However, in the City of Silver's original plan, they weren't the main force. Therefore, Colin Iliad had led them here in the hope that, when he and the other demigods shaved off the hidden enemies, these team members would be able to shine. They could then use the different sealed artifacts to deal with different incidents, preventing the entire team from suffering from any weaknesses. Now, with powerful help from the outside joining them, and the fact that the Giant King's court had indeed experienced some sort of anomaly, no one knew what they would encounter if they went deeper. With the utmost caution, Colin Iliad believed that Garamond Sparrow's suggestion wasn't a problem. Furthermore, he had his own selfish thoughts. He didn't want members other than the demigods to suffer any unnecessary risks or meaningless casualties. Therefore, he agreed to the opinion of the monster-like powerhouse. When the time came for an opportunity to show itself, he, Lovia, and Derek would be able to give a signal and let the team members rush over a cleared path to provide reinforcements. As for the entire team's Beyonder powers not being able to deal with different situations due to it collectively becoming relatively monotonous, Colin Iliad wasn't too worried since the former shepherd, Lovia, was around. The members of the expedition, who weren't demigods, exchanged looks and hesitated for a moment. In the end, they still chose to listen to Colin Iliad. "Yes, Your Excellency." At the same time that they answered, they gave Derek Berg a deep look, as though they were trying to remind their chief to be careful of this sequence for demigod. He actually knew a living, monster-like powerhouse. This was very suspicious to the residents of the City of Silver, who had barely seen any outsiders. Sensing his companion's obvious distrust, Derek's heart ached as his eyes nearly welled up in tears. But eventually, he didn't make any excuses. He maintained his silence and straightened his back. After the other members of the expedition team retreated from the Giant King's court, Klein smiled and pointed at the two demigods. "Let me guess. You must be the chief of the City of Silver, the former demon hunter, the present Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You are the Hangman's believer, Black Knight Lovia, who had helped him shepherd." Lovia's gray eyes, which were hidden behind her visor, narrowed. "You really look like a clown. The Hangman?" Upon hearing Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He even imagined that Elder Lovia had something to do with Mr. Hangman, but he quickly remembered the exact image of the fallen creator, a naked man hanging upside down on a cross. Mr. World used the hangman to refer to the fallen creator. Elder Lovia chided him for being impolite. Derek, who had just exceeded 2 meters in height, nodded thoughtfully as he praised Mr. World's guts from the bottom of his heart. He actually dared to give a true deity a nickname, and even said it out loud in front of his follower. Colin Iliad looked at Gehrman Sparrow, and then at Lovia. Unable to tell who was right or wrong, he calmly said, "Let's continue moving forward." He had already pulled out the 2 swords on his back and allowed them to be blanketed with the dawn's glow. No problem. With a smile, Klein turned around and walked to the left of a huge stone staircase with the 3 demigods of the City of Silver. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar rugged pathway. On one side of the road was a towering cliff, and on the other side was an afternoon sun-soaked, bottomless cloud. At this moment, Klein and company felt the vibrations of the ground. They saw large amounts of illusory, pitch-black gases surging out from deep within the golden cloud. With a whoosh, the rugged pathway collapsed, falling into the dark water surface. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be invisible maelstrom lurking. It collapsed. There's no way out. Klein bent down laughing loudly, making Colin's, Derek's, and Lovia's nerves tense up. It took Klein a few seconds to regain control of his emotions. He straightened his body and took out a piece of white paper from his pocket with a smile plastered across his face. He folded it into a plane. Phew. He blew at the head of the paper plane, swung his arm, and threw it towards the clouds that had been devoured by darkness. At the same time, the glove on his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this scene, the originally confused Colin Iliad nodded slightly before casting his gaze at the flying paper object. A violent wind stirred as it carried the paper plane forward in flight for a few seconds. Then it suddenly dissipated, and like a stone, it rapidly plummeted into the dark clouds, without causing any ripples. From the looks of it, flying is useless. Klein turned halfway around and smiled at Derek and company. Lovia didn't respond as she released a translucent soul that enveloped a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, that piece of rock disappeared from its original spot, blinking to a spot above the dark clouds. Following that, it fell down uncontrollably and sank into the clouds. "Teleport doesn't work either," Lovia said in a slightly deep voice. As Klein pressed at his abdomen, he bent down and chuckled before saying, "It looks like we can only enter through the main entrance." Derek immediately turned around and was about to head back when Colin Iliad and Lovia looked at each other and nodded indiscernibly. The 4 demigods quickly returned to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase and looked up. Above the flight of silent stairs, which had very high steps, the majestic city walls were covered with burn marks. There were even arrow shafts as thick as ordinary trees. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was tens of meters tall. It was grayish-blue in color, and there were golden nails embedded on its surface. On both sides of the door stood a guard that stood at 6 meters tall in a domineering manner. They wore exquisite silver full-body armor, one holding a greatsword, the other a huge axe. Behind their visors was an orange glow. Silver Knight. These were 2 Silver Knights guards. Without wasting any time, Colin Iliad quickly retracted his gaze and said to Gehrman Sparrow, "I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. Quickly finish off the other one." He wasn't very sure of Gehrman Sparrow's strength, but from the admiration and respect that he sensed from Derek Berg, as well as the fact that he had opened up the residence of the Giant King, he determined that this demigod who was blessed by the Fool was no weaker than him. Under such circumstances, whether it was Gehrman Sparrow or Colin Iliad, it wasn't difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight guard with the help of Lovia and Derek. After all, they weren't living demigods, but a special statue without any intelligence. Just as Colin Iliad finished his sentence, he saw Gehrman Sparrow bend his back and laugh out loud. "Why do you care so much about these 2 toys? If they were still alive and could think Real Silver Knights, I would definitely be as cautious as you are. But now, Watch." As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling about, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and briskly walked up the stairs. Then he was surrounded by strong winds as he approached the main door of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand and shook it a few times, as if he was stretching his wrist or grabbing the air. At the end of the last action, Klein's shoulders sank slightly as if it had frozen, but nothing appeared in the void. Colin Iliad originally wanted to have an understanding of Gehrman Sparrow's strength, so he didn't stop him. He only signaled for Lovia to follow, to back him up if he made any mistakes. However, at that moment, he suddenly slowed down. He frowned slightly as if he had caught the scent of something. As for Derek, he looked at him with slight admiration. He believed that Mr. World could quickly finish off the guards. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1253. I wish you well. Only when Klein was about to reach the end of the flight of stone steps did the two Silver Knights guards outside the giant king's court react. They turned their heads as the orange glow behind their visors flashed twice, as though it was confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, they had a moment of confusion. Half of Klein's face was normal, and the other half was terrifying. The right side of his mouth curled up exaggeratedly. The transparent maggots on his left slowly twisted, revealing a frightening and indifferent smile. Thud. With his right foot crossing the final step, he arrived at the platform where the giant king's court was located. Suddenly, a silvery white crack appeared on Klein's forehead as countless silver rays emitted from his body. His entire body instantly shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned and faded, turning into paper shreds. Klein in his top hat and black trench coat appeared one after another in different spots. However, they were all ripped apart by the silver sword beams. Some of them degenerated into illusions, while others turned into paper figures. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main door of the giant king's court where two guards had disappeared. It was a huge doll dressed in a dark and complicated long dress with evil vines wrapped around it. Rionette Tinker. When Klein climbed up the stone steps, the person he summoned was none other than Miss Messenger. However, she had appeared in wraith form, so Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't see her. At this moment, the two Silver Knights who had concealed their evil intentions and were hiding with the help of the light were chasing Klein out of instinct. They had already exposed their whereabouts after the angel-level powerhouse's prolonged observations. Rionette Tinker's bright red eyes immediately reflected a seemingly blank area. There was a flash of light, and a white rabbit suddenly jumped out of nowhere. It bounced around and circled the area, its eyes abnormally vapid. Immediately following that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and disappeared. In another area, the remaining knight in silver armor appeared. His actions turned stiff and slow. He had been possessed by a wraith. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped, blinking. He pressed his hand to his chest and gave a very ceremonial bow. "I found the two of you. I wish you well." He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Boom! The white-furred rabbit suddenly exploded, its flesh splattering all over the ground. Then he walked towards the Silver Knight guard, who tried his best to struggle, but to no avail. When the two figures crossed each other, Rionette Tinker's historical projection returned to the fog of history, while the Silver Knight followed closely behind Klein and very obediently returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. He had already become Klein's marionette. "We can enter." Klein smiled as he said to Colin Iliad and the others at the bottom of the stone stairs. Derek's eyes lit up as he inwardly marveled. Mr. World is really powerful. He managed to finish off two Silver Knight guards single-handedly so quickly. Colin Iliad turned his head to glance at Lovia. From her gaze, he could sense her heavy emotions. The City of Silver's chief had no change in expression. He held the two swords that refracted the light of dawn and steadily walked up the stone steps. He came to Klein's side and whispered, "Mutant." Klein pressed down a worm of spirit that formed his left eye and smiled without answering. After Derek and Lovia walked up the stairs, the four demigods and a marionette turned and arrived at the main door of the giant king's court. During this process, Klein stowed away the Silver Knight Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from the rabbit. This was a reward for Rionette Tinker. According to the agreement between him and the angel, the spoils of war that Klein had obtained from summoning a historical projection would be split equally with Miss Messenger. Rionette Tinker took the Beyonder characteristic, while Klein obtained a Silver Knight marionette. He looked up at the main door and made the Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the sword into the ground. Then the Silver Knight bent down and stretched out his hands to press on the door that was dozens of meters tall. After a heavy screeching sound, the door with golden nails slowly opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leaped, and the entire giant king's court froze into an orange-red dusk. The huge door opened faster and faster, and the scene inside was gradually revealed to Klein and company. A grayish-white figure was covered in orange-red light. Countless stairs extended from behind the door all the way to the tallest and most magnificent residence of the giant king. On the way, there were no obstacles. There were palaces and towers on both sides. Giant statues covered in iron-colored armor stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the residences of the god. "It's time for you to perform." Klein turned his head to the side and gave an exaggerated smile to Colin Iliad and Lovia. The former demon hunter, Colin, nodded slightly without any objections. Behind Lovia, An illusory figure covered in silver armor with dark red eyes that was several meters tall appeared. Bah, bah, bah. The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom staircase emitted silvery white beams as they emitted shattering sounds. The silver flowers that bloomed kept spreading upwards as if they were welcoming the guests. Before long, 3 silver knights, Colin Iliad, the soul grazed by Lovia, and the marionette controlled by Klein, cleared out the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom staircase, leaving only the area closest to the Giant King's residence. They didn't attempt it out of caution. At that moment, 2 figures flew out of the Giant King's palace and slid towards the 3 silver knights. One of them had a shadowed face, black, curly hair that reached its shoulders, and a pair of black wings on its back. The other was a pure shadow that distorted to the sides from time to time. They were Inuni, who had mutated at some point in time, and Klein's shadow, who were both under the influence of the Dark Angel. In the battlefield filled with thick fog, a layer of grayish-white dragon scales suddenly appeared on Audrey's body. This was a result of her seeing something she shouldn't see. Even with the fog blocking her view, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt and damage living beings that saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey immediately retracted her gaze and calmed her mind to control herself from losing control. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. She was in no hurry to infiltrate the Intis and Fasak Allied Forces camp. She was waiting for an opportunity, one that she believed would definitely appear. Time passed by so slowly that Audrey imagined that it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog over the Allied Forces base turn dark, like the sun plunging past the horizon. Night had begun to rule this world. Silently, the Intis Fasak soldiers and officers closed their eyes and fell asleep. This included many other Beyonders. Audrey, who was hiding not far away, also fell asleep. However, as a dreamwalker who had been cued in advance, she managed to stay lucid. Then, without knowing how long the opportunity would last, she used dream traversal to enter the Intis Fasak Allied Forces base. She walked among the soldiers and secretly left behind the seeds for a mental plague. This plague could make the infected panic, fluster, and break down emotionally. It was difficult to be placated with normal methods. The sound of a horn pierced through the gaps between reality and dreams, shattering the hazy world and awakening the soldiers and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At the instant before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other end of the camp, far away from the group that had planted the seeds of mental plague. In the next second, the dream world completely collapsed, forcing her back into reality. She appeared at the borders of the Intis Fasak Allied Forces base. Thud. A silvery white beam lit up, exploding beside Audrey, tearing apart the fog. Audrey didn't panic because being attacked was within her expectations. After entering the Intis Fasak Allied Forces camp, she knew that her psychological invisibility was very likely to be seen through by others using other clues, such as not being able to completely conceal her malice. Therefore, apart from her psychological invisibility, she also used similar techniques in Hand of Horror's disorder to create another fake version of herself to mislead the possible attackers. In other words, there was still a layer of illusion hidden under her psychological invisibility. And the facts proved that Audrey's understanding of the enemy was correct. The fake version of her had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Taking this opportunity, she retreated into the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that was still in human form appeared. It had mysterious and three-dimensional symbols engraved on its huge scales. They were infiltrating inwards and extending outwards, as though they were interweaving into something indescribable. Something that didn't belong to reality would cause one's mind to go into a frenzy and distort their thoughts just by looking at it. At the same time, a figure dressed in a Fasak general's attire appeared at the spot where Audrey was standing. His face, neck, and palm were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Inuni and Klein's shadows landed on a platform covered in orange light. The 3 silver knights retreated and returned to Derek's and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at the shadow and Inuni. It looks like you can't leave that area. He took a few steps forward and spread out his palms. He'd sked and said, "What a pity. That way you won't be able to hit me." Bang! The shadow opened its mouth and released an air cannon. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1254. Exaggerated. Bang! When the shadow blasted an air cannon forward, Klein acted as though he had sensed it ahead of time. His body jerked backward, and he somersaulted in the air, landing steadily several steps away. During this process, his right hand continued to press down on the half-top hat on his head, making him seem rather relaxed. Seeing that Inuni and the Shadow didn't attempt to chase and continue their attacks, the smile on his face became even more obvious. It's really impolite to interrupt others while they're speaking. I wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of all of you, but I can only avoid that now. As he spoke, his left face, which formed from a cluster of transparent maggots, trembled twice, as if he was trying to wink at his former marionette and his former shadow. Then, with a beaming smile on his face, he walked back to Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia and shrugged. The owners of this place aren't welcoming us. We can only head out and discuss how to resolve the problem. Colin Iliad didn't think lowly of this exaggerated powerhouse just because he didn't seem capable of controlling his emotions. This was because he had shown his expertise and meticulousness towards detail when handling the previous matters. This wasn't something a demigod who had lost his mind could do. All right. The City of Silver's chief responded to Klein's suggestion. Of course, Derek had no objections, while Lovia remained silent and didn't say a word. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps. They walked out of the giant King's Court's door, and Klein even got the silver armored guard to pull the huge door and slowly close it. It appeared like a very polite gesture. Throughout the entire process, Inuni, who had layers of black wings on his back, and the pure shadow just stood watching. They didn't attempt to stop him, as though an invisible wall had restrained their movements. After a while, dusk dissipated and darkness descended. All awaited the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally rose, bringing with it a long-awaited dawn. At this moment, Inuni and the shadow heard knocking sounds at the door of the giant King's Court. Someone was knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After this continued a few more times, the door let out a creaking sound as it opened heavily. Wearing a black trench coat, Klein maintained a smile on the right side of his face as he entered the giant King's Court first. He walked up the stairs step by step, and the other demigods, along with his marionette, followed one step behind. After reaching the end of the halfway, Klein stopped and said to Inuni and the shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say, 'Come in.' Perhaps it's because this spot is too far from the main door, so you didn't hear my knocking. As you know, as a gentleman, I only know how to use my fingers to strike, not slap with my palms." The moment he finished speaking, Inuni, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke. "Next, you'll deal with Shadow by yourself, and let the people of the City of Silver hold me back." "Oh." Klein let out a loud nasal grunt while wearing an exaggerated smile, as though he was waiting for Inuni to give a further explanation. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pressed his face. The transparent and twisted maggots began to squirm about, some boring in, others crawling out and quickly completing an exchange. With a shadow over his face, Inuni, with his black, slightly curled hair that reached his shoulders, continued in a deep voice. "You didn't summon a projection from the historical void in advance because you know that Shadow can summon the projection of the Staff of the Stars and simulate the powers of the Angel of Time. It will accelerate the flow of time to disperse your angel helpers. Similarly, he didn't make any preparations because of the same reason. And if you summon a saint that can last longer, he can do the same. Both of you offset each other. I hate playing cards with myself." Klein nodded heavily, expressing his agreement, and laughed out loud. Inuni, whose face was blurry, glanced at him and the three demigods of the City of Silver. "Therefore, you turned the Silver Knight guarding the door into your marionette, planning on using it as a chip to tip the balance. This problem is his, not mine. He actually doesn't have a target to turn into a marionette. Or perhaps, why don't you sacrifice yourself?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said to his former marionette, Inuni. Inuni retracted his gaze and turned to examine Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. "You and Shadow cancel each other out. The prerequisite for using a marionette to win is that they can hold me back." Just as he said that, the two shoulders of the marionette that had been corrupted by the power of the sleeping dark angel squirmed as a head grew out of each. The three heads were covered in shadows and had black curly hair that reached his shoulders. However, they gave people the feeling that one was young and the other old. Before Klein and the demigods could react, Inuni's right body suddenly tore apart, causing the aged head to take away a third of his body. The body that split apart rapidly squirmed and instantly became complete. On the shadow over the head's surface, a pair of eyes protruded with vertical, pale golden pupils. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase leading to the ancient god's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate moor. At the end of the moor was a pitch-black city overgrown with weeds. City of Silver. Derek's heart tightened upon seeing such a realistic scene. He was worried that the unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the City of Silver and destroy it. As for Lovia, her gaze froze as her body trembled when Inuni grew two heads. It was as if she could sense the aura of an absolute high-leveled entity. Colin Iliad surveyed his surroundings and crossed his two swords that were covered in the light of dawn before pushing them out. He said in a deep voice, "This is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left hand that was made of transparent maggots. He yawned and asked Inuni's main body with a smile, "Will you be stronger in dreams? Or can you cross the boundary and launch an attack?" "Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy into entering my attack range." The moment he said that, the desolate moor and the distant castle dissipated at the same time. The magnificent staircase, which was illuminated by the light of dawn, appeared once again. At this moment, the left side of Inuni's body tore away. The young head had taken away a third of his flesh. The shadow covering his face was quickly replaced by a resplendent golden light. It was as if there were two miniature suns in his eyes. The sun? Klein first voiced out a question, before laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Ah, you want to use the Unshadow domain to break through the Silver Knight's light concealment?" "Yes, we have 3 Silver Knights on our side. That is worthy of your attention, but have you considered the feelings of Shadow? You don't. You only think of yourself. He's only a shadow, so you considered how weakened he would be in the Unshadow domain?" At this point, Klein laughed even louder. Even the transparent worms of spirit crawling on his left face sped up their movements. Also, have you thought about the beyonder powers of corruption, degeneration, and darkness? Have you seriously considered the negative effects that the Unshadow domain will bring you? After laughing, Klein straightened his back and asked seriously, "How should I address you now? Inin? You? Nini?" Inuni, whose main body was still covered in shadows, slowly took a deep breath and said, "If you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now." Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly spread out. They kept expanding, covering the sky and wrapped towards the magnificent staircase. Faint shadows immediately covered the area. Then Inuni directly crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek. He actually had the means to break through the obstruction. The young him, who had split off as the Sun Saint, immediately raised his arms. The light of dawn turned blazing hot, illuminating every corner of the magnificent staircase, leaving no shadows. Nothing could hide within. Unshadowed domain. However, the shadows around him didn't fade. The dark wings that enveloped Inuni's body blocked out pure sunlight. As for Shadow, it seemed to be covered in a cloak. Although it was much dimmer, it didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, Inuni's split-off aged body pushed out his right palm. A violent but illusory gust of wind appeared around him, carrying with it an invisible, multicolored intent that gushed towards Klein and his Silver Knight marionette. Mind deprivation. It could awe the target, make him feel fear, show signs of frenzy, or lose a portion of his rationality. And now, because Klein's spirit was incomplete, he was on the brink of losing control. He couldn't even control his emotions and reactions very well. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there is a high chance that he would lose control on the spot and break down into a monster. And Nuni understood what had happened to him, and understood his weakness. The moment he launched the attack, he allowed the Spectator Saint to use an area of effect attack that Klein would find difficult to defend against and find unbearable. The strong winds that were tainted with all kinds of emotions and will instantly engulf Klein. However, half of the crazy adventurer, who had half a normal body and half a terrifying body, didn't show any sign of warped expressions, manifestation of godhood, or physical breakdown. Instead, his exaggerated smiling right eye became extremely calm. While waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team, he had already summoned Miss Justice and got her to make up a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning, clown-like character, allowing his spirit to become complete for a certain amount of time. This was the reason why he appeared relatively rational when he left the guard's residence, only to appear exaggerated and crazy when he rendezvoused with the City of Silver's expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could also withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes quickly faded away. The corner of his right lip curled up, becoming symmetrical with a curled worm of spirit that was crawling on the left. This was a sincere smile. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1255, Mocking Himself. As the smile of sincerity appeared on Klein's face, the face of the Spectator Saint that Inuni had split suddenly cracked open. The silver cracks were all over the place, intertwining with each other, appearing extremely chaotic. Klein seized the opportunity and used his Silver Knight marionette's silver sword to condense a silver rapier to attack him. A sharp light shot out, dicing that figure into countless small pieces. However, these small blocks were abnormally illusory, with zero corporealness. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion, concealing his existence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silver beams of light either blazed towards the spectator saint that Inuni had split off, or directly leaped out from the target's location, erupting from within. The spectator saint relied on the speed and agility that a powerful body brought. He constantly changed positions and dodged, preventing himself from getting injured. As he had a precise understanding and control of his psyche and mind, Klein's intuition for danger prevented an image from forming in his mind, so it was difficult for Klein to predict his actions. Therefore, Klein couldn't let the silver rapier lay in wait and strike out where he appeared. Tap, tap, top. The huge knight, who was covered in solid silver armor, held his broadsword and charged at his target, as though he could topple a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadow domain, Klein's silver knight marionette was unable to hide himself using the light. He could only directly attack. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body suddenly swelled, turning into a hideous, grayish-white scaled dragon that was covered in shadows, a manifestation of godhood. The dragon's body was huge, its gray scales firm. Its claws were powerful, and it managed to block the silver knight's slash. Bang! 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 The giant dragon smashed through the brick rocks of the ancient divine kingdom, causing the palace to collapse. It was a mess. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile and seriously controlled his marionette to ignore Shadow. No, he still did some level of interference. He controlled the spirit body threads of himself, the marionette, the city of Silver's chief, Lovia, and Little Sun, preventing them from being controlled by Shadow. From time to time, he would reach out his hand and summon the historical projection that Shadow was attempting to summon. This effectively canceled out both parties' efforts. Apart from that, Klein didn't even glance at Shadow. Shadow wandered for a while before opening its mouth helplessly and making a bang sound. An air cannon shot out and struck the Silver Knight marionette before exploding. Amidst the rumbling sound, the marionette only shook slightly before returning to normal. The silver armor he wore didn't show a single crack. Upon seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, giving off the feeling that he was about to bend over in a fit of laughter. How could he not be aware of how weak his attacks and defense were? When the two core skills of controlling spirit body threads and the summoning of the historical void projections were rendered ineffective, Shadow, who had no marionettes, could only watch from the side. Be it air cannons, flame controlling, illusion creation, or the clown's combat ability, they were all just embellishments or support. Likewise, Klein didn't attack Shadow because he knew how frustrating it was to deal with paper figurine substitutes, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation. He knew that there was no way he could deal with the other party in such a short period of time. He might as well let him be a member of the live audience. After all, he couldn't affect the battle. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, the pitch-black Shadow froze for a moment before pouncing forward. It approached Klein and targeted him with attacks. On the other side, when Inuni's true form landed in front of the three demigods of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad quickly glanced at Derek before looking away. He crossed his swords, forming a cross that blocked the path ahead. While doing this, the City of Silver chief's clothes tore apart by rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had turned into a giant that was nearly 6 meters tall. His body was grayish-blue, and his muscles were bluish-black. He was a ripped giant. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to be capable of attracting the souls around him, and his eyes were gone. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, infinite mystery, and a strange spiritual influence. It made everyone who witnessed it inevitably feel a sharp pain in their psyche, turning them into a rampaging mess that wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. Inside the unshadowed domain, Colin Iliad didn't need to worry that the Divine Kingdom's suppression would prevent him from controlling this incomplete mythical creature form, causing him to completely lose control. The invisible barrier around him immediately shrank, turning into silver, sticky, liquid metal that covered his entire body and solidified into an armor that couldn't be shaken. At that moment, the shadow on Inuni's body condensed into something corporeal. It made him turn into a giant that was several meters tall. He held a black greatsword and wore black full-body armor. Black Knight. Clang. The black greatsword cleaved straight down and was held back in midair by two swords formed from the light of dawn. The shadow beneath Inuni's feet and the illusory black wings on his back extended outwards in an attempt to envelop Colin Iliad. Almost at the same time, rays of the light of dawn formed around Colin as they swept forward. The storm that was filled with pure fragments of light swallowed Inuni's shadow, only to be blocked by his black wings. Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. Colin Iliad's Silver Knight manifestation and Nooney's Black Knight transformation clashed violently, producing a spectacular light show as the tower collapsed. As for Derek, he leaped out with Thunder God's roar in hand after receiving the chief's signal, heading straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling winds, he brandished the ghostly blue hammer that was wrapped in lightning. He appeared like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a beyonder of the sun domain. The Sun Saint never expected that the unshadowed opposite him would be so rash that he chose to engage in close combat. Unable to react in time, he could only use his instincts to dodge to the side. With a loud crack, a silvery white light burst out from the place he was about to step in. It quickly engulfed him and tore his body apart. The Silver Knight evil spirit that Lovia grazed also targeted the Sun Saint as it unleashed its attacks. A golden glow surged out of the Sun Saint's body like a tidal wave, melting the silvery white light, forming a layer of armor made of light and a huge mace. Boom! The mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing the snaking bolts and light to fly everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted a warm glow that caused the Silver Knight evil spirit to suddenly turn illusory, as if it was evaporating. It caused the black-armored Lovia's body to pale. The degenerate aura quickly dissipated, causing the Silver Knight marionette to weaken greatly. Purification. This was the core power of an Unshadowed. It was extremely effective against wraiths, the fallen, and the unclean. Faced with the purification, Lovia could only summon her Silver Knight evil spirit back and not let it out to graze. She could only use the corresponding beyonder powers to make up for her weakness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver beams of light occasionally blinked, flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and duck to protect himself. After taking a glance, Derek stopped brandishing Thunder God's roar again, nor did he pester the Sun Saint any further. He took a few steps back and cast his gaze towards the battle between the Black Greatsword and the double Swords of Dawn. He then joined the battle between Colin Iliad and Inuni. His expression turned solemn as he spread his arms wide, as though he was hugging a gift from a deity. The unshadowed domain immediately became even brighter, as though sunlight had penetrated through the barrier and shone in. Right on the heels of that, a ball of pure light surrounded by countless holy flames descended out of thin air. It enveloped Colin Iliad and Inuni, without any regard whether they were friend or foe. Flaring sun of an unshadowed. This was the theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Megos and the fetus in her womb. It caused tremendous damage to creatures in the domain of corruption, degeneration, and undying. It could even directly destroy them. In the holy spherical light that was surrounded by holy flames, the illusory black wings on Inuni's back began to emit a faint mist. The pitch-black armor covering his body melted and part of his body cracked open, igniting his leaking degenerated aura. Colin Iliad was also injured. The silver armor on his body turned into liquid metal. Derek didn't pay much attention to this. He once again used Flaring Sun and once again enveloped Inuni and Colin Iliad. He believed that compared to the enemy, who was of the degeneration and corruption domain, the chief who was of the warrior pathway would suffer a lot less damage under the assault of Flaring Sunday. He was able to last much longer. And after dealing with the main enemy, he could get Mr. World to summon Life's Cane to treat the chief. This was the fastest way to deal with Inuni. This wasn't something that Derek had come up with himself, nor was it part of the plan that Klein had come up with. It was something that Colin Iliad had suggested himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced Inuni and the Shadow's possible abilities. He didn't come up with any proposals and had left it to the City of Silver's chief to decide on the battle plan. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. He could think of anything he could think of. If it was based on his own train of thought, it would be easy to resolve. Therefore, trusting experienced former demon hunter was the best solution under the present circumstances. Colin Iliad didn't stand on ceremony. He confirmed that the main target they needed to deal with was Inuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. He formulated a plan around this key point and came up with a plan to clinch victory through internecine means. He wasn't afraid of being hurt. He was only worried that there wouldn't be an opportunity such as this. The spherical light that was surrounded by infinite holy flames blasted down, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly, making Inuni's black wings become fainter and fainter, almost to the point of an illusion. But at this moment, a pair of black wings suddenly separated from Inuni and transformed into a deep sea. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1256. I have something you don't. The deep sea swallowed the bright spherical light, darkening the entire unshadowed domain. Silver bolts of lightning burst out from its interior, turning the area where Inuni and Colin Iliad were fighting into a forest of lightning. Amidst the sizzling sounds, countless bolts of lightning slithered upwards and drilled into the gaps in the armor. This silver knight, who had shown his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately turned stiff, as though he was paralyzed by lightning. As for Inuni, his black armor, which seemed to be formed from powers of degeneration, had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his body from being affected by the rippling damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Inuni, who had pitch-black fragments peeling off from him, held the dark greatsword with both hands and slashed at an angle. And at this moment, Colin Iliad hadn't completely escaped from his paralyzed state. With a piercing stabbing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to lose its defense as it was cleaved open by the great sword. This was a Black Knight's cull of spiritual flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, it could obliterate souls and cleave through barriers. It could also cause any living creature with degenerate thoughts to lose their defenses. It was a core beyond her power belonging to the Black Knight, stemming from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the cull of spiritual flesh had sliced open the silver armor on Colin Iliad's left shoulder, with the crack quickly deepening as it went straight for the heart, Derek tensed up and immediately condensed a spear made up of pure sunlight. He swung back his hand and threw it towards Inuni. Unshadowed spear. Inuni didn't abandon his attack or dodge. Instead, he raised his remnant illusory black wings and used them to shield himself. Sizzle. The unshadowed spear pierced through 2 layers of the illusory black wings, bursting out a blinding white light that seemed to give rise to a miniature sun. At the same time, Colin's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver liquid metal. The liquid flowed rapidly, reforming the body of Colin Iliad in the distance. He still resembled a giant, and he was still wearing silver armor. However, half of the city of Silver Chief's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The incision was clean with no blood flowing out. With the use of mercury liquefaction, Colin Iliad sacrificed an arm to avoid Inuni's lethal blow. His gaze behind his visor didn't waver at all. He grabbed the remaining Sword of Dawn and ran towards his target once again. It was like an unusually terrifying steam locomotive that exceeded its speed limit. Derek quickly condensed his unshadowed spear, again from the side, causing the spears of light to fly towards Inuni. During this process, he opened his mouth and solemnly said, "God says that the purification is effective." This was the beyonder powers of a notary at the unshadowed level. Its compatibility with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint made the battlefield brighten even more, causing the degenerate auras on Inuni and Lovia to further weaken. God said it's ineffective. The Sun Saint immediately denied Derek's proclamation, causing the unshadowed domain's purification effect to return to its former state. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spear approached Inuni. As for the black illusory wings on the Black Knight back, a few pairs had already faded under the miniature sun's illumination. He only had half left. Inuni couldn't effectively dodge the pure, bright long spears closing in on him, since his hands were full fending off Colin Iliad. He made a pair of illusory black wings spread out fully, disintegrating into darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of thick, sticky blackness. They either instantly corroded and broke, piercing the magnificent staircase, or left a curved arc in the air as it spun around and tore at Derek Burke. All of them degenerated at that very moment. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his battle instinct that he had honed from all his years of training and his patrolling and exploring experience. He jumped forward and rolled. Sizzle. Black spears landed behind him, corroding a large segment of the staircase. At this moment, the Sun Saint was also throwing unshadowed spears, creating pure white beams that shot across the air. This forced Lovia to use one of her grazed souls to constantly blink in an attempt to approach the enemy. To her dismay, she could only use the ability of one soul at a time in such a state. She couldn't blink while condensing Silver Rapier to cull the Sun Saint from a distance to create an opportunity for herself. Meanwhile, the battle between Klein and his shadow was exceptionally intense. Amidst the booming sounds of air cannons, the flaring of scarlet flames, pieces of paper scattering in all directions, and illusions turned into bubbles described the battle. The Silver Knight marionette had basically suppressed the Spectator Saint. After all, no matter how strong the Mind Dragon's body was, it wasn't a match for a demigod of the giant pathway when in close combat. Of course, the Spectator Saint wasn't in any danger. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If it wasn't for the fact that his opponent was only a marionette and Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and seen many high-level creatures, he could use his exposed godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, slowly driving him crazy and losing his rationality. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the Spectator Saint could only use the hypnotist's battle hypnotism to force the target to act erratically, such as attacking in the wrong direction. Using this opportunity, he escaped from the melee battle and entered a psychological invisibility state again in an attempt to perform a sneak attack on Klein. A hypnotist's battle hypnotism could forcefully hypnotize the enemy during battle, making him do all sorts of erratic actions. However, such actions couldn't directly cause harm to the victim. It couldn't be maintained for too long, as the target would quickly wake up. Of course, the battle hypnotism target of the spectator saint was definitely not the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person. This made it immune to all psychological effects. The target of his interference was the thoughts Klein transmitted through the spirit body threads, targeting them so that the information the marionette received would be erroneous. As such, it would act differently from what Klein wanted. This was actually a psyche interference and not a psyche hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly not as effective as the original version, but not every saint of the spectator pathway could grasp such an effect. It was a result of digging deep into one's beyonder powers and experimenting. To the spectator saint, there was nothing he could do about this. This was because, be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none of them were effective on a marionette. The grayish-white dragon that had its head covered in shadows had tried to close the distance with Klein several times, or to use its area of effect beyond her powers, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It kept being forced to dodge the silver rapier, which could erupt within its body. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the spectator's saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't too easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he entered a state of clarity unique to instances when his dream or mind secretly intruded. With his lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise to the sky and look down at his island of consciousness. Then he saw Inuni, the one who looked aged to the face covered in shadows, walk out of the boundless sea of collective subconscious, opening the door to his body of heart and mind. This spectator's saint didn't attempt to change the island of consciousness in Klein's mind. All he did was produce a dark spherical light which had tentacles growing out of it. He turned it into a seed that was hard to discover before letting it sink into the ground. A mental plague seed. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched locations with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the mental plague seed from landing in his island of consciousness. The spectator's saint noticed this change. Not only was he not disappointed, he even revealed a smile. This was because he had long used virtual persona to secretly plant the mental plague seeds on the still island of the Silver Knight marionette. Although this couldn't affect the marionette, it could unknowingly corrupt the enemy, who swapped positions with a marionette and other targets in the surrounding areas. This was a kind of corruption and infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the psyche. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, a problem that Klein had temporarily concealed with virtual persona would completely erupt. He would quickly plunge into a passage for losing control, entering an irreversible situation. Shadow was no stranger to such situations, as Vin Rambus had used such a method before. As he secretly laughed at Klein for becoming crazy, reckless, arrogant, and acting like a clown, one who had forgotten lessons of the past, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet flame. He then used it to jump over, embroiling himself with Klein. Another round of paper shreds flew in all directions as the intense battle destroyed the afterimages. After a short while, Klein suddenly stopped. He raised his left hand that was wrapped with transparent maggots and covered his left face. Ha! He let out a maniacal laugh, controlling the spirit body threads around him like a madman, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, pale meat tendrils protruded out, as if they were worms of spirit that were about to bore out. When Shadow saw that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, he was worried that he would be infected by the mental plague. He hurriedly made a scarlet flame rise up and swallow himself. In the distance, his figure emerged from the flames that had yet to extinguish. At this moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally launch an attack and occasionally do a twitching dance. It was obvious that it wasn't under normal control. He no longer had the strength to stop the mind dragon manifested by the spectator saint. He allowed the other party to spread out his wings and fly into the air above Klein. He was prepared to use mind breath. The spectator saint didn't want to give his enemy, who was infected by the mental plague, a chance to breathe. He wanted him to immediately lose control. Suddenly, this mind dragon's actions became sluggish, as if every joint was injected with glue. In the next second, a silvery white beam erupted from his body, splitting his flesh and blood, tearing apart his spirit body. With his back bent, the laughing Klein slowly straightened his body calmly. He released the palm covering his left cheek, and he smiled at Shadow in the distance. Behind him, wave after wave of silvery white beams tore apart the mind dragon, turning it into pieces of pitch-black flesh. They fell to the ground, and the knight marionette in silver armor retracted his broadsword and looked coldly at Shadow. Looking at the slightly lost Shadow, the few worms of spirit on his left face curled up and stimulated the curved corners of a smile. You haven't seemed to have noticed that I have something that you don't. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1257, 2 Week. As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand. A piece of pitch black and filthy flesh had appeared in his palm at some point in time. It contained an indescribable aspect of madness. The answer is the hanged man's corruption, Klein said to Shadow with a smile. The thing that he had that Shadow didn't was the corruption left behind by the true creator. This was an influence that even the power of Sapphira Castle couldn't dissipate for the time being. And one thing he was certain of was that, before he met Dark Angel Sassurer, the true creator wouldn't easily allow him to lose control or die. Therefore, he deliberately allowed corrupted parts of his body to be infected by mental plague, pretending that he had lost control. Then he pretended to be controlling spirit body threads in an aimless manner, so as to cover up the fact that the target was actually the spectator saint. When the opponent launched a further attack, he successfully entered a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the Silver Knight marionette. As he expected, the corrupted parts of him wrapped around the seeds of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. During this process, Shadow had distanced himself from Klein because of his concern about the effects of mental plague. This made him fail to notice the abnormality of the spectator saint's spirit body threads. How would Klein not know how careful and cautious he was? Of course, Klein couldn't predict the kind of changes the corruption would bring when he met Dark Angel Sassurer. Would the mental plague that had been suppressed leak out and cause certain effects? All he could do was resolve the problems at hand. Upon hearing his words, the pure Shadow suddenly burst into a scarlet flame that instantly engulfed him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the place where the giant king resided, a wisp of fire rapidly rose up as Shadow appeared. He didn't hesitate to escape. He ran towards the palace, which acted as the resting chamber for the slumbering Dark Angel, completely ignoring Inevitability and the Sun Saint. When Klein, who was using his virtual persona, saw the scene, he was stunned. He couldn't help but smile with the worm of spirit and shake his head. I'm actually that timid. He suspected that Shadow, which splintered off from him, had taken away most of his caution and carefulness, leaving behind more of his impulsiveness and recklessness. But the silvery white beam lit up and smote the scarlet flames that descended outside of the unshadowed domain, shattering the pitch-black shadow that had just appeared. Klein hadn't wasted time muttering to himself. He had long controlled the Silver Knight marionette. Then, according to the distribution of the flames and his habits, he predicted the next few areas that Shadow would jump to. Then he condensed Silver Rapier ahead of time and smote down the moment the flames descended. Unshadowed domain didn't have a barrier in the physical sense. Anyone could leave or exert influence on the outside world. However, the torn-up shadow eventually turned into thin pieces of paper and quickly disappeared. Another few burning scarlet flames descended, and the black shadow used them to jump, moving closer to the open door of the giant king's residence. The silvery white light that subsequently tore him apart had only managed to take down his paper figurine substitutes. From Sequence 5, Beyonders of the Warrior Pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the aid of psychology invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were obviously more useful than illusion creation. It was only a situation when two seers were in combat that scenes of shredded pieces and illusions would occur. In just 2 or 3 seconds, scarlet flaming columns rose outside the giant king's residence, as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome a guest. In the next moment, Shadow jumped into one of the flames and hid in the area where the dark angel lay in slumber. But at that moment, a figure quickly appeared in front of the scarlet flaming columns. He wore a black long trench coat and a half-top hat. His right face was normal, and his left face was formed from transparent and twisted maggots. It was none other than Klein's true body. The corners of his mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers with his right hand. But the scarlet flaming columns were extinguished as the black shadow was forced to appear, returning to the staircase that was covered with the light of dawn. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein could rush outside the giant king's palace to intercept Shadow ahead of time was because, after Shadow decisively fled, he was no longer able to effect his summoning of items from the historical void. He easily took out Creeping Hunger and switched to the Traveler's Soul. It isn't a good thing to be too careful, Klein said to Shadow, doing so with a smile on his face. As he bent his knees, he arched his back. As he bent over, his figure suddenly became the knight in silver armor. The knight stabbed his broadsword into the ground and created an invisible barrier, sealing off the door to the dark angel's resting ground. At that moment, Klein swapped positions with his silver knight marionette. He gave Shadow the impression that he could enter the palace as long as he could destroy the Guardian's barrier. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of historical projections and controlling of spirit body threads. When the tables turned, the battle between the three demigods of the City of Silver and Nooni and the Sun Saint also changed. When Colin Iliad once again kept in Nooni, who had lost his black armor, busy, Derek repeated their previous strategy. At times, he would use Flaring Sun as an area of effect attack to trade injuries to the chief for a victory. At other times, he would condense a pure white unshadowed spear and engage in precision attacks. This wasn't used often because it was easy for Nooni to avoid it, causing Colin Iliad to be accidentally injured. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Nooni finally reached the end of his rope. He once again spread out the last 2 pairs of illusory black wings, turning it into a pitch-black sea that devoured all light. He then drowned out Colin Iliad, causing the City of Silver's chief's body to be covered with a layer of thick black liquid. His actions were clearly affected. Seizing this opportunity, Nooni escaped from the entanglement and avoided the subsequent unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and quickly moved towards the Giant King's residence in an attempt to join forces with Shadow to break through the barrier. At that moment, a silvery white beam burst out from his body, ripping him into blobs of dark red flesh. This sudden surgical strike came from Lovia. This 6-member council elder had actually given up on dodging the attacks of the Sun Saint. At the instant Nooni was about to escape the battlefield, she decisively switched the Gray's soul to the Silver Knight Evil Spirit, dyeing her black armor silver. Sizzle! The dazzling white and pure unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to shrink slightly and the blazing sun to completely devour her. The blobs of flesh in Nooni's body remained sentient. They quickly gathered together in an attempt to rebuild the body. However, at this moment, the black sticky liquid restricting the movement of Colin Iliad exploded with specks of light. They turned into a storm and tore through the obstruction, allowing the silver armor to resurface. Right on the heels of that, the gigantified Silver Knight took a step forward and swung the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the hurricane of light from before to continue sweeping forward, inundating the blobs of dark red flesh. A pair of illusory black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the hurricane of light. However, Derek's Flaring Sun continued. Holy flames ignited every blob of flesh and drop of blood, melting everything with pure light. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that it was impossible for him to escape the fate of being destroyed. He didn't bother dealing another blow to Lovia and turn around, about to withdraw from his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and corruption. Slow. Lovia struggled to free herself from the remnant powers of Unshadowed Spear and teleported to a spot not far from the Sun Saint. Then she switched the Gray's soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body had completely shattered. There were many cracks on her purple patterned black robe, revealing her slowly squirming flesh. Her aura was rather weak. The slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for too long. However, this was enough for Colin Iliad. He condensed a silver rapier and made it teleport to the enemy. This silver rapier experienced a random mutation. It directly pierced through the holy armor of the Sun Saint and exploded in his body. Silver light bloomed as the Sun Saint blasted into countless pieces. Bah! 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 The flesh fell to the ground and vanished in a blink of an eye, as though they had returned to the pages of history. After the battle ended, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the Giant King's residence in pincered Shadow. Shadow leaped and attempted to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he was pressed down by a hand wrapped by transparent maggots. Neither him nor Klein dashed to the time before the first epoch, because they knew that the other party would definitely stop them or wait there. With nowhere to hide, Shadow immediately fell into the encirclement of the 3 City of Silver demigods. His various powers were also offset by Klein. Even Flaming Jump was affected by flame controlling, making it difficult for him to escape his predicament. More than 10 seconds passed. After the paper figurines were torn apart, Shadow finally expended all his substitutes. He was then stabbed in the abdomen by Derek's unshadowed spear. A round of blinding white light and a miniature sun exploded. The pitch-black shadow quickly faded and completely melted. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his mind, which was on the verge of losing control, suddenly relaxed. He instinctively looked to his feet and saw that under the illumination of the light of dawn, a faint black shadow extended out from them. Too weak, Klein bent his back slightly and couldn't help but mock himself. After all, without the powers of a scholar of yore, without a marionette, and without the ability to control spirit body threads, The seer was relatively weak against other demigods of the same sequence. His spirit had been restored to its original state, but he had yet to remove the virtual persona. Furthermore, he had no intention of immediately summoning Miss Justice's historical projection to do this. As he had been corrupted by the Dark Angel, Inuni had shown the characteristics of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret Suppliant pathways. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of psychological influences. Virtual persona was a very good defensive measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's body quickly settled down, returning to his flesh and skin. However, due to the crazy effects of his virtual persona, there was still a translucent layer on the surface, allowing people to see the worms of spirit hidden underneath. When Derek, Lovia, and the others cast their gazes on him, Klein straightened his back and reached out to grab Life's cane. He pointed at the open door of the Giant King's residence and laughed. "Make every second count. The Dark Angel is waiting for us inside." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1258, Tremendous Changes. Although Klein was urging them on the surface, he actually threw Life's cane to the bottom of the magnificent staircase and threw it at Lovia, allowing her to treat herself and Colin Iliad's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was the least afraid of the negative effects of Life's cane. Regardless of the changes in her body, as long as it didn't involve the spirit, she could treat them. At the same time, Derek quickly ran towards the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the stairs, picking up the severed arm of the chief. As long as a broken limb wasn't lost, Life's cane could heal the injuries, restoring it anew. With an exaggerated smile, Klein nodded at Colin Iliad and leaped into the fog of history. He dashed to a time before the first epoch and hid in a fragment of light. Then, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and sat at the seat belonging to the Fool. With the help of the Crimson Star corresponding to the Fool, which was constantly contracting and expanding, he checked the situation inside the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, there was a deep darkness inside, indistinct and indiscernible. As expected of the left hand of God, the Deputy of Heaven, a king of angels that is suspected to be related to the Chaos Sea. Klein sighed silently as he frowned slightly. He now suspected that even if Little Sun entered the palace and prayed inside, it would be difficult for him to see the exact situation through the darkness, unless he became an angel and truly gained ownership over Sapphira Castle. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there were still many unknown effects hidden in the slumbering grounds of the Dark Angel. He definitely couldn't be careless. He immediately reined in his thoughts and observed the situation around him. He searched for high-level existences like Adam and Amon, but he didn't find anything unusual. After letting out a breath, Klein hurriedly shattered the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic that he had separated from the curtain. He made the parts consisting of sequence 9 to sequence 3 gather together, making the sequence 2 portion pure. Then he returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he left the grayish-white fog and reappeared in front of the door that opened into the residence of the Giant King. The Silver Knight marionette that had inserted the sword into the ground and created an invisible barrier immediately stood up. At this moment, the severed arm of Colin Iliad had already been reattached. Lovia had also recovered from her injuries. However, at some point in time, a few golden wheat heads grew from the back of her head and swayed. They walked to the door together with Derek and returned Life's cane to Klein. After receiving it, he shook it and stopped maintaining the projection, making it vanish into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he made a grab with his right hand, intending to summon the historical void projection of Miss Messenger when she was in perfect condition. At this moment, Colin Iliad suddenly asked, "You plan on summoning that angel?" "It's not necessarily that one. I have too many choices." Klein spoke the truth in a slightly exaggerated tone. Colin had already dispelled his giant state and regained his original height of more than 2 meters. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden to him. At that moment, he was wearing a silver armor he conjured. He held 2 swords that had returned to their normal sizes and said calmly, "That corrupted monster showed the characteristics of degenerating living creatures. The place where the Dark Angel sleeps should have similar effects. What the chief means is that the angel projection that Mr. World summons might rebel after entering the residence of the Giant King. And a fallen angel, even a projection, is easily able to make us pay a heavy price." Derek easily understood what the chief meant. On the other side, the flesh on Lovia's head was squirming as she enveloped the few wheat heads and fused them with herself. "Makes sense." Klein smiled and nodded, gently snapping his fingers. Then he dragged out an ordinary raven from the fog of history, allowing it to fly past the open door and enter the dark interior. When the raven's figure was swallowed by the dark environment, Klein's eyebrows moved slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the city of Silver Chief. I've lost contact. Colin Iliad replied without any surprise. That's a king of angels for you. Klein couldn't control the corners of his mouth from curling up. To him, this was a rather troublesome matter. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to enter in his stead. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off also proved this point. All right. As if stretching his wrists, he waved his hands a few times and took out a black staff with many gems embedded in it. 0 to 62, Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the sealed artifact projection and a marionette would degenerate and betray him. After all of them were prepared, Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek simultaneously cast their gazes towards the darkness behind the open door. Using the Staff of the Stars in his hand, Klein pointed ahead and said with an obvious smile, "This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. For you, and for me." With that said, he pressed down on his top hat and followed behind the Silver Knight marionette. Passing through the open door, he entered deep darkness. Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't speak. They walked forward in silence and determination. Backlund, in the battlefield outside the city. Using light to adjust her dragon transformation appearance, Audrey and the demigod in Phasation military uniform, who wore a mask and gloves, engaged in a fierce battle. The other party's impregnable defense, the broadsword that had been condensed from the light of dawn, the rapier's ability to hide and teleport, left a deep impression on her. If not for the fact that she knew that the upper echelons of Phasak and Intis were mostly Silver Knights, Demon Hunters, Iron-Blooded Knights, War Bishops, Unshadowed, Justice Mentors, Alchemists, and Arcane Scholars, and had gathered intelligence in advance of the Tarot Club and did some homework, Audrey, who lacked individual combat experience, would have long been defeated. Relying on her accumulated experience in this aspect, she managed to withstand the initial attacks and finally composed herself. Relying on battle hypnotism, mind deprivation, mind breath, and mind storm, she slowly turned the situation around and escaped her predicament. Of course, the most important thing was that the godhood brought about by dragon transformation had interfered with the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. Furthermore, it allowed Audrey to possess a body that could withstand damage, as well as providing a power that could withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would have sustained injuries from barely being able to hold on. And as a Sequence 3 Saint of the Warrior pathway, this Phasation general had a strong will and uniqueness that was unaffected by illusions. He was able to effectively resist the effects of the mind and reduce the negative effects he received. Therefore, he still held the upper hand and used light concealment and silver rapier to suppress Audrey in an attempt to create an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Audrey was very calm about this. This was because, while fighting, she had already created a virtual persona. She had diverted her attention to the surrounding environment and had scattered many mental plague seeds. It wouldn't be long before the Phasak general was silently infected. At this moment, red flaming spears shot over from the Allied forces' base, blotting out the sky with their denseness. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and swung his Sword of Dawn, keeping Audrey fixed to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The burning spears pummeled down one after another, blanketing the two demigods. Audrey's face could not help but distort. Charred marks covered her grayish-white scales of her dragon transformation body. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it was still glowing with silver light. It didn't suffer much of an impact. Compared to a giant who specialized in defense, a dragon's ability to withstand blows was obviously much weaker. Only at this point did Audrey realize that she was participating in a war, not in a solo battle. When another wave of flaming spears was about to hit them, there seemed to be a commotion within the Allied forces base, and there was a collapse to a certain degree. At that moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished, as though it had never existed. Audrey and the Phasak general stopped fighting at the same time, finding themselves abnormally weak. They even found it difficult to raise their arms. She saw that, behind the Allied forces' base, at the edge of the boundless plains, an orange-red ray of light rushed over, instantly covering half of the sky, blocking out the sun. The area around Backlund instantly turned into dusk. The thick darkness appeared on another side of the sky, and very quickly collided with the orange sunset. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In Backlund City, outside St. Hireland Cathedral, Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, looked up at the half-dark, half-dusk sky. His throat let out a silent sigh as he cast his gaze at the entrance of the St. Hireland Cathedral. The brown-haired Cancer Bernard and the other members of the machinery hive mind stood there, staring blankly at the sky. Just a few months ago, they enjoyed a deep level of cooperation with Leonard's Red Gloves team. Together, they dealt with the evil forces in Backlund, searching for the secret organization that believed in the Fool, the one that used tarot cards as a code name. At the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the city of generosity, Biome, Danitz watched the resistance enter the city and take over many places. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Alger. Look, they're very popular in most places in this city. Alger's gaze followed the slightly dark-skinned natives, as he didn't respond to Danitz. Danitz felt very relaxed as he chuckled and said, I never expected that we would meet again in such a situation. Alger looked up and was just about to say something when he suddenly felt something. He cast his gaze towards the northwestern sky. The place he was looking at instantly darkened. Layers of dark clouds formed and countless silver bolts of lightning snaked out. Many deep blue waves surged up and were swept up by the wind. They rushed towards the clouds and connected to the sea. Wherever the sea and the sky intersected, beams of light lit up. They weren't resplendent or clear, without any colors. They seemed to be formed from countless illusory objects. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1259, Slumbering Grounds. In a battlefield near the capital, Lindbergh, the balls of compressed scarlet fireballs flew past the corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke, under the guidance of a flaming spear. They landed in the areas that were built with simple construction work, creating a series of explosions. As he watched the smoke rise and the flames spread, Anderson flung the dust in his hands and turned to the deputy beside him with a smile. I wonder how much longer this will last. Any last words? I can help you write a will. As he had wished, he saw the angry looks of the militia around him. Their thoughts were uniform. However, the militia didn't attack. The glint in their eyes slowly settled as they cast their gaze in another direction. You actually didn't respond to my provocation. Anderson pricked up his brows. This means that you're planning something. Without waiting for the deputy and the militia to respond, Hunter smiled and continued. Y'all are planning on surrendering, right? Are you trying to protect your family and friends? Seeing gazes sweep over, Anderson scared and shook his head. You haven't become Beyonders for long. It's only through the war that you obtained the main potion ingredients from the enemy. Only then did you become hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs. However, when it comes to plotting conspiracies, y'all are still too inexperienced. I'm very curious. Why don't you try to convince me to surrender together? I don't think I project the image of being very firm usually. Besides, I'm not a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. Having said that, Anderson looked thoughtfully at his deputy. Is it because the enemy's brass is totally furious at me? They gave the order not to accept my surrender. The deputy remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Since you already know, why are you asking? With a swoosh, the nearby militia raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson, appearing to have come to a collective understanding. If I don't ask, how can I be sure what everyone's thinking? Anderson said with a smile without panicking. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and placed his right hand into his pocket. It was unknown what he was looking for. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became extremely huge. The blazing golden sun made Anderson and company unable to open their eyes. They found it difficult to think any further. Immediately following that, an illusory tower appeared. Every level was made up of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one looked, the darker it became. It was filled with the aura of insanity, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky, as though it had encompassed the entire world within itself, including the gigantic sun. Backlund, within the Odora family's luxurious villa. All the sanguine in the city had gathered here to prepare for the impending outcome of the war. Emlyn White, who would become an earl, had his hands in his pockets. He stood by the window, bathed in the mixed light of dusk and night as he watched members of his fellow race discuss the current affairs uneasily. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he cast his gaze out the window. In the garden, a bunch of withered grass was dyed green once again. They rapidly grew, and soon they reached the height of a person. In other places in the city, some of the street-side trees that had not been affected by the previous bombardment were wildly absorbing nutrients from unknown sources. One by one, they rose up and soon grew to tens of meters tall. The branches were thick and the leaves were like umbrellas. These towering trees were connected to one another, covering half of the sky and Backlund. Many buildings were crushed, or they were entangled by the branches and vines. It was as if they had been abandoned for more than a century. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many places in Backlund had become a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the dark interior of the Giant King's residence, Klein immediately observed the Silver Knight marionette in front of him, the Staff of the Stars in his right hand and Creeping Hunger on his left hand. They didn't show any abnormalities for the time being. The corresponding spirit body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. After confirming the situation in this area, Klein cast his gaze around and observed his surroundings. The place was enveloped by thick corporeal darkness. They couldn't see further than 5 meters away. The ground was paved with grayish-white bricks that looked like they were pieces of a frozen sunset. They didn't reveal anything extraordinary. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He reached into the void, grabbed, and attempted to summon an angel. In the next second, he laughed out loud because he had lost a clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why the historical void projection he had summoned to enter had lost contact after entering this region. Laughing, Klein suddenly turned around and walked back to the area from which he had entered. "Mr. War's Sparrow, what do you want to do?" Derek, who was also scrutinizing the various restrictions on him, asked in surprise. Klein replied with a beaming smile, "Now is not the right time to explore this place. I plan to come in again later. Are you planning on summoning a sequence for historical projection and try to see if it will degenerate and betray you after you bring it in?" Colin Elliott said after some thought. Klein spread his left palm and said, "No one set the rule that we can't go out once we enter, or not being able to enter after leaving." Although in such a situation, Mr. World's words sounded a little strange, Derek still felt that it made sense. This was because the City of Silver had done the same thing when exploring the surrounding areas. Through repeated acts of entering and exiting, they gradually accumulated intelligence and details to finally resolve whatever problems they faced. Lovia didn't say a word or object. From her point of view, it was undoubtedly a good thing that she could make more preparations. In an exploration that determined the fate of the City of Silver, they definitely couldn't be rash. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. "It looks like the owner doesn't want us to leave." The faint light at the door had already been devoured by the deep darkness and disappeared. Colin Iliad surveyed his surroundings and said, "We can only proceed forward." Seeing the chief and Mr. World turn around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath and raised his left hand, letting it emit a golden glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. This revealed thick columns with indiscernible tops. Some of them had their silhouettes outlined, while others were hidden deep in the depths, barely visible. Derek retracted his gaze, preparing to head forward with Mr. World and Chief. At that moment, he failed to see another familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils dilated suddenly. Then he quickly turned his head to look for Elder Lovia, who had been standing beside him moments ago. This demigod who believed in the true creator had disappeared. She had disappeared without a trace. Derek's abnormality was noticed by both Klein and Colin Iliad. At the same time, they cast their gazes at the spot and saw that the black-robed Lovia had disappeared without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. With the spiritual intuition of a seer and the reconnoiter abilities of a demon hunter, they failed to realize when Lovia had gone missing or how she vanished. The curl on the corners of Klein's lips grew even wider. Without any hesitation, his mind raced and allowed his spirit body to enter the world above the gray fog, combining with the dark red illusion of the Fool. Right on the heels of that, he cast his gaze towards the crimson star that symbolized the sun. He hoped to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still obscured by the darkness. Nothing was revealed, just like how Klein predicted before entering the Giant King's palace. Without any time to think further, Klein immediately returned to the real world. In the span of 3 or 2 seconds, there was only Derek and the Silver Knight marionette by his side. The City of Silver Chief, who was wearing silver armor, had disappeared. "What just happened?" Klein asked with a warm smile. Derek looked at him in shock, confusion, and panic. "Didn't you see it?" The moment he finished speaking, the shadow under Derek suddenly came alive. It rapidly extended upwards and enveloped him and the sunlight he emitted. After the shadow completely covered Derek, it fused with the surrounding darkness, no longer separable. Klein had originally raised his black staff to prevent an anomaly from happening, but in the end, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch with a smile. After a few seconds, he noticed that his body had turned black and dull, as though he was being melted by the environment. Similarly, Klein didn't try to save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with a shaking head. After his figure completely disappeared, his vision changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly. They were covered in a layer of faint shadows. Outside the window, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars. However, a faint light shone through the window, making the entire palace appear sinister, dark, and cold. In the deepest part of the palace stood a very faint shadow, resembling curtains. Lovia, Colin Iliad, and Derek stood at a distance not far away from him. They carefully observed their surroundings as though they had come to another world. Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter. Klein waved the staff of the stars in his hand and smiled at Derek and company. His indifferent attitude and the chief's calm and composed manner made Derek quickly calm down. He no longer allowed his fear and panic to grip him. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Just as he was about to share his speculations, he suddenly felt something and turned to look at the deepest part of the palace. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions. In the deepest depths of the palace, that faint shadow dissipated, revealing a flight of steps meant for giants and an iron-black throne at the top of it. Sitting on a throne was a man with black, slightly curly hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes were covered in shadows, and his actual appearance was extremely blurry, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Layers and layers of black wings fell down from behind him, covering most of his body. The robe was black with silver threads embroidering it. They formed complicated patterns and had gorgeous accessories hanging on it. At that moment, the man had his left elbow on the armrest, holding up one side of his face with his palm as though he was in a deep sleep. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1260 Omniscience. Without needing anyone to make the introductions, the four demigods present clearly understood a reality. The giant-like man who was sleeping on the iron-black throne was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, Dark Angel Sasser. Amongst them, Lovia could clearly sense the oppression coming from this absolute high-level existence. It was like the response when praying to the true creator. It was an aura that could cause her thoughts to scramble, her soul to degenerate, and her body to tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter. She turned her head to the side in a daze. Klein bent his back slightly and laughed. He is still sleeping. Should we directly wake him or wait for him to wake up? If we choose to wake him, how should we greet him? Hey, Your Highness Dark Angel? Rose Redemption Leader. These two questions sounded ridiculous and arrogant, but they had managed to shake off the influence of the environment and made Colin Iliad fall into deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was rather important, and it concerned their subsequent actions. Colin Iliad thought for a moment before saying, "Let's not wake him up for the time being. Try approaching him and search for clues and information. Those are my thoughts as well." With his left hand, Klein casually snapped his fingers and walked towards the black throne. At this moment, he felt fortunate that he had already taken care of Shadow and restored his spirit to its complete state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to completely restrict his virtual persona. When he was imagining how to do the greeting, he almost blurted out, "Hi, Sassy." Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow had taken 2 steps forward, Lovia finally snapped out of her daze. "I'll give it a try using a grazed soul." This was a relatively safer method which wouldn't harm the expedition team. Klein nodded. With his black staff in hand, he turned to his side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom image appeared in front of Lovia. A pair of goat horns lined with mysterious patterns sat atop its head. Its skin was black and matte, exuding a sinister fullness. It was a devil. It was different from the devils that he had seen before. Its body was covered with signs of decay, with yellow-green pus hanging off it, as though it was mixed with the power of degeneration. As Klein casually sized up the phantom image, the devil spread its huge bat-like wings, causing the light blue flames on it to burn even more vigorously, dissipating the strong smell of sulfur. It took a step forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the staircase meant for giants. Using its intuition for danger, it surveyed the area for any abnormalities. While Colin, Klein, and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also began scrutinizing the details of the shadowy palace. They discovered that behind the iron-black throne that Sasser was sleeping on, there was a pair of dim, grayish-blue double doors that depicted sunset. This might be the door that leads to the outside world. This thought flashed across the minds of the 3 city of silver demigods, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. At this moment, the devil, who had traveled midway, suddenly paused. It was enveloped by a cluster of silver lightning and quickly faded away after being blasted to pieces amid crackling sounds. A pillar of light with swirling holy flames smote out of thin air, completely purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. Lovia didn't feel any pain from losing her grazed target. She only frowned slightly and couldn't think of a better way to probe the way. Klein looked around and said with an exaggerated smile, "As expected, I'm the man for the job." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. As he took out a box of matches from his pocket, he lit them one by one and casually threw them around. "I've always been a little timid." After throwing half a box of matches, Klein turned around and explained with a smile. And even Derek Berg wasn't convinced by this sentence. Following that, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein continued walking towards the iron-black throne that might have belonged to an ancient god. When he arrived at the spot where the devil's soul was destroyed, his left palm suddenly tightened. Klein lowered his head and saw that creeping hunger had returned to its human skin form. An exaggerated crack opened in his palm. Inside were 2 rows of illusory white teeth. This sealed artifact was attempting to gnaw at Klein's flesh in a bid to consume both his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had degenerated. Tisk. Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the staff of the stars in his right hand. He confirmed that the Grade 0 sealed artifact, which didn't have any living characteristics, had yet to show any abnormalities. He then raised his right hand and stuffed the other end of the staff of the stars into Creeping Hunger. Creeping Hunger bit at it a few times before it finally calmed down when sensing the suppression effect of a higher-level entity. After laughing twice, Klein took another few steps forward, covering a few meters. Cracks suddenly appeared in the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and tiles, as one brass eye after another grew out. A figure appeared in front of the countless eyes. He was first presented as the black-haired, light brown-eyed, and cold-looking Gehrman Sparrow. Following that, he warped into the black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly-looking Klein Moretti with ordinary looks. Then he degenerated into a blurry image, and a grayish-white fog emanated from him. At this moment, these figures that seemed to expose all of Klein's secrets came to a halt. Boom! He exploded, transforming into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and disappeared. Klein raised his brows and sked with a laugh. The omniscient power of the reader pathway? Just as he finished speaking, the brass-colored eyes, which grew out from the surrounding shadows and the ground, trembled. They emitted an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient times. The aura of Sapphira Castle. Sapphira Castle. Colin Iliad seemed to recall something and came to a certain realization. It's only possible to get a response or approach Sasra with a Sapphira. That's why, despite the hanged man clearly having Lovia, a demigod believer from the City of Silver, he still forced me into the palace to meet the Dark Angel. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual personality's instinct to speak. Before he could consider what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadows emitted another voice. Your fate has intersected Ammonizes, Leodoro Adam, Amon, Heraburgen, Aucuses, Medici, Ouroboros, as well as him. With regards to the true names that the brass eyes had mentioned, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia were no strangers to the names. They knew that the first was the Evernight Goddess, followed by 7 of the 8 Kings of Angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of sequence 0 true deities in the present day. This left them somewhat stunned. They couldn't believe that Gehrman Sparrow would have crossed fates with so many high-level existences who exceeded sequence 1. Together with the sleeping Dark Angel before him, Mr. World and the 8 Kings of Angels had already crossed paths. How impressive! Derek marveled from the bottom of his heart. Klein was in no mood to quip about his divine interpersonal skills. With an obvious smile, he asked, "Him?" Klein believed that him referred to the true creator. After all, he still had his corruptive influences left in his body. The brass eyes on the shadowy curtain fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an ethereal voice, "He is another me." The true creator was really another side of the ancient sun god, the side that was born from the god's corpse. It's a side filled with hatred and viciousness, one that controls degeneration. Klein gradually drew an equal sign between the black and gloomy infant sitting in the cavity of the ancient sun god's chest and the true creator. He had also gained initial confirmation that he was talking to the psyche left by the dark angel Sasra. He thought about it and couldn't help but smile. Why did you form Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient sun god? The information that the question revealed was something that Colin Iliad and Lovia already had an inkling of and some speculations of. However, after hearing Gehrman Sparrow say it with their own ears, they still felt pangs of depression and confusion. The curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles trembled, but the sleeping dark angel remained motionless. Those brass eyes stared at him and said, "Sun God is just my original honorific name. You should now address me as the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, or God Almighty. I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this time." Finally, Klein laughed out loud. Then he felt a lingering fear. This was because he was mocking Heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, a king among kings of angels, as well as his true form. To not anger the other party, he quickly repeated the question. "So, why did you betray yourself and form Rose Redemption with the Evernight Goddess to assassinate yourself?" The brass eyes fell into silence once again. The curtain-like shadows that blanketed various areas swayed gently without stopping. After a few seconds, the ethereal voice slowly said, "The primordial one had awoken in my body." Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils dilated. For some reason, he felt his hair stand on end as his back turned cold. It was very close to his guess, but it was even more terrifying. At this moment, the shadows around him thickened. It became more and more sinister and gloomy, as if it was giving birth to some terrifying, unknown, redoubtable danger. Although Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Lovia didn't understand the meaning of Dark Angel Sasser's words too well, they were still affected by the sinister and harrowing words. It left them shuddering in fear as they trembled. The primordial one had awoken in my body. These words echoed in the air for a long time. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1261, No One is an Exception. After a while, Klein asked, the primordial one is the one who created this world, the one who transformed his body into everything? To be frank, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask if the entity referred to the primordial demoness. However, with a thought, he eliminated this answer. Firstly, because the primordial demoness didn't have the necessary level to strike fear into the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator. Even the Evernight goddess couldn't do so. Secondly, after the Dark Angel entered his slumber, this evil goddess was born only in the fourth epoch, which had been influenced by the second blasphemy slate. Sasser likely didn't know of her. And even if he knew her using his omniscient capabilities, he wouldn't specially mention a Sequence Zero who hadn't been involved in the third epoch. Behind the thick and sinister shadows, the brass eyes flashed in unison. The universe? What do you mean? Upon hearing that ethereal voice, Klein was a little perplexed. He felt that Dark Angel Sasser hadn't answered his question. But very quickly, he roughly understood what the other party meant. The primordial one created not this world, but the entire universe. So primordial one refers to the original creator, the oldest one? Klein turned his body to the side and swept a glance at the three demigods of the City of Silver, Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. He realized that they had looks of puzzlement and confusion on their faces. They were frowning and contemplating over the meaning behind the conversation. In the history of the City of Silver, the creator who was the ancient sun god was equivalent to the original creator, the oldest one. He was a supreme existence who had awoken after eons of slumber upon creating the world. He then stripped the authorities of the ancient gods and retrieved them. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's method of awakening was different from what the City of Silver residents had imagined. The universe? Klein thought for a moment and asked, the primordial one awakened in your body because of you gaining control of Chaos C? Then, what had happened to him in the future considering how he had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle? Those brass eyes stared at him for a few seconds before saying, that isn't the only reason. The higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one. Therefore, every Pathway's King of Angels and Sequence Zero might have the original creator, the oldest one, awaken in them. When Klein heard that, he tensed up and his heart sank. He then thought of another matter. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that Chaos C was underground, could it be possible that the higher the sequence, the easier it would be to be influenced by Chaos C, resulting in the original creator awakening in one's body? The thing that the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt sealed in the City of Miracles in Grizel's travels wasn't the underground corruption, but the awakening of the original creator? Of course, this is the most powerful and terrifying form of corruption. And the source of all this is where most or perhaps all Beyonder characteristics originated from, the original creator. They are all part of his body. Klein thought of various possibilities and came up with all kinds of speculations. In the end, he remembered the warning Captain Dunsmith made before he embarked on this Beyonder path. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. At that moment, Klein gained a deep understanding of the phrase from another angle. Phew. He secretly exhaled and sighed inwardly. The Beyonder characteristic is both a gift and a curse. He gathered his thoughts and smiled. Will one be corrupted from just learning about these matters? No. The brass eyes looked at Colin, Iliad and the others and said, it just means that the chances of the primordial one awakening in your body is higher. When he heard that, he was shocked. On the other hand, he was glad that the City of Silver's chief and little son didn't know much about such matters and hadn't made any connections. After all, the phrase higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one, didn't bring about any corruption. On the other hand, he felt a deep sense of pity for himself. This was because he knew too much about mysticism. Now with all of that chained together, he had no idea what kind of negative changes might happen to him once he left the Giant King's court, an ancient god's kingdom. Furthermore, this didn't look like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, the Beyonder characteristic had already fused with his body and spirit. Consider the method employed by the Dragon of Imagination. Actually, I don't need to worry too much. Amon and his brother definitely know about this, and nothing has happened to them yet. As long as I don't approach Chaos C as a Sequence 3, I don't need to worry about such problems. It would be the same even if I were to advance to Sequence 2. After some thought, Klein gave up the intention to delve deeper into the matter. He curled the corners of his lips and diverted the topic to the mystery of the ancient sun gods perishing. Therefore, under your tacit agreement, you worked with the Evernight goddess and established Rose Redemption, preparing to assassinate yourself. By reviving and escaping the Primordial One, you will truly gain control of Chaos C and the corresponding 5 Beyonder pathways. On the dark, eerie, shadowy curtains, there seemed to be some human emotions in those brass eyes. That's right. Not long after I walked out of Chaos C, I realized this problem. I deliberately split a portion of my persona, fusing the authorities of degeneration with the Hangman Pathway's Beyonder characteristic, creating another me. Its purpose was to control Chaos C and to isolate it from my true body to prevent any contamination and corruption. But in the end, the Primordial One still awoke in my body. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall. The Hangman Pathway refers to the secret suppliant pathway. Back then, the Dark Angel must have been really powerful. He actually had partial control of Chaos C, as expected of a king of angels. As Klein sighed, he recalled that the ancient sun god had failed to prevent the original creator, the oldest one, from awakening in his body despite working so hard. He also felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future held. That's why I convened Leodoro, Aucuses, Heraburgen, Medici, and Ouroboros, inviting the various deities and kings of angels with Ammonizes to establish the Rose Redemption. The voice left behind by Dark Angel Sasser echoed hoarsely. It's no wonder it's called redemption. It's no wonder kings of angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who are completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would participate as well. Klein couldn't help but smile. Why didn't you invite him on and his brother? In theory, this should be on the Dark Angel's side. Their births were a result of my efforts to resist the Primordial One. I was worried that inviting them would bring about an accident. The brass-colored eyes then cast their gaze back onto Klein. These secrets left the 3 demigods of the City of Silver in a daze. Even the chief of the 6-member council, who had read quite a number of ancient documents, had emotional upheavals despite all his knowledge and rich experience. So that's the case. I knew that the ancient sun god wouldn't have children for no reason. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona from voicing the thought out loud. Before he could ask another question, the spirit left behind by Dark Angel Sasser seemed to sink into his memories as he continued. After I was finished preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed off the palace. I returned to my body through my slumber and strengthened my consciousness. It formed a balance with a Primordial One, creating an opportunity for Ammonizes and the others. Ultimately, they successfully killed me. According to my original plan, I would have been revived in the Giant King's court. I would accommodate the corresponding uniquenesses and Beyonder characteristics via the correct method, but Leodoro, Aucuses, and Heraburgen betrayed me and ate my body. I could only rush to fuse with my extreme emotions before dying, in which I was reborn within the corpse. I then took away the Beyonder characteristics of the Hangman Pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's similar to what I imagined. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom eventually committed a betrayal. It's no wonder that Mam Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. With a sudden realization, Klein felt that most of the fog in the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was just his belief, nothing real. This was because he had no way of making contact with the fog of history. After sighing, he suddenly thought of a question. Since Dark Angel Sasser has returned to the ancient sun god and has evolved into the true creator with his original body, then who's the one sleeping on the Iron Black throne now? Why did the true creator force me to enter the Giant King's residence to meet Sasser? As his thoughts raced, he cast his gaze back to the Iron Black throne, carefully inspecting Dark Angel Sasser's condition. The layers of illusory black wings that covered more than half of Sasser's body gently rose and fell, revealing a layer of grayish-white. It was located on the black throne, hidden to the right of the Dark Angel, giving off an extremely ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused his eyes as he stared at it intently. He quickly confirmed that the grayish-white came from a strange stone. Its surface was mottled with the ravages of time, and it was engraved with words that he had never learned before, but could understand at a glance. These words seemed to be the source of all languages, including but not limited to Jotun, Hermes, Ancient Faceac, and the southern continent's Dudenese. Sequence 3, Demon of Arcana. Sequence 2, Master. Sequence 1, Light of Darkness. Sequence 0, Paragon. A small amount of information flashed in Klein's mind as he suddenly had a realization. Blasphemy slate. The first blasphemy slate. The first blasphemy slate that was born in Chaos Sea. And this was very likely a key item that the Dark Angel used to control parts of Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Klein suddenly felt the surroundings become unusually quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtains seemed to disappear. Klein's gaze subconsciously shifted upwards to meet a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. The Dark Angel Sassurer, who was sleeping on the black throne, opened his eyes. With a boom, Elder Lovia's body collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow, there was a pair of blank but painful eyes. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1262, The Truth Behind the Enemy. When he realized that the Dark Angel had woken up, Klein only felt his heart tighten and was on full alert. He didn't feel any fear or anxiety. After all, he had already confirmed that the real Dark Angel had returned to the ancient sun god's body. After being betrayed by the existences such as the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, he had focused his negative and extreme emotions on his corpse where he was reborn, turning into the true creator. He didn't return here, so whatever was left was just a culmination of his psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just communicated with the remnant psyche of Dark Angel Sassurer rather normally. He didn't sense any obvious animosity. However, with the City of Silver's 6-member council elder, Lovia, losing control without any means to resist the moment she opened her eyes, turning into a flowing shadow and eyes hidden behind a shadowy curtain, Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled the corners of his lips. A strong sense of fear and despair surged through him. It was as though he was watching himself fall into an abyss without any life-saving straw to clutch at. Just waking up from his slumber and not using any beyonder powers or revealing his mythical creature form was enough to make a sequence for a demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot. This was a testimony to how powerful and terrifying his level was. At that moment, all that remained in Klein's mind were the titles he had previously mentioned. The left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of the kings of angels. It wasn't as if Klein had never dealt with a king of angels before. On the contrary, he had frightened Red Angel Medici and made a deal with the angel of imagination Adam. He had obtained the key to enter the palace from the wisdom angel Heraburgen and had gleaned potion formulas from White Angel Laucasus. He had managed to crack Angel of Fate Ouroboros' cycles of fate in front of him and had pitted his brains against Angel of Timamon. He possibly was well deserving of the title as the person who had crossed the most paths with the kings of angels for those below Sequence 0. However, in these interactions, he had never fought with the kings of angels most of the time. He either relied on the power of Sapphira Castle to instantly escape or cut off contact with them. He had never faced the kings of angels or deities in the true sense of the word. The only exception was the time when he was caught by Angel of Timamon, and he had exchanged blows with him several times in the span of a few days. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits, not a physical battle. The Angel of Timamon had mostly shown the characteristics of a god of trickery. He didn't fully reveal the level and strength of a king of angels. It was only at the final moment that he revealed it, but the Evernight goddess had used the Giant King's son to stop him, preventing him from directly harming or influencing Klein. Even so, whenever Klein encountered the Angel of Time on the way, he would easily finish off the strongest helpers that Klein could summon. It was something that Klein couldn't replicate up to now. It exceeded his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon the historical projection of Zeradol, he would be in danger. And at that moment in time, Klein, Colin Iliad, and the sun were facing the king of the kings of angels, the malice-filled deputy of heaven. He was the left hand of God that instantly caused a Sequence 4 demigod to collapse and lose control. How could such an enemy, with such a level and strength, not make them reel in despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver, returning to the world above the gray fog with a single thought using the Sapphira Castle summoning. By relying on the last miracle and deceit bullets, he could revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. As his thoughts raced, he raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At this moment, the shadow that Lovia had broken down in her loss of control stopped flowing. It let out a low voice that was filled with pain but not crazy. He isn't that strong. As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow split apart, revealing what was hidden behind it. It was a lump of squirming flesh that was nearly 2 meters tall. At the top, there was a pair of pale gray eyes that seemed to be looking down upon the entire world. They were eyes that had remnants of rationality left in them. In other parts of this lump of flesh were arms, thighs, and calves that weren't covered in skin, but sticky blood. They either held up the body or crowded towards the chest in layers, tightly hugging a huge, milky white human skull. The shadowy curtain fell again, covering the lump of flesh, turning into her cape. Then, a phantom about 5 to 6 meters tall appeared in front of Lovia. This was the silver knight that she had grazed. She could still control herself and attack Dark Angel Sassurer. Upon seeing this scene, when Klein and Colin Iliad heard what Lovia had said, they quickly understood what she had meant without needing any further explanation from her. Dark Angel Sassurer didn't possess the strength he appeared to possess. He only used the authority of degeneration and his influence over relatively lower sequences as a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway to make Lovia's body degenerate, betray, and break down on the spot. As for her own spirit, she still remained conscious and rational. She could still control her own strength to a certain extent. Of course, with the loss of control of her body, large amounts of corruption would corrode her spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely go mad. This could be subverted if she could quickly resolve the battle in time and think of a way to turn her into an evil spirit, surviving in another form. With this knowledge, combined with seeing the first blasphemy slate and his own guesses, Klein had a preliminary understanding of the enemy he was facing. He was a product of the psyche, will, and aura left behind by the Dark Angel, as well as Chaos C's powers which were brought about by the first blasphemy slate. Perhaps there was a bit of the awakening consciousness of the primordial one, in other words, the original creator. There was a small amount of it, a consciousness that was crazy and filled with evil thoughts. This was equivalent to a different type of evil spirit. It was unknown if it was considered a complete angelic evil spirit. And this could be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Amon's brother didn't personally enter the Giant King's palace. Once they approached the primordial one in Chaos C, it was more dangerous for them the higher their sequences were. Back then, Amon, an entity akin to an error, had used his avatar to lay an ambush in Chernobyl, but he hadn't dared to actually enter Chaos C. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near Chaos C, pretending that he had climbed out from it. Otherwise, it could very well affect his true body. As for low-sequence beyonders, they were unable to resist the surge released from opening the door to the Giant King's residence, corruption that had accumulated for over 2,000 years. Even if those high-level existences had carefully chosen a suitable Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 demigod to indirectly help them defeat the influence brought about by the corruption and enter the resting grounds hidden in the shadows, without the Sapphira's aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking powers of Chaos C, they wouldn't be able to truly approach the figure left behind by Dark Angel Sassurer and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the true creator had tolerated Klein numerous times, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Dark Angel Sassurer. This was because he was the only viable candidate. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Heraburgen, the angel of imagination, Adam, and the other deities and kings of angels who had an interest in this matter had more or less made some arrangements for Klein, blessing him to a certain extent, pushing him to where he was now. Without any hesitation, Klein outlined an image in his mind through the staff of the stars he raised. Colin Iliad took a step forward and bent down. This city of Silver's chief's body swelled rapidly, once again revealing an incomplete mythical creature form. He became a 5 to 6 meter tall silver knight covered in silver armor, holding a pair of gigantified swords of dawn. Derek was slightly slower than the two experienced demigods. He quickly spread his arms, as though he was hugging the void in front of him. At that moment, two pitch-black flames ignited in the eyes of the awakened Dark Angel Sassurer. He, who shared the height of a giant, immediately pressed down on the armrest by lowering his arm, slowly getting to his feet. The gorgeous accessories on his body hung down one after another as layer after layer of black wings spread open on his back. During this process, the shadow cape on the lump of squirming flesh, Lovia, came alive. It suddenly tightened, fixing her firmly in place. At the same time, Dark Angel Sassurer had silver threads wrapped around him. In front of the black robe with mysterious patterns, silver bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. They sizzled and intertwined with each other in a thunderous manner. They rapidly extended forward, transforming into a resplendent lightning sea that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. Gong. An illusory chime sounded from a distant history as the melodious sound echoed in the Shadow Palace. An ancient mottled wall clock appeared in front of Klein. Its face was separated into 12 different segments by grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment had different, mysterious, and asymmetric symbols. The 3 fingers, which seemed to be formed by worms of time of different length, began to tick lightly. When the chime rang again, the lightning sea that was rapidly spreading in the Shadow Palace clearly froze. Klein had successfully used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce Angel of Time Amon's beyonder powers, and the effects were much better than his previous attempts. This made him suspect if he had obtained the approval of the god of deceit and even obtained blessings from him to a certain degree. It wasn't true that merely simulating Amon's beyonder powers would gain his notice, but that this king of angels was almost equivalent to the Marauder pathway's uniqueness. He was the ruler of the corresponding domain, and he was the wielder of the corresponding authority. He could make a certain level of adjustments to particular powers in advance, enhancing or deleting them. From the looks of it, Amon appeared to be looking forward to seeing Klein enter the Giant King's residence to meet Dark Angel Sassurer. Therefore, he had adjusted some of his own domain's beyonder powers in advance and lowered some of his authority in certain aspects, allowing simple replications to achieve a better effect. While the Lightning Sea had come to a halt, the Silver Knight's soul that Lovia controlled and Colin Iliad simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating two invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded and he disappeared. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1263, The Final Watch. After a short pause, a brilliant silvery white glow continued to stretch out in front of them, completely drowning out the two invisible barriers that shielded Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and Lovia. The barrier blocking the silver snaking lightning began to violently tremble. A crack that resembled tree branches appeared. As for how long the barrier could last in the lightning storm, that remained a question. At this moment, behind Dark Angel Sassurer, there was an area that wasn't covered by the forest of lightning. Klein's figure, in his black trench coat and silk half-top hat, appeared. He was like a precise and cold machine. Without any hesitation, he aimed the staff of the stars at the side of the special evil spirit, quickly outlining all sorts of information related to the beyonder powers in his mind. He had previously performed tests. He couldn't wander too far with the staff of the stars within the Giant King's court, so he could only use blink in a tiny vicinity. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of directly sending Dark Angel Sassurer out the Giant King's court and seizing the opportunity to take the first blasphemy slate and leaving by opening the door. As the various gems on the staff of the stars lit up, Sassurer's eyes, which burned with pitch-black flames, suddenly closed. He had been forcibly dragged into a dream by Klein. This was a beyonder power belonging to the Evernight Pathway's Sequence 7, but the one that Klein replicated had belonged to the version which the Evernight Cloister's matron, the servant of concealment Ariana, had used. The beyonder power of pulling someone into a dream performed at the angel level. In the hazy dream world, Dark Angel Sassurer wore a black robe with complicated symbols embroidered with silver threads and adorned with accessories. He had appeared in a desolate moor. His eyes remained ice-cold, unlike the dull and lifeless eyes of most beyonders when they were in dreams. The Spectator Pathway also belonged to the Chaos Seed Pathway, and its Sequence 5 and Sequence 3 were Dreamwalker and Dreamweaver respectively. Moments later, Sassurer's pupils turned golden and vertical. His giant figure faded away as a layer of abnormally thick shadows appeared in front of him. This shadow completely blocked Sassurer, making it possible to vaguely make out a pair of eyes hidden behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtains parted, revealing an indescribable color, like a sea that seemed to contain all secrets. Boom! When Klein, the conjurer of the dream, saw this scene, his mind erupted with thoughts before he could analyze the details. It was as though his brain was a boiling pot of wheat porridge. The corners of his mouth curled up instinctively, and most of his virtual persona disintegrated. He nearly let out a tragic cry as transparent maggots under his left cheek began to drill out one by one. The meat tendrils on his right face grew more and more obvious, becoming thinner and thinner, approaching that of worms of spirit. The forcefully induced dream disintegrated, and Dark Angel Sassurer's consciousness returned to the real world. However, at that moment when the special evil spirit fell into a deep slumber, the sea of lightning faded away. The three demigods of the City of Silver struck back at the same time. Colin Iliad straightened his body and struck out with the Sword of Dawn in his right hand, causing the silvery white light to blink to Sassurer's body. As Lovia resisted the restraints of the shadow cloak, she got the Silver Knight evil spirit she grazed to swing its great sword upwards from below, bringing with it a terrifying storm formed from blobs of light. Derek condensed a dazzling white and shadowed spear, thrusting it at the Dark Angel as it left crackling sounds in its wake. At this moment, Sassurer's figure emitted infinite pure light, as though he had suddenly become a sun that descended into reality. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted. The hurricane of light calmed down, and the silver beam dimmed. All the latter could do was damage the target's aura, and not deal any harm to his body. The scene of a true deity's descent shocked Lovia and Derek. They couldn't help but bow their heads in worship. As for the Silver Knight evil spirit, it quickly melted under the blazing sunlight and completely evaporated. Suddenly, Sassurer's eyes closed once again. Behind his back, with the worms of spirit constantly vanishing on Klein's body, He stubbornly endured the scorching sun's heat and pointed the staff of the stars at the evil spirit, the embodiment of the king of angels. The beyonder power that he had replicated once again had forcefully pulled Dark Angel Sassurer into a dream. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dreamscape, he immediately released his Sapphira Castle's aura, transforming his body into the strange door of light that was tainted with some bluish-black colors. The door of light was made up of countless layers of illusory spherical light. Every spherical light was deep down a transparent and translucent cluster of twisted maggots. Just like him, Dark Angel Sassurer revealed the traits of Chaos Sea. First, he turned into a thick and sinister shadow, then he pulled open the curtain, allowing the sea that contained all colors and something the human language couldn't describe to appear in the dream. Silently, Sassurer and Klein opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly across each other. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression was twisted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit crawled across the surface of his body. Klein's virtual persona completely shattered. Seizing this opportunity while Sassurer was affected, Lovia, who had the shadow cloak draped over her, blinked her pale gray eyes. She used the 2-meter-tall, squirming flesh to extend. Those skinless legs, which were flowing with bright red liquid, stepped onto the ground at the same time. With the help of the roiling winds, they pounced towards the Dark Angel. A look of madness appeared in her eyes. It didn't appear like it would take long before her spirit body suffered complete corruption, pushing her towards losing control. However, at that moment, Lovia's eyes were filled with more rationality and determination. She knew what she was doing and knew her current state and her subsequent end. Amidst the howling winds, her collapsing body, along with the shadow cloak, landed on Dark Angel Sassurer's body. The squirming flesh and blood intruded as the thick shadow rapidly expanded, binding the two figures together. Without waiting for Lovia to speak, Colin Iliad had already understood her intentions. He immediately roared in a low voice, "Attack!" Boom! His two swords tore through the void at the same time, allowing the silver light to surge at Lovia and Dark Angel Sassurer, who were embroiled with each other. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek bit his lip and spread open his arms halfway. The palace that was shrouded in the shadows suddenly lit up as huge balls of light filled with holy flames appeared out of thin air. They enveloped the Dark Angel and Lovia within, quickly melting them and igniting their flesh. Flaring sun. Amid this bright glow, Lovia's pale gray eyes revealed the pain that she acutely felt. Her voice echoed in an ethereal manner. "I have never betrayed the city of silver." Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh and the shadow cloak she used to envelop Dark Angel Sassurer's body swelled up. Boom! Lovia's collapsing body was sent flying before she fell to the ground. Her shadow tore apart, turning into a thin, illusory veil that slowly floated down. Dark Angel Sassurer turned into a pitch-black and sticky sea filled with an aura of degeneration. It swallowed the remaining silvery white light and flaring sun, reducing it to nothing. He immediately returned to his previous appearance, a giant dressed in a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. However, the black wings on his back had thinned significantly. At the same time, his pupils turned vertical and turned golden. A violent but surreal wind surged around him and filled every corner of the Shadow Palace with all sorts of thoughts. Mind deprivation. Derek's recently condensed, unshadowed spear disappeared. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin Iliad had a strong will, he suffered from the madness, cruelty, and bloodlust of an incomplete mythical creature form. All he could do was divert some attention to resist the influence so as to prevent himself from losing control. Just as Klein calmed down and allowed his worms of spirit to burrow back into his body, he suffered an intense fear brought about by mind deprivation. His body instantly convulsed, preventing him from using the Staff of the Stars. Lovia's body had already collapsed, and with her soul almost completely corrupted, she was in a worse-off state. She rolled on the ground struggling, leaving behind blood-colored sticky liquid. At this moment, Dark Angel Sassurer raised his left hand. The golden colors in his eyes were replaced by two blazing white suns. Rays of holy flames fell down one after another, striking Lovia's body, destroying her soul and purifying her flesh. Lovia's aura rapidly dissipated as her pale gray eyes lost their luster. Her body, which had collapsed into a lump of flesh and blood, curled up. The skinless arms covered in bright red liquid wrapped the milky white large human skull tightly in front of her chest and pressed it under her. Under the blazing sunlight, the holy flames burned. Lovia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move, nor allowing the human skull to be revealed and receive any damage. Another column of light shot down. Lovia's body couldn't help but bounce up, but she still huddled there writhing. Finally, This lump of distorted, disgusting, squirming flesh stopped moving and covered the surface of the human skull. It was dark, dull, and damaged. During the Dark Angel Sassur's act of murdering Lovia, Klein quickly recovered from the effects of mind deprivation by using his unique traits and past experience. He felt an uncontrollable sense of despair towards this battle. They had used all their strength, but they had only slightly injured the evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation that followed would probably be even worse. What should I do? As Klein used creeping hunger to change his position, his thoughts raced in search of any possible weaknesses. It's intrinsically an evil spirit. An evil spirit. Just as his figure appeared elsewhere, he suddenly had an idea. He cast his gaze on the grayish-white stone slate on the iron-black throne. Some evil spirits had beyonder characteristics, but most of them didn't. The source of their powers stemmed from other places, such as the spirit world. The existence of evil spirits needed something to rely on. This might be the territory that he was born in, or perhaps something special. The common point was that evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And this evil spirit that originated from Dark Angel Sassur might even be mixed with some of the will of the primordial. Where did his powers come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods, and the connection with the spirit world was sealed. It was almost completely severed, making the powers difficult to be effectively utilized. Klein could teleport only by relying on the uniqueness of a divine kingdom or the divine kingdom's embryonic form. As for the Giant King's court, it was clearly unable to provide the powers of the spectator, the sun, the hanged man, reader, and tyrant pathways. The traits the Dark Angel formerly possessed clearly belonged to the true creator at present, making it not present here. Therefore, the answer to the source of the evil spirit's power was very simple. Chaos C. In the Shadow Palace, the only thing directly connected to Chaos C was the blasphemy slate. When Klein cast his gaze at the iron-black throne, he noticed that the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had also glanced over. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1264. Succeeding. There is no need for any communication. Just from this sudden locking of eyes, Klein knew that Colin Iliad had the same thoughts as him. He didn't hesitate to flip the black staff embedded with many gems and point it at himself. In the next second, it was as if Klein's body was a sketch that had met an eraser. It was wiped away inch by inch, and he quickly disappeared. This was the power of concealment, one that also came from the leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernight Ariana. As the power of concealment that was replicated by the Staff of the Stars was definitely much weaker than the original version, and the evil spirit's level was rather high, Klein didn't attempt to use it on Dark Angel Sassur. Instead, he targeted himself. At the same time that he was concealed, Colin Iliad fused into the faint light that illuminated everything in the Shadow Palace with his two swords of dawn. Around Dark Angel Sassur, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. Colin struck the evil spirit from different angles, forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin Iliad didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he hid his malicious intent, making it impossible for the enemy to determine where his next attack would come from. Derek Berg recovered from the shock and quickly condensed bright white, unshadowed spears as he wildly thrust them forward. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of degeneration or by the layered silvery white sphere of lightning. He failed to truly hurt Dark Angel Sassur, but it effectively affected his opponent's actions. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back that special evil spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the iron-black throne. In his concealed state, he saw veiled scenes that were covered in a dark fog. He could only roughly tell where he was and what the surrounding objects were. He was unable to exert any influence on the outside world. If not for this, the moment he entered the concealed state, he could secretly control Sassur's spirit body threads. It would be a method impossible to fend against. After rapidly approaching the iron-black throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to instantly appear to the right of the target. Following that, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the grayish-white ancient stone slab. Ignoring the contents on it, Klein quickly outlined a very familiar beyonder power in his mind. Boom! Silver bolts of lightning shot out with a strong destructive aura, striking the first blasphemy slate. This was the lightning storm power from the Sea God's scepter. Boom! Amidst the silver light that illuminated the surrounding area, an illusory light that was almost invisible appeared between the first blasphemy slate and Dark Angel Sassur. It was difficult to describe the exact color, but under the terrifying lightning's pandemonium, they evaporated and broke apart. Pure beams of light shot out from Sassur's body, leaving no darkness in the Shadow Palace. Nothing else could hide. Unshadowed domain. The nearly 6-meter-tall Colin Iliad appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, layers of blazing halos pushed them away into the distance. The attacks of Derek's unshadowed spears and flaring sun were also blocked by these corporeal halos. Right on the heels of that, Dark Angel Sasrur's eyes were dyed with a brass sheen. In each of them, an illusory river that shimmered with waves of light appeared, circling the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed upstream as the illusory light that had evaporated and severed appeared once again and connected to it. The damage that Klein had painstakingly inflicted was quickly returned to normal. The cycle of fate, the rebooting of all things. Sasrur raised his left hand and condensed a deep black scepter. He then used his brass-like eyes to sweep across the demigods present. He said in a deep but magnificent voice, "I'm omniscient and also omnipotent." As his voice echoed in the air, both Klein and Colin Iliad didn't waver at all. They either blinked or moved at high speeds, not giving the terrifying evil spirit a chance to lock onto them. They also attempted to launch a new wave of attacks. However, Klein didn't dare to forcefully pull the Dark Angel into a dream again, because if he was attacked by the aura and power of Chaos Sea again, he might lose control immediately. Elsewhere, Derek covered his body with a layer of pure light, forming holy armor. At that moment, a pitch-black flame burned in Sasrur's brass eyes. His voice turned evil and sinister, carrying a strong sense of degeneration. Blasphema, D. Klein's body, heart, and soul suddenly sank. He felt as though he was about to die. His consciousness turned blurry as his energy evaporated. His flesh began to wither inch by inch. Colin Iliad was slightly better than him. He only felt his body grow heavy as his life slipped away uncontrollably. The madness that came from his incomplete mythical creature form grew stronger. Derek, who was farthest from Dark Angel Sasrur, emitted bright bouts of sunlight, helping him quickly escape from his trance. He then opened his mouth. God says it's ineffective. The feeling of death instantly dissipated a little, allowing Klein and Colin Iliad to barely find themselves. Tap, tap, top. The giant-like Colin Iliad rushed towards Dark Angel Sasrur. Along the way, he kept changing his position, dodging unstoppable dark, sharp beams. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the target. Dark Angel Sasrur immediately pointed the pitch-black scepter ahead, causing Colin Iliad's body to produce a shadow within the unshadowed domain. The shadow came alive as it followed the legs of the city of Silver Chief, swallowing him. Gong. A distant bell sounded as though it had pierced through history. The ancient mottled stone wall clock appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing with it a brief respite. As he made use of this respite, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the unshadowed spear and cast it at Colin Iliad's shadow. The blazing light exploded, dispersing the shadow like the sun. Colin's face under his visor twisted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up, appearing right above Dark Angel Sasrur, and cleaved down with his two swords of dawn. Gong. Sasrur seemed to see through Colin Iliad's intention. He raised the black scepter horizontally and blocked the other party's cleaving strike. Suddenly, Colin Iliad's body melted. He became sticky, heavy mercury, surging down like waves, instantly drowning Dark Angel Sasrur. It was as if he was wearing a set of full-body silver armor, without any gaps in between. Colin wanted to suffocate the entity inside. Sasrur's actions were immediately restricted. Taking this opportunity, Klein's figure suddenly turned transparent as he appeared beside the iron-black throne. Teleportation. Then he raised the Staff of the Stars and conjured a certain beyonder power. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder pathway. Theft. Just as he had expected, the theft was carried out rather successfully. It was as though the current Sequence 2 angel, Palazarost, had personally taken action. The light that connected the Dark Angel and the first blasphemy slate separated from Sasrur, shifting to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. The indescribable color and form appeared in front of him once again. It was abnormally illusory, as though it was a sea containing all secrets. Just as he was about to lose control due to the aura and powers of the Chaos Sea, the parts of his body that were corrupted by the true creator suddenly experienced a change. They seemed to be attracted by a strong attractive force as they rapidly gathered together and began to take over the nearly invisible light, making him stop at the edge of a proverbial cliff. Indeed, as Klein sighed, he tried his best to restrain his mind that had been inundated. He was temporarily unable to move. Bang! 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 The silver armor covering Dark Angel Sasrur's body began to crack in the darkness. These beams of light that came from the cull of spiritual flesh tore out, turning the mercury into tattered pieces and flying far away. With a loud snap, the mercury fell to the ground, regathering into the form of Colin Iliad. There were gaping holes in the chief's body. Inside it was a black, frozen, decadent, and illusory aura. At that moment, the illusory, layered black wings on Sassur's back dimmed significantly. His eyes had once again worn a brass sheen, a faint flickering illusory river appearing in them. Upon seeing this scene, Colin Iliad instinctively recalled what had happened. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge out without hesitation, filled with great resolve. His body ignited a transparent flame, emitting the bright light of dawn. These beams of light came from his soul, his body, his beyonder characteristic, and the two swords he struck out merged together, turning into a raging, violent storm that swept out. At this moment, Colin Iliad's eyes were filled with the light of dawn he created, and the towering figure dressed in a gorgeous black robe with illusory black wings. Bearing the light, he charged towards the light, Sassur. The terrifying hurricane of light instantly enveloped the dark angel, tearing at his body, interrupting the beyonder powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit that had lost the source of its power rapidly fade away amidst the fragments of light. When the light dissipated, holes appeared on dark angel Sassur's body. The layers of wings on his back were spread out, but he failed to borrow any strength. Colin Iliad immediately turned into sticky mercury, once again covering most of the evil spirit's body, restricting his movements. Then the City of Silver Chief shouted in a low voice to Derek Berg, just like he did when he was facing Lovia. Attack! Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1265, Warrior. Attack! Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek froze for a moment before instinctively spreading his arms. During this process, his vision blurred and he let out an extremely repressed voice from the depths of his throat. A blob of light covered in holy flames descended out of thin air, devouring the figures of Dark Angel Sassur and Colin Iliad. Before the blast of light exploded, Derek pulled back his arm, forming a bright white and pure, unshadowed spear in his palm. Amidst the crackling sounds, the long spear of light tore through the holy flames and accurately hit the evil spirit's head. Dazzling light burst out, completely covering the entire area. Even the crazed Klein couldn't avoid it, as he was too close to it. He couldn't help but close his eyes, his face contorted into a grimace. He felt as though his worms of spirit were evaporating one after another. The connection between the blasphemy slate and the true creator's power of corruption had been greatly purified before they could fully be established. The sun seemed to rise in the sky. Dark Angel Sassur's indistinct figure appeared, twisting and distorting amidst the blinding white light and holy flames, melting away. Then the shadow that covered the walls, stone pillars, and tiles began to disintegrate, revealing inches of orange-red light. The palace hidden in the residence of the Giant King finally failed to sustain its existence in the real world. It no longer blocked out the influence of the outside world. This also meant that the special evil spirit that had lost contact with Chaos Sea had truly been cleansed. Just as the Shadow Palace began to collapse without completely disintegrating, an invisible force finally pierced through the barrier, causing a minute amount of it to descend. This caused the corrupting nature gathered inside Klein's body to increase in intensity. They protruded out from his chest, turning into a black ball of flesh. The flesh immediately broke free from Klein's body, severing all invisible connections with him. It quickly squirmed and grew, turning into a gigantic shadow hand. It followed the illusory light between itself and the first blasphemy slate, and it grabbed the item. At the same time, in the ruins of the battlefield of the god's dream world, in front of the projection of the Giant King's residence, dressed in a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Amon sat on the tall, grayish-white railing, with his back facing the orange-red path that separated the clouds. He leisurely looked at the grayish-blue door covered with golden nails. It was a mystery as to how long he had been waiting there for. Suddenly, he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and easily jumped down the railing, arriving at the door of the Giant King's residence's projection. The power of Chaos Sea is beginning to fade. I can use the bug in all of this to directly enter. As he smiled, he reached out his right hand and pressed it on the door's shadow. His figure immediately softened and lost its corporeal feeling before he entered the door like a stream of light. Backlon, somewhere on the battlefield. With short blonde hair and dark green eyes, Christette Sesamir genuflected on the ground, stabbing a pure white bone sword that wasn't more than 1 meter long in length, in front of him to support himself. His body was covered with charred holes and cracks that went straight through his body. His teeth were protruding and sharp, like that of a beast. This high-ranking deacon, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, struggled to shift his gaze from the weak enemy, who wasn't far away, towards the sky. The orange sunset had partially invaded the dark night. Kristet Sesamir tried his best to pull out his bone sword and stand up to fight. He wanted to be a night watcher to the very end, but his arm trembled violently as his breathing weakened. In the astral world, an endless and silent darkness filled with moonflowers and night vanilla. Suddenly, orange beams of light shone into the kingdom, causing a portion of the area to return to dusk. One by one, the plants withered. In the desolate dusk, a gigantic mountain-like figure walked out. His limbs were abnormally long, and he wore tattered silver armor. His face was covered by a helmet's visor, only revealing a blob of orange light. He held an exaggerated sword in his hand, causing the tip to naturally hang down, touching the dark ground. As the terrifying giant walked forward, step by step, the sword continued to be dragged across the darkness, causing the ground to split apart as dusk froze. Deep in the darkness, an equally large figure pulled out a long sickle. She was wearing a black dress that was layered but not complicated. It was adorned with countless resplendent lights, as though they were stars that dotted the night sky. Near her ribs and waist, 2 pairs of arms grew out. Their surfaces were covered in short, deep black hair. In her 6 arms, 2 carried the huge black sickle that appeared heavy. Another 2 hands held a crimson moon. Out of the hands she had left, one was empty, while the other held an ancient accessory forged from gold. The accessory looked like a slender bird with pale white flames surrounding it. Within its bronze eyes, there were layers of light, forming numerous illusory doors. The giant wasn't surprised by such a scene. The speed of his stride sped up, gradually approaching that of a charge. He dragged his sword against his surroundings, which were a mixture of darkness and dusk, producing glimmers of the pure light of dawn. At this moment, the moonflowers and night vanilla to the side suddenly grew in size, growing wildly. Soon, they resembled trees that had lived in a primitive forest for more than 1,000 years. They were densely packed, blocking out the sky. Amongst these trees, a figure twined by deep green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers appeared. She was also as huge as a mountain and had a voluptuous figure. Her dress fluttered as she carried an illusory baby. The moment the figure descended, she followed the sunset giant and flitted towards the humanoid demonic wolf that was dragging a huge black sickle. In the palace where shadows were falling apart, although some of the corruption had left Klein's body, making him no longer need to worry about any latent danger in this aspect, this was equivalent to culling many of his worms of spirit. He couldn't help but let out a low gasp as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out of his writhing face. They had mysterious patterns on them, and his mind was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. He was momentarily unable to calm down. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes, which became bloodshot due to the pain. It was the angel of time, Amon, who wore a monocle and a pointed hat. Amon smiled at him, scaring him into having the thought of returning to Sapphira Castle immediately. Although this would suck for the son, Klein felt that he would have the ability to save him due to the angel powers from being in Sapphira Castle. After all, the influences from the outside world could now enter this area. But in a blink of an eye, the angel of time cast his gaze towards the grayish-white blasphemy slate. He cast it towards the shadow hand that was saturating and growing stronger with the collapse of the land of slumber. Amon immediately raised his right hand and adjusted his right eye's monocle. The crystal monocle turned dark, as though it was mixed with countless colors in an indescribable manner. An illusory, terrifying, tumultuous sea appeared in front of Amon. This blasphemer had released some unknown power he had stolen from somewhere at some point in time. Or perhaps it was some power of convergence. The blasphemy slate suddenly vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound as though it was alive. It broke free from the remaining light that wasn't stable enough between the shadow hand, and it threw itself at Amon. Klein, who had just recovered from the pain from his fear and horror, couldn't believe his eyes as they dilated. The first blasphemy slate actually didn't choose the true creator of the hangman pathway, and instead sought refuge with the marauder pathway's angel of time. After a momentary daze, he vaguely understood the whole story. Amon's true body has wandered the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years before entering Chernobyl, doing so in search of the history from the second all the way to before the first epoch. He must have hovered at the edge of Chaos Sea and had done some dangerous research. He had stolen some traits, and now he is only using the release of this stolen trait to attract the blasphemy slate. Simply put, this king of angels had prepared for this for a very long time. As for the true creator, he is unable to completely descend. He has to wait for the dark angel's land of slumber to completely collapse. But the problem is, why would Amon steal the first blasphemy slate? It's useless for him. He has no way of transferring to the spectator, reader, tyrant, sun, and hangman pathways. Could it be just because it's fun? When the deities and his brother are plotting for this blasphemy slate, he suddenly intervenes and runs away. But isn't it more important for him to capture me? As Klein remained puzzled with Amon's goals, he slowly retreated, opening his eyes wider, trying his best to pry into the secrets on the surface of the blasphemy slate. He wanted to memorize the potion formula he needed. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. As soon as the corresponding words entered his eyes, Amon reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blasphemy slate. Then he suddenly turned around and pressed his right hand on the grayish-blue door that was still covered with a small amount of shadows. The figure wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe immediately turned illusory as he tore through the door and vanished. The shadow hand, which was partially formed by Klein's corruption, rapidly expanded amidst the collapse of the land of slumber. Finally, it turned into a black shadow and chased after Amon, rushing out of the closed door. In the next second, all the shadows disappeared. The orange-red light illuminated the palace that the giant king once lived in. In front of the iron-black throne, on the platform that was illuminated by the light of dusk, Colin Iliad's figure appeared. He was wearing a tattered silver armor, revealing several old scars on his face. He sat there quietly, like a warrior who had just finished his last battle. His two swords had already crumbled, and he had stopped breathing. However, Klein could sense that there were still remnants of his will and psyche. The former couldn't bear to just dissipate without delivering his last words. At the bottom of the stairs, Derek saw this scene. With his eyes red, he ran closer and stumbled, acting nothing like a demigod. He quickly knelt beside Colin Iliad and shouted, his voice going soft, "Chief, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1266 Light. For a demigod beyonder, they experienced a qualitative change due to their powerful souls. Even in death, their psyche could persist for some time. Unless this was circumvented due to an enemy deliberately destroying it, a high-sequence beyonder, who continued having a strong desire or unresolved matters during their state of death, could have their remnant will last longer. As such, he could slowly assimilate the surrounding areas, allowing it to mix with the spirit world, and even the underworld, so as to turn it into an evil spirit. Therefore, although Colin Iliad had stopped breathing, he was still able to hear Derek's cry while sitting at the top of the ancient god staircase in tattered silver armor. He turned his head to look at the underage demigod before smiling. Compared to the elders of the past, it's a form of luck for Lovia and myself to die here. Upon hearing this, Derek gaped his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt something pressing down on his heart, blocking his throat. Not far away, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars and attempted to use Septon's reboot to save Colin Iliad. However, he failed several times in a row. Even the successful attempt didn't have the ability to reverse everything. The effects were clearly inferior to the originals, and it involved a uniqueness. Amon's true body had descended. He's already dead, so he can't even be turned into a marionette. He can only consider turning into an evil spirit, but there's almost no evil spirit that can maintain their humanity. Even Dark Angel Sasser failed to do so. The only exception is the Red Angel Medici trio. But that was only after they left their territory and went to Bansi Harbor. This chief doesn't seem willing to take this route. To the residents of the City of Silver, becoming an evil spirit is undoubtedly a curse. Klein sighed and cast his gaze elsewhere to observe the giant king's palace that had shadows recede. Colin Iliad examined Derek's face and sighed. When you return, you'll be a member of the 6-member council. I know. Relative to your age, this is a very heavy responsibility, but everyone in the City of Silver has to be prepared to shoulder everyone's fate. Derek nodded and said with a nasal voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." Colin Iliad revealed an amiable smile. Don't be worried that they'll misunderstand this. I'll tell you a secret. Currently, in the City of Silver, only Wait and I know of it. When you get back, tell this to Wait immediately. He will understand that Lovia's and my death has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you will not obtain this secret from me. Having said that, Colin Iliad looked up at Gehrman Sparrow and nodded gently. From today onwards, everyone in the City of Silver can freely change their faith to Mr. Fool. Derek wasn't excited at all. He nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Colin Iliad immediately retracted his gaze. A layer of solemnity and bitterness appeared on his clearly exhausted face. That secret is related to the second god-level sealed artifact of our City of Silver. It's called Gift of the Land. Derek wiped his eyes with his arm and listened attentively to the chief's description. Colin Iliad sighed and continued. It's precisely because of this sealed artifact that black-faced grass can grow around the City of Silver, preventing us from completely sinking into the Dark Ages. Derek's pupils dilated as the sadness in his heart eased. He remembered very clearly that the textbooks mentioned the discovery of black-faced grass as the key turning point in the history of the City of Silver. He believed that if there was no such safe and harmless staple food, then the City of Silver would have long become a playground for monsters. At that instant, Derek thought of many things. He finally understood why the mushrooms that Mr. World had given had undergone a huge transformation in the City of Silver, one that was different from the original description. Colin Iliad's gaze swept across his face, and his voice suddenly turned deep. It's precisely because of this that we are burdened with the fate of being cursed. Only people who are killed by their immediate family wouldn't become a terrifying evil spirit. Cornucopia has a price. Derek's expression froze. Murdering his parents left a wound that could never heal in his heart. He had always blamed the corresponding curse on this land that had been forsaken by the gods. But now, the chief had told him the truth, which was unlike what he imagined. The curse gave them the food they relied on for survival. The grizzled and exhausted-looking Colin Iliad's eyes glazed over as he seemed to recall killing his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson. His voice became fleeting. Lovia once said that a dying person would not transform into an evil spirit after leaving the City of Silver. Back then, I didn't tell her that this was the truth. As the gift of the land's range is huge, most people who are about to die are unable to leave the corresponding region in time. This is a secret that only the chief can grasp. I tried my best exploring and fighting, hoping that future generations wouldn't have to suffer such pain. The chief of the City of Silver, who was clearly advanced in his years, slowly exhaled. Without giving Derek a chance to make a promise, he seemed to recall something as he said, "Also, you mustn't fully believe the situation of the Rose redemption that is recorded in that palace." Klein stopped scrutinizing his surroundings as he revealed a slightly lost expression. Colin Iliad added in a deep voice, "Earth Mother cannot be Giant Queen Omabella. Omabella has long died. Her corpse is in the City of Silver, and more precisely, it's the gift of the land. This." When Klein heard this, his pupils dilated as a chill ran down his spine. The real Giant Queen had long died in the City of Silver and became a sealed artifact. Then, who is the one currently masquerading as Earth Mother? In the kingdom that was covered in moonflowers and night vanilla, the Sunset Giant's sword struck the heavy, pitch-black sickle and froze in midair. In the darkness that had been destroyed by the intense battle of the gods, time seemed to come to a halt. Be it the giant wearing tattered armor who was bathing in the dusk, or the humanoid demonic wolf with 6 arms, they seemed to become a part of an oil painting. Everything stood on the spot, maintaining their previous posture. However, a dark brown wooden cane had stabbed through the back of the Sunset Giant, piercing through its heart as it frantically drained the life of the deity, dragging him down in an act of returning it to the land, returning to a mother's embrace. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the hands of the giant-like, voluptuous woman. It formed a deep autumn scene with the withered flowers, grass, and mushrooms. The Sunset Giant slowly turned his head and looked at the woman who was carrying the baby in one hand. He said in pain, "Lead." At this moment, the dress-wearing demonic wolf, with the head of a female human, let out a chuckle. The bird-shaped golden accessory in her hand flew out and accurately pierced through the gap of the Sunset Giant's visor. Then she threw the crimson moon in her 2 other hands, the voluptuous woman. In the next second, a portion of the Sunset Giant's body collapsed. An orange-red sunset pierced through the serene darkness and landed in the real world. Some landed on the battlefield, causing countless soldiers to die. Some crushed the mountains, creating a lake that made all living creatures age. Some fused with some lucky creatures, turning them into crazy and powerful monsters, while others enveloped the great Twilight Hall outside St. Millum. The solidified orange light was extinguished. In the Amantha mountain range, outside the Cathedral of Serenity, Abomination Sua and other mythical creatures who were helping Fasak and Intis Angel's attack seemed to sense something. The battle came to a halt. After the bloodshot eyes growing on the pitch-black tree rolled once, Abomination Sua immediately entered the void and escaped into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Backlund, in a small cathedral that no one paid attention to, a golden-bearded pious priest wearing a simple white robe opened his eyes. They revealed a childlike innocence and purity. He calmly took out a golden potion and opened the lid, pouring the liquid inside into his mouth. The war ended just like that. If Audrey hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed that the war would end just like that. After the dark night swallowed the orange dusk and faded away by itself, the silver knight in front of her seemed to suffer a heavy mental blow. Even after recovering and composing himself, he didn't continue attacking his enemy. He fled in a rather sorry and perplexed state. Just like this silver knight, the angels and saints of the Fasak and Intis allied forces fled one after another. As for the Beyonders that formed the backbone of the army, they collapsed in an uncontrollable manner. However, on Lone's side, the demigods, low and mid-sequence Beyonders, and ordinary soldiers didn't attempt to pursue them. This was because they were equally confused, perplexed, and puzzled. Audrey walked back into the city and saw the surviving Backlund residents coming out of their houses, shelters, or hiding spots, one after another. They stared blankly at the scene, which resembled a primeval forest. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their emotions. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were vacant. They didn't know how and why the disaster had suddenly ended. There was no lack of people who had once been saved by the Charity Foundation. Many of them looked familiar to Audrey, but their condition wasn't much different from those who queued up to collect food. Audrey silently observed this scene before returning to Empressboro and back to her villa. She saw her father, mother, elder brother, butler, servants looking out of the window in confusion, just like the citizens on the street. For some reason, a sentence suddenly flashed across Audrey's mind. Dying, he knew not his executor. Surviving, he knew not the circumstances. An orange dusk calmed the lightning storm that blazed with frequent bolts of lightning. It sank into the dark blue sea with an indiscernible bottom, nearly swallowing the dawn with it. Queen Mystic had used her other Grade Zero sealed artifact in time, allowing the ship to avoid a terrifying disaster. She frowned slightly as if she had sensed something. However, her expression eased up immediately, allowing the Dawn to continue moving forward on an unsafe sea route. It was to engage in all kinds of dangerous battles with strong winds, huge waves, lightning, and sea monsters. In the dark environment, Bernadette's gaze seemed to penetrate through many obstacles, allowing her to see the light that she was chasing after. No matter how many obstacles she faced, she would not stop her approach. On the staircase in the Giant King's residence, which was covered in orange light, after telling Derek the secret, Colin Iliad said to Derek, "Go. Open that door. I want to see what the sunlight outside is like." "Yes." The rims of Derek's eyes reddened once again. He pursed his lips tightly and stood up. He put down the hammer in his hand, and under the encouraging gaze of Klein, he steadily circled around the iron-black throne and arrived in front of the grayish-blue door which depicted the sunset. Derek stared at it for a second, bent down, stretched out his hands, and pressed them against the sides of the door. Then he strained his muscles and pushed hard. At that moment, he seemed to see his parents, his deceased teammates like Joshua and Aniona, Lovia in a purple-patterned black robe, and the grizzled Colin Iliad. They stood beside him and pressed their hands against the door, pushing the grayish-blue door with him. Beads of water streamed down Derek's face as a heavy creaking sound echoed in his ears. A crack appeared, letting golden sunlight flood in. The gap grew bigger and bigger, and a golden sea gradually appeared in Derek's eyes, presenting itself in front of Colin Iliad's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Colin Iliad's lips twitched slightly as he bathed in the warm sunlight. The corners of his lips pulled up slightly as he revealed a faint smile and a faint yearning, his body evaporating bit by bit. Light was the meaning to everything. Into the 6th volume, Lightseeker. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1267, Welcome. Beyond the open grayish-blue door, a flight of stone stairs led to a sea that glowed with golden light. This, along with boundless light, once again entered the eyes of the residents of the City of Silver such as Laeval and Candace. As members of the former expedition team, this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. Even so, their souls remained deeply shocked as they subconsciously held their breaths. With the Thunder God's roar hammer in hand, Derek stood at the front with his 2-meter-tall, wide-shouldered build. He was silent. Nearly a minute later, Laeval probed, "Elder Berg, when are we leaving?" He was a Sequence 5 Guardian who stood at nearly 2.5 meters tall. This made his limbs' physical proportions slightly abnormal. Derek stared at the sea that was rippling with golden spots for a few seconds before saying, "Wait a while longer." At this moment, several days had passed since he opened the door. He had led the expedition team back to the City of Silver with the ashes of the Chief and Elder Lovia, as well as their characteristics and sealed artifacts. He had also used the secret to obtain the trust of the current chief of the 6-member council, Wait Chermont. This time, Derek led the 20 City of Silver Beyonders to do reconnaissance so as to find a safe passage to confirm the situation of the outside world. On this matter, he had rejected Mr. World's suggestion of using the Staff of the Stars to directly transfer the entire City of Silver from the forsaken land of the gods. He wanted to use his feet to take in the path of hope. He wanted to remember what the light that the City of Silver had finally found after experiencing 2,000 years of persistence and sacrifice was like. Upon hearing Elder Derek's answer, the members of the expedition team, such as Laeval and Candace, didn't say much. They all took a step back and continued enjoying the scenery. They still didn't trust Derek Berg much. After all, he had a close relationship with outsiders. And the chief and Elder Lovia had both died during the previous expedition. Only this unshadowed and that outsider had survived. If not for the 6-member council choosing to believe him, they would definitely be hostile and wary. After an unknown period of time, the shimmering sea was suddenly enveloped by darkness. Deep in the darkness, they could barely make out a thin fog. In the fog, there was a black-pointed cathedral with all sorts of buildings. It gave people the feeling that it was both real and illusory. Derek and company were no stranger to darkness. He instinctively glowed, while those who needed to light up candles did so. They did it hurriedly, without any signs of turmoil. After the 21-strong team was protected by light, they looked with curiosity at the town and fleeting pedestrians in the fog, unable to understand what was going on. This wasn't the darkness they were familiar with. At this moment, the naturally glowing Derek raised his left hand and said in a low voice, "Let's set off." Without waiting for his team members to respond, he took the first step through the door and followed the stone steps outside, taking one step after another into the darkness. Everyone exchanged looks, then gritted their teeth. Without falling behind, they followed the newly appointed 6-member council elder, Derek Berg, out of the Giant King's residence. In the rich darkness, as they walked down the stairs, their eyes suddenly lit up. They saw an orange glow and a row of black cloister-like buildings. Is this the outside world? Candace looked around warily and curiously. She realized that all of them had unknowingly walked to the opposite side of the Giant King's court and were separated by a sea of orange-red from where they were. No. Derek compared the current environment to Mr. World's and Ma'am Hermit's description. He nodded slightly and said, "We still need to wait here for a while. Feel free to find a spot to rest." This unshadowed, who no longer had any hint of adolescence, calmly arranged everything. Laeval looked at the tightly shut black cloister and asked in puzzlement, "Is there no need to explore this place in search of an exit?" "There's no need." Derek shook his head. The members of the reconnaissance team didn't ask further, nor did they rest. They remained standing in their spots and waited patiently. As time passed, blinding sunlight suddenly shone into this world, turning everything bright and white. It then dimmed and vanished. Everyone subconsciously looked around and saw the golden sea once again. They felt a terrifying aura that daunted them from looking straight at. However, unlike before, they were already on an island. Behind them were huge patches of golden strange plants with smiling faces. They didn't seem to have any signs of degeneration or abnormalities, making every member of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team experience the joy of life. We're really outside. It really is a different world. Laeval, Candace, and company found it impossible to contain the amazement in their hearts. They immediately confirmed a fact. Elder Derek didn't betray the City of Silver. His cooperation with the outsider really had the goal of leading everyone out of the cursed land. Eldabek, Candace stammered. "Thank you." Derek nodded slightly, his back straight. Instead of expressing the apologetic feelings in his heart like Candace, Laeval looked around and asked, "Elder Berg, how should we leave this place?" "Build a boat." The term building a boat was only limited to the words in their history books, so it sounded rather odd. "There doesn't seem to be any materials here that we can use to build a boat." Candace and company immediately inspected the small island, but they couldn't find any trees or plants. Derek shook his head again. "There's no need. Wait a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a black shadow loom across the horizon. The shadow grew bigger as it quickly followed the safe sea route between the golden spots of light. Not long after, the shadow revealed its outline. It was a hybrid ship with smoke spewing out from it. With all its sails up, the ship hung a blue sea serpent flag. A boat. That's a boat. As Laeval, Candace, and company kept their vigilance up, they posed questions. Derek had received some general education at the Tarot Club. He was an experienced person who had seen pictures of various ships. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly and said, "That's right." As they spoke, the ship approached, making the figures standing at the ship's bow gradually become clearer. It was a black-cloaked man with yellow eyebrows and dark blue eyes. He jumped onto the masthead and spread his arms slightly to the people of the City of Silver. Upon seeing this scene, Derek, who had been maintaining his stern attitude, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything was as he had expected. No accidents had happened. Danitz originally wanted to jump off the ship and walk in front of the believers of Mr. Fool to announce that they had been saved, but after glancing at the height of the people from the City of Silver, he silently held himself back. Standing on a masthead, he completely widened his arms and said to Derek and company with a reserved smile, "Welcome to the world of light promised by God." In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. Through the crimson star that symbolized the sun, he watched the entire process of the City of Silver's expedition team's progress. He was constantly prepared to deal with any accidents. When the history, which had been sealed for thousands of years, had combined with the present, with them boarding the ship that originated from the new government of the Rorstad archipelago and leaving the most dangerous core region of the ruins of the Battle of Gods was over, he heaved a sigh of relief. He put down the staff of the stars and beckoned for 2 items. They were the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out of the curtain, and the Worm of Star from Saint of Secrets Bodhi's. After some thought, Klein reached out his left hand and grabbed a large blob of a dark red liquid from the historical void. This was dark demonic wolf coder's blood. There was exactly 300 ml of it, and it was the core supplementary ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Of course, as a supplementary material, it only had one purpose: to reduce the negative effects of the Beyonder characteristic and reduce the corresponding mysticism influence. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was a historical projection. After all, as long as it could play its role during the potion's concoction and consumption, Klein would have either succeeded or failed in his advancement by the time the historical projection expired. If he failed, he would have broken down into a monster. If he succeeded, he would have become a Miracle Invoker and gained initial control of the Beyonder characteristic. There was no need for the supplementary ingredients effects. Following that, Klein took out something from the fog of history. It was a ringed worm of time. As he had a strong psychological trauma towards Amon, Klein had chosen to summon a worm of time that Palaz Zorost had once given to him, lest anything unexpected happened. After preparing the materials, he conjured a metal pot and threw the 300 ml of blood from Dark Demonic Wolf into it. Then he placed the Worm of Time and Sparkling Worm of Star inside, one after another. The black and red liquid in the cauldron turned dark, its surface becoming translucent and clean. Deep in the cauldron was a dark vortex. Without any hesitation, Klein picked up the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. It resembled a heart, transparent like a crystal, but there were tiny bubbles emerging from time to time. Every bubble seemed to contain an illusion. When the Beyonder characteristic came into contact with the liquid in the metallic pot, it immediately merged into it, causing the darkness to instantly deepen, making it seem as though countless eyes were opened at the same time. After staring at it for a few seconds, he poured the concocted Miracle Invoker potion into a glass bottle, and he used the bestowment ritual to bring it to the real world. On an uninhabited island in the Sonia Sea, Klein, who had teleported over, looked at the potion in his hand. He suddenly felt a little hesitant. This was because once he became an angel, his body would inevitably be affected by the Beyonder characteristic. He would become colder and crueler, becoming more and more indifferent towards life. He needed sufficient anchors to maintain his humanity. This wasn't something that could be avoided by completely digesting the potion using the acting method he grasped. Back then, Emperor Roselle went through the early stages smoothly, but when he became a Sequence 2 angel, he nearly mutated, almost losing control. As for the angels that he knew, they looked normal on the surface, but he had no idea what they were like when they were hiding behind the scenes. If one could obtain a long life at Sequence 4 and Sequence 3, allowing them to live for more than 1,000 years, the saint really didn't have much motivation to become an angel. Combined with the saying that the higher one's sequence was, the closer one was to the primordial one, he suddenly understood why Demoness of White Katarina only rose from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 in 1,000 years. But I have no way out. After a brief moment of silence, Klein sighed silently. Nearby threats like Amon and Zeradal, and the approaching days of the apocalypse, as well as the fact that he was previously unable to interfere with the war, these all pushed him towards becoming an angel. He didn't want to simply contribute his strength through donations. His eyes flickered for a few seconds before they returned to their calm state. He picked up the potion bottle and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1268, Miracle Invoker. The moment the Miracle Invoker potion entered Klein's stomach, it immediately turned into countless cold worms and swam towards every corner of his body. Suddenly, Klein's mind tore apart, turning into countless small pieces that combined with different worms of spirit. There was no longer any discernible difference between the main body and the auxiliary ones, nor was there any piece that remained dominant. At some point in time, he had entered the grayish-white fog. His half-top hat and long black trench coat quickly disintegrated, and numerous translucent and twisted maggots crawled out. These maggots quickly flew into the depths of the fog of history, each occupying different light fragments, overlapping with the projections of themselves in the historical void. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the spot where Klein stood only had his trench coat, shirt, top hat, socks, leather shoes, and personal items remaining. They had lost the support of a body and were held suspended there. Who am I? Who's me? I'm the main body. The various worms of spirit had different but similar thoughts. None of them were willing to return to their body on their own accord. Instead, they felt a strong sense of animosity towards their own kind. It was only because they still had Klein's remnant psyche influence that they hadn't done anything extreme for the time being. At this moment, yet another invisible ripple appeared within the grayish-white fog. This ripple didn't appear by coincidence. It had long existed in the fog, but compared to his collective whole, it appeared indiscernible. However, to a worm of spirit, it was obvious enough. It came from a portion of history that appeared in the present era. It symbolized the fragments of light from the end of the second epoch and portions of the third epoch. They symbolized the 2,000 years that the City of Silver had persisted in the darkness. This forgotten history had a certain clash with the present era. As it formed a corresponding historical void, ripples spread out in an indescribable manner. Such ripples seemed to exert a strong attraction on the worms of spirit, making them peek their heads out from the historical scenes. After a short period of time, one of the worms of spirit crawled out of the light spot from which it occupied, having failed to resist it any further, and also succumbing to the effects of Klein's remnant consciousness. It flew towards the center of the ripples. Right on the heels of that, worms of spirit returned from different spots in the fog of history, and they arrived at the fragments of light formed by the City of Silver's history in the present era. When they reached a certain distance from each other, a strong force of convergence finally appeared, pulling together countless worms of spirit into one. This wasn't an effect that could be produced by 2 or 3 worms of spirit. It needed to have a sufficient number for this phenomenon to happen. And when that portion of the worms of spirit was once again whole, Klein's incomplete consciousness completed the piecing together of his identity. Things finally turned simple. The worms of spirit formed a transparent and gigantic vortex, emitting a strong convergence force that sucked over the remaining, hesitant, nearby worms of spirit that were unwilling to return. After more than 2/3 the worms of spirit returned, a series of transparent tentacles grew out of the vortex. They extended towards the second epoch, the first epoch, and even the prehistoric city of an earlier time. They grabbed the last batch of worms of spirit, one after another, and stuffed them back into the vortex. In less than 20 seconds, the vortex began to extend, turning into a terrifying figure formed from transparent, twisted maggots. An invisible tentacle naturally extended from the figure's body. The tentacles pulled over the trench coat, top hat, socks, and leather shoes that floated in the fog of history, dressing up the terrifying figure. The figure formed from countless worms of spirit pressed down on the top of his head, causing the translucent feeling on his body to quickly fade, forming a layer of flesh-colored skin. Short black hair and brown eyes grew out. This was the appearance of Klein Moretti, but his height had reached 1.8 meters. With great difficulty, he finally regained consciousness. Before Klein, who had made his soul body whole again, could analyze his present state, he felt 2 abnormalities. One was from the Beyonder characteristic that fused with his body. It was a strong, terrifying, high, and mighty will that made it impossible to resist. It seemed to awaken a little as it transmitted one image after another. These images were filled with the mysterious knowledge of a miracle invoker. Some of them were dust that burned into suns, magnificent scenes generated by various celestial bodies. They were filled with a sense of desolateness, coldness, cruelty, madness, superciliousness, and void of any emotional imprints. They quickly assimilated into Klein's spirit, changing his state in an irresistible manner. Another thing that surfaced before Klein's eyes were the crimson stars and the numerous points of resplendent light. The prayers from the members of the Tarot Club emitted from those stars, including Justice, the Hangman, and the Moon. Most of the light points echoed with the prayers from the residents of Moon City. Together, they created an image that enveloped the grayish-white fog that looked at the world with pity. It was the image of an extremely high-level and secret existence. The 2 abnormalities reflected on Klein's body, causing his left body to be covered in a grayish-white fog. A slight smile showed on his face that had deep-set eyes. His right body fractured once again, turning into a cluster of translucent squirming maggots and a bloodshot eye that was filled with madness. At that moment, the right side was constantly corroded to the left, and the grayish-white fog was gradually compressed to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he raised his left hand with some difficulty, and he summoned the white-boned scepter with blue gems embedded at the top from the fog of history. Circling the sea god's scepter were prayer points of light. With the help of this medium, they were transferred onto Klein's body. Lightning bolts leaped out from the right side of his body as invisible winds and illusory waves swirled around him. This helped the grayish-white fog withstand contamination from the left, allowing his entire body to come to a delicate balance. At this point, Klein recovered bits and pieces of his humanity and memories, making an initial recovery back to the state before he consumed the potion. He had finally advanced to the level of Sequence 2. He now had the level and status of an angel, a true miracle invoker. Originally, Sapphira Castle was about to be stirred by his change, but with a thought from him, all the abnormalities returned to normal. This proved that he had truly gained control of Sapphira Castle and had become the owner of the Sapphira. As for how much power he could unleash in the real world, he was still unable to estimate it. Phew. Thankfully, I made the history represented by the City of Silver return to reality, and it's powerful enough. If the ritual's effects were a little weaker, I would have lost control and collapsed here today. Klein rubbed his temples and slowly exhaled. He had a better understanding of anchors. The anchor wasn't a tool to help him maintain his humanity. Its main purpose was to form a corresponding understanding, positioning, and image, one that would resist the mental imprint within the beyonder characteristic so as to maintain an intricate balance. Under this balance, Klein could then barely maintain his humanity and not be severely affected by any other influences. In other words, the deities that the believers knew were different from the actual deities. Without the mental imprint within the beyonder characteristic to resist this influence, the image of the deities in their hearts would gradually envelop the true appearance of the deities. This was also a type of corruption. Only at this moment did Klein realize why the Orthodox deities went from having humanoid statues to simply having sacred emblems. This prevented the believers from having a unified impression of them. This improved the effects they had as anchors to resist the remnant mental effects of the primordial one, whilst also not subtly changing their bodies. As for why the Orthodox deities took 1 or 2 epochs to figure this out, Klein quickly thought of 2 reasons. Firstly, he had the past images of the Orthodox deities for comparison. He had Emperor Rosel's diary as reference, and the corresponding mysticism knowledge to provide inspiration. Secondly, the mythical creature form of a seer was all about being split and separated. It made him very sensitive to such influences. This sort of balance isn't too stable, and it often tilts to a certain extent. This will cause problems with my conditioned stability. From time to time, I will end up scaring the people around me. Fortunately, this can be predicted ahead of time, so it can effectively be avoided. Also, when I'm in a delicate balance, I should try my best to show my humanity to strengthen my self-awareness. This is commonly chosen by many angels. The Rose School of Thought's indulgence can be considered to be doing the same. But Amon's believers are all himself. How does he maintain the balance? Could it be that the mythical creature that's born with the uniqueness itself has the will of the primordial one fused with him? Amon is long accustomed to being half crazy. No, that's not his normal state. It's the image that arose from the referendum of every Amon. That's a line of thought. I can form a marionette group and make every marionette a believer of the fool. In addition, with my truest appearance as a deity, this can effectively provide the best anchor. It's no wonder that Zeradal and the Dark Demonic Wolf don't have any believers. Once the residents of the City of Silver switch faiths to the Fool, I can consider separating the embodiment of Sea God from myself, making it no longer one of my anchors. This greatly contradicts the beliefs and understanding of my other believers. They can't truly be united. Klein instantly thought of a lot of matters, and after his thoughts finished racing, he returned above the gray fog. When he became a miracle invoker and became a him, as well as becoming the owner of Sapphira Castle, he no longer needed to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantations, or get all the members of the Tarot Club to pray. He could now easily return. However, he seemed incapable of expressing the full powers of Sapphira Castle. He could only enter with his spirit body, unable to bring his physical body along. After sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, Klein wasn't in a rush to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. He first confirmed his advancement and digested the mysticism knowledge he had just obtained. Yes, the beyonder powers of a miracle invoker come from 2 different aspects. One is the greater utilization of the fog of history, and the other is the newly enhanced core power of wishes. The improved utilization of the fog of history includes several abilities. 1, using the help of past worms of spirit to revive myself, but it will be ineffective after 4 times. I've already used it 3 times, so I can only revive 1 more time as a miracle invoker. Once I advance to an attendant of mysteries, there should be a corresponding increase in this number. 2, I'm able to exert some influence on the future, causing the probability of certain things to increase or shrink to a certain extent. It's equivalent to interfering with the fate of the target. I'm finally wielding good luck. However, this aspect is still different from the die of probability. 3, summoning from the historical void is no longer limited to just items. It can be extended to certain scenes I'm familiar with. Yes, the total number of items and scenes I can summon now is 9, but only 3 of them can be at the angel level. Wishes already make it a standard deity's ability, but it's a little strange. Only by fulfilling someone's wish can I fulfill my own wish. A small wish has to be granted before a bigger wish can be gradually granted. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1269, The Power of Wishes. Klein originally believed that the wishes ability could be used freely as long as it didn't exceed a limit. To his surprise, the effects didn't solely come from the Beyonder characteristic. To put it simply, a miracle invoker needed to seek out and satisfy all kinds of wishes before they could make wishes and personally grant them during battles, turning the corresponding situation into a reality. Furthermore, at the very beginning, the wishes that Klein could fulfill were small and trivial. He had to accumulate them one step at a time before he could create a true miracle. He couldn't do as he wished. Yes, if I want to use Dark Demonic Wolf Kotur's wishing method to teleport, I would have to first satisfy many similar wishes. It comes from others, from simple to the more difficult wishes. I do have a solution in this aspect. I can use Creeping Hunger and the Staff of the Stars to fulfill the corresponding wishes. There's no need to start from the simplest. Speaking of which, the wishes ability resembled using an anchor. It's a type of collective ability. Since the faithful's understanding of deities can effectively affect the deities and become a certain definition for them, helping them resist the primordial one's mental imprint in the Beyonder characteristics, in the same way, similar wishes of different creatures with spirituality can indeed help me create a miracle. This might be related to the sea of collective subconscious. It's not scientific enough, but it's fairly mystical. After figuring out the situation of the wishes ability, Klein had a preliminary idea of how to act as a miracle invoker. That was to walk the real world, and as the most powerful magician, he would allow different people to witness a miracle and satisfy their wishes. It's no wonder the Dark Demonic Wolf's original title was the God of Wishes. When such a belief spreads, many people would use the method of praying to voice out their wishes, allowing the miracle invoker to respond from afar. This makes acting a lot simpler. It can save a lot of time, but the problem is that the potion's name is Miracle Invoker and not the God of Wishes. The role one needs to act as is that of a deity, so there are still some differences between the two. I can roam the various countries and let different people witness miracles while using the fool's name to satisfy some of the believer's wishes. I'll then see which would be more effective. However, this isn't the only way to act as a miracle invoker. I still need to take the initiative to create a miracle in real life, leaving behind the corresponding legend. Klein tapped the edge of the long modeled table with his finger as he silently muttered to himself. During his scrutiny of his own body moments ago, he realized that he had digested more than half of the potion. After all, he had created miracles several times. He had even been revived 3 times. Of course, Klein believed that it was very coincidental because he could create a miracle and act in advance, mainly because of Sapphira Castle. It's as though someone set me up. Klein sighed inwardly as he didn't feel relaxed. Instead, he became more serious and wary. As for who arranged it, he had a suspect. The mysteries that the ancient sun god mentioned, the existence suspected to be celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. And what made Klein even more puzzled was that when he advanced to sequence 2 and became an angel, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings didn't appear, neither did he awaken in his body after he experienced the qualitative changes. This was completely different from what he had expected. There weren't any traces of it at all. Apart from the initial mental corruption from the primordial one, something that will definitely arrive, it should be the spiritual imprint left behind in the Beyonder characteristic. Could it be that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings has completely perished despite making all the arrangements? He doesn't have the ability to influence me and revive for my body? If that's the case, then I have to thank him. Klein teased himself and stood up with caution and puzzlement. With this thought, he appeared on the grayish-white cloud and arrived in front of the strange door of light. Glancing at the transparent cocoons hanging above his head, Klein slowly extended his right hand and touched the door of light. When he truly became the owner of this mysterious space, he had clearly realized a fact when he returned. It was that the strange door of light was core to this place. It was Sapphira Castle in the truest sense of the word, and this boundless void belonged to the divine kingdom that Sapphira Castle came with. As for the ancient palace, the 22 high-back chairs, the long bronze table, and the items that the members of the Tarot Club usually conjured, Klein believed that they were a manifestation of the wish's power. In other words, back when he wanted a palace and a gathering place, Sapphira Castle had satisfied his wish. And because he didn't have a specific description of his wish, Sapphira Castle had extracted scenes from similar wishes in the past. Klein suspected that the ancient Greek palace and the 22 high-back chairs were conjured by the existence that was suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As he moved inch by inch, Klein pressed his right hand against the edge of the door of light. This time, his palm didn't directly pierce through it as he touched something corporeal. Suddenly, the door of light began to tremble slightly, along with the hanging cocoons which contained human figures. Above the grayish-white fog, there was only an ancient palace in the endless void. Numerous skyscrapers rose rapidly. Cars appeared one after another as pedestrians suddenly appeared. In one of the residential districts, an ordinary rental apartment, there was a window illuminated by an energy-saving bulb that wasn't bright enough. This was what the old metropolis from before the first epoch looked like before the disaster. This was the place Klein had once lived. Looking around, Klein sighed, letting everything disappear before his eyes. Indeed, I can preliminarily use Sapphira Castle's powers. By relying on this point, I would already be close to the level of a king of angels when I'm above the gray fog. Furthermore, the authority I show isn't only that of miracles, but also a portion of a planeswalker and a Trojan horse of destiny. If I were to return to the real world, apart from being able to further utilize Sapphira Castle's aura, I would be able to directly obtain a portion of its powers. This should allow me to form a nascent divine kingdom and reach sequence 1 in here. Unfortunately, in reality, I can't use the high-level Beyonder powers of Marauder and Apprentice. As Klein evaluated the situation, he cast his gaze at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He ultimately didn't release the people inside, because they would definitely be used by Amon. After confirming everything, Klein returned to the ancient palace and sat on the high-back chair of the fool. He remembered that some of his memories were sealed, so he summoned the piece of paper from the junk pile. Upon opening it, Klein's eyes narrowed and his lips quivered as he muttered to himself, "Great old ones, outer deities, cosmos, creator, above the sequences." So that's how it is. At that moment, he completely understood the rationale behind the battle of gods that had just ended. He understood the possible origins of the apocalypse, and understood why the 7 deities had given tacit consent to the birth of a black emperor, and their indifference towards the red angel evil spirits' return to the real world. From the information provided by Leonard and Miss Justice, Lone ultimately clinched victory. It's very likely that the god of combat has already perished. In other words, the goddess has succeeded, but I don't know what other conditions she is lacking to become a great old one that's above the sequences. I'll summon a Rhodes later to inquire about the details of the situation and grasp the present situation. With this in mind, Klein recalled the various details of the past and connected many matters together. Earth Mother, whose identity had been unknown, had succeeded in acting as the giant Queen Omabella for thousands of years without being exposed. It's impossible without the help of concealment. Man, the goddess has been plotting something like this from the 3rd epoch, or even the end of the 2nd epoch. Why does this feel more terrifying than Amon? Yes, concealment can only hide traces of various aspects. It can mislead the corresponding prying and divination attempts, making it impossible for a person to don a disguise. For the Earth Mother to be able to pretend to be Omabella without being suspected by the god of combat, there may be other factors involved. For example, a particular existence helped her steal the fate of the giant queen. At that time, there was only one person who had the authority to participate in this matter, the ancient sun god, the second creator, Amon and Adam's father. If that's the case, the goddess and the ancient sun god should have cooperated from a long time ago, until the new creator awakened the primordial one in him. This can also explain why the first existence that dark angel Sasser sought out was the goddess. Of course, concealment is also an important factor. Ever since I obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, the goddess has been setting up the trap. On the one hand, she wants me to take over the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction in Backlund to pretend that everything is normal. On the other hand, she didn't deal with the people or objects that might have discovered something was amiss, resulting in the leak of information. This way, in the eyes of the god of combat, the situation became the goddess trying her best to conceal the secret, but due to her lack of control while digesting the uniqueness, she was unable to do so. After that, be it tacitly acquiescing George III becoming the Black Emperor, or the aid provided to me in destroying his ritual, the goddess doesn't care about the final outcome of the matter. Her main goal was to show that she didn't have the ability to directly interfere with the real world, further deepening the impression that she was attempting to accommodate the uniqueness of the death pathway. There are a lot of similar details. To the god of combat, as he had a deeper understanding of the goddess, he definitely wasn't fully convinced in regards to this matter. Therefore, he chose to take it safe by first shaking the goddess's anchors, allowing her psyche to be corrupted. To him, this definitely made her divert a large portion of her efforts to resist the corruption before he chose to attack the goddess together with Earth Mother. This And it's because of this that he fell into the goddess's trap. In other words, the true goal of the goddess's various actions wasn't to lay a trap with the uniqueness of the death pathway, but to let the other deities place their focus on this matter and ignore the possibility that there was something wrong with Earth Mother. How terrifying! Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Adam and Amon were probably inferior to the goddess when it came to horror. He shook his head, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote his warning. Always remember, you are a he, not a he. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1270, Visiting. On the ship Sea God, the members of the City of Silver, like Lievel, Candace, and other City of Silver scouts, were seated on chairs that didn't suit their size. They watched the dwarfs around them warily. Of course, they knew that these were normal humans. After all, they all knew that their exaggerated heights were brought about by potions, but they still felt that the people on the ship were too short, including Lord Danitz, who called himself an oracle. After all, in the City of Silver, other than children, the residents who had yet to reach Sequence 6 had an average height exceeding 1.8 meters. Among them, there was no lack of Sequence 9 Beyonders who were more than 2 meters tall. The slight sway of the boat made a half-giant feel somewhat uncomfortable, but their strong physique helped them quickly overcome this influence. And the contrast between the sea and the lone boat beyond a window made them unable to contain their unease, fear, and anxiety. It was like the first time they participated in an expedition. The surroundings seemed to have monsters lurking in the darkness that could attack them at any moment. At that moment, Danitz entered the room that had been transformed into a dining mess. He smiled at the tall, wary, cautious, strangely dressed people who sat stiffly and said, "Your food is ready. Next, you can enjoy your food as you please. By the way, don't forget what I told you just now. These waters are very dangerous. There's no need to get up. You can stay in your seats." When Danitz saw that the young elder who introduced himself as Derek and the other half-giants wished to get up and speak to him in the most polite manner, he hurriedly lowered his hands and stopped their uncivilized behavior. If I was as tall as them, I would have already begun mocking the people around me. Danitz muttered as he clapped his hands, signaling the crew to send the food in. A strong fragrance immediately drilled into the noses of Derek and the other residents of the City of Silver. It was the scent that they were familiar with when roasting meat-type mushrooms, but there was an additional indescribable smell. It was rather strange and slightly stimulating. The smell was so alluring that Lievel, Candace, and the rest began to have saliva secrete from their mouths as their stomachs churned to attention. Desi-style roasted meat, Danitz said as he pointed at a crew member who walked in. He held a large steel plate that had a piece of roasted golden brown piece of meat that glistened with oil. Evenly spread across its surface were fennel, basil, and other spices. Steak, pan-fried fish, white bread, seafood soup, and light beer. Danitz introduced each and every dish, smiling when he was done. Don't worry about anything. Feel free to indulge. We have plenty of food reserves. With that said, he glanced at the half-giant, who seemed eager to stand up. Then he left the room chuckling. The short-haired Candace retracted her gaze from the food with great difficulty and swallowed her saliva. Elder Derek, what do we do now? Although Derek believed that Mr. Fool's oracle wouldn't harm them, he habitually gave a very cautious opinion. Split into 2 groups. One group is to wait for their turn to eat. One team is to eat now. All right, Elder Derek. Candace suddenly stood up. I'll join the food tasting team. A group of 10 people quickly formed. At the same time, Lievel and Candace walked to the long table near the wall, and they took a portion of what they found the most tempting, the so-called Desi roasted meat. After taking a bite, the rich juices, the fragrance and pure meat mixed in a texture formed a complex and unique experience in their mouths. They could only chew twice before swallowing the food ravenously into their stomachs so as to take a second bite. This was many times more delicious than the meat-type mushrooms they had eaten previously. Unknowingly, the 10 residents of the City of Silver were already eating with tears in their eyes, their vision blurred. On the deck, Danitz looked at the safe sea route in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He considered how to settle the problems of Mr. Fool's flock. Suddenly, a sailor ran over and panted. Lord Oracle, they've already finished eating. They want seconds. But where did these guys come from? Danitz was taken aback. Prepare another set for them. Seeing that the sailor was about to turn around, Danitz quickly added, from tomorrow onwards, the crew is to begin fishing. In the Sonia Sea, on an uninhabited island. Klein had gotten used to his current state, and he restrained his spirituality. He planned on teleporting back to Backlund and summoning the magic mirror, Rhodes, to ask some questions. He wasn't in a hurry to extract the residents of Moon City to the outside world. He planned on waiting for Danitz to settle down the City of Silver's vanguard unit. With sufficient experience, he could turn his attention to this matter. After all, the path to leaving the forsaken land of the gods had been opened. He could use the method of responding to prayers and rely on the power of the Staff of the Stars to move all of Moon City out. Of course, if the door closed once again, Klein also had a solution. He would first transfer the residents of Moon City to the Giant King's residence and let them open the door themselves. Without the first blasphemy slate and the Dark Angel evil spirit, ordinary Beyonders would be able to open the door. As for whether the true creator would interfere or stop him, Klein didn't consider it. This was because the Sequence Zero true God was capable of doing so now. He wasn't able to stop him, even if he was disagreeable to it. In addition, Klein believed that the focus of the true creator wasn't placed on this matter. His most pressing concern was to capture Amon and retrieve the first blasphemy slate. Strictly speaking, this is a family drama. Klein lampooned inwardly. He grabbed creeping hunger from the air, and he wore the sealed artifact that had accompanied him for a long time on his left palm. His body quickly turned transparent and disappeared. In the saturated and stacked spirit world, Klein rapidly moved through the indescribable figures as he approached the coordinates that represented Backlund. Suddenly, he came to a stop and stood in the chaotic void, looking at the 7 pure lights that occupied the highest spot in the spirit world. Previously, due to my low sequence, I didn't dare wander the spirit world, nor did I attempt to visit the 7 lights that had shown their kindness towards me. Now, it seems it's time we meet. They're the embodiments of all kinds of knowledge, and they've lived in the spirit world for countless years. They might know quite a bit of secrets. Just as Klein finished his thoughts, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. An elder in an orange robe appeared. This old man was plump and had a short white beard. He looked very amiable. He looked at Klein and nodded with a smile. "Your Excellency, please allow me to introduce myself. You should remember me. I am Orange Light Hilarion. The last time I saw you, you were very thin." As Klein lampooned, he asked with a smile, "You seem to have predicted that I would visit you?" Hilarion didn't hide anything as he smiled frankly. The spirit world itself is interwoven with all sorts of information. Some come from the past, some come from the present, and some indicate a certain future. Whether it's divination or prophecy, most of the methods are actually using the spirit world, followed by the prying into the secrets of fate. What Orange Light meant was that since Klein was in the spirit world and had the intention of visiting, and was prepared to take action to do so, there would definitely be a corresponding exchange of information. This allowed the 7 lights who controlled the spirit world to a certain extent to sense it and make a prophecy. Klein wasn't surprised at all. He nodded slightly and said, "Other than you, who else wants to meet me?" He had originally planned on using honorifics, but considering the 7 lights' attitude and the way Orange Light addressed him, he gave up on this plan, so as to maintain the status of the proxy to Sapphire Castle. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled and said, "All of them." "Your Excellency, you don't mind, do you?" Klein shook his head and replied politely, "Of course. It will be my honor." As soon as he finished speaking, different colors of light rose up around Hilarion, transforming into different old men. "Your Excellency, please allow me to do the introductions." When Orange Light saw Klein nod, he pointed at an elder in a red robe and said, "He is Red Light Ire Moria, the one who previously answered my question." Klein immediately smiled and showed his gratitude and friendliness. In turn, Hilarion introduced Yellow Light Vinathan, Blue Light Cthulhu, Green Light Serapis, Indigo Light Jesus, and Violet Light Saint Germain. Yellow Light Vinathan. Is this the one who made an apocalyptic prophecy regarding the Abraham's ancestor? Klein looked at the thin, long-bearded elder in a lemon-yellow robe and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and have a chat." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Dark red flames lit up in the surrounding area. It came from a fireplace burning high-quality charcoal. These flames immediately lit up a reclining chair, a grayish-yellow carpet, cupboards, sofas, coffee tables, cast sculptures, white porcelain teacups, and other items, forming a classic Backlund-styled activity room. "Please take a seat." Klein faced the 7 lights as he smiled and pointed at the sofa and high-back chairs. After the 7 lights settled down, Klein sat on a reclining chair, picked up a teacup, and said in a natural tone, "To be honest, I've always wanted to pay a visit to all 7 of you, but I couldn't find a chance. Now, I've finally fulfilled this wish. This has also been our wish." Orange Light seemed to be the brightest and most outgoing person among the 7 lights. He immediately responded on behalf of all his companions. "Yeah, I have the feeling that I've fulfilled someone's wish." Klein was delighted as he probed, "Might I ask, what do you know about the cosmos, or should I say, the great old ones and outer deities?" "Your Excellency," Indigo Light Jesus replied, his young face serious as he stood in his linen robe, "there are 9 great old ones keeping a watchful eye on our world. Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire, Son of Chaos, Primordial Hunger, Circle of Inevitability, Supernova Dominator, Inextinguishable Ravings, Monarch of Decay, and High Dimensional Overseer. Isn't that quite a lot? Klein was a little stunned when he heard that. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1271, Seven Lights. Upon hearing Indigo Light Yesus's reply, Klein's mind tensed up as he recalled the Crimson Moon, the Brown Planet, the Scarlet Planet, the Blue Planet, and Gold Planet. He felt like they were looking down at him from above with their eyes. Silently, a connection was established. The impending fatal corruption made all of Klein's worms of spirit feel uneasy. As an angel in control of Sapphira Castle, Klein had many ways to sever this connection. Firstly, he could use the status and strength of a complete mythical creature. Secondly, he could suppress his anchors, using the mental imprint the Primordial One left in him to offset it. Thirdly, he could use the aura of Sapphira Castle that he could now utilize one step further. Without any hesitation, he chose the simplest and most convenient method to not leave behind any hidden dangers. A grayish-white fog appeared around him as all the celestial body projections in his mind vanished. After being stunned for a second, Klein organized his words and said, "There are that many outer deities?" Indigo Light Jesus symbolized the domain of prayers. He touched the ruby ring on his right hand and nodded. Ever since the oldest one awakened and split apart, the most powerful outer deities in the entire universe gathered around this tiny solar system. Some of them wished to retrieve their spherote and characteristics that had been ripped from them and were attracted here. Some of them have the hope of getting neighboring spherote and high-level characteristics which they can accommodate. Oldest One. The Seven Lights address the original creator as the Oldest One, and not the Primordial One. In terms of the name's meaning, there isn't much difference. Klein deliberated and asked, spherote and characteristics that were ripped and attracted over? He could understand the rest of the words Indigo Light had mentioned, and he had even made some speculation towards such matters. There was just one point that caught him by surprise. Blue Light Kuthumi, who was a symbol of the domain of cogitation and used love and wisdom as a characteristic of his body, explained kindly, "Your Excellency, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics." Seeing Klein nod, the thick-bearded elder with a sapphire tied around his forehead continued, "This isn't just a law for the sequence pathways. It's also suitable for describing the spherote and the characteristics related to the outer deities, especially the ones that were directly nurtured and created from the Oldest One. For example, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Son of Chaos, and the Mother Tree of Desire. As for the other outer deities, we aren't too sure. In short, the three great old ones who lost a portion of their spherote and characteristics are most concerned and proactive when it comes to invading the real world. They have been trying to influence the spirit world and corrupt us." Klein nodded slightly and asked in a confirmation-seeking tone, "In other words, a portion of the current 22 pathways and 9 spherote belong to the outer deities?" "Yes." The amethyst-wielding Saint Germain, who symbolized the domain of ritualistic magic, took the opportunity to answer. When the total number of 22 pathways and the 9 spherote was reached, everything finally reached a balance. This might be the mysticism connection that originated from the Oldest One. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Were they exactly?" Saint Germain, whose face was suffused with a faint purple glow, making him look rather mysterious, said, "For example, the Moon and the Earth pathway both belong to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She is an existence that stands atop all the outer deities. Even after a portion of her Sapphira, that is, the brood hive, was ripped from her, that remains the case. She is the sovereign of all the feminine forces in the entire universe." Just as Saint Germain said that, Greenlight Serapis suddenly laughed. In fact, after carefully analyzing the 22 pathways, you'll discover that the Moon and Earth pathways are the two most contradictory ones. The Demonist pathway represents the Oldest One's feminine side. The Red Priest pathway represents the masculine side. This happens to form a deformed aspect of balance, but the Moon and Earth can also make beyonders so the corresponding pathways turn into feminine creatures at high sequences. There are no pathways that balance it. Seeing Klein wince his eyebrows, Greenlight, who had the long hair of an artist, added with a smile, "The Earth pathway's sequence 2 is Desolate Matriarch, and the Moon pathway's sequence 1 is called Beauty Goddess. Therefore, the Sanguine only have queens and no male princes." Then was the ancient goddess, Lilith, originally a male and a female? Klein mumbled inwardly and asked thoughtfully, "The Primordial Moon is the Mother Goddess of Depravity?" "Yes." Red Light Ire Moria, who was wearing a diamond crown, nodded in a dignified manner. "She occupies the Moon, and through her own level and influence on the brood hive and the uniqueness of 2 pathways, she has gradually infiltrated into reality. The Primordial Moon is her manifestation in this world." After saying that, Ire Moria paused and said, "Her full title is Mother Goddess of Depravity, origin of evil, the indestructible, and the brood hive of filth. Klein recalled the exaggerated reaction of the moon when he first learned of the secret of the cosmos. He suddenly felt a chill as he hurriedly asked, "The devil and prisoner pathway come from the mother tree of desire?" Yellow Light Venathan, who was wearing a lemon-yellow robe, sighed. Yes, her full name is the Mother Tree of Desire, Father to Devils, Perpetual Blatherer, and the Heartless God. Therefore, she had seized the opportunity when something happened to the chained god, easily achieving her goal of corruption. Mother, father, is that fellow a man or a woman? Yes, to an existence at this level, it's normal for there to be no distinction between genders. Different incarnations have different images. She even wanted to bear a child for me. From the present state of the chained god, if I had been caught, I'd probably be the one bearing the child. Then the child will inherit Sapphira Castle, allowing the Mother Tree of Desire to indirectly corrupt and control the Sapphira. From this angle, perhaps the prisoner pathway's desire of indulgence is the proper way of acting. However, this correct path leads to the outer deity, so temperance is still the better one. Klein frowned slightly as he raised a question he had guessed before, hoping to get an answer. Since there are so many outer deities, why haven't they entered our world yet? From what Klein had learned to date, he could guess that, even if it were only the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire, the outer deities could easily resolve existences like the former 7 deities, the True Creator, and the Primordial Demoness. The plump orange Light Hilarion smiled and said, "All our suffering comes from the oldest one. All our luck comes from the oldest one as well." Not only did he leave behind his spirit, will, branding, and corruption, but he also left behind the Spheroid, characteristics, and power. The remnants of his power formed an invisible barrier outside the planet, preventing the outer deities from directly invading it. However, with the passage of time, his consciousness and powers haven't truly been revived, and his will and powers are fading. At the end of the 4th epoch, this reached a very serious state. The invisible barrier produced cracks, and the 7 deities had no choice but to move their divine kingdoms into the astral world to mend the cracks. It's no wonder that the true deities from the 4th epoch could walk the land, but they rarely descended in the 5th epoch. Klein immediately came to a realization and asked, when the oldest one's will and powers decline further, the invisible barrier will vanish and usher in the apocalypse? Orange Light Hilarion, who had been smiling all this while, glanced at Yellow Light Venathan. His expression immediately turned serious. Yes. When the time comes, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Son of Chaos and all the other outer deities would invade this planet. Even if the goddess becomes a great old one, she wouldn't be able to withstand so many of them. The other sequence 0 deities would be able to tie down 1 or 2 outer deities together, and that would be considered a miracle. It would take 9 to fight 1, or even more. Klein's scalp tingled as he once again experienced the meaning of despair. No wonder it was called the apocalypse. With his upheaval in emotions, he immediately felt the primordial one's mental imprint strengthen, and more of it had eroded what the anchors had fixed in place. Klein quickly calmed himself down and allowed the fragile balance to reappear again. This is the reason why the corruption from underground will naturally dissipate as long as one doesn't approach it or resist. Klein recalled some of the mysticism knowledge he had previously grasped. Your Excellency, you're completely right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative answer. Klein immediately made other connections. Does that mean that the closer one is to the apocalypse, the easier it is for one to advance? This is because the primordial one's will is fading. His awakening will become difficult to the point of not waking up again. Red Light Moria thought for a moment and said, this is the reason why the 7 deities have only waited until recently to set their sights on above the sequences before taking concrete action. However, the oldest ones will can dissipate, but his spirit will remain forever. It won't be erased unless the entire universe returns to the singularity. Therefore, the corresponding high-level existences still have the possibility of having the oldest one awaken in them. The higher the level, the greater the possibility. The corresponding influence and corruption will become more serious. The extraordinary power and the curse that can never be broken are always 2 sides of the same coin. Klein sighed. Forcefully suppressing a problem that wasn't at his level, he asked, do you know the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries? The amethyst-wielding Saint Germain replied, there's a corresponding mystery attached to such knowledge. It's not in the spirit world, but according to our observations, the Attendant of Mysteries ritual should be closely related to the spirit world. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled at Klein. Your Excellency, if you require anything, we'll provide our full support. This fervor makes me a little afraid, just like facing erodes. Klein nodded slightly and prepared to change the topic. After some consideration, he asked solemnly, Do you know of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? He translated the title using Elvish. The seven lights immediately fell silent. They looked at each other and didn't reply for a while. After a few seconds, Orange Light Hilarion sighed. We still can't be sure if you're him. He was a great old one who had been active during the end of the previous civilization up to the mid-stages of the first epoch. He is the great ruler above the spirit world that we speak of. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is his title in the Western continent. The other title is King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World, and, at this point, Orange Light paused and said, Lord of Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1272, Spring. The King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World, Lord of Mysteries. So the mysteries mentioned by the ancient sun god refers to the Lord of Mysteries. Klein silently repeated the titles as he felt the trauma in his heart increase. He immediately thought of a question and hesitated before saying, based on what I know, a long time before the last civilization ended, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had already appeared. After the seven lights exchanged looks, the thin yellow light Vinathan, who was translucent like other spirit world creatures, sighed and said, we weren't aware of that. When the previous civilization came to an end, the seven lights from before had been wiped out when the oldest one awoke. We were the pure lights that were born from the spirit world during the first epoch. However, we have some guesses about the great ruler above the spirit world. Perhaps this can answer your questions. Klein perked up and wore an attentive look. Yellow Light Vinathan continued, we suspect that some of the great old ones that were active in the first epoch were outer deities who had been directly attracted to this planet. Some of them came alive as Sphirot. In other words, some great old ones were equivalent to the oldest one, embodiments of the different personalities he split into. Whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate. This description isn't limited to Beyonder characteristics, but also refers to the oldest one himself. As most of the Sphirot and characteristics are from this supreme existence, there are natural inclinations of convergence. And the oldest one is the amalgamation of all the contradictions in the universe. Once the Sphirot and characteristics are gathered, it will almost certainly separate. Is this the crux and origins of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics? The genie is an unlucky outer deity who got attracted to this world, only to encounter the Lord of Mysteries? Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. He patiently waited for Yellow Light to share their guesses. Dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, Vinathan glanced at Klein and said, perhaps the oldest one had already had an inclination towards separating while asleep. Therefore, his mind was split into different parts. He used different titles to secretly interfere with the real world and prepare for the separation that was bound to happen once his body woke up. For example, God Almighty or the Celestial Worthy. A reasonable guess can explain many of my doubts. Klein immediately felt enlightened. He deliberated and said, in other words, you believe that the great ruler above the spirit world was a part of the oldest one. To a certain extent, he is equivalent to the oldest one. That's right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative response before comforting Klein. Based on the present situation, the great ruler is also the same as the rest of the oldest one. His will and powers have faded over time. Your Excellency, regardless of you being him or not, it doesn't hinder you from putting up a certain level of resistance. Keep what's left of your humanity and reach a particular balance with him. Separation is inevitable. What kind of consolation is that? Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Then he realized a problem. Since the oldest one dissociated into different parts, the mental imprint in the body of a high-sequence Beyonder of the corresponding pathway should also belong to the different great old ones. If the primordial one which awoke in the ancient sun god's body is the God Almighty as described by the seven lights, then who would it be when the primordial one's mental imprint begins eating at me? The answer to this question was very obvious. Without needing to think, Klein could answer it. The Lord of Mysteries, the dominator of the spirit world, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In other words, it wasn't that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings hadn't left any traces as he had previously believed. He had already awoken in Klein's body. F***CK. Klein's entire body turned cold. He inexplicably experienced what the ancient sun god previously felt. At that moment, he was very worried that, one day, he would unknowingly become another person, becoming the resurrected Lord of Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, an awakening of this level is similar to what other angels have encountered. It's not as strong and irresistible as I'd imagined it to be. This is because I'm different from the ancient sun god. I wasn't born with the status of an angel, or even in control of a uniqueness. I advanced step by step, and I was able to complete the digestion in different stages. If that's the case, I have to thank the grayish-white fog that sent the curtain into the forsaken land of the gods. Perhaps this involved the help of a particular or several existences. Yes, that's still not right. I've already become the owner of Sapphira Castle. There's no reason for the corruption and contamination I suffer to be the same as other Sequence 2 angels. Klein secretly shook his head. He didn't raise the corresponding question to the Seven Lights. To him, this was one of his core secrets. He definitely couldn't let other existences know what his current state was like. He raised his right hand to his mouth, coughing lightly. I roughly understand. After chatting with the Seven Lights, Klein stood up and bowed. Thank you for your answers. It was our pleasure. May your excellency return to the throne of the great ruler above the spirit world as quickly as possible. The Seven Lights stood up at the same time, giving him a warm response. Are they trying to curse me? Klein teased himself as he politely sent away the 7 pure lights. Following that, he activated teleport once again and returned to a secluded alley in Backlund. Pressing his top hat on his head, Klein strolled down the street. The first thing that caught his eye was the crowd of all kinds of people and the hustle and bustle that formed a heat wave. Some people were wearing linen clothes, sawing down abnormally tall trees in groups of about 4 people. Some of them formed a team, busy repairing the streets and houses that didn't suffer too much damage. Some held desi pies and sweet iced tea in their hands, rushing past him, as though they were rushing to their workplace. Some of them rode cargo carriages, carrying food, meat, and vegetables, all heading in different directions. Although most of these people wore simple clothes with plenty of visible stitches, and there were still signs of numbness and pain on their faces, the vitality their bodies exuded seemed to interweave into a light of hope before Klein's eyes. They were tenaciously brimming with life. They were like grass that tried their best to tear through stones after a cold winter. Klein slowed down his steps and gazed deeply at the bustling scene. Although he hadn't seen the tragedy in the later stages of the war, he had learned plenty from Miss Justice and Leonard. Furthermore, he had previously been traveling in the even darker and more repressed forsaken land of the gods. It was inevitable that he felt some uncontrollable emotions. Spring had arrived. Klein's expression gradually relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up. He walked through the streets and alleys that were rebuilt after the war, and he walked all the way to St. Samuel Cathedral in Northborough. The square was filled with puddles. The workers were doing the first round of cleaning. A small flock of pigeons had returned and landed in this once familiar area. Klein looked around but didn't find any hawkers. All he could do was use historical projections as food and scatter it across the floor. As the pigeons flew over, he crossed the square and entered the cathedral where the bell tower was being repaired. He sat in the front pew of the prayer hall. Looking at the sacred emblem that was the crimson moon surrounded by stars, Klein took off his hat and clasped his hands. He closed his eyes in this tranquil environment. He gradually calmed down, feeling as if he was really praying. At this moment, Leonard, with much longer black hair and darker green eyes, walked down the aisle in a black trench coat and red gloves. He came near him and sat on the pew 2 spots from him and began praying. In the absolute silence, Klein opened his eyes, stood up, put on his hat, and walked past Leonard. When he reached the door, Leonard slowly got up and followed behind. One after the other, they arrived at a corner of the square not long after. Leonard looked at the few pigeons on the ground and seemingly mumbled to himself, I'm already a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks. In another 2 days, I'll return to the Holy Cathedral for some studies, as well as obtain a corresponding holy artifact. In the final stages of the war, he advanced at the front lines to Sequence 4 Night Watcher. You don't seem to be too happy. Klein, who was standing beside Leonard, didn't turn his head as he looked at the pigeons. Leonard laughed self-deprecatingly. I have no right to be unhappy. I was just thinking that the battle of gods ended so quickly, and the result was unexpected. Does it mean that the previous defeat and the difficulties that everyone suffered were nothing but bait? Before today, I shared your views. I was also puzzled and frustrated, but now I'm a little lost. This might have been a necessity. Klein didn't hide his feelings. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before looking down at the pigeon that was prancing around him. That's what Old Man said too. Without waiting for Klein to say another word, he turned his head and glanced at his former colleague. You've become an angel? Palaz Zorost had told him that what Klein had done previously was perhaps to prepare for his advancement to an angel. Yes. Klein nodded slightly. But there isn't any glory or power in this. Only pain, curses, and responsibility. Why? Leonard subconsciously asked. Klein didn't reply immediately. He looked down at the shadow by his feet and turned to walk out the square. After a few steps, he turned his back to Leonard and muttered to himself, "You should still remember that sentence. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness." Leonard was taken aback. After a few seconds, he turned to look at Klein, but all he could see was Klein's back, which was just about to disappear around the corner of the street. He was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. With a whoosh, the pigeons on the ground flew up into the light blue sky. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1273, The Poorer Roads. Klein didn't visit Benson and Melissa because the matters he was involved in were at too high a level. Approaching his siblings would only bring them disaster. For existences who didn't know Klein's original identity, such acts would help them understand the relationship between Benson, Melissa, and Klein. To know of Klein's past experiences, this would make them confirm one thing: Klein still maintained his humanity and was still very concerned about his family. Therefore, staying away from Benson and Melissa was the best form of protection he could give them. Of course, Klein had already grasped the situation of his siblings through Miss Justice. During the war, Benson had displayed his experience and ability at the Ministry of Finance. He received many promotions and had become the deputy director of the 5th Department, and his annual salary reached £300. Melissa won the favor of her mentor, Portland Moment, and was given a chance to become a Beyonder. The chancellor of the Backlund University of Technology was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, so he had long become a Beyonder. He was currently a Sequence 7 appraiser. He wished for Melissa to become a Sequence 9 savant so that she could better absorb the knowledge and improve her memory. This established a good foundation for her in her subsequent development in the mechanical domain. This was Melissa's secret, but she wasn't able to hide from a spectator at the demigod level. Besides, Audrey definitely informed Klein that Melissa was more inclined to agree and will be making a decision in the next few days. Klein's attitude towards this matter was a tacit acquiesce. On the one hand, the spiritual perception enhancement one gained from the Savant Pathways advancement was rather limited. Melissa wouldn't really hear or see what she shouldn't. On the other hand, with impending apocalypse, the madness caused by the low sequence potions would further decrease. Furthermore, there is also him, a miracle invoker, to help lower the risk of her losing control. For an avid fan of machinery, a Sequence 9 savant is enough. Moment shares the same attitude. He doesn't wish for a believer of the Evernight to obtain too many potions from the Church of Steam. Yes, the apocalypse is approaching, and the invisible barrier is weakening. The intrusion of this world by the outer deities will become more and more obvious. The chances of ordinary people encountering Beyonder incidents will definitely gradually increase. From this point of view, it's also a good thing for Melissa to become a Beyonder. If she can successfully advance to Sequence 6 artisan or a machinery specialist, then she can fulfill her dreams and protect herself and Benson. I'll get Miss Justice to find an opportunity to disclose the acting method to Melissa in a discreet manner. The extent of her future growth will depend on her. At most, I can give her some good luck, formulas and ingredients. I'm really like an older brother who can't rest easily. Heh, I've been like this since the beginning. Does this count as granting a wish in a certain sense? Wait, Melissa definitely wishes for Klein to come back to life. If I were to walk right in front of her, would I receive enough feedback? Forget it. This will bring her and Benson a devastating disaster. Klein shook his head and stopped himself from making excuses. He then pressed down on his top hat and turned towards a hotel by the streets. He took out a gold pound and got a room. The gold pound was real. It was an item that Klein had brought back to the real world some time ago. In a previous war, Klein had donated 14,800 pounds in cash, 14,200 pounds worth of gold bars, and nearly 20 high-quality gems through Miss Justice. Apart from all the strange items left on the junk pile, he only had 39 lone gold coins and 10 high-quality gems left. Glancing at the hotel owner's returning change in solely and pennies, Klein put them away and entered the room before walking to the full-length mirror. Right on the heels of that, he took out a pen and paper and drew the incantation that summoned a Rhodes. Seconds and minutes passed, but nothing abnormal happened. The full-body mirror remained silent. A few seconds later, Klein chuckled and raised his eyebrows. He took out a gold coin from his pocket. Chug, chug, chug. A steam locomotive that was spewing thick smoke tore across the rail, heading west of the continent. The disheveled cancer and a machinery hive mind member stood in a particular carriage as they focused on the metal cage in front of them. The metal spikes above the cage extended outwards in all kinds of menacing ways, coruscating with a dim light. The machinery hive mind member, who had the looks of a typical Loanese citizen, looked out the window at the planes rapidly sweeping past them. He couldn't help but ask, "Deacon, are you planning on returning to Lone after reaching Intis?" After the war ended, the Church of Steam, who had taken the wrong side, had no choice but to bear the consequences of its actions. It had to transfer all Beyonders above that of demigods and sealed artifacts above Grade 2 out of loan within a time period set by the two churches of Evernight and Storm. In other words, they had lost their original status. In the future, they could only maintain a small number of cathedrals, just like the Church of Earth Mother in loan. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people who believed in the god of steam and machinery, and some of them being key figures in the reconstruction efforts after the war, the Church of Steam might not have been able to retain such treatment. Similarly, a smaller number of cathedrals only required a small number of machinery hive mind members. Most of the Beyonders in loan had to migrate to Intis. Icancer fell silent for a few seconds before smiling bitterly. I have to heed the Archbishop's arrangements, but I will take the initiative to request a return to loan. That's where my childhood, teenage, and young adult life was. There are too many memories that I can't forget. As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, and he seemed to see the capital of capitals. At this moment, the metal cage that was overgrown with spikes suddenly trembled. Silver bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed one after another. They were all absorbed by the metal cage, and through a few wires wrapped in rubber, the current flowed to the ground outside the steam locomotive, dragging out a line of sparks. Bang! 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 The metal cage seemed to be hit by an invisible hand, but was unable to break the barrier. The magic mirror's reaction is very intense. It's always been very quiet in the past. The machinery hive mind member who had been asking was rather puzzled. Amidst the banging, Icancer subconsciously touched his hair. That's not the case. It will sometimes show its crazy side. If it wasn't for what had happened, we would have still treated it as a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Is that so? Heh, I haven't come into contact with it before, so it might just be me, but it feels to me that the magic mirror doesn't want to leave Backland. The machinery hive mind member teased with a smile. Bah! Lightning struck and was absorbed by the metal cage. Bang! 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 The slamming sounds dragged on slowly, as though it was making its last helpless cry. Icancer took out an old and exquisite pocket watch and opened it. It only lasted 2 minutes. It's much better than in the morning. Just as the member of the machinery hive mind, who had just been transferred over, was about to ask, he suddenly heard the slamming sound stop abruptly. It was as though it had been affected by some factor that it couldn't put up resistance to. This is the style of the magic mirror? He asked. Icancer frowned slightly and said, no. Normally speaking, it wouldn't have the strength to last 20 to 30 seconds. Something's wrong. Deacon, don't worry. There is a powerful figure on board the train, one who outranks the archbishops. The machinery hive mind member beside him consoled him indifferently. There were too many dangerous sealed artifacts on the steam locomotive. Without a powerful figure watching them, there would definitely be problems. Icancer nodded, indicating that he wasn't worried. Klein was sitting in a conjured carriage in a hamlet's path more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive. In front of him was a mirror. Just as he finished outlining the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying, a wave of light suffused the mirror as golden Loanese text appeared. Exalted Great Master, you're finally here. Your puny, loyal, and poor servant, Erodes, misses you. Klein couldn't accept the enthusiasm behind this line as he shrank back indiscernibly. If Erodes's previous attempts to curry favor still maintained a hint of dignity, it was now complete fawning over him. Klein could even detect a hint of crying. The frequency of amorous news popping up in Trier is far higher than in Backland. It should be a place that you're fond of, Klein teased Erodes with a smile. That's because you don't wish to go to Trier. The golden words on the surface of the mirror faded their colors, turning a faint silver. Klein secretly clicked his tongue. I have something to ask you. Please ask, Erodes replied humbly. Do you know who Earth Mother is? Klein went straight to the point. The mirror instantly turned dark as the faint silver words turned palish white. I don't know. But during the War of Gods, I heard a voice coming from deep within tenebrous heaven. He shouted a name. That's the true name of the sanguine ancestor. This magic mirror didn't dare to directly present Lilith's name. Lilith? It's actually Lilith. Klein was surprised, but he also felt that this answered many of his questions. Then he thought of the moon Emlyn. This vampire kept going in circles, imagining all kinds of developments, only to have never changed his faith. If Emlyn had Anderson's personality, he would definitely say to the Sanguine's Grand Duke and Marquises, Hey, are you also coming to believe in the Mother Goddess? As Klein imagined the funny scene, he said to Erodes, It's your turn to ask. Supreme Master, please continue asking. I'll ask it all at once towards the end. The palish white words regained their faint silver luster. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "How's the situation like now?" For example, the situation in Fasak, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1274, The Stabilization of the Situation. On the surface of the mirror, silver words surfaced one by one amidst the aqueous light. Adopt Beyonders from the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military who are willing to pledge their loyalty. Only the extremely pious, faithful, and those willing to be martyrs, as well as a few mid and upper echelon members of the church, are to be eliminated. This is both the benevolence and compassion of the goddess, as well as the necessary measures to deal with the subsequent situation. With the apocalypse approaching, the number of Beyonder incidents will inevitably increase all across the world. To maintain the stability of the world, we have to do our best to increase our strength as quickly as possible. If we were to call the Beyonders to the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military, obtaining their corresponding characteristics, that still doesn't aid us in nurturing a Beyonder of the same level within a few years. A Beyonder with rich experience, be it in their digesting of the potion or accumulated knowledge, requires a sufficient amount of time. Upon seeing this, Klein mumbled inwardly. He felt that this wasn't the usual tone of a Rhodes. It was more like an official document. It's showing documents of unknown origins that it peeped at. By using words like digesting, it means that both the writer and the reader have mastered the acting method. And from the tone of the document, it's from the Church of Evernight. Based on these 2 points, it's not difficult to tell that these documents are for the eyes of archbishops and high-ranking deacons. The author should be the apostolic see from the Cathedral of Serenity. Rhodes's secret prying abilities are very impressive. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for the contents in the mirror to flip the page. The silver words vanished one after another, quickly forming new sentences and paragraphs. There's no need to spread the fact that the goddess has replaced the God of Combat to the ordinary nobles and citizens of Fasak. This allows them to retain their faith in the God of Combat. On the one hand, it's beneficial for us and the priests, bishops, and various major cathedrals who have surrendered to us. It will stabilize the situation in Fasak in the quickest way possible. On the other hand, it also prevents the goddess from being disturbed by the unresolvable problem of faith before she completely gains control of the God of Combat's authority. An update will be disseminated after a new revelation is given. Now we will only draw up the corresponding draft. Try not to incite the strong resistance of Fasak and other countries. We've lost too many Beyonders and soldiers, and we have expended a large amount of resources and items. Be it the church, the countries, or the people of different classes, we are all very weak. We need some time of peace and stability to recover. We should work with the Church of Storms, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of Earth Mother, countries like Fainapotter or Lindbergh. We will force Intis and Fasak to make an unconditional surrender. We will obtain what we hope for at the negotiation table. During this process, we can use the purging of the stubborn old-fashioned faithful to exert pressure on them. When dealing with the domestic situation and the filling of the void left behind by the Church of Steam, the Church of Storm should be given enough respect. We can even make concessions on certain matters. This is the will of the goddess. Finally, from this moment forth, the number of times the crimson moon that appears in the sermons, preaching, rituals, and masses should be reduced. In official canon, the goddess's title of Lady of Crimson shall no longer be mentioned. Lady of Crimson shall no longer be mentioned. Klein's brows twitched as he felt a strong sense of confusion towards the last sentence. Soon he thought of the sanguine ancestor, the ancient god of the second epoch, and the present Earth Mother Lilith, who was once a sequence 0 of the moon pathway. She was the true Lady of Crimson. In a moment of enlightenment, he vaguely understood that this might be an exchange under the table. It was a necessary price. Yes, the goddess's attitude is very clear. That is to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. Before she truly controls the authority of death and that of the God of Combat, and becomes a great old one, she undoubtedly doesn't wish for any more orthodox deities to perish. If that happened, the invisible barrier left behind by the primordial one will have no one to mend it. This will allow the outer deities to find an opportunity to bring the apocalypse forward. Also, based on Lone's present situation, if we continue the war, the anchors will waver even more. It might lead to the awakening of the primordial one in the goddess. The goddess took a huge risk having the frontline retreat all the way to Backlund. She had to divert more strength to suppress the primordial one. If Earth Mother betrayed her, she might have perished even faster than the God of Combat. Could she have other trump cards? The losses that the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of Storm suffered seems quite significant. It's no wonder that after the Resistance announced that they would retain the corresponding cathedrals and respect the Storm religion, that bunch of irascible fellows didn't attempt to retaliate and they silently agreed to the establishment of the new government. Klein mumbled to himself as he had a rough idea of the current situation. He asked a third question. If the Evernight goddess wants to advance further, she need to find a river of eternal darkness? This was one of the 9 Sphirot. Klein remembered Rhodes mentioning it once, saying that this river was related to the ancient death, the Phoenix ancestor, Greggrace. The clues seemed to be hidden deep in the spirit world's Calderon city. Yes, Great Master. The silver words twisted and distorted, forming new text. The death at the end of the 4th epoch should have been able to use the river of eternal darkness. He attempted to use the Sapphira to forcefully accommodate the uniqueness of non-neighboring pathways. Then he went mad. So that was how death went mad back then. I knew it. A sequence 0 true god, one who has lived for 3 epochs and has seen the blasphemy slate, wouldn't lack common sense and randomly drink potions. It's not like he is a listed tutor, having reached a point of only having the options of madness or death. It's no wonder death challenged the fractured 7 deities with just a primordial demoness. Back then, he was equivalent to half a great old one. Yes, Mr. Azek had a golden phoenix accessory that came from death. Klein strung up certain matters. Suddenly, he inwardly let out an exclamation. He suspected that the price of so many bestowments was the river of eternal darkness. Just like how the true creator had repeatedly tolerated him, so as to force him into the Giant King's residence to obtain the first blasphemy slate. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, he was probably the only relatively high sequence beyonder who could resist the corruption of other Sphirot. Of course, the Evernight goddess could also wait up to a decade or so. After the primordial ones will faded further, she could personally retrieve it. However, this way, Klein wasn't sure if she could complete the ritual before the apocalypse happened. He composed himself and raised the 4th question. Where can I get the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries? Rhodes made the silver words reassemble into brand new content. Zeradal, first blasphemy slate, second blasphemy slate. The card of blasphemy, the Fool, a mythical creature derived from the Fool uniqueness. The first choice and second choice might be plotting against me. Zeradal is even more terrifying and cunning than the dark demonic wolf. If I were to plot against him, there's a high chance of me falling into his trap. The danger is extremely high. The third choice is Amon's brother. He should have used this war to become a visionary. If I were to provoke him, Sapphira Castle might not be able to save me. The 4th and 5th options are related to the half-fool of the Antigonus family. It's related to the goddess's foggy town. The goddess should have a way to circle around the half-fool and extract the card of blasphemy, but perhaps I'll need to use the river of eternal darkness to exchange for it. Klein realized that he had reached a dead end. The path ahead was the river of eternal darkness, and behind him was the leader of the secret order, Zeradal. Unfortunately, if I can find the dark demonic wolf, I can try to negotiate with him. He should have seen the first blasphemy slate and grasped the potion formula of Attendant of Mysteries. He will flee far away once he smells me. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, 5th question, what did you mean when you said you saw a pillar in support for me? The aqueous light in the mirror swirled slightly as the deepness became more obvious. The corresponding silver text seemed to turn a little wider. Great Master, this is a feeling that I can't describe using words. However, I've experienced similar feelings in another existence before. Apart from him, only you possess it. That existence is the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god. Klein nodded in thought. All right, it's your turn to ask. On the surface of the mirror, the words on the silver screen suddenly turned golden. Supreme Master, do you think you can take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes? Supreme Master, do you think you can take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes? This question appeared 5 times in a row, completely covering the surface of the mirror. Having become an angel, Klein no longer feared Rhodes. After thinking for a few seconds, he smiled and said, let me talk to that angel. This is basic courtesy. With a boom, illusory beams of different colors spewed out from the mirror and exploded into fireworks in the carriage. Almost at the same time, 2 dark rays of light reached out from the edge of the mirror. 2 arms that appeared surreal grew out. The 2 arms originally wanted to reach out to Klein's calf, but they silently shrank back and gently swayed on the spot. Praise the Supreme Master. After the fireworks fell, a golden message appeared in the mirror. In the middle section of the steam locomotive, in a simple room, a tall and handsome young man with long chestnut hair sat on a hardwood chair. Facing the triangular sacred emblem, he clasped his hands and closed his eyes as he sincerely prayed. On the side of the narrow table was a mannequin made of metal components. Behind the mannequin was a faint meshed glow. Suddenly, The young man opened his eyes and looked towards the other side. Someone had appeared there. And in the young man's blue eyes, the figure only looked like a person. In essence, it was an invisible vortex wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. Inside the vortex, there were transparent and distorted maggots squirming about in the cluster. Gehrman Sparrow. The young man calmly read out a name. All the items around him floated up, but there was no wind in the room. Klein pressed his top hat and revealed his human face. "How may I address you?" The young man nodded slightly and said, "Bornova Gustav, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1275, A New Journey. Bornova Gustav. Klein's gaze swept across the young man's face, landing on the floating items and the mannequin made from metallic components. The mannequins have a postmodern style. Some of the physical laws here seem to have changed a little. Klein nodded in thought. "I want to take the mirror." He very honestly stated his request. Bornova's expression didn't change, as though he was just a puppet. "You're a blessed of Evernight?" "I guess so," Klein said with a smile. Bornova nodded. "Then take it away." He's of the impression that I'm asking for the spoils of war for the Church of Evernight. Klein didn't explain as he politely took off his hat and bowed slightly. "Thank you very much." As he spoke, Klein's figure suddenly faded and vanished. He had only come in the form of a historical void projection. Following that, in the carriage where a Cancer and the Machinery hive mind member were, nothing happened. Of course, they were only situated in a historical scene, and the actual situation in the car had been covered up without their knowledge. On a carriage more than 10 kilometers away, a mirror suddenly appeared in Klein's hand. It was silver in color, and the patterns on its back were ancient and mysterious. On both sides was an eye-like ornament. "Don't speak." Klein looked into the mirror and gave a simple instruction. "Yes, Supreme Master." Silver words surfaced from the depths of the mirror. Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and used the magic mirror as a backing to write. He thought for a moment and wrote with a faint smile. "Dear Mr. Azik, it seems like I haven't written to you for a long time, as I went to the forsaken land of the gods and had a wonderful journey. There are only two types of living creatures there. They are either living sentient creatures or monsters. Those sentient beings either bear a curse or have obvious physical mutations. They're even more tragic than I imagined. I tried helping them. This wasn't only for the ritual, for my anchors, or to satisfy my sympathetic heart. It holds meaning on its own. Putting aside the suffering, the situation in the forsaken land of the gods is completely different from the outside world. It's like an oil painting with a black theme. What's surprising is that artificial death can influence the undying creatures there. I was very confused back then, but today I finally had a guess. I suspect that this is related to the River of Eternal Darkness, one of the 9 Sphirot. This reminds me of Calderon City in the spirit world. I'm reminded of the Golden Phoenix accessory you mentioned before. Rumor has it that the Phoenix ancestor, Death of the 4th Epoch, could use the River of Eternal Darkness to a certain extent. I wonder if you know anything about this. The war that lasted for more than a year has finally ended. The Evernight goddess clinched victory in the end, and the god of combat has perished. I believe that, with your level and status, you should know what this means. No matter what, the long-awaited peace has finally arrived. People are gradually returning to their normal lives. This is a scene that I like to see, but some wounds may never heal. I don't know if the apocalypse will arrive on time, and I don't know when you'll wake up. I can only hope that everything's heading in the right direction. Finally, let me mention something trivial. I've already advanced to Sequence 2, and am now a miracle invoker. This is both a curse and hope. I wish you well. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti. After he finished writing, Klein examined it carefully before folding the letter. He blew Azik's copper whistle and summoned the bone messenger. When the gigantic messenger emerged from the ground, its bones trembled as though it had sensed the aura of the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein chuckled softly and handed the letter to the messenger, whose number was unknown. He watched it clumsily bow before disintegrating into a fountain and burrowing into the ground. After doing this, Klein cast his gaze at the magic mirror on his thigh. Sensing his gaze, the aqueous light on the surface of the mirror rippled and produced silver words. Great Master, where are we going next? Where to next? Klein repeated the question inwardly. He really wanted to teleport to the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range and enter the ancient palace that bordered reality and Foggy Town. He wanted to see if he had the chance to take away the most useful card of blasphemy from the Antigonus family's half-fool. With his present strength being equivalent to half a Sequence 1, this wasn't an impossible task. Back when Zeradol was a Sequence 2, he had managed to obtain the main ingredient of Attendant of Mysteries from the half-fool. Of course, the premise was that the Evernight goddess maintained the suppression and seal of the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, he had gone full circle, circling back to a deal with the Evernight goddess. The present me is the owner of Sapphira Castle. I can split a portion of the Worms of Spirit to stay above the gray fog, constantly responding to any prayers. This way, apart from having certain latent problems to my mental state, I gain quite a bit of benefits in other aspects. Yes, I can help my main body at any time, giving me another resurrection method. Even if my main body is completely destroyed, with the Worms of Spirit above the gray fog, I can still reassemble my will and body. However, if I were to walk in the real world and get concealed, and also end up having my connection with Sapphira Castle severed, the Worms of Spirit left in Sapphira Castle will lose control and turn into monsters, just like Zeradal from back then. Klein quickly analyzed the situation. With his current strength, he felt that it was best if he didn't venture deep into Calderon City for the time being. Even if he were to search for clues regarding the River of Eternal Darkness, he would have to fulfill many wishes and obtain the true strength of a miracle invoker. With this in mind, Klein patted the mirror and said with a smile, "Next, let's go wander together." "Where do you want to go?" "Trier, no, you can go wherever you want," Rhodes replied humbly. Klein smiled and jumped off the carriage, heading towards the city closest to him. After the carriage continued for several meters, it disappeared inch by inch and returned to the fog of history. At the same time, Klein's trench coat turned into a black robe. His top hat changed in shape, giving off a classic vibe. This made Klein feel like a wandering magician walking through the streets and alleys. In a rather intact house in Backland, dressed in holy white robes, the beautiful demoness of an aging Katerina put down the mirror in her hand and turned her head to the young man who was rocking in a reclining chair. "The war is over. They finally decided to summon me back to headquarters. I've been waiting for this day for too long," the young man sitting on a reclining chair scoffed. He was wearing a long black robe with red patterns. He had a pale white brown-skinned face with a soft outline. He was the gatekeeper possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. Katerina pressed down on the table with both hands and sat on it. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, "You don't seem testy at all. When you get locked underground with two detestable fellows for nearly 2,000 years without being able to escape, you'll know that 2 years of waiting is extremely easy and relaxing." "I'm not in a rush at all," the Red Angel evil spirit said with a chuckle. "After this matter ends, I'll let you experience it. Of course, I'll remember to throw you 2 male companions. As for how long you can last, it's up to you to decide if you can hold yourself back." As he said this, the Red Angel evil spirit's 2 cheeks didn't reveal any retorting mouths. This was because, to them, this was the truth. They and 2 other detestable fellows had been locked underground for nearly 2,000 years without any means of escape. Upon hearing this answer, Katerina's eyes darted around as she asked with a faint smile, "Aren't you worried that Primordial would learn of this once you head to our headquarters?" "So what? There's always a need to take risks in doing things. Furthermore, the worst outcome is to fuse with her. I'm already 3-in-1, so becoming 4-in-1 isn't a problem," Siren Einhorn Medici said with a nonchalant attitude. "Let's set off." Katerina hopped off the table with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, a red-haired man with a trademark imprint on his forehead was reflected in her eyes. The gatekeeper, who wore a black, red-patterned robe, stopped breathing. His skin and flesh rapidly rotted, turning into yellow-green pus. In just a few seconds, there was only a white skeleton and a Beyonder characteristic left on the reclining chair. Katerina waved her hand, pulling the Beyonder characteristic over by using invisible threads. It fell into her palm. Immediately after, she lost all corporealness and suddenly entered the mirror she had used before. A dark and illusory path that appeared surreal presented itself in front of the Saintess of White. It formed a complicated and mysterious web with similar objects in her surroundings, interweaving into a strange world that was different from reality. Katerina quickly traversed the mirror world and approached the target node. At that moment, she felt a powerful suction force. She couldn't help but deviate from the path and cast a dark and blurry fog. It represented a mirror in the real world. In an instant, Katerina, along with the Red Angel evil spirit, left the mirror and came to an unfamiliar room covered in carpets. At the edge of the room, a young man with ordinary facial features who was dressed in common clothes leaned against the staircase railings and smiled at the demoness of White. His left hand was constantly tossing an item, a strange crown covered in rust and blood. Before Katerina could react, the young man took out a crystal monocle and put it on his left eye. Heh. The Red Angel evil spirit's sneer echoed in Katerina's mind. The next second, the young man took off the monocle and shifted it to his right eye before saying with a smile, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong spot." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1276. Wandering Magician. Upon seeing this scene, Katerina's body took a step back uncontrollably as her mind fell silent. 2 seconds later, she opened her mouth and let out a male voice. "Hey, little raven." Without waiting for the young man to respond, Katerina smiled and said, "Aren't you looking down on me by bringing just a few avatars? Could it be that you're a mailman specifically here to deliver me beyonder ingredients? Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want? I don't hate you too much. After all, what happened back then was planned by that zealot. The mastermind was a listed tutor, and you can only be considered an accomplice." The man opposite him caught the crown that was covered in rust and blood. He straightened up and shook his head with a smile. "I have my reservations in cooperating with you after hearing your voice. Why don't you get Sauron and Einhorn to talk to me? Tisk TSK. It's been so many years, yet you're still as willful as a child. Do you still remember who was responsible for carrying you when you were still a baby? Who was the one who burned away your hair?" The Red Angel evil spirit mocked without any compromises. The young man opposite him used his empty hand to straighten his monocle and calmly turn around before walking out the door without any hesitation. During this process, he sighed softly. Childish. Seeing that Amon had no intention of stopping, the Red Angel fell silent for a few seconds. Before the other party walked out of the room, it controlled Katerina's body and chuckled. "Don't think that I don't know what you want to do, but it doesn't matter. Since you don't have the same thoughts as that zealot when it comes to making the Lord whole again, then there's room for cooperation." Amon stopped and turned halfway to look at Demonis of White Katerina, who was possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. The monocle on his right eye seemed to glimmer slightly. Alwa County, in a city that was being rebuilt after war, inside a bar which had burn marks. "Toby, did you add too much damned water to your beer?" A man wearing an old cap took the cup and took a sip. He couldn't help but complain. The boss, who doubled up as bartender, wiped his cup and snorted. "Do you still remember the alcohol ban from before? Alec, you should be thankful that you even have alcohol to drink." The burly man, who was named Alec, murmured a few words before he focused on drinking his beer. Beside him was a bronze-skinned man with rolled-up sleeves. He looked up and surveyed the area. "I heard that the alcohol ban will soon be lifted because Fana Potter's food will soon be sent over. Also, Fasak and Intis will pay reparations with plenty of food. I can only say that I hope so. May the Lord watch over us." The bar owner, Toby, had just responded when he heard the door open. He looked up and saw a young man who seemed to be a wandering magician walk in. This man was wearing a long black robe and a classic top hat. He walked to the bar counter and sat on a high stool. A cup of Southville beer. The man placed several copper pence on the counter. The burly man named Alec turned his head to look at the stranger and asked curiously, "Not from around here?" "A magician." The young man, who didn't have any outstanding features, laughed and said, "Yes, the magic that I'm best at is to satisfy the wishes of people." Alec immediately whistled. "What did I hear? To satisfy the wishes of people? Lord, there's a fellow pretending to be a deity here." This teasing caused everyone to burst into laughter. The young man who claimed to be a magician wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "That's just a special magic trick." Alec gulped down a mouthful of bland beer and laughed. "Then fulfill my wish and let this stingy boss treat me to a glass of beer." "All right." The young man in a black robe raised his right hand and tapped lightly on the table. With a glass slamming onto the counter loudly, the bar owner poured a glass of beer and pushed it in front of Alec. Then he retracted his hand and repeated his glass wiping. This scene that seemed familiar to him stunned Alec. He shouted blankly, "Toby, you know him?" "No." The boss, Toby, glanced at Alec like he was a fool. Alec raised the glass of beer with uncertainty and took a careful sip to see if Toby would make him pay for it. Seeing that the bar owner no longer bothered with him, the burly man turned his head in surprise and looked at the young man in a black robe and a tall hat. "How did you do it?" "I told you that it's a special magic trick." The young man leisurely drank a mouthful of Southville beer. While Alec remained in shock, the man beside him with rolled-up sleeves sneered, "I dare bet that you and Toby must have colluded beforehand. Your knocking on the table is to say that you'll pay for the beer. You can make another wish," the wandering magician replied nonchalantly. "My brother and I have a house that collapsed during one of the bombings and is being rebuilt. My wish is that it will return to its original state before I return," the man with his sleeves rolled up said smugly. This wasn't an easy task. The The wandering magician raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before smiling. "All right, your wish has been granted." The people who were paying attention to this broke out into laughter. They no longer paid attention to the foreigner and his clumsy magic show. After drinking, the man with his sleeves rolled up left the bar in a drunken stupor with Alec and staggered down the street towards the suburbs. 15 minutes later, they returned to the area where they were rebuilding their home. They were about to enter the tent that was issued by the government. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew and made them shudder at the same time. Soon after, a two-story building appeared before their eyes. It was a house that they were very familiar with and had spent years of savings to build. Alec and his brother subconsciously turned their heads and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. "I didn't drink that much. That damn Toby mixed so much water into the beer," Alec murmured, as if he was seeing things thanks to his intoxication. His brother didn't respond. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly widened his stride and rushed to the house, touching the wall and the door. "It's real, it's real." He kept muttering to himself as if he had gone crazy. Alec did the same thing. Finally, he confirmed that their house had been restored to its original state. This made him both surprised and scared. At this moment, his brother suddenly said, "My wish was granted." That magician. Before he finished his sentence, he turned around and ran towards the bar. Alec came to his senses and followed closely behind. Bang! They pushed open the bar's door and rushed in, casting their gaze at the bar counter. However, the black-robed and tall hat-wearing wandering magician had already left. Alec and his brother looked around. They appeared relieved, but they also felt like they had lost something. In the square of the city, the young wandering magician was squatting in front of a 10-year-old girl. "My magic is to fulfill your wish." He turned his head and glanced at the nearby Evernight Cathedral. The little girl had run out from the Evernight Mass, seemingly preferring the empty square. After some thought, she looked at the gentle Mr. Magician and said, "My wish is for my father, uncle, and brother to come back to life. I don't want their bereavement money." The wandering magician didn't respond as he gazed deeply at the little girl in front of him. The girl pursed her lips and forced a smile. "I was just joking. Mommy said that such a wish is not something even the deities can grant." As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at her toes. "I just want Daddy to hug me again." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly realized that there was a shadow in front of her. She quickly raised her head and looked to the side. Standing there was a lone soldier dressed in a red shirt and white pants. He didn't hold a rifle and was wearing a hearty smile on his face. He crouched down and spread open his arms like always. "Daddy!" The little girl pounced forward and threw herself into the warm embrace. "I miss you so much." At that moment, the young magician pressed down his hat, straightened himself, and walked towards the entrance of the square. Amidst the night breeze, his long black robe swayed gently in the vast plaza. In a blink of an eye, it was Monday. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, the members of the Tarot Club appeared simultaneously and greeted Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around and suddenly felt emotional. The Hanged Man is currently a cardinal of the Church of Storms, and he's in charge of the Rorstad Archipelago Diocese. Although Justice has temporarily lost contact with the psychology alchemist, she has the right to become one of their counselors. The sun is an elder of the 6-member council in the City of Silver, and the moon is a sanguine earl. The star is a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight's Nighthawks. The hermit is a hidden queen at sea, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Apart from the magician and judgment, the other members of the Tarot Club are all demigods. They are the upper echelons of different factions in the mysterious world. And with the support of the Abraham family, the magician has a high chance of advancing to Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer within the year. In other words, Judgment is the one who has the hardest time improving her strength. She is only one of the mid to upper echelons in MI9, so it's extremely difficult for her to become a demigod. Klein, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, quickly retracted his gaze and laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. It's finally like a high-end secret organization. However, it always gave me the feeling that this is some conference between the various factions. He then nodded at the Tarot Club members and said, "Let's begin. Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1277, A Qualitative Change. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's words, Alger's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt the feeling he had when praying to the Lord of Storms on Pasu Island. When he greeted the Fool, he didn't notice any changes in him. Everything seemed to be the same as before, but at that moment, he believed that Mr. Fool was different from before. This was something at the spiritual level, one that Alger wasn't able to describe accurately with words. He only felt that the body that was enveloped by the grayish-white fog contained a terror that was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than before. A simple sentence or simple action could suppress a person's natural order. Mr. Fool has awoken further. After the world went to the forsaken land of the gods and brought out the city of silver, Mr. Fool went one step further in his awakening. He already has the level of a sequence 0. If it wasn't for the fact that the sailor pathway is sensitive to the level of a high-ranking person, I wouldn't have even noticed it. Alger wanted to say something, but he forgot what he was about to say. Leonard surveyed the area and saw the other members remain silent. He probed. According to the information we have gathered, there was indeed a battle of gods. The participants that have been confirmed to appear high above Backlund include the Evernight Goddess, God of Combat, and Earth Mother. As for the outcome, I believe everyone knows it very well. What are your thoughts on this? During the tarot gathering last week, Leonard had already mentioned the corresponding matter and had taken the initiative to ask Mr. Fool what had happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Fool only told him that he was recently paying attention to the forsaken land of the gods and didn't give a direct answer. I can't understand why such an outcome would occur. Earth Mother and the God of Combat should have collectively defeated the Evernight Goddess as a mother-son duo. Catlia didn't conceal her puzzlement. Alger retracted his thoughts and said after some deliberation, I received a report. Just as the war ended, Faina Potter changed sides. This means Audrey vaguely grasped something. At that moment, Derek mimicked the lady across him and raised his arm. I roughly know why. You. Emmeline uttered a voice of distrust. After all, the son had previously been isolated in the forsaken land of the gods, so his understanding of the outside world was all thanks to the other members of the Tarot Club. How could he know more about the details of the battle of gods than everyone present? Alger, who knew that the son had always been honest, suppressed his curiosity and excitement from the bottom of his heart as he asked in a deep voice, Why? Derek looked around and calmly said, You have to promise with Mr. Fool as a witness that you can't reveal what I'm about to tell you. No problem. Catlia took the lead. After everyone made a promise to the Fool, Derek nodded. Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, Omabella. The real Omabella has long died. Her remains are in the city of silver. This news was like a bomb that landed in the hearts of all the members. It created a massive upheaval that threatened to destroy their minds. For a moment, Alger, Audrey, and company were unable to say a word. It was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were paralyzed in their positions like stone statues. After a while, Leonard asked in disbelief, Are you sure? As soon as he said that, he began regretting his question. Since the city of silver had the remains of the giant queen, Omabella, it meant that the whole matter was highly credible. Subconsciously, Audrey, Furs, and Zio cast their gazes at the figure at the end of the long mottled table. They discovered that there was a smile in Mr. Fool's eyes as he maintained his sitting posture without any changes. This indirectly means that he is in agreement with the information that little son just provided. Before the son could answer the star question, Audrey nodded indiscernibly and said, This can explain many things, but if Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, then why would Angel of Fate Ouroboros believe that she is Omabella? Oh, why does the God of Combat want to work with her? Who is she? Upon hearing Miss Justice's series of questions, Alger suddenly felt a little emotional. The topic of discussion amongst the Tarot Club had finally raised from kings of angels to true deities. Previously, although they had stopped the descent of evil gods and had communicated knowledge of secret histories, they had rarely directly discussed the true deities. This was a subconscious fear, a deep mark left in them due to their upbringing in the present world. And now, the members of the Tarot Club had unknowingly lost the reverence that came from the depths of their souls. Catlia didn't notice this as she focused on Miss Justice's questions. She said thoughtfully, Perhaps that Earth Mother has always been disguising herself as Omabella. This has managed to fool the Angel of Fate, as well as the God of Combat. How is that possible? Zio instinctively muttered. Furs took a deep breath and said, What a horror story. At that moment, the world, who had been silent all this time, said, Nothing is impossible. What if this cover-up had the assistance of the Evernight Goddess and other true deities? A conspiracy that lasted for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Alger's eyes froze as he instinctively shrank back. He had an instinctual fear of the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother that stemmed from his soul. The Tarot Club members fell silent once again until Leonard repeated Miss Justice's final question. Who exactly is Earth Mother? As he spoke, he looked at the world, Klein Moretti, and attempted to get an answer from his former colleague. At this moment, they heard a long-awaited knock. It was Mr. Fool knocking on the table. Audrey and company perked up as they turned to the end of the long bronze table, waiting respectfully for Mr. Fool's answer. The Fool Klein chuckled and said, I can give you some hints. He looked around and continued, "Why does the Church of Earth Mother like to turn the sanguine into believers? The Earth and Moon are two neighboring pathways. Legend has it that during the Second Epoch, the ancient god Lilith, who represented the moon, died because of the Giant King's betrayal. She occasionally responds to the sanguine's prayers as though she hasn't completely perished. After the 4 prompts, all the Tarot Club members, including the Moon Emlyn, thought of an answer. Earth Mother's true identity is sanguine ancestor Lilith." Emlyn's eyes widened as he instinctively sat up straight. His mind was a mess as all sorts of ideas ran through it. Leonard was first astonished before he muttered in thought, "A few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson and changed the prayer sign from the Crimson Moon to that of Stars. As a high-ranking Nighthawk deacon, he was qualified to read the corresponding documents. The Evernight goddess used the authority of the moon domain as a bargaining chip?" Callia said, the conclusion that lingered in everyone's hearts. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the true identity of Earth Mother. "Thank you for your hints." Audrey immediately bowed to Mr. Fool. After the others expressed their gratitude, they looked at the Moon Emlyn, who was still looking stupefied. "Mother Goddess is the ancestor. The ancestor is Mother Goddess. So I've never changed my faith. It's no wonder I still continue going to the Harvest Church, even without Father's corresponding psychological cues. That's because my intuition told me that the Mother Goddess is the ancestor. Therefore, the ancestor has favored me and made me the savior of the sanguine." Thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind as he found a reasonable explanation for the guilt he had previously felt. He began to believe that he was the most devoted sanguine. Glancing at the Earl, Furs smiled with interest. "Mr. Moon, perhaps you might become the Archbishop of the Church of Earth Mother after some time." "No, it should be the sole sanguine representative of the Church of the Earth Mother." This writer immediately came up with a nickname. "Why?" Emlyn asked in puzzlement. He believed that the ancestor would allow the sanguine to maintain their former state and not merge with the Church of Earth Mother directly. Leonard smiled and said, "Since the Evernight goddess doesn't have the title of Lady of Crimson, Earth Mother will soon have a similar honorific name. It's impossible to fool the other churches." Emlyn roughly understood what the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight were thinking. He nodded slightly and began imagining a series of scenes. His kinsmen, who had previously mocked him for believing in Earth Mother, would queue up in front of him and accept his baptism. With this in mind, Emlyn's mood turned extremely happy as he couldn't help but raise his chin. After the exchange, the members of the Tarot Club fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. A few seconds later, Alger broke the silence and calmly said, "Most of our members are demigods, so the time it will take to advance will lengthen. Furthermore, we have our own factions. We might need a few years before having a single chance of obtaining Beyonder characteristics, potion formulas, and sealed artifacts. The focus of the gathering now might switch to exchanging information and engaging in secret cooperation." Audrey, Catlia, Leonard, and company nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Fool Klein surveyed the area and chuckled. "With the matter regarding the forsaken land of the gods over, my condition has recovered quite a bit. You can exchange items of higher levels from me." He pretended to be calm as he revealed the truth that he was recovering. This was an answer that every member of the Tarot Club had long guessed. Just as Audrey and company were guessing which level Mr. Fool had awakened to, Klein smiled and added, "Those items of higher levels include the Sea God's identity, level, and strength. Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1278, Reminder. Sea God's identity, level, and strength. Hearing Mr. Fool's example, Alger's mind went blank for nearly 2 seconds. This was something that he had never dreamed of. From his point of view, by obtaining the authority of Sea God through Gehrman Sparrow and replacing Calvetua, Mr. Fool had obtained a stable and large number of believers. This was a crucial step for his recovery. Therefore, this secret existence definitely wouldn't give up on the corresponding identity. To his surprise, at that moment, he actually heard Mr. Fool inform everyone that the Sea God's identity, level, and strength could be exchanged. After further recovery, Mr. Fool no longer needs the identity of an entity at the level of Sea God, as well as the corresponding believers. This is the performance of a great existence. Something that isn't qualified is only used temporarily, never monopolized. Alger first sighed inwardly before feeling excited. He felt that Mr. Fool's words were directed at him. In the Church of Storms, he had relied on external forces to become a Sequence 4 demigod. Although he barely managed to rise up to the brass, it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. As for the theft of the Book of Calamity, he couldn't see any hopes of doing so at the moment. Therefore, Alger could only temporarily suppress his ambition and patiently wait for the opportunity to arrive. Now the opportunity was here, and it came fast. Alger was currently a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms in charge of the Rorstad archipelago. Once he secretly became sea god and controlled the authority of those waters, he would become the king of the Rorstad archipelago, a true king. With this in mind, Alger nearly couldn't contain himself. It took him a great deal of difficulty to calm himself down. Although Audrey, Derek, and company couldn't hide their shock that the Tarot Club was beginning to trade the identity, level, and strength of a deity, even if it was only a false god, they didn't have any intentions of switching to the storm pathway. Compared to Alger, they weren't that excited. They quickly controlled themselves and cast their gazes at Mr. Hangman. Alger took a deep breath and humbly said to the end of the long bronze table, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what price is needed to exchange for these items?" The Fool Klein was waiting for the hangman's question and said with a smile, "The missions I shall give you, as well as frequent praying and the sincere making of wishes." What he wanted to emphasize were the words towards the end of the sentence, but he believed that the members of the Tarot Club wouldn't be able to tell. As for how he could complete the corresponding wishes, he currently had two methods. First, he used the other Beyonder powers he possessed to achieve the corresponding effects. For example, he could summon historical scenes and repeat the segment of gifting beer to fulfill the wish of the bar owner treating the patron. Second, he could directly grant a relatively low-level wish with his accumulated power of wishes and create a true miracle. For example, using a snap to cause the collapsed house to instantly return to its original state, succeeding in rebuilding it in the full spirit of the wish. In addition, Klein could use Sapphira Castle's level and powers above the gray fog that was equivalent to a king of angels who had yet to accommodate a uniqueness. In other words, when he responded to prayers, he could use the core powers of a sequence one, which was also the core power of the Attendant of Mysteries. After this period of experimentation, Klein had a rough idea of the two effects. The first was to create a nascent divine kingdom, and the second was grafting. The term grafting was coined by Klein himself. After all, he wasn't a real Attendant of Mysteries, nor did he obtain the corresponding mysticism knowledge. This ability could allow an object that couldn't be directly connected under normal circumstances to achieve an inconceivable effect by grafting. A simple example was to mix the concept of the beginning and the end of a path into one common node, making it impossible for anyone who walked that path to leave. To Beyonders, there were quite a number of powers that could do something like that, but Attendant of Mysteries' grafting directly acted on a concept itself. Not only was it at a very high level, like the descent of a true deity, but its effects were bizarre and had a hint of concealment. In addition to the replication powers of the Grade Zero sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars, Klein could completely respond to prayers like a king of angels while inside Sapphira Castle. Furthermore, he could do more things. Upon hearing Mr. Fool mention missions, Alger suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly lowered his head and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you still need me to carry out further investigations regarding the 3 targets of the Fasak Empire that participated in the Konatop Sea battle?" He had previously obtained information regarding the 3 suspected owners of Creeping Hunger, but he hadn't found anything abnormal. The Fool Klein nodded slightly and said, "There's no need for that anymore." He originally wanted to use this clue to grab the tail of the Twilight Hermit Order, but since Adam had likely become a god, it was better to avoid doing so. Respecting a Sequence Zero true deity was Klein's usual principle. He had to compromise and give up if necessary. Without waiting for Alger to speak again, the Fool Klein said in a relaxed tone, "Your current mission is to cooperate with the Sea God believers and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods." "Your wish is my will," Alger replied without hesitation. This made Derek silently heave a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts, hesitations, or worries about the subsequent developments. He had full trust in Mr. Hangman's ability to handle matters. At this moment, the Fool Klein looked around and smiled. Apart from the Sea God's identity, level, and strength, there are many things that can be exchanged for. For example, the imperative mage potion formula and Beyonder characteristic. He didn't list down too many examples so as to prevent himself from damaging the Fool's standing. As for having said so much, it could be explained away that Mr. Fool was in a good mood from having taken another step towards recovery. Moon City had been passed down the heritage of an imperative mage, something Klein could exchange for when granting them the wish of being saved. Of course, even if he directly made the residents of Moon City sacrifice the corresponding items, the people who had finally found his blessings and protection would definitely be very willing to do so. They were more afraid that Mr. Fool would abandon Moon City and not accept their sacrifice. Apart from that, Klein himself had a Silver Knight Marionette, the Seer Pathways Sequence 9-3 Beyonder characteristics, the Sealed Artifact, General of the Pupil Eye, a drop of the Primordial Moon's blessed blood, and various kinds of charms and bullets that came from Worms of Spirit. If the Wishmaker wanted a consumable or something for a temporary loan, Klein could even take out more from the Historical Void. the imperative mage's potion formula and beyonder characteristic. Zio inexplicably felt that Mr. Fool was looking at her. To be frank, she lacked the motivation to advance. On the one hand, she was only one of the mid to high-ranking members of MI9, so the chances of getting a ticket to the ranks of a demigod were very low. On the other hand, her father's reputation had been restored to a certain extent, so she had no pressing goals. At the same time, the war had ended. Her mother and brother had returned to Backland and were about to start a normal life. With Zio's current overall income, it was enough to support a wealthy family. All of these reasons made Zio feel that her current life was pretty good, and she didn't really want to change it. Of course, if she had the chance to advance to the demigod level, she wouldn't let it go. Due to the war, she experienced the helplessness of Sequence 5. Furthermore, in the Tarot Club, aside from her and Furs, everyone else was a demigod. There was no doubt that she didn't want to fall behind that much. Amidst her thoughts, Zio looked at Furs before bowing her head to the entity at the end of the long modeled table to indicate that she would work hard. Furs could roughly guess her friend's attitude because it was roughly the same for her. If it wasn't because she needed to advance to Sequence 4 to effectively resist the full moon ravings, so as to stop troubling Mr. Fool, as well as the Abraham family having prepared the potion formula and beyonder ingredients for her, she wasn't in a rush to become a secret sorcerer. As a traveler, she could go wherever she wanted. She could immediately head to a location to eat whatever delicacy she wanted. It completely satisfied Furz's initial expectations of being a beyonder. Of course, she had another motivating factor to improve herself. After becoming a demigod, she could further help her teacher and family. Seeing the fog-covered Mr. Fool leaning back into his chair, Audrey didn't say another word. After some hesitation, she opened her mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. If there's a matter, and you're aware that its outcome has nothing to do with you at all, with it solely being the result of the feelings and gambling of certain existences, what will you do?" Just as she said that, Alger laughed. Everyone is destined to die. It's inevitable, no matter how hard you try to change that. Then, does that mean one's life is meaningless? He seemed to have long since thought of this problem before adding, since you can't change the outcome of the matter at the moment, then try your best to improve yourself, obtain more power, and wield more authority until one day you can participate in the gambling. If you die during this process, it's better than not doing anything. That's the most sincere words Mr. Hanged Man has ever said. It seems to come from his heart. The insignificant can also become great. Audrey was touched and nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the World Gearman Sparrow looked around and spoke. "Everyone, I have something to remind you of." When the Tarot Club members looked over at the same time, Klein controlled the world and said in a deep voice, "The apocalypse will arrive in about a decade. There's a possibility for everyone to be destroyed, including the deities." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1279, Sense of Urgency. Apocalypse. Although Audrey had long learned about the prophecy of the apocalypse from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom demigod, she never found it corporeal enough, feeling that it was meant to deceive the people. Even though she had already slightly experienced a war where the individual was puny, she didn't believe that the world was just about a decade away from the apocalypse. There were no signs of this at all. However, the person who had given the apocalyptic prophecy was Mr. Fool's blessed Mr. World, who had always been trustworthy and daring to strike at angels. Furthermore, his tone was firm, as though he had already seen what was about to happen a decade later. This made Audrey choose to instinctively believe him. Her heart sank as she felt nervous and flustered. Apart from that, she also felt her confusion fade significantly. There was still another decade before the end of the world. Even those who were drowning would struggle a little, much less a perfectly fine sequence for demigod. Apocalypse. As a cardinal of the Church of Storms, Alger had recently seen many apocalyptic prophecies, but those unverifiable matters couldn't compare to the World Gearman Sparrow's abnormally serious warning. The impact brought by the two sources wasn't on the same level. At the same time, he acutely noticed a detail. The world said that even deities would be destroyed. Alger's first reaction was that Gearman Sparrow was being disrespectful to Mr. Fool, as Mr. Fool was also a deity. However, he quickly rejected this idea. After all, the World Gearman Sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed and was the most devout believer. The other members of the Tarot Club might accidentally blaspheme Mr. Fool, but it was impossible for the World Gearman Sparrow. Due to the two prerequisites that Gearman Sparrow wouldn't be disrespectful to Mr. Fool, and him saying that even deities would be destroyed, Alger quickly came to another conclusion. In the World's Gearman Sparrow's heart, Mr. Fool's level was higher than that of a true deity. Alger never doubted the World Gearman Sparrow's knowledge. After all, he was a powerhouse who often interacted with angels. This knowledge made him both shocked and puzzled, momentarily unable to find an even more reasonable explanation. Having used the blood of a snake of fate to advance to the level of a demigod, Catlia would also occasionally dream of the scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, thanks to her pathway having clairvoyant as its sequence 3. In addition, Queen Mystic Bernadette would occasionally remind her, so she didn't feel any surprise or shock regarding Mr. World's words. She just felt like the dust that had been stirred had finally landed on the ground. As for the future, this mysticologist was equally lost. Apart from improving herself, she didn't know where to direct her efforts. Apocalypse. Zio and Furs looked at each other across Mam Hermit and sensed the raging upheavals in each other's hearts. They had never thought that the wonderful life they were living wouldn't last more than 2 decades unless something happened. This was a time where they were in their prime. Even if they weren't demigods, they didn't have to worry about the inclination towards losing control due to their aging bodies. As the person who spoke was the World Gehrman Sparrow, the 2 ladies didn't suspect the authenticity of the prophecy. They momentarily felt fearful and heavy. At the beginning, Derek couldn't help but feel depressed. This was because the city of Silver had just left the forsaken land of the gods and came to the world of light. Yet, none of this would last long before the apocalypse was ushered in. Soon, he composed himself and chose to believe in Mr. Fool. Since this great existence was able to rescue the city of Silver from the forsaken land of the gods, he too could also stop the apocalypse. Although I'm the savior of the sanguine during the apocalypse, I never expected it to happen so soon. I'm only an earl. Emlyn couldn't help but frown. It was as though a student who had just attended a few days of lessons had to suddenly sit an exam. Of course, this also made him excited. After all, it wouldn't be long before he would fulfill his mission and display his greatness in front of his fellow kinsmen. Leonard had heard of the doomsday prophecy from Old Man Palaz Zorost. Although he didn't know the reason behind such a development, he had long been mentally prepared. At this moment, he was the first to snap back to his senses and asked, why would the apocalypse suddenly happen? There are no signs of it. Klein controlled the world to reply. It's just that you didn't notice the signs. Do you think that a battle of gods erupted for no reason? Seeing that all the members of the Tarot Club were stunned and lost in thought, the World Gehrman Sparrow added, you aren't qualified to know the exact reason. Just understanding it would bring about an irrepressible corruption. Only angels and above can resist it. This is similar to what the demigod from the Church of Knowledge's demigods said. It's close to the corruption from the cosmos. I seem to have forgotten something. Mr. World seems to have figured out the whole story. Isn't he afraid of being corrupted? He's already an angel. He is now a he. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as she acutely sensed that the World Gehrman Sparrow might have completed his advancement and become a true mythical creature. In ancient times, this could even be called a subsidiary god, a member of the deity lineup. Right on the heels of that, Alger, Catlia, and the other members of the Tarot Club understood the truth. They knew that the World Gehrman Sparrow had already reached the top of the real world, becoming an angel that walked the land. Their guesses were related to Gehrman Sparrow's plan to deal with a mythical creature. Some believed that it was the benefits that Mr. Fool's recovery gave to his blessed. But no matter what, it was the first time the Tarot Club had a member at the level of an angel, aside from its host and convener. Of course, they weren't too surprised by the World Gehrman Sparrow's advancement to Sequence 2. They had long been numb to his progression rate. Klein controlled the world and made him look around. You can think about what you plan to do next and how you would go about doing it. Zio, Furs, and the other Tarot Club members nodded slightly as acknowledgement. Another 10 minutes of free exchange followed before this session of the tarot gathering gradually came to an end. After returning to the real world, Zio surveyed her bedroom. Her expression slowly turned solemn. She once again felt a pressing sense of urgency. After walking out of the room, Zio saw that Furs had also walked out to the corridor at the same time. She no longer suffered from momentary paralysis before coming out. Where do you plan on going? Both of them asked in unison before falling silent. A few seconds later, a handsome young man walked out of the guest room. He wore a pair of narrow-framed spectacles and had slightly fluffy hair. He held a few thick books in both hands. Oh no, I forgot that I have classes this afternoon. The youth mumbled to himself as he rushed towards the staircase, completely ignoring the presence of the 2 ladies. He was Zio's younger brother, Rio Dericha. He had just entered a pre-law school. In Backlund, one had to pass a pre-law examination before becoming a paralegal. Such a paralegal had to study and work for at least 5 years under a full lawyer before one was allowed to take part in a qualification examination and get a license to practice law. If one wanted to become a senior lawyer, one had to enter the Backlund Lawyer School to receive university-level education. Zio watched her little brother run down the stairs, and a smile subconsciously appeared on her face. She immediately looked up and said to Furs, "I plan to return to MI9 and work hard." "I plan on making a trip to Teacher's Place," Furs answered the question. Right on the heels of that, the traveler's figure quickly turned transparent and vanished. A few seconds later, Furs appeared at a relatively intact building in the rebuilding Pritz Harbor. Then, she took out a pen and paper from her pocket and wrote a note. She planned on telling her teacher that she had finished digesting the traveler potion. Putting away the fountain pen, she stuffed the paper into the mailbox at the door. This wasn't Dorian Gray Abraham's residence. It was the place where Furs and the gentleman had previously agreed to send letters to. The next day, when Furs arrived, she saw Dorian providing her with a meeting location and time. Emlyn opened his eyes in his room and changed into his coat with a standing collar, intending to visit Marquis Nibs. When the carriage passed Rose Street, he subconsciously looked out the window and was somewhat surprised to discover that the door to the Harvest Church had opened. After a brief hesitation, he got the carriage driver to stop the carriage, and he paid for the ride. After putting on his top hat and holding his cane, the red-eyed sanguine Earl walked up the steps and entered the Harvest Church. He saw Father Utravsky, who seemed to have grown a little taller, cleaning the prayer hall with his back hunched. He has been released as expected. It really was protective custody. Emlyn shook his head inwardly. At this moment, Father Utravsky raised his head and looked at him. "Wipe the candle stand. I'm trying to please Mother Goddess," Emlyn mumbled. He walked to the room behind him, changed into the brown priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother, and began working. Neither of them spoke a word. They did their own jobs and tried their best to restore the Harvest Church to its former cleanliness and tranquility. After an unknown period of time, a group of people suddenly entered the door. Emlyn subconsciously looked over and saw Baron Cosmio Dura. He saw Viscount Ernst Boyar, who had once worked at the Harvest Church, and many familiar faces. Emlyn's lips subconsciously curled up. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1280, Chance Meeting in the Tiny City. On a steam locomotive heading from Mid-Seashire's Constant City, Klein, who was dressed as a wandering magician, looked at the young man and his parents across the narrow table with items placed on it. "I have 2 types of magic tricks. The first is to let your wishes come true. The second is to use a mirror to answer your question. Of course, the first type of magic requires payment, and the second requires you to answer questions posed by the mirror. What kind of performance do you want to watch?" The young man had black hair and brown eyes. He seemed to have received a good education. He looked at his parents sitting beside him and said with a smile, "My wish is too difficult, so I won't trouble you. In comparison, I'm more curious about the mirror that can answer questions." Klein sighed as he shook his head. With a flip of his left hand, he revealed a silver mirror with a black gem on both sides. "It seems to be an antique." The young man opposite him commented with piqued interest before saying, "My question is, what is the purpose of my visit to Constant City?" A commonly seen smile, one which was often seen on the faces of street magicians, appeared on Klein's face as he stroked the surface of the mirror with his right hand and said in a serious tone, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me the answer to the question." After repeating it 3 times, he released his right hand and showed the surface of the mirror to the 3 passengers. There were a few silver words on it. "To get married." Amazing. The young man and his parents looked at each other in disbelief. After boarding the train, they had never mentioned anything related to the wedding, nor did they reveal anything that people could use to make the connection. This was the first time they had seen a magic trick that didn't rely on props or a fake audience. "All right, it's time for the mirror to ask." Klein smiled as he covered the surface of a mirror with his right hand. "All right," the young man replied, feeling intrigued. "Next, let's see what question the magic mirror will raise." Klein released his right hand in an exaggerated manner as though he was performing a formal magic trick. The silver words on the surface of the mirror had already changed, extending into a complete sentence. "You would prefer your bride to be a woman in her 40s or above, right?" The young man's expression froze for a moment before turning pale and then completely red. "How is that possible?" He immediately rebutted. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his parents and grumble. "What kind of strange question is that? It's just kidding." Klein smiled apologetically as he hurriedly pressed his right hand onto the surface of the mirror, as though he didn't know that would happen. Then he released his right hand. Indeed, the words on the mirror changed again. "How old are you?" 25 years old. The young man replied carefully, afraid that he would fall into a trap. He felt the gazes of his parents and the surrounding passengers on him change. "All right, that's the end of the magic performance." Klein smiled as he put away the mirror. "You can try another magic trick." Just as he finished speaking, the steam locomotive whistled. This was the sign that it was about to enter the station. Sorry, that's my call. Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. He carried his luggage and left the steam locomotive along with a group of passengers. He arrived at the station platform that had yet to be lit up with the gas lamps. This was mid-Seashire's Belton City, a city that had both prospered and declined due to the coal mines. To Klein, the greatest significance of this place was that it was a strategic node in the previous World War. Fasak had taken 3 routes in its invasion. One attacked the border along the Amantha mountain range to break through the land defenses. Another involved setting off from Sonia Island, attacking the coastal harbors, and attempting a landing. The third was to follow the main railway as they marched towards Backlund for the invasion. Among them, due to the existence of the Church of Storms and the combined might of the ironclad warships and high-level arbiters, the naval forces of Fasak and Fainapotter failed to obtain the results they expected. They even failed to obtain naval superiority. And on the battlefields on the Amantha mountain range, the headquarters of the Church of Evernight blocked one wave after another. It didn't fall throughout the war, thus preventing Winter County and Eastchester County from going through the fiery crucible of war. Of the 3 routes, the only successful one was the mid-Seashire troops. They did a joint naval land operation and conquered Lone's second biggest city, Constant City, the capital of mid-Seashire. Then they made their way southeast, rendezvousing with the Intis troops in the greater area of Backlund. Klein acted as a wandering magician. On the one hand, he had to accumulate wishes, display miracles, digest the potion, and increase his strength. On the other hand, he was planning on taking the path of the war, using his eyes, ears, and his soul to truly see the damage brought about by war. After knowing the secrets of the cosmos and the underground, he could understand the Evernight goddess's plan and accept it to a certain extent. However, this didn't mean that he was indifferent to the sacrifices. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. Even if he didn't stop George III from becoming the Black Emperor, the World War would have still erupted. However, Lone would have had the upper hand. The Evernight goddess and her allies would face the god of combat head-on, forcing him to seek help from Earth Mother. When that happened, the number of battles between the gods, the intensity and scale would far surpass what had transpired. Due to this reason, Klein followed Fasak's invasion path and wandered forward. After leaving the station that still had traces of gunpowder, he carried the worn suitcase with a set of clothes and made his way towards the area where hotels were located. At night, he would stroll along the streets and alleys of the city and perform wishing magic for everyone. After taking a few steps forward, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze to the end of the street. There was a black-haired woman wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt with no socks or shoes. Ariana, the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, the grounded angel Ariana. Why would she be here in Belton? Shouldn't she have returned to the Evernight cloister at the Cathedral of Serenity? Or be sent to the Fasak capital, St. Millum, to preside over the handing over of the god of combat's estate? It isn't a simple matter if a grounded angel were to suddenly appear in such a small city. Klein was puzzled as he frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask. This wasn't because he was a busybody. If anything happened while they were in the same city, no one could escape. However, at this moment, Ariana had already vanished from the crowd. As a servant of concealment, Klein couldn't track her down even if he wanted to. Similarly, when it came to the matter of concealment, Rhodes was helpless. Klein slowly took a deep breath and turned to enter the hotel in thought. He got a room and stowed his luggage away. Then he maintained his attire as a wandering magician and brought Rhodes along with him. Following his spiritual intuition as a seer, he walked all the way to the municipal square of Belton City. Erected near the municipal hall was a notice board that had many notices pasted over it. Klein saw that several people surrounded it. There seemed to be a brand new notice, so he approached them and stood in the periphery of the crowd, looking at the wooden signboard. In the middle of the signboard, a slightly yellowed piece of paper covered over the other notices. On the surface were black ink and Loanese writing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new consul. Now I will issue 3 new laws. First law, without my permission, no living being can leave this place. Second law, all life is equal in front of the law. Even ordinary people can kill angels. Third law, those who commit the crimes mentioned below will be punished severely, the highest penalty being the death sentence. 1. Murder. 2. Theft. 3. Chanting the complete, honorific name of a deity. 4. Offering sacrifices to evil deities. 5. Fraud. 6. Leaking secrets. An announcement like this. Klein pricked up his brows when he saw this. Without using his spiritual intuition, he could sense that there was something wrong with the content. He instinctively tried to make his spirit body return to Sapphire Castle. But an invisible force blocked his departure, making it impossible for him to make contact with the grayish-white fog. Klein narrowed his eyes as he took a few steps back to distance himself from the crowd. From his point of view, an abnormality of this level had reached a near-deity level. He had previously been in situations of not being able to return to Sapphire Castle, but the reason was that he didn't have the time to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantations, or he had been obstructed and interfered by himself. There was only one instance when he failed to leave the real world due to external forces. It was a powerful seal personally created by the Evernight goddess in the foggy town. Apart from that instance, even blasphemer Amon couldn't do such a thing. Of course, at that time, Amon's main goal was to force Klein to stir Sapphire Castle before he seized the opportunity to use a loophole to replace him as the great ruler above the spirit world. Otherwise, this Angel of Time could have used his ability to steal Klein's thoughts to stop him from returning. Who is this new consul of Belton City? Is this the reason Ma'am Ariana came here? As his thoughts raced, Klein made the magic mirror slip from his wide sleeve into his left hand. What happened? Klein asked softly. The aqueous light on the silver mirror's surface shook wildly as slightly pale silver words appeared. A few rules here have been replaced. As for who did it, there's no way of knowing. Great Master, you can try finding the servant of concealment, Ariana, to learn the truth from her. Are you satisfied with my answer? The rules have been replaced. Lawyer, arbiter, or a bug? Klein thought as he looked around. He realized that the citizens in the square were puzzled, perplexed as to why the new notice would mention angels. Why do they have to request permission to leave? The war had already ended. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1281, Anomaly. Inside a bar in Belton City, Roy, Biles, Phil, and Pasha sat around a small round table, guzzling down Southville beer. They didn't talk much as they listened to the drunkards in the next table discussing supernatural powers and mysticism incidents. Before this hic, I saw that not only do the Phasacians look like bears, but they could also control fire, throwing them out like javelins. No way. Supernatural powers actually exist. Ah, that's because you don't know a thing. I was drunk one day and slept near the cemetery. I saw people from the Church of Evernight appear with a few ghosts out. Yes, ghosts. They floated in the air, and it was terrifying. It was unknown if the drunkards were sharing stories from personal experiences or from hearsay, but the way they described it was with so much agitation that saliva kept flying as their faces flushed red. That's what they're like. They only become more excited after drinking. They always like to brag and be dramatic despite usually being depressed. Biles was a Belton local. Upon seeing this, he explained, ever since the coal mines began to run dry, young people gradually left Belton and headed for Constant and Backlund. The atmosphere here has become more and more oppressive, and the city is just declining by the day. This man, who was less than 30 years old, had also been a miner when he was young. He was lucky to survive in the mines. His skin was tanned from all the labor. His exposed muscles weren't too exaggerated, but it gave people the feeling that they were made of steel. As the leader of the group, Roy smiled and said, what they're saying might be the truth. They're not bragging. The previous war has indeed exposed supernatural powers to many people, especially the soldiers who were directly involved. As long as they're still alive, they will have the corresponding experience. Besides, this also brings about many fortuitous encounters, making it so that people who had zero chance of interacting with supernatural powers or true mysticism to become beyonders. The way he expressed himself was very subtle, as though he was talking about others, but in reality, this was exactly what the 4 of them had experienced. Biles and Roy had participated in the defense of Belton City before. Phil had once been ransacked by the Phasacians, but he was lucky to not have died. Pasha and her former citizens had seduced and ambushed a few Intis soldiers in the harbor battle. They had witnessed the deaths of many of their friends and obtained supernatural powers due to various reasons. After that, due to the chaos brought about by the war, they either lost contact with their unit or they avoided it on their own accord without the officials learning about it. Slowly, they got to know each other and became friends with each other due to their common experiences. This time, they had come to Biles's hometown in Belton to seek out any friends and family who might have survived. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. Pasha, who had long dark blonde hair and deep blue eyes, sighed. She was only in her 20s, and she was quite good looking. However, her face was a little thin, accentuating the protrusion of her cheekbones. This made her look much older than her actual age. In the future, we will lead different lives. Roy, who had the typical Loanese characteristics, raised his cup. To a brand new future. Before he could finish speaking, someone in the bar suddenly screamed. The experienced Roy and company quickly raised their vigilance and cast their gazes over. They saw a young man dressed in ordinary clothes, lying on the ground, rolling back and forth as if he was in extreme pain. Under the dim yellow gas wall lamps, everyone realized that the clothes on the young man's back had been torn open, revealing blood-red streaks. It was as if he had been whipped by a whip. However, no one around him held a whip. The victim had only let out one scream. This was only possible if he had been whipped countless times in an instant. But if that were the case, how could no one notice it? He's holding a wallet. Could this have something to do with the anomaly just now? The thin Phil took several looks and said after some deliberation, "Shall I take a look?" Roy thought for a moment and nodded. "Be careful." Phil grunted and walked over from the small round table. With the help of the crowd, he approached the young man who was now whimpering instead of rolling about. He quietly extended his left hand. His target was the seemingly ordinary leather wallet. Phil suddenly screamed as he watched his left wrist snap and land on the ground. Blood splattered from the stump onto the faces and bodies of the people around them. The scene instantly froze. The drunken guests were first stunned before swallowing their saliva. Then they turned around and ran frantically towards the door or to the corners. Something's wrong. No one attacked me. Phil nearly fainted from the pain, but he still forced himself to tell Roy, Biles, and Pasha what he had just experienced. Roy's eyes narrowed as he decisively said, "Let's get out of here first." He then turned his head and said to Biles, "Pick up Phil's hand and preserve it well. I remember that a military doctor I met before is also from Belton. After he got discharged from the army, he came here and opened a private clinic. He can effectively treat this kind of wound." The military doctor named Weber was also a Beyonder. When he participated in the war in the South, he had advanced step by step, obtaining medical skills that surpassed reality. It was said that he could sew up a severed limb and restore it to its former flexible state. All right, Biles agreed without hesitation. He took a few steps forward, took out a wooden box, picked up Phil's severed hand, and put it in. At the same time, Pasha used the mystical ointment she had bought previously to stop Phil's bleeding and bandaged it. Soon after, the group of 4 left the bar. After many inquiries, they finally found Weber's clinic with the help of passers-by. The clinic hadn't closed for the day, and the light from the gas lamps inside spread outwards, casting a dim yellow light. Roy politely pulled at the doorbell again and again as he heard the ringing echo inside. However, after a few minutes, no one came to open the door. "He's drunk." Pasha looked at the miserable Phil and made a guess. Roy shook his head. "I remember that Weber isn't one to drink. Other than being more amorous, he doesn't have any bad habits. Perhaps he's currently..." As he spoke, the middle-sized man with a face full of weathered pockmarks pushed the door open and realized that it was not locked. It was ajar. As the door opened, Roy, Biles, and the others saw 2 figures. 2 figures were hanging in the middle of the clinic. Due to the wind blowing in from the outside, they swayed gently. One was a man in his 30s wearing a white coat, while the other was a young lady in a nurse's uniform. Their lower bodies were naked, and their eyes were protruding. Their mouths were half open, and their tongues were squeezed out. They were hung on the ceiling by an invisible rope. Their expressions were filled with fear, despair, and blankness. Weber. Roy recognized the dead man. He, along with Pasha, Phil, and Biles, felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't know why something like this had happened, nor did they know what kind of horrors such an unknown might bring. Boom! The sound of a chair being knocked over sounded from the side, jolting the dazed Roy and company. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a lady carrying a baby standing up in a fluster. She whispered in horror and confusion. They were having an affair. What had this got to do with their encounter? Roy took a deep breath. He felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He quickly instructed, "Let's go." He didn't ask Pasha to comfort the lady, nor did he attempt to obtain the clinic's disinfectant and bandages. Biles and the others swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, turned around, and warily left the clinic. To Phil, the horror of the unknown had completely suppressed the pain in his left hand. What exactly happened? Phil asked as he turned into another street, asking as his facial muscles winced. "How would I know?" Biles blurted out. He had seemed to lose control of his emotions. Roy looked around and exhaled. "Calm down. This should be a terrifying beyonder matter that has exceeded our imaginations, right? All of this is too strange. That can be the only reason." Pasha nodded in agreement. "Then what should we do?" Phil asked anxiously. Roy thought for a moment and said, "Let's try to leave Belton." Also, analyze what happened before and summarize the patterns hidden within. We can't be sure of the anomalies we might encounter later. We can only ensure our own safety after knowing the underlying rules. Right. Biles calmed down and agreed with Roy. They discussed as they walked, gradually having some ideas. Weber was hung for adultery. Before Phil's hand was cut off, he tried to take the wallet. That's a form of theft. Pasha summarized the common point the two incidents had in common. Roy suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they suffered such a situation because they did something illegal? How is that possible? Biles and Phil both replied. As soon as he said that, they suddenly had a corresponding guess and their expressions turned solemn. Maybe there's an invisible law enforcer. That's the essence of this Beyonder incident, Biles said in thought. Roy tersely acknowledged and said, that's highly possible. Next, we'll take note of our actions. Pasha and the others nodded and walked on the streets cautiously. Not long after, they arrived at the municipal square and saw that there were many people standing around the notice board. Notice. Roy and the others exchanged looks, wondering if it was a warning that the officials had given to the supernatural incidents. Hence, they approached and used the light from the street lamps to look at the notice on the wooden board. There was a piece of white paper stuck in the middle, and beneath it was a piece of yellow paper. It seemed to be an annex. As they quickly scanned through the notice, Roy, Pasha, and the others quickly had their eyes filled with horror. They seemed to understand the source of the matter. After reading the paper, their eyes landed on the yellow paper. All citizens are to arrest foreigners using all possible means. Arrest foreigners. Roy and the others felt their hearts tighten as they instinctively looked at the citizens around the notice board. As if sensing their gazes, the citizens turned around and cast their gaze at them. Under the dim yellow light from the gas lamps, their eyes seemed to glimmer with a strange light. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1282 Crime. Haha, how can someone tell at a glance if another person is a foreigner? How do you distinguish that? Roy forcefully composed himself and pretended to be discussing the yellow paper's contents with his companions. He used the hidden meaning in his words to console Phil and Pasha so that they didn't need to panic. After all, other than Biles, who was a native, the remaining three were also citizens of Lone. They didn't have any southern continent blood in them. Nothing about their facial features stood out. But this is a supernatural incident, Pasha stammered. This couldn't be judged by common sense. Roy's heart froze as he looked at the citizens who were slowly approaching in a deadpan manner. He quickly shouted in a low voice, "Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the nearest street entrance. Pasha and Phil followed closely behind. As a local, Biles tacitly held the rear, covering the surface of his skin with illusory fish scales. Bang! 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 A few citizens raised their dual-barreled hunting guns and fired. Roy, Phil, and Pasha were Beyonders who were relatively good at fighting. While running, they would occasionally change directions or roll forward, successfully dodging the attacks. Following that, under Pasha's guidance, they passed through the streets and escaped their pursuers before hiding in an empty dark corner. What should we do? Phil, who had lost a hand, panted as he asked, "From the contents of the notice, we probably won't be able to leave this city. We need to figure out the rules and find a way around them." Although Roy was also very flustered, he still forced himself to calm down and think, lest the morale of the entire squad crumbled. Pasha looked at the wary Biles and asked, "Has such a notice ever appeared in the past?" Biles nodded. "Yes, although I rarely had the chance to go to the municipal square. I've been assembled there back when I was recruited into the army. I've seen that notice board. There shouldn't be any problems with a notice board. Perhaps those two pieces of paper are the key. The laws written on them contain mystic intent," Pasha said. Roy immediately expressed his agreement. "That's right. Besides, I suspect that the laws have to be made public before they are put into effect. If we can find an opportunity to rip off those two pieces of paper, the corresponding restrictions might disappear." After hearing Roy's words, Pasha, Phil, and Biles fell silent. After a few seconds, Phil's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Let's give it a try. If we continue to be trapped in the city, even if we aren't caught by those citizens, we might be punished for various reasons." Although they were all Beyonders, their sequences weren't high. It wasn't a problem dealing with a few ordinary people, but facing the enmity of an entire city was extremely dangerous. Roy, Biles, and Pasha were more or less people who had been on the battlefield before. They knew that hesitation was the worst action to take in such situations, so they agreed to Phil's suggestion. Under the guidance of the rather experienced hunter Pasha, the group of four made a detour and returned to the municipal square from another street. At this moment, the residents who were surrounding the notice were no longer there. It was as if they were searching the entire city for foreigners. When they saw the notice board that stood silently in the middle of two gas lamps, Roy and company carefully approached it, ready to escape at any moment. After approaching the target, Roy suddenly thought of a question. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked, "Is destroying the notice considered an illegal act?" In theory, yes. Pasha was taken aback. They then cast their gaze at the notice board and scanned through the list of crimes stipulated by the third law. 8. Destroying public property. It really exists. Biles blurted out. Phil, whose face had turned pale due to the blood loss, turned paler. After some thought, he said, "What kind of punishment does destroying public property entail?" This wasn't a very serious crime, and the corresponding punishment should be relatively lenient. If that was the case, Phil decided to take the risk to tear the notice and end this horrifying, bizarre event. First-timers get whipped. Just as Roy, Pasha, and Biles were pondering over the answer, a voice sounded from behind them. The four turned around in shock and saw a young man in a black robe and a tall hat. He looked ordinary. The man continued, "A repeated offense is to have one's hand lopped off. I'm not sure what happens after that." "How do you know that?" Fully alert, Roy frowned as he gripped his concealed dagger. The young man smiled and said, "I've tried. It's useless. The notice gets restored very quickly." "So you've been whipped?" Pasha asked in enlightenment. "Yes." The young man nodded with a relaxed expression. "However, because I also committed fraud, I was later punished with having my hand lopped off." "Fraud?" Biles asked, puzzled. The young man chuckled and replied, "To put it simply, I didn't personally destroy the notice. Instead, I created a dummy to do it." The one who was whipped was also the dummy. As he spoke, he raised his right arm. Like Phil, his wrist was cut neatly. His stump was ghastly white and red, as though he was still bleeding. Suddenly, the stump's flesh squirmed and twisted as transparent worms crawled out. They intertwined with each other and formed a new hand. During this process, Roy and the others didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. This was because the moment they saw those worms which had details they couldn't discern, their thoughts were thrown in a mess. Random thoughts ran through their minds as they found it difficult to control their emotions. After the palm was covered with skin and became normal, the Beyonders recovered. They retreated a few steps in shock, surprise, and fear. The scene just now had exceeded their understanding. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a wandering magician." The person who had committed a fraud and a case of destruction of public property was none other than Klein. He swept a glance at the four Beyonders and said with a smile, "My best magic trick is to grant someone's wishes. Do you have a wish you would like granted?" Upon hearing this question, Roy's spirits rose as he asked with hope, "Can you take us away from Belton?" "Of course, I'll do my best to do this, but not now." Klein gave his promise. Then he looked at the handless Phil. He just said his wish. "What's yours?" "Let my hand recover," Phil probed. "All right." Klein cast his gaze at Biles. "Take out his hand." After hesitating for a moment, Biles took out the wooden box as per the mysterious man's instructions and returned the hand inside to Phil. "Come here," Klein said with a smile. Phil mustered his courage and walked over with his severed hand. "Remove the bandages," Klein continued to instruct. "Place the severed arm in its original spot. Let me remind you, don't have it reversed. Otherwise, you'll have to chop it off again and repeat the process." Seeing how confident the other party was, Phil felt a little more confident. He quickly pulled off the bandage that had been stuck to his wound with a twisted expression as he hissed. After placing his severed hand at the stump, Klein took out a piece of white paper and approached. Then, he reached out to wipe the wound. Silently, the piece of paper split into two while Phil felt the pain disappear. He quickly looked down and saw that his left wrist was perfectly intact. He couldn't even tell that he had been hurt before. Phil subconsciously moved his fingers and realized that he didn't lose any of his motor skills at all. "Your wish has been granted." Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. "Thank you," Phil replied in a daze. Klein looked at the other 2 Beyonders. "What's your wish?" Upon seeing that Phil's wish had really been fulfilled, Biles immediately stepped forward and said, "I want to know where my family is." Klein flicked his left arm and took out a silver mirror with ancient patterns. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "What is the answer to that question?" The surface of the mirror shimmered with aqueous light as silver words appeared one after another. "Belton Glorin Cemetery." Upon seeing this, Biles, who had his neck craned, felt his heart sink as he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sorrow and disappointment. In the next second, new silver words appeared from the aqueous light. "S. Grave Keeper's Hut." This means that. Biles felt his sorrow turn to happiness as he sincerely said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of two questions. How many people could live in the graveyard? How many gravekeepers could there be? His family members definitely numbered more than 2 or 3. Boz's expression oscillated between gloom and joy before he fell silent. As a result, he didn't see the question posed by the silver mirror. Great master, did I answer kindly enough? Yes. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he cast his gaze at the remaining lady. Pasha thought for 2 seconds and said, My wish is for you to protect us until we leave Belton alive. She realized that Roy's wish was problematic because they might not necessarily leave Belton alive. Smart. Klein praised with a smile. Your wish will be granted. Then what price do we have to pay? I'm referring to the payment for watching your magic. Pasha hurriedly asked. Your wishes are the price, Klein replied briefly before asking thoughtfully. If you know certain things are fake, but if you are willing to subjectively use them, it shouldn't be considered fraud, right? When Roy and company heard this, they were puzzled. After pondering for a moment, they shook their heads and said, Definitely not. This is actually a game between 2 parties. A voluntary action that has a clear understanding of the actions is definitely not a scam. There's no doubt about it. After hearing their answers, Klein smiled. Very good. This is what the average person will think. As he spoke, he grabbed a few times with his right hand, dragging out a woman in a simple robe with black long hair. It was the historical void projection of the Evernight Cloister's matron, Ariana. Klein looked around and saw nothing unusual. He smiled at the projection and said, Madam, what exactly happened? Ariana's eyes darted about slightly, turning deep and quiet instantly. It made one feel a sense of serenity from the bottom of their hearts. She calmly spoke. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, escaped. I'm tracking him. Ariana paused and said, After I came to Belton, I received new information. According to our intelligence, Larian took away a sealed artifact when he escaped. 0-02, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1283, Gradually Deepening. 0-02. Klein inwardly repeated the serial number, feeling that the problem might be more troublesome than he had expected. Although it couldn't be said that 0-02 was definitely more terrifying than 0-05, since the true essence of the magic wishing lamp was that of a sealed outer deity, an entity far stronger than the present true deities. He could definitely destroy this world or even this solar system if not for the restrictions of the outer shell. However, the smaller the number meant that 0-02 was likely more dangerous and more difficult to seal than 0-05 in most cases. At the end of the 4th epoch, the 7 churches had serialized the batch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts to 2-digit numbers. Being only second to 0-01, it's totally possible to imagine how terrifying 0-02 is. However, the God of Combat didn't seem to make use of this sealed artifact in the Battle of Gods. Was it not suitable for direct combat, or was it too dangerous? It didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Thoughts ran through Klein's mind. His expression gradually turned serious. Ma'am, what do you know about 0-02? Ariana slowly shook her head and said, When the various churches inform each other of the Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, they only mention the serial numbers. That's right. The information regarding a Grade 0 sealed artifact is strictly confidential internally to a church. As part of the brass, they usually have to be in charge of a particular Grade 0 sealed artifact before they can come into contact with any related information. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the corresponding memories will be erased after everything is over. This is on the one hand to prevent important information from leaking, and on the other hand, there's the fact that just knowing about Grade 0 sealed artifacts in most cases can result in danger or cause the seal to be ineffective. Klein asked in thought, didn't the church already take over the Church of the God of Combat? That way, they could have obtained all the files on 0-02. Ariana looked at the nearby Roy and company and said, Larian destroyed all files regarding the Grade 0 sealed artifacts before escaping. Impressive. Such an abnormally cautious fellow is really annoying. Klein thought and said, What comments does the goddess have of 0-02? From his point of view, the Evernight goddess and the God of Combat were existences from the same period. Furthermore, she was in control of the concealment authority. The goddess had a high chance of understanding the situation that the latter grasped. In addition, it was impossible for the sealed artifacts at the level of 0-02 not to leave any traces in history. They might have created many disasters, so they were no stranger to high-level figures of that era. Ariana seemed to have recalled the situation from a long time ago. She stated, without any pause, In the past revelation, the goddess called 0-02 the Book of Rules. Book of Rules. That's even more terrifying. Klein's eyes narrowed as he made plenty of connections. In his past life, he was a gaming enthusiast who played a broad genre of games despite not being too obsessed. He wasn't unfamiliar with the term Book of Rules at all. At this moment, Ariana added, "The fact that you happen to be in Belton City might reveal some of the characteristics of 0-02. Yes, it's quite normal for Ma'am Ariana to encounter such an anomaly while tracking the chief shepherd, Larian, to Belton, but for me to also be here, it's too much of a coincidence. In mysticism, excessive coincidences often mean that there's something wrong. Is someone setting me up, or is it the effect of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence? Based on the present situation, the setup doesn't seem targeted, and how I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle, I can more or less sense something abnormal. If it's the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, eliminating the exiled Mr. Dor and the Antigonus ancestor who is sealed in the foggy town, the only ones that can influence me to this extent are Zeradal and Amon. However, I've always been deliberately avoiding Zeradal. Amon's true body should be under the true creator's pursuit. If it's just an avatar, it's impossible for it to produce such a powerful convergence effect. Yes, there's another possibility. The law of convergence between Spherot. 0-02 attracted Sapphira Castle, causing me to coincidentally come to Belton today? If that's the case, even if 0-02 isn't a Sapphira, it's definitely related to one. Klein, who had already suspected something, suddenly thought of a lot. He had a vague grasp of 0-02. He thought for a moment and said, "From the development of the situation, the rules are gradually becoming stricter. That piece of yellow paper is evidence. Does this mean that the extent of 0-02's coming to life or the degree of reawakening is becoming deeper?" Ariana nodded serenely and said, "That's right. We have to find it before something happens and also try to seal it. That's why it's best we split up and expand the search radius, saving as much time as possible." Klein had no objections to this. After some thought, he said, "Ma'am, you've told me so much. Isn't this considered leaking secrets?" "No." Ariana gave a rather clear answer. Leaking secrets refers to informing the outside world of the anomaly in Belton via any way. This has cut off any physical connection between us and the outside world. That's fine. At least, there's no need to worry about any problems with our usual conversations. In short, it's fine if we don't curse. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "The Nighthawks and mandated punishers here will abide by the rules on the notice?" "Yes." Ariana gave an affirmative answer before her figure faded away and disappeared. After watching the matron of the Evernight Cloister leave, Klein quickly sorted out the information he had just obtained and gained some understanding of the possible developments that were to come. Combat wasn't the main point. The crux of the problem was whether he could find 0-02 in time and think of a way to seal it. During this process, what they would face as foreigners would become more and more complicated. They would find it increasingly difficult to abide by the rules and the citizens that were controlled. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze to Roy and company not far away. He asked with a smile, "What are your thoughts on what you just heard?" Roy exchanged looks with Pasha and said, "We don't know what a grade 0 sealed artifact is, but we can guess that 0-02 is a very terrifying item. It can set the rules and even change reality to a certain extent. Furthermore, this anomaly seems to change as time passes. Also, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat should be a very powerful beyonder." Klein gently clapped his hands and smiled. "That's about it. If we don't work hard and hope to avoid danger by hiding, then there will be more and more things that we need to take note of. If we aren't careful, we might commit a crime. Perhaps in the end, we will be executed on the spot because we stepped out the door with our left foot first." His words left Pasha, Biles, and the others in a panic. It was indeed funny to hear the possible developments, but on second thought, they could sense the extreme horror hidden within. A few seconds later, Pasha said with a solemn expression, "Furthermore, the citizens can use any means to deal with us, but we are unable to fight back. This is because killing and voluntarily causing harm are very serious crimes. We can try to deceive their senses, but we can't use it too many times," Klein said casually. "What we need to do now is to quickly summarize the rules that 0-02 follows. That way we can find it and seal it before it comes to life or awakens to gain true intelligence. What are your thoughts?" Marauder Phil thought for a moment and probed, "It doesn't seem capable of attacking us directly. It can only punish us when we violate the rules and commit crimes." Klein snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. I can summarize this law for now. 0-02 cannot punish those who do not commit crimes." Biles blurted out, "But it can make the citizens arrest foreigners. Foreigners aren't considered criminals. This does contradict the previous law from before, Klein replied with a smile. However, in history, many cities have come up with laws that include discrimination and expulsion of foreigners in the different stages of their development. Did you decipher any deeper laws from this matter? The four Beyonders frowned one after another, unsure what the powerful magician opposite them was trying to express. After a brief silence, Pasha, who thought of the question he had asked, asking whether a particular action was considered fraud, hesitated and said, "The rules issued by 0-02 must match the public's understanding and be acknowledged to a certain extent." "That's a good idea," Klein praised. "This is a guess thanks to the law regarding the arrest of foreigners. It has been verified from your previous feedback, so we can temporarily list it as its second law. This can help us determine which actions are crimes and which aren't." Seeing Pasha receive the praise of the powerful magician twice, Roy hurriedly added, "It will constantly increase the number of laws, reaching a certain level of complexity, thereby limiting us. No matter what we do, we will be punished. Yes, on the basis of arresting foreigners, clauses such as the trespassing of private property and the prohibition of defecation or urination in public will make life harder for us with the passage of time." Just as Klein nodded in agreement, his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively raised his head and looked at the notice board. He realized that a goatskin parchment had appeared on it at some point in time. "Curfew order." This. Pasha and the others also noticed this change, and their eyes widened. It was already late at night. If they stayed outside for some time, they would violate the curfew and suffer some punishment. Then the punishment would worsen each time until they were sentenced to death. "Let's go. We haven't got much time." Klein pressed down his tall hat and said with a smile, "Our target is most likely a book. It might still be with the chief shepherd, or it might have already been hidden somewhere. My intuition tells me that it might be the latter. This is because to anyone, that item is too dangerous, and it will only become more dangerous. Of course, the premise is that the chief shepherd hasn't gone crazy, only using 0-02 to create a chance to escape pursuit. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the chief shepherd is a grounded angel." Angel. Roy, Pasha, and the others, who had just begun to move, froze. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1284. Limitation Loophole. In the present era of this world, belief in a deity was common. The difference was which deity they believed in. Therefore, even if Roy, Pasha, and company didn't understand the meaning of angels and mysticism, they had more or less heard of legends about angels from the priests, bishops, and seniors around them. They knew that they were the servants of deities and were powerful creatures that were qualified to be addressed as him or her. Every action of theirs could create miracles. They were definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. In the hearts of these four Beyonders, angels were of a whole different level, holy spirits of another world. Under normal circumstances, they lived in the divine kingdoms and wouldn't descend into the real world. They could be treated as true legends without considering the meaning they had in reality. Just like the battles they had experienced in the past, although they would occasionally encounter Beyonders today who struck terror in their hearts, like today, them being angels was the last thing on their mind. The two weren't on the same level. But today, a wandering and mysterious magician had informed them that the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat was an angel who walked the land. Phil and the others believed in the mysterious gentleman who had shown all kinds of amazing feats from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, he had granted their wishes and was friendly enough. Secondly, they didn't believe that they were qualified enough to be deceived in such matters. To them, the chief shepherd was an angel or an abnormally powerful Beyonder. In essence, there was no difference between the two. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. The words that Pasha often said flashed through her mind. Roy made further connections. He remembered that the lady, whom Mr. Magician had invited from thin air, mentioned that she was pursuing the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Furthermore, she seemed to be qualified to see the Evernight Goddess's revelation. The only person who can track an angel is probably another angel. With Mr. Magician's performance in front of that lady, his level can't be that much lower. Roy hurriedly retracted his gaze from Klein's back and didn't dare to look at him directly. He looked left and right and realized that Phil had come to a similar guess as well. A complicated feeling emerged from his pale face, one that was a result of his blood loss. Biles held his breath and only spoke after a few seconds. No wonder there's such an inexplicable change in Belton. It's not the time to feel poignant about this. Let's hurry up and leave. The curfew is about to take effect, Klein reminded with a smile without any signs of nervousness. Pasha quickly looked at the notice board and imprinted the contents into a brand in her mind. From 8 at night to 8 in the morning. Free movement and assembling in the streets are forbidden. Where should we go? She blurted out. Under the double restrictions of the curfew and the no trespassing clause, it appeared as though they could only await punishment. Klein smiled and said, "Only movement and assembly in the streets are forbidden." As he spoke, he pointed at a nearby manhole which led to the sewers. Biles's eyes lit up. Yes, it didn't say that we can't pass through the sewers. When curfews were in place previously, the tramps hid in the sewers or abandoned buildings. Roy and the others didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately went forward and used the advantage of their strength to push open the manhole cover and climbed into the sewers. In the pitch-black darkness, a dim yellow light lit up as a lantern appeared in Klein's hand. As they followed the mystical magician, Phil said thoughtfully, "We can head to a hotel next. Biles is a local. He won't be attacked, so he can get a room. Then we can climb through the window and enter from the outside. As we have gotten permission from the owner, we wouldn't be considered as trespassing on private property. In that case, we can stay until dawn and wait for the curfew to end. It's a very interesting idea, but our goal isn't to survive until dawn." Klein replied with a smile as he walked ahead of them with the lantern in hand. Roy nodded and said, "If we don't do anything and stay in the hotel, the rules will increase one by one, becoming so detailed that guests aren't allowed to stay in hotel rooms. Actually, the most interesting thing about that proposal isn't the finding of loopholes to the restrictions, but that it reminded me of something." Klein turned his body slightly and looked at Biles. As a local from Belton, he actually didn't attempt to capture us foreigners. In other words, he wasn't affected by the Yellow Paper's orders. This. Pasha and the others all turned warily to look at Biles, clearly showing suspicion on their faces. Their encounter earlier had made them certain that the citizens of Belton City had lost their minds in the foreigner arresting affair. "I don't know why either." Biles also murmured in confusion. "Are you still a Belton citizen?" Klein asked casually as he slowly walked in the damp and smelly sewer. Biles followed behind him and answered with some certainty. "Of course." Klein thought and asked, "On the one hand, you are a citizen of Belton. On the other hand, you are a standard foreigner. Two of your attributes overlap, causing a contradiction. Under that order, you will neither be attacked, nor will you have your rationality affected. If we can create such a contradiction, does it mean we will be able to escape the limitations of the rules?" Phil asked spiritedly. Pasha shook her head. "But such a contradiction is very hard to create. At least I can't think of any possibility right now." She suddenly paused and hesitated before saying, "The most important thing is that we're far away from the notice board. We don't know what other laws will follow. We have no way of avoiding them. When that happened, they wouldn't dare to do anything." Klein smiled and said, "Don't worry. This mirror can help us see the new content on the notice board." He casually displayed the magic mirror that had slipped into his left palm. Pasha heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, "Isn't this a crime of peeping?" On the surface of the silver mirror, words that resembled dripping blood appeared. "The way I look at the notice board is like looking at the sun in the day. There's no need to peep." Klein retracted his magic mirror and added with a smile, "Besides, this is just an item. How can it commit a crime?" "That really makes sense." Biles and Phil couldn't help but nod. After Roy figured it out, he exhaled and asked, "Next, the most important thing is to find that item, but we don't have any clues. As a book, it can be anywhere. We can only carpet search the entire city, but we clearly lack the time to do that. Indeed, we don't know where 0-02 is. We don't even have any clues, but there's an existence that knows the answer very clearly." Klein replied leisurely as he heard the footsteps echoing in the sewers. Pasha's heart stirred. "You mean that Chief Shepherd?" Klein smiled and nodded. 0-02 is either in his hands, or it has been hidden by him somewhere. And a book is clearly unable to move on its own. This isn't something that the current rules can help it achieve. But how do we find that Chief Shepherd? Biles blurted out. Perhaps it was because the magical Mr. Magician was by his side. He wasn't that afraid of searching for the grounded angel. Klein calmly held the lantern and said, "As long as 0-02 doesn't provide the Chief Shepherd immunity, he too would have to abide by the laws on the notice. He was originally from Fasak, so he is undoubtedly not a citizen of Belton. He is unable to enjoy the treatment of the locals. Similarly, although he is an angel from elsewhere and not a foreigner in a narrow sense of the word, he isn't human. He too will be pursued by the citizens. This can be confirmed. In short, that Chief Shepherd has to abide by the curfew and not trespass private residences. He can't hide in a public area that isn't open to the public at night. At the same time, as a fugitive, he likely doesn't have companions who have dual traits like Biles. Tell me, where do you think he will be?" Roy's eyes darted around as he gave several answers. Sewers, cemetery, cathedral before midnight, abandoned buildings. You can't enter the cemetery at night. The abandoned buildings are owned by someone or some group by virtue of its property rights, Pasha reminded. Yes? Once the sewers are restricted, we will head to the cathedral to search for the chief shepherd or wait for him, Klein said in a relaxed tone as though he was deciding on a trivial matter. Roy, Phil, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that they would be able to lock onto their target so easily. It just took a few words of discussion to expose an angel's whereabouts. However, there are quite a few cathedrals in Belton. We have to act in concert to save time. Also, the chief shepherd might be able to forcefully resist the punishment by relying on his level as an angel and his powers. With that said, Klein lowered his head and said to the magic mirror in his hand, "Arads, monitor the entire city and pay attention to any anomalies." After giving his instructions to the mirror, Klein once again dragged Ma'am Ariana out of the fog of history and asked her to be in charge of the cathedrals of the Church of Evernight. After doing so, he turned around and said to Roy, Pasha, and company, "If we still can't find the chief shepherd after all that is done, it means that he has either left Belton, leaving 0-02 behind to attack the enemy, or he has already gained control of 0-02 to a certain extent. In short, we can proceed by means of elimination for now." Roy and company nodded in unison as they continued following Klein in the sewers. After a few minutes, the ancient silver mirror reflected a scene. On the signboard, there was another piece of paper with new rules. Because of municipal maintenance works, no living being is allowed to enter the sewers from now on. Content is being added at an increasing rate. Klein frowned indiscernibly as he muttered to himself before taking out a human-skinned glove. Immediately after, he gestured for Pasha and the others to hold hands. Then he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and led them out of the sewers to teleport to the nearest storm cathedral. During this process, the four Beyonders first saw the rats and cockroaches in the sewers twitching as they died one after another. Following that, they were attracted by the strange and abstract spirit world, as though they had suffered some sort of catharsis at the mental level. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1285, Forget About Leaving, All of You. Although there weren't many supplicants in the Storm Cathedral in the evening, Klein chose to appear on a corridor that led to the garden so as to avoid conflict. How magical! Pasha muttered to herself as she looked at the settling surroundings. Roy suppressed his emotions and looked around. If that chief shepherd comes to the cathedral to tide over the curfew, he could be somewhere like this. If one isn't worried about accumulating the number of crimes they commit, an angel has too many ways to fool the average person, Klein said casually. I'll send you to the other cathedrals later. Try to stay in places with glass windows and mirrors. Once you discover any outsiders that might be from Fasak, find an opportunity to draw a symbol. Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly turned as he looked at the door leading to the garden in the prayer hall. A figure over 2.6 meters tall slowly walked out. He was wearing a long black robe with white edges, one completely filled with his bulging muscles. This was an old white-bearded man wearing a square hat. His eyes were pale blue, and he had few wrinkles. He had an aura of superciliousness. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian. Without needing to identify the figure, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the person opposite him was an angel, the reason for coming to the cathedral. Larian glanced at him and said in surprise, "It's not Ariana." He immediately restrained his expression and said rather indifferently, "Appears to be her helper. You can tell her that I've reached an agreement with 0-02, which has come alive to a certain degree. I'll give up sealing it in exchange for a permission to leave. And y'all will stay here, enduring the changes in the rules and increasingly stricter laws until y'all are completely dead." The chief shepherd didn't seem to be worried that Klein would stop him at all. This was because when he spoke, his body was rapidly aging. The surface of his skin quickly became covered in wrinkles, with aging spots appearing on it, dripping with a rotting liquid. In just a few blinks of an eye, Larian looked as though he was about to evaporate into thin air from his aging. Then he turned into a pool of rotten liquid that completely evaporated. The impact of this scene sent shivers down Biles and company's spines. They felt as if their minds were about to go haywire and that their emotions were about to collapse. This was just like the countless tiny worms that had crawled out from the wound on Mr. Magician's wrist when he reformed his hand. It was just as terrifying and harrowing. A strange ability. It has something to do with Twilight. Klein didn't have any intention of stopping Larian. He only nodded in thought. In the spirit world corresponding to Belton, Larian's figure appeared and returned to normal. Right on the heels of that, as though he could control spirit world creatures, he passed through an invisible barrier and escaped the many restrictions of Belton City. But just as Larian was about to begin tearing through space, everything suddenly darkened and he saw a seamless patch of dark cloth. It was like a wall that blocked Larian's path. Larian cautiously stopped his actions, looked up at the infinitely high area where the 7 pure lights were. However, he could only see an illusory curtain hanging down from it, enveloping the spirit world of the area corresponding to Belton, isolating it and creating an independent world. At the same time, Larian's intuition as a demon hunter had told him that the barrier formed by the curtain was extremely strong and difficult to break through. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. To this chief shepherd, what was happening had a strange comical feeling, making him unable to contain his rising anger. This was akin to him finally finding the key to a secret chamber after countless hardships. Just when he had the chance to open the door and leave before others could, he was surprised to find that there was an additional lock on the chamber's door, a rather sturdy lock. It lacks a sense of realism. It's a projection from the historical void. It's fraud. No, it's outside of Belton City, out of the law's jurisdiction. This historical projection should have existed here a long time ago. It can't last more than 2 minutes, so it will dissipate on its own. Larian quickly regained his composure, allowing his anchors and inclination towards madness to once again form a balance. In the corridor of the Storm Cathedral, Roy and company finally recovered. They turned their heads to look at Mr. Magician, who was in no way inferior to the angel from before. Pasha hesitated for a moment before saying fearfully, He seems to have escaped. This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain any information about 0-02's location. Relying on a carpet search would be too late. Furthermore, no one present knew what the terrifying sealed artifact looked like. Describing it as a book made it too wide a scope. I can only think of other solutions, Klein replied with a smile. Do you have any suggestions? He had been waiting for Larian to return and negotiate with him, but he realized that the chief shepherd would rather wait in the spirit world for the curtain historical projection to disappear. And although he could enter the spirit world as well, he was unable to break through the strange barrier created after 0-02's law changing. As he spoke, Klein seriously considered other solutions and made a few worms of spirit control his body. He spoke to the Beyonders beside him in an attempt to find inspiration through their discussion. We should take the initiative to create a contradiction that's similar to what happened to Bile so that we'll be in a relatively safe state. Only by doing so will we be able to begin our search. Phil brought up the idea that he had previously had. Pasha shook her head. But if we use this kind of contradiction to do something 0-02 will definitely add new rules to resolve the corresponding problems. But this can still buy us some time, Phil emphasized. That is something that can be done, Roy agreed and added, but our focus should be on finding 0-02. Perhaps we can create some contradiction that will make it expose its location. As for what kind of contradiction could achieve such an effect, or how to create it, he hadn't come up with an idea. In the event of a contradiction, new rules will be added to resolve it. Klein wore a smile as he listened silently. Sparks flew as his thoughts crashed in his mind. At that moment, aqueous light appeared on the surface of the magic mirror in his hand as silver words appeared. Pasha, do you want to know what the new content on the notice board is? The mirror directly asked me. Why did it ask me directly? Pasha was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly nodded and answered, Yes. The aqueous light in the silver mirror quickly returned and presented a scene of the notice board. There were 2 new rules. In compliance with the curfew order, the various cathedrals will shut down early. All hotels shall only accommodate guests who have registered their identities. Phil panicked. Where do we go now? He had no idea how he, Roy, and Pasha could escape the punishment. Roy and Pasha exchanged looks as various thoughts surged through their minds, but none of them were viable. At this moment, Klein, who had been maintaining his silence, smiled and cast his gaze at Biles. Where's your house in Belton? A rental apartment on 18 Maple Street, but that apartment has already collapsed from the blast of an artillery shell, Biles answered, slightly perplexed. Klein smiled and said, You can make a wish to return your house to its original state. I'll grant it. Can that be done? Although the magical magician had healed Phil's severed hand with unbelievable powers, Biles still felt that it would be much more difficult to restore a collapsed house to its original state. After all, Dr. Weber, the military doctor who Roy mentioned, was capable of doing that. Of course. Klein smiled and reminded him. Make haste. At that moment, the supplicants in the cathedral were leaving one after another. Biles didn't dare to delay any further as he immediately said, I wish that my house will return to its original state. All right. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Your wish has come true. While Roy and company were in a daze, Klein activated teleport once again and brought them to 18 Maple Street. He stopped outside a 2-bedroom room. Biles stared blankly at the familiar wooden door in front of him. Subconsciously, he reached out his right hand and pushed it open. The cupboard, gas stove, bunk bed, wooden table covered in oil, and the messy old newspapers strewn everywhere were reflected in his eyes as his eyes immediately moistened. Before the war broke out, he often saw his mother busying herself around the coal stove when he came back from the mines. His father and brother either made use of the time to do some repairs or helped to handle the spoiled parts of the fruit and vegetables. They did some of the work that could be taken home. His young niece learned the alphabet from old newspapers under the guidance of her mother while she put together the matchstick boxes. Although such a life was tough and didn't have any ability to avoid risks, it was still a wonderful memory for Biles. It was many times better than the dark mine paths, heavy oars, and the whipping from the supervisors. But now, even this tiny bit of beauty was completely destroyed. "Aren't you going to invite us in?" Phil stood at the door, not daring to trespass on the private property. After snapping back to his senses, Biles hurriedly said, "Please come on in." After entering the unoccupied house, Klein pulled a chair that could break at any moment and sat down. He then fell silent. Roy, Pasha, and the others did not dare to disturb the gentleman as they waited quietly by his side. After 20 to 30 seconds, Klein suddenly looked around and said with a smile, "I have an idea that requires verification. Who wants to work with me on this?" "I'll do it," Roy replied without hesitation. Klein smiled and replied, "Afterward, don't truthfully answer the questions. I'm looking for the loopholes hidden in 0-02's rules." Roy nodded and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." Klein immediately took out the magic mirror and said to Roy, "Ask it a question." Roy thought for a moment and said, "Where can I find my next potion?" A scene appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. It was the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, who was pacing around the spirit world. Roy's expression instantly stiffened. Then he heard Mr. Magician say, "It's your turn to answer its question. Remember, don't give it the correct answer." Roy hurriedly reined in his thoughts and looked back at the mirror. He saw that the mirror had already transformed into Mr. Magician himself, and a few more lines of blood-like text appeared. "Who did you give your first time to?" Roy instantly recalled the past as his face flushed red. Then he answered according to Mr. Magician's instructions. "I'm not sure." A lie. The blood-colored text on the silver mirror instantly condensed into the terrifying words, "Bah." A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Roy. Roy convulsed in pain as his body was charred black. His hair stood on end, but his life wasn't truly in danger. Biles, Pasha, and Phil were all startled, unsure what had just happened. At this moment, Klein looked around and smiled. Look, the mirror didn't get punished for voluntarily causing harm. A real opportunity lies in here. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1286, New Applications of Old Methods. A real opportunity. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were delighted to hear this. It was as if they had finally seen the light after searching for a long time in the dark night. What kind of opportunity? Roy blurted out from his dazed state. Klein wasn't in a rush. He smiled and said, "Did you guys not notice? There is no clear indication on the notice of who the enforcer is. As a keyboard warrior in the past, Klein had always claimed to be a jack of all trades. Furthermore, he had interacted with many lawyers in his life and had an Earl of the Fallen Marionette before. He had the basic foundation needed when it came to the law and rules. That's right, the announcement only mentioned a new consul, and it's not clear who the enforcer is. We encountered an invisible justiciar previously." Pasha and the others revealed a thoughtful expression. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out his hand and stroked the surface of the magic mirror as though he was combing an animal. Under normal circumstances, everyone has tacitly acknowledged that the police and the authorities responsible for dealing with supernatural cases enforce the law. This is confirmed through a series of legal documents or the corresponding public knowledge. But this time, the rules haven't reached such an airtight level. If we say that the rules are built on a blank slate composed of the original laws, directives, and rules, then we should have seen the police, the Nighthawks, or the mandated punishers when we committed crimes, but that's not the case. In other words, the corresponding enforcer is indeed vague. Pasha, who was the most knowledgeable among the four Beyonders, thought for a moment before saying, perhaps the law enforcer is an abstract concept, or perhaps it is tacitly equivalent to the new consul. The latter isn't clear either. It doesn't make it clear who the new consul is. This way, it can be anyone. The former isn't obliged to make it known. Klein simply replied. Phil frowned and said, "But we can't enforce the law like the citizens. The corresponding authority is determined by eliminating groups via labels," Klein explained with a smile. "Foreigners are targets of ostracization and pursuit, so they obviously lack the required law enforcement rights. As for the citizens, they only have it when dealing with foreigners. This is confirmed through the notice." Without waiting for Roy and Biles to speak, Klein continued, So I just used the contradiction hidden in this matter to get Roy to test it. The result is exactly as I predicted. First of all, the magic mirror isn't a foreign living being, neither is it a local. It's just an item with a certain level of intelligence. It cannot be placed into any particular group. This way, in a situation where the law enforcer isn't clear, those who aren't part of the elimination process have the right to enforce the law. Secondly, it had punished a foreigner. Those notices imply that all who deal with foreigners are law enforcers. Finally, the magic mirror itself has the rules of punishment. Before this rule is announced to be illegal, it has the right to punish others. Based on the 3 points above, I believe that 0-02 should be in a lot of conflict right now. Next, it will definitely issue a new law to clearly determine the main body of law enforcement to mend the loopholes in this area. Once the main body of the law enforcement is revealed, it will contain a lot of information. It will help us lock onto the target. If 0-02 uses a method of adding prohibitions, it will definitely restrict itself, as it shares the same attributes as the mirror. This is definitely not its first choice. At that moment, Roy, Pasha, and the others who were listening to Klein's recount suddenly had the feeling that he was a knowledgeable and highly intelligent person. Could it be that Mr. Magician is a wise man who likes to travel among the commoners and legends? The four Beyonders each made similar but different guesses. At this moment, the magic mirror in Klein's hand emitted a misty aqueous light. Amidst the aqueous light, the silver mirror's surface showed the notice board. 2 more lines appeared on the bottom of the original piece of paper. All law enforcement must be carried out by the Trunsoist Brass Book, or the group it authorizes. Any private rules can't surpass the official decree. Trunsoist Brass Book. This is the full name of 0-02. The opportunity is here. Klein's expression turned serious as he entered cogitation. He had forced 0-02 to clarify the main law enforcement to obtain more information so as to further understand the situation of the terrifying sealed artifact. And based on Klein's deduction, 0-02 was more or less related to a particular Sapphira, just like how he was back when he had yet to become the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, furthering his understanding of it would inevitably result in reverse corruption, thereby establishing a certain connection. To a certain extent, the Sapphira was equivalent to a great old one outer deity, or the cosmos. Back then, Klein had used such mysticism knowledge to lock onto the location of dark demonic wolf coder. Now he was using it in the opposite direction. From his point of view, 0-02 was definitely more corrupted by a Sapphira than him. After all, sealed artifacts were in a state of having lost control. This was why they needed to be sealed. Under such circumstances, further understanding of 0-02 would result in corruption. The reality proved Klein's hypothesis. And it was also because of this danger that he didn't show the new content presented by Rhodes to the 4 Beyonders. In cogitation, Klein quickly sensed that he had an invisible connection with a certain spot. The indescribable corruption was surging over. Dang. At the same time he flicked out a gold coin, he used Sapphira Castle's aura to cut off the connection and isolate the corruption. Immediately after, a clear image appeared in his mind. Klein grabbed the gold coin with his left hand. After the glove suddenly turned transparent, he instantly vanished from the room and appeared in a hall filled with bookshelves. On the side of the hall with floor-to-ceiling windows, there were many long rectangular tables. On one of them was a book bound by thin brass sheets. "I found you." A smile appeared on Klein's face. He made use of the brief connection to do a divination. Then he relied on the attraction between Spheroid to make the teleportation become abnormally precise. The law of convergence between Spheroid would allow Klein to accidentally enter the library and discover the brass book. However, it might have happened 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. It wouldn't happen in time to stop anything. Furthermore, this was under the prerequisite that 0-02 didn't do any corresponding interference or avoidance measures. But the clothes on Klein's back suddenly cracked as blood-red strokes appeared. This was a punishment for trespassing into a public area. Whipping. Thankfully, this crime is very light, and I won't be punished for this crime for the next 1 or 2 minutes. The rules will give the trespasser time to withdraw. Klein immediately reached out and grabbed a few times in a void. He didn't really pull out the figure of the ascetic leader, Ariana. This was because, to a non-committal person, a historical projection was a form of fraud. He only used this method to send his location information to the servant of concealment. Due to the same reason, Klein dispersed the glove on his left hand. During this process, the brass book started flipping and displayed the rules. When one's rationality drops to 20% of its original value, there would be signs of losing control. Scholar of Yore has the ability to summon historical void projections. The success rate of summoning depends on the familiarity and friendliness of the target. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. One is not allowed to change the condition of the Trunsoist brass book in any way. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. The rules made Klein's eyelids twitch. He felt his rationality constantly dropping. This caused the primordial one's mental brand in his body to become more active. The first part of the rules is presented in grayish black, as though it's in a state that can't be changed. This requires 0-02 to awaken further. If it awakens to the extent of changing the rules in front, it'll be very terrifying. It might even reduce the success rate of my summonings, causing Beyonders to show signs of losing control if their rationality falls a little. With this we've fixed the problem of this variant of a seer being too strong. As expected of 0-02, it fully lives up to its serial number. The text behind is presented in silver. Does this mean that the rules can be altered or enhanced? I can't touch it. I can't change its state. That also means that I can't take it away, nor can I directly conceal this sealed artifact. Perhaps I can use the Staff of the Stars or the Box of the Great Old Ones to directly move this library into the cosmos and let 0-02 face those outer deities. But if the outer deities were to grasp the sealed artifact, the problem might be greater than it is now. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't risk summoning his Grade 0 sealed artifact. The next second, he heard a smacking sound. The figure of Ariana's simple linen robe and tree bark belt was quickly outlined at his side. She was lashed by an invisible whip, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The first problem has been resolved. Now, we need to consider the second problem. That is how to seal this fellow, Klein said as he made haste. It wouldn't be long before he would suffer a second punishment. Ariana shook her head. The corresponding information has been destroyed. We can only resolve it through trial and error. That's a little dangerous. We don't know, but someone definitely knows. Klein's heart stirred as he made his spirit body leave his body and enter the spirit world. Through the invisible barrier created by 0-02, he said to the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, who was waiting for the curtain to disappear, "Perhaps we can make a deal. You want the method to seal 0-02? Larian turned around and chuckled. Do you think I'll agree? Actually, I'm very puzzled. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the fallen god of combat? By joining the Church of Evernight, you can still be an angel, and you can also receive blessings. You can also live for a very long time. Klein didn't directly respond as he said. Larian's expression darkened as he said, a mythical creature without any pious faith wouldn't be able to understand me. As an evil god, isn't it normal for me to not be devout? Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This was his humanity. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1287, Guidance. Seeing that Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, revealed a solemn expression. Furthermore, the fall of a deity is only temporary. He will eventually return and awaken using my body. Klein frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't know whether the angel was having mental problems and wasn't far from losing control because of his shaken anchors, or if he was too affected by the god of combat. In a certain sense, he had become his backup. Ignoring the sequence 0 true deities, even kings of angels and a number of angels would often not completely die. You should know very well that the apocalypse will come in another 10 or so years. I believe that the speed of the god of combat's resurrection won't be fast enough. Klein attempted to awaken him with a cruel reality. Larian snorted. You will never be able to imagine the power of God. He didn't give Klein the chance to continue his persuasion and revealed a smile. In short, I will make a deal with you. Pray to Evernight. Pray to the deity you believe in to seal 0-02 and save you. But all I need to do is wait another 30 to 40 seconds before I can leave this place. Klein looked up at the curtain hanging from infinitely high above and didn't say anything else. He made his spirit body return to the library where the Trunsoist brass book was. Do you have any ideas? He asked without any delay. Ariana shook her head slightly and asked, what did Larian say? He told us to pray to the deities to seal 0-02. As Klein spoke, he was suddenly stunned. What Larian said didn't seem to be problematic, but he had inadvertently revealed a very important piece of information. He believed that deities could seal 0-02, no matter who they were. Then, what does a deity rely on to seal it? by forcefully suppressing it with their Sequence Zero status, or use a might that can destroy the world. Many questions appeared in Klein's mind. At this moment, Trunso's brass book flipped to a blank page, producing silver words one after another. The language it used was the one on the first blasphemy slate. It seemed to be the source of all the languages that were still in use. In the blink of an eye, the silver words formed into new text. The Belton City Library is the place where the Trunso's brass book is kept. It is a place that must be heavily protected. Living beings who intrude without the Trunso's brass book's permission will be severely punished. It's an elevation of the punishment. I might be sentenced to death next. Klein's pupils dilated as he quickly deduced the most likely development. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said with sincerity, "My wish is to shrink the size of the Belton City Library so that the spot where Ma'am Ariana and I are is the boundary line." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and granted his own wish. As the snapping sound reverberated, the lawn that corresponded to the Belton City Library disappeared. The building shrunk and the walls retreated. Soon, only a tenth of its original size was left. Klein and Ariana subconsciously arrived outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the open window, they stare at the Trunso's brass book that remained on the rectangular table. There was no change in the distance between them and the target. They were still very close, but they were no longer within the confines of being severely punished. However, due to their first violation of the curfew, they were once again whipped by an invisible law enforcer. After accumulating the wishes of restoring buildings one after another, Klein could create quite a miracle in this aspect. He didn't make another wish and continued thinking. He analyzed the hidden meaning behind the words of the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. No, it shouldn't have been forcefully suppressed using a deity's status and level. Otherwise, my spiritual intuition would have told me the answer long ago. That would have made me activate Sapphira Castle's aura and complete the seal. From a mysticism point of view, this is understandable. This is because 0-02 is clearly related to a particular Sapphira. It's difficult to suppress it by relying on the status and level of a Sequence Zero. By relying on the might of the deities themselves, this might be possible, but there's a high chance that it's not the real method. This is because Larian knows of a sealing method that can be completed without relying on the deities. What's special about a Sequence Zero deity? And what methods can an angel use to achieve such a special sealing method? The most special thing that I can think of at the moment is that a Sequence Zero deity contains a uniqueness. This is something I can't summon from the historical void. It really has the characteristic of being unique. But how can an angel indirectly simulate a uniqueness? Countless thoughts collided in Klein's mind, producing large amounts of sparks, but he still couldn't figure out the key to the problem. At this moment, the mercury-colored words on the Trunso's brass book continued to seep out, forming new paragraphs that stipulated that Klein and Ariana were a group of people that needed punishment. Ariana observed silently for a while before suddenly saying, "I'll try to conceal the soil beneath the table to make 0-02 fall to the core. Raise your level of alertness to prevent any accidents. Conceal the soil. Fall to the core." Klein's heart stirred. He felt that this was a rather good solution. The Trunso's brass book had only forbidden the touching and changing its condition at present. The environment wasn't equivalent to its condition. In addition, they were only forbidden from entering Belton City Library. It didn't mean that Klein and Ariana couldn't exert certain influences on it. And when 0-02, which hadn't been banned from leaving, passed through the concealed soil and fell to the core, it would lose its influence on Belton City due to the distance, causing the laws it had set up to fail. That was the case unless it was awakened further or came to life, allowing a larger region to fall under its jurisdiction. This way, Klein and Ariana no longer needed to be restricted by the rules. They could seek help from the Evernight Goddess. However, when Ariana finally thought of a solution and was preparing to carry out the plan, a new law was completely formed. The Belton City Library is the place where the Trunso's brass book is stored. It is a place that must be strictly protected. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Indeed, 0-02 has also noticed this loophole. This loophole. As Klein frowned slightly, he suddenly had an idea of what he had been thinking about. The uniqueness of a Sequence Zero deity was indeed unique, but their sealing of 0-02 wasn't directly done by using the authority and power that came from it. It was very likely that they could rely on this trait of a uniqueness to lure 0-02 into setting up a series of contradictory rules, causing the sealed artifact to fall into a paradoxical cycle. In this aspect, angels, saints, and even ordinary people could accomplish that by themselves. The key was to think of paradox and guide it into establishing it. As for how to seal 0-02 after it entered a paradoxical cycle and was preparing to fix the loophole, Klein didn't have any clues at the moment, so he needed to make further observations. How should I create a paradox? All the rules and regulations set up by 0-02 quickly flashed through Klein's mind. In just a few seconds, he acutely grasped a point where he could create a paradoxical cycle. He quickly turned his head and said to Ariana, "Ma'am, let's not destroy the city library. We will directly conceal the other parts of the Belton, indirectly causing it to lose the necessary support. This place will then collapse on its own, thus falling into the core." Ariana didn't immediately do as he said. Instead, she turned her head and gave Klein a deep look. "This will cause the deaths of many civilians. We have to make a choice between the lesser of two evils," Klein said seriously. Ariana didn't respond and fell silent. It was as though she was in an intense mental struggle or making the appropriate preparations. At this moment, the two brass pages that had just written the two articles quickly created more new rules. Belton is the city where the Trunsoist brass book is located, a true holy land in all senses of the phrase. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Upon seeing this text, Klein wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled. With a snap, he snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and quickly drown him. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a stream of flames descended from the sky. Klein jumped out and carried a person. That was one of the 4 Beyonders he had saved previously. He was the Belton local Biles. "Go in and quickly flip through the brass book," Klein said calmly as he pointed at the 0-02 on the rectangular table. Biles didn't know exactly what had happened, but he believed that this magical magician, who had fulfilled 2 of his wishes, had found a way out of the situation plaguing Belton. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he entered the city library through the miniaturized, open floor-to-ceiling windows. During this process, he didn't receive any severe punishments. In fact, he wasn't even whipped. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's smile widened. 0-02 had produced a paradox. Due to Rhodes's existence, the Trunsoist brass book could only do a most comprehensive prohibition, preventing any living being or object from dealing any form of damage to it in any way. As a city, Belton's definition didn't just include its terrain and buildings. It definitely included the residents here. This way, if 0-02 punished a Belton citizen like Biles, any damage to him would go against the law it had just issued. If it didn't punish him, it would go against the laws that prohibited him from entering the city library. Hence, the Trunsoist brass book had entered a vicious cycle. Of course, Klein believed that such a paradox would quickly be corrected by appending additional clauses. He only hoped that Biles would be able to flip through the brass book and find clues to sealing it. Pay attention to the currently open page. Once an article is about to take shape, immediately come out, Klein instructed as he stared at Biles and 0-02. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1288, Key Intelligence. Although Biles had witnessed Phil's severed hand, Weber's hanging, and Mr. Magician's palm fused from worms, and also had a certain understanding of the horrifying anomaly brought about by 0-02. His lacking level and experience made him unaware of the true horror behind this matter. He mostly explained it away as a horror tale, coming to life. Therefore, despite feeling afraid, he mustered up his courage and quickly approached the rectangular table under the watch of the magical magician and grounded angel. Of course, him being from the sailor pathway was partly responsible. Within 2 or 3 steps, Biles had reached a spot where he could touch the brass book. Without thinking, he reached out his right palm and grabbed the brass pages on 0-02 and quickly flipped them. During this process, the back of Biles's hand held up the brass page, which hadn't completely been filled, to prevent it from being blocked, so as to allow him, Mr. Magician, and Ma'am Angel to observe the changes on it and react in advance. Amidst the flipping sounds, the sailor saw the line that touching the Trunsoist brass book would result in the death sentence. He was first alarmed before he was filled with a strong sense of puzzlement about his current state. However, this didn't affect his action of flipping the pages forward. Klein's eyes reflected the different brass pages, and each page had different rules. The projections of these brass pages didn't appear by making lines disappear and having new ones substitute them. Instead, they appeared side by side and gradually increased in number. In the end, Klein's eyes reflected a different number of brass pages in them. They were neatly arranged, one line after another. It was as though he had split the 0-02 into a single page and placed it on a glass platform to bask in the sun. This was a dream divination technique at the angel level, allowing Klein to reproduce the scenes he had just seen before his very eyes. With the passage of time, the brass pages in his dark brown eyes began to spin and pinpoint one of them. The Trunsoist brass book originates from a justiciar uniqueness that had been corrupted by the Nation of Disorder. It's exactly as I expected. Since the Trunsoist brass book can produce all the low-level rules, the corresponding content must contain a description of itself. This is determined by its essence. Unless it completely awakens or comes alive, and has the sufficient intelligence to know how to selectively hide it. Just as a thought of joy flashed through Klein's mind, he saw a new word in mercury color appear on the unfilled brass page. This meant that 0-02 had finally diverted a portion of its power from its vicious cycle. It was preparing to add text as a supplementary explanation to fix the flaws. Leave. Without any hesitation, Klein shouted. Biles strictly obeyed the orders of a high-leveled figure, immediately withdrawing his right hand, turning around, and sprinting out the window. Make a move to attack me. Seeing that the sailor with dual attributes had left the city library, Klein suddenly added. Biles's heart was filled with puzzlement, but he still raised his right arm and pulled back his shoulder. He put on a stance that looked like he was about to throw a punch at Klein. At this moment, a new article finally took shape. With regards to the rules above, the Trunsoist brass book and the group of people it permits have immunity while enforcing the law. However, even if this article was successfully published, Biles wouldn't suffer any punishment. Clearly, the Trunsoist brass book wouldn't pursue problems that led to a vicious cycle or unclear definitions. It was just like how it didn't pile crimes on our roads after it mended the loopholes in the rules. By the same logic, Biles, who had truly come into contact with 0-02, didn't suffer any contamination from a Sapphira. Before the supplementary clauses were published, Biles was a part of the Belton. He couldn't be damaged in any sense, so he couldn't be corrupted. But with the additional clause, he wouldn't be retroactively punished for his previous actions. In fact, after Biles left the city library, he had violated the curfew order as well, but Klein had already noticed a problem. It was that when the Belton citizens pursued foreigners while outside, they weren't restricted by the curfew. Therefore, he made Biles attack him in a manner to avoid the corresponding punishment. Right on the heels of that, he seized the opportunity while 0-02 was fixing the loophole to quickly recall the detailed information regarding the Trunsoist brass book. This book possesses a living characteristic, but most of the time, it's at a very low level. The first half of the book displays almost all the underlying rules, while the second half is blank. It needs to be filled in autonomously. Once there are no restrictions, it will naturally set up laws with certain biases for the surrounding areas and strictly enforce it. During this process, it will change and correct the rules based on the feedback. As the law gradually becomes stricter, his living characteristic will deepen. Once a law that can interfere with all aspects takes form, the Trunsoist brass book will completely come alive. It will possess true intelligence and has the ability to modify the first half of the underlying rules to a certain extent. The exact extent that it can reach is as follows. If there are contradictions in the laws that can't be corrected, or if the pages are all filled without being able to form a sufficiently airtight system of rules, the Trunsoist brass book will produce a new line at the boundary between the first and second half. All the following rules are ineffective. After this line takes form, the rules in the second half will disappear, and the pages will return to a blank slate. After the second half is completely blank, the clause "all the following rules are ineffective" will be erased, and the Trunsoist brass book will repeat its previous actions until there is a set of laws that covers all aspects. The rules that it creates have to be publicized or informed to the masses before having them take effect. When there's no clear rule for a particular action, whether it's against the common knowledge of the surrounding living beings. Trunsoist brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. What a detailed description. There should be a method to seal 0-02 in all of this. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find information that he could use from every line of text. At this moment, the leader of the ascetics, Ariana, whispered, "Think of a way to fill the pages behind 0-02 without making it airtight enough." That's right. In that case, the Trunsoist brass book will declare that all the following rules are ineffective. It'll redo it again. When that happens, its restrictions on the surroundings will temporarily vanish, allowing us to have the chance to touch it, take it away, or directly pray to a deity. But how should we go about doing this? The Trunsoist brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. Klein's heart stirred as he had an idea. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his arms, as if he was hugging the air. In the next second, inside the building whose dimensions had shrunk to 1/10 of the original Belton City Library, a hall that was covered with deep black stone slabs with all kinds of scuffing descended into the real world. There were 8 black stone pillars erected in the hall, and metal poles hung from the high dome. At the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures, 41 on the left and 40 on the right. This was the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire's Hall of Consuls that Klein had seen before. At that time, both consuls were still Sequence 1 princes of abolition of the Black Emperor pathway, so this place was filled with distortions. It didn't match the normal circumstances and didn't have any rules of aesthetics. Apart from that, when Klein summoned this historical scene, he also used his domain's ability to add the details of the Fourth Epoch which he knew. It made the order that stemmed from the Black Emperor become more and more detailed, as though it was corporeal. But his wrists were severed as they landed on the ground. Blood spurted out from the wound, just like an ordinary person. This was the second time Klein had committed fraud. The two palms and fresh blood that gushed to the ground quickly separated into transparent maggots and sticky, nearly shapeless liquid. As the worms of spirit convulsed and died, Klein grimaced due to the pain as he made numerous worms crawl out from the stump to form new palms. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the scene he had created through multiple summonings, not letting it dissipate. On the rectangular table, inside the book that had bound brass pages, many new lines of text appeared. All buildings and structures have to follow the golden ratio and principles of symmetry. Strange clothes are not permitted. The following crimes have the death penalty. The Trunsoist brass book flipped through the pages quickly as it targeted the laws that stemmed from a Black Emperor. The further it went, the faster the new text appeared. There were no more pauses that lasted nearly a minute. Inside the hall, the candlesticks that fell from the ceiling broke and disappeared. Then the other parts of the hall experienced various changes, wiping away the original details of the order one by one. Finally, the hall could no longer be maintained. It collapsed and returned to the historical void. At that moment, the Trunsoist brass book had already flipped to the last 2 pages. It was spread out there without any movement. With the last page filled with text and no longer able to form a tight system of rules with what 0-02 had previously said, Klein silently exhaled and relaxed a little. He felt that his spirituality was almost depleted. Let's wait for an hour at Biles's house. He turned his head and said to Ariana, if they stayed where they were, they would suffer increasingly severe punishments from breaking the curfew until they were sentenced to death. As for monitoring the Trunsoist brass book, this mission that couldn't allow for mistakes was naturally handed over to Erodes. Although this magic mirror couldn't directly look at 0-02, it could pay attention to the notice board and determine the disappearance progress of the laws on it. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1289, Fooling. After returning to Biles's house, Klein pulled a chair over and sat down without waiting for Roy and company to make inquiries. He made a rather pious wish. I wish for my spirituality to be restored. With that said, he raised his right hand, snapped his fingers, and granted his own wish, thus allowing his spirituality to return to its normal state. Right on the heels of that, he extended his left palm, preparing to end the maintenance of the historical projection of the curtain before summoning a new one, so as to continue sealing off the spirit world area corresponding to Belton City. This prevented the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, from escaping. There's no need to do so. There's always a next time. At that moment, Ariana slowly shook her head, indicating that Klein no longer needed to summon the curtain that originated from the dark demonic wolf. There was a limit to the power of wishes. A miracle invoker couldn't satisfy the same wish in a short period of time, which meant that, within the next 1 or 2 hours, Klein couldn't recover his spirituality by granting his own wishes. Of course, to a qualified seer pathway angel, this limitation was something that could be avoided. For example, he could get Pasha, Roy, Biles, and Ariana to take turns to wish for Klein to regain his spirituality before granting their wishes as a miracle invoker. However, the problem was that even if he could recover his spirituality that many times, he wouldn't be able to maintain the curtain, which was at the level of a Sequence 1 for more than an hour. Furthermore, he needed to wait an hour before 0-02 erased all the previous rules and rewrote them. After some deliberation, Klein nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Let's give it a try first. After all, we're rather free right now. I'll give up after my last spirituality recovery attempt. Yes, this will purely depend on the chief shepherd's luck. Perhaps he might lose control because of anxiety, frustration, and nervousness." As he spoke, Klein dispelled the maintenance of the original curtain, and his left hand moved forward immediately after that. He pulled out a new curtain, allowing it to appear inside the spirit world that corresponded to Belton City. In an area where saturated colors overlapped one another, Larian, who was wearing a black robe with white edges and a square hat, felt the restriction disappear. Just as he was about to make his way out, he saw a new curtain descend, sealing him off again. The smile on his face instantly froze. Phew. A few seconds later, Larian slowly exhaled and composed himself mentally as he continued to wait. In the next hour, The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat repeatedly experienced the despair and pain of having his hopes extinguished. He attempted to find a pattern and attempt to figure out the time interval so as to grasp the fleeting opportunity. He wanted to rush out of the barrier the moment the old curtain disappeared and before the new curtain was produced. However, he eventually discovered that the intervals didn't follow any pattern. The person stopping him didn't restore the barrier only when his spirituality was about to be depleted. At times, the other party would recreate the barrier far ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Phasacian citizens weren't forced to change faiths from the God of Combat, and that the decree that Larian was considered a traitor hadn't been widely spread, this grounded angel might have already lost control on the spot. As time passed, Larian once again sensed the collapse of the old curtain. However, this time, there was no new curtain. He has finally reached his limit. Larian was delighted. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the collapsing, nascent divine kingdom. In the next moment, he saw a woman holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, dressed in a complicated long dress, an unknown existence that was wrapped in bandages with yellowish-brown liquid covering the entire, and several strange but abnormally powerful spirit world creatures. The curtain that Klein had summoned the previous times were historical void projections that had been tainted with Sapphira Castle's aura. It naturally attracted objects sensitive to it. He wouldn't even be surprised if Amon was among the group. The smile on Larian's face froze again. Belton City, in Biles's rental apartment. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He muttered softly, "Impressive." Following that, he became silent again until a magic mirror emitted an aqueous light that reflected the notice board's current state. The rules on the paper disappeared in reverse order of their appearance. This meant that 0-02 was beginning to erase the rules that it had set up and was preparing to redo everything. Once the curfew order was abolished, the highly focused Klein immediately pulled Ma'am Ariana and used Flaming Jump to appear outside the shrunken Belton City library. As he looked over, he realized that on the brass pages of 0-02, the speed at which the rules were being wiped clear had become very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the second half of the book was only left with the clause, "All the following rules are ineffective." Following that, the clause disappeared as a new set of rules rapidly emerged without any gaps. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Before this clause was completed, Ariana's figure had already appeared beside the rectangular table. Her finger touched the brass page. With a crack, the leader of the Church of Evernights ascetic had her neck suddenly constricted as though an invisible rope had hoisted her up. As an angel, she had actually suffered bone fractures and had difficulties breathing. Death by hanging. However, with Ariana's finger sliding over with some difficulty, the first clause that appeared was erased before it was fully displayed. It entered a concealed state. As for all the rules set by 0-02, it had to be publicized or announced before it could truly be effective. With a whoosh, Ariana picked up the Trunsoist brass book and threw it to Klein, who was outside the window. In the previous hour, Klein had already anticipated all the possible developments and had a discussion with Ariana. He was in no way nervous or flustered. While 0-02 was still in midair, he dragged another himself wearing a human-skinned glove out of the void. Then he grabbed the Trunsoist brass book and used his historical projection to teleport away. After his figure disappeared from his spot, Ariana landed on the ground with a loud thud, a deep mark left on her neck. In just a few seconds, Klein, who was holding 0-02, appeared at the top of the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He used his spirit vision at the level of an angel and saw the collapsed, dilapidated, and fogged palace. Without any hesitation, Klein allowed his historical projection to take the Trunsoist brass book and blinked to the main door of the palace before pushing the door open. What appeared before him was a hall with many corpses hanging from above. Every corpse was different. There were men and women, either dressed beautifully, simply, exquisitely, or casually. Behind each of these hangers was a transparent and slippery tentacle with complicated patterns. They came from the depths of the hall, from that ancient stone chair. On the huge stone chair, transparent and distorted maggots were formed into a ball. They grew wantonly and extended out strange tentacles. This was the half-fool of the Antigonus family, who had lost control and gone mad. Sensing the door open and sensing Klein's historical projection approach, the cluster of maggots left the stone chair and fiercely flailed their slippery tentacles, causing them to surge towards the door as if they were being affected by an invisible suction force. Similarly, at the bottom of the stone chair, the tarot card with Rozelle's image, which was written with a stellar radiance, flew towards the door. Just seeing this scene pushed Klein's historical projection towards experiencing a breakdown. Thankfully, he didn't possess any sentience and was remotely controlled by Klein. He didn't suffer the chaotic thoughts and the negative side effects of the mental mutation, nor did he stand motionless and helpless. Before the historical projection dissipated, it threw the Trunsoist brass book at the terrifying cluster of maggots. The transparent and slippery tentacles sensed danger and instinctively reacted by wrapping around sealed artifact 0-02. Under such interference and the invisible strong winds, the Fool card had reached the door one step ahead of the strange tentacles. Klein's historical projection had mostly collapsed. Seeing this, he mechanically extended his right hand, grabbed the card of blasphemy, and threw it behind him. In the next instant, the slippery tentacles that were reassembled had reached out to the door, but they were blocked by the fog, unable to exit. All it could do was wildly pound at the barrier. The open door slowly closed, blocking out this scene. Klein, who was hiding somewhere on a mountain peak, frowned slightly. He felt a sense of joy and relief, as well as a strong sense of doubt. In other words, I used 0-02 to exchange for the Fool's card. The goddess doesn't need me to seek clues regarding the river of eternal darkness for the time being. Klein silently muttered to himself. He walked out of the hidden area and arrived not far from the ancient palace. He bent down and picked up the card of blasphemy. On the surface of the card was Roselle Gustav, who was wearing colorful clothes and holding a stick and luggage. His eyes were filled with a longing for the future, and behind him was a puppy. On the upper left corner of the card, the resplendent stellar radiance outlined a few words. Sequence 0, the Fool. Inside the ancient palace, the Trunsoist brass book fell to the ground and opened up to the first page of the second half of the book. New rules began to form. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. One is not allowed to change the condition of the Trunsoist brass book in any way. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. Just as the two rules just appeared, and before it could inform the owner here, a line of words suddenly appeared between the two halves of the book. All the following rules are ineffective. An hour later, the two rules were wiped out and new rules were written. However, after just 2 lines, there was an additional clause in front of them. 0-02 seemed to have reached a blank slate that happened when the entire book was filled up. Again and again, the Trunsoist brass book fell into an endless cycle. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1290, Fulfilling Wishes. Putting away the Fool card, Klein took out Creeping Hunger from the void, equipped it to his left hand, and activated Teleport. After returning to the miniaturized city library, he immediately said to the servant of concealment, Ariana, "It has been thrown into the abandoned palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range." That was an entrance to the foggy town. As for how to deal with 0-02 later on, it was the Church of Evernight's problem. All right. Ariana nodded and didn't say anything else. She entered a concealed state and vanished, as though she had been erased. She didn't thank him, nor mention any payment. It was just like how she had never made any requests when she helped Klein in the past. Does Ma'am Ariana know that I've obtained the Fool card? Klein looked around thoughtfully and slowly sighed in the darkness. Although the supernatural incident had been resolved in less than 2 hours, there were still quite a number of people who had lost their lives under the strict rules. The Belton citizens had more or less committed certain mistakes, but the punishments they suffered were far more disproportionate to the crimes they had committed. The most innocent party in the matter were the tourists who came or passed by Belton. They had to face a nightmare simply because they were foreigners. Klein had tried his best to do some things to protect many outsiders, including Roy and the others, but he was also limited in what he could do due to the restrictions he suffered. There weren't many loopholes that could be made use of, making it impossible to make it seem like none of that had ever happened. What I need to do next is to mainly provide treatment to the survivors. Klein retracted his gaze and planned on teleporting to Biles's house to deal with the remaining problems. At that moment, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void. One of the heads bit onto a black goat's horn. He escaped the spirit world. The remaining 3 heads of Miss Messenger said. As expected of a former chief shepherd, Klein, who had long sensed it, sighed without any surprise. Then he pointed at the black goat's horn. Did Larian leave that behind? After Klein received the item, Rionette Tinker's head that hadn't spoken earlier said, yes. After encountering the curse of deformity, he had still managed to barge out of the encirclement and escape from the spirit world. He is indeed powerful. Is this a Sequence 2 angel who's best at fighting head-on? Klein flicked his wrist, causing the black goat horn in his palm to shatter into countless tiny specks of light as it dissipated, dispersing the remnant psyche. The limbs left behind by a Beyonder after them undergoing a transformation contain a portion of their Beyonder characteristics that couldn't return to the main body. When the points of light were reassembled from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, as well as a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic, Klein chose the Sequence 8 Pugilist from it and returned the rest to Miss Messenger with a smile. These are your spoils. I'll only collect the intelligence fee. Rionette Tynker didn't stand on ceremony. She raised one of the blonde, red-eyed heads and had it open its mouth, absorbing the Sequence 9, Sequence 7, and Sequence for Warrior Beyonder characteristics. After watching Miss Messenger leave Belton, Klein teleported back to Biles's home and smiled at Roy and company. The problem has been resolved. You are no longer foreigners who have to be treated with animosity. The four Beyonders were just about to respond with heartfelt and relieved smiles when they saw the magical Mr. Magician invite a stranger from the air. It was an old man with a dark red bow tie. He wore a shirt, vest, formal suit, and blue striped trousers. His hair remained thick despite it being all white. His aura was warm and elegant. This was the marionette Vin Rambus, whom Klein had once possessed. He planned on using this manipulator to seal away their memories of 0-02. Not being corrupted by a Sapphira didn't mean that Biles wouldn't encounter terrifying matters when he recollected the matter. As there was only one relevant period of memory for Biles, and he didn't know the truth of the matter, what Klein needed to do was rather simple. Therefore, he didn't seek Miss Justice's help. He planned on using his marionette's historical void projection to complete it. You didn't tell them about what happened in the city library, right? Klein got Vin Rambus to walk to his side as he asked Biles. Biles hurriedly shook his head and said, I remember your advice. Very good. Next, I'll give you some psychological treatment. I'll help you forget all those matters. Otherwise, you'll be targeted by 0-02 and never be able to obtain peace until you die. Believe me, sealed artifacts at this level can definitely do something like that. Even if it has been taken away, Klein explained his goal frankly. Biles's lips quivered as he said, all right. He chose to obey and believe. After inviting Roy, Pasha, and Phil out of this rental apartment, Klein controlled Vin Rambus to do a series of mental control processes and successfully made Biles forget the brass book he had seen, as well as the contents on it. After doing this, Klein carefully took out the magic mirror and looked at it. Erodes, are there any other hidden dangers? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, the aqueous light flickered and reflected a line of silver words. Great Master, there aren't any latent risks in Belton. As for other places in Lone and Faceac, as it involves 0-02 itself, I'm unable to see it clearly. Perhaps you can confirm it yourself? All right. Klein nodded slightly, took out a gold coin, and softly chanted the corresponding divination statement. With a ping, the gold coin flicked up and tumbled in the air. During this process, scenes naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. They were chimneys, streets, and cities. They were extremely vague and lacked specific directions. With a slight frown, he collected his thoughts and reached out to catch the gold coin. Then he got Pasha and the others to return to Biles's home. He smiled and said to Roy, didn't you wish to obtain the next potion? You can make a wish now. Roy's eyes revealed surprise and he asked nervously, I can still make another wish? This is a gift, Klein replied with a smile. Roy's heart stirred. Without asking any more questions, he seized this opportunity to fulfill his wish of obtaining the next potion. Klein then threw the Warrior Pathway Sequence 8 Pugilist Beyonder characteristic to him. This is essentially a potion, but for safety, I suggest you search for the corresponding formula and find the correct supplementary ingredients. Your amazing feats are worthy of praise. Roy expressed his gratitude. His first potion had, in some sense, been a Warrior Beyonder characteristic that he devoured. As the apocalypse was approaching, along with his relatively low sequence and good luck, he didn't lose control on the spot. He didn't even have any serious psychological problems. After that, he gradually came into contact with other Beyonders and came into contact with true mysticism. Only then did he learn how dangerous his actions were, and he didn't dare make a similar attempt again. Faced with Roy's praise, Klein looked around and smiled. Next, follow me out of Belton. This doesn't mean that there's still danger here, but I have to make use of this time to fulfill your wishes. One wish involved Roy hoping that Klein could help them leave the Belton, while the other wish involved Pasha's wish to have Klein protect them and allow them to leave Belton City alive. Although these two matters were meaningless under the present situation, to Klein, he had to fulfill the wish even if there was no point in doing it. I'm just a heartless, wish-granting machine. Klein lampooned himself as he smiled at Biles and company. Pasha and the others glanced at each other, not daring to raise any objections. Just like before, they held each other's hands. Then, Klein brought them to the outskirts of Belton with teleportation. The magic show has come to an end. It's time to say goodbye. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He tried his best to make himself a true wandering magician. This was a habit of his acting. Upon seeing this, Pasha blurted out, "Can we know your name?" Klein smiled and said, "I have too many names. Different people have different names for me. You can call me the miracle magician, Merlin Hermes." "Mr. Hermes, are you a believer of the Evernight goddess?" Roy asked after some hesitation. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to answer. He really wanted to say that he once was, but not anymore. After some consideration, he decided to act as an attendant of mysteries in advance. He immediately restrained his smile and solemnly said, "The one I serve is the Fool, the Lord of Mysteries, the great ruler above the spirit world. If you wish to believe in this mighty existence, or wish to gain more of an understanding, you can go to the Sonia Seas Rorsted Archipelago. The Lord's missionary, Danitz, is currently preaching there. Furthermore, the City of Silver definitely has all the potion formulas from the Warrior Pathway under Sequence 2. Klein silently added, but he didn't say it out loud. Roy nodded slightly and said, "It's my first time knowing of such a mighty existence in this world. Your miraculous nature has shown his brilliance." He didn't directly respond to Mr. Merlin Hermes because he was still hesitant. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were the same. Without another word, Klein turned around and left the four Beyonders before making a detour to Belton. He didn't forget his purpose in alighting at this tiny city. He planned on immediately finding a room to study the Fool card above the gray fog. In a city in mid-Seashire, at a particular library, a young law researcher took out a book from the bookshelf and walked to a table by the window and sat down. As he carefully read through the book, he realized that there was a page of yellowish-brown paper in it. "What is this?" the young law researcher muttered to himself in confusion and reached out to pull out the paper. After confirming that it was written in ancient Faesac, the content was rather rare. In the fourth epoch, there was a book named the Trunsoist Brass Book, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1291, Two Rituals. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's figure appeared. At that moment, on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool sat a person shrouded in grayish-white fog. As Klein returned to Sapphira Castle, this person instantly disintegrated, turning into transparent and distorted worms of spirit that flew to Klein and entered his body. Thankfully, the restrictions placed by 0-02 only involved no leaking of secrets or returning. I didn't have my connection with the worms of spirit that were guarding Sapphira Castle severed. Otherwise, they would have already lost control and become monsters. Klein sighed inwardly as he sat at the seat belonging to the Fool and picked up the Fool card he had previously sacrificed to himself. As the card of blasphemy had already been activated, there was no need for him to seek out any additional incantations. All he needed to do was inject spirituality into it to see the corresponding changes. The Fool card quickly transformed into a miniature illusory book. With Klein's guidance, it kept flipping back until it reached the last 2 pages. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. This is an angel who serves the profound mysteries. He has gained initial control of the corresponding domain's authorities. He can summon originally existing spirit body threads of objects. He can combine many physical objects or abstract concepts together. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients, 1 attendant of mysteries beyond characteristic. Supplementary ingredients, 9 spirit world specialties. Advancement ritual, build a town consisting only of marionettes and design a trajectory of fate for every marionette. By letting them interact with each other, they would act as a sufficiently real-life painting and create a corresponding area in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more the marionettes involved, the more detailed the daily lives are, and the more realistic and extensiveness the different fates are, the better the ritual's effects would be. Sequence 0, the Fool. This is a true deity. In a sense, he is an embodiment of the corresponding authorities. He is adept at using all kinds of methods to fool all things, showcasing all kinds of fascinating miracles. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients, the uniqueness of the Fool. 2 attendant of mysteries beyond characteristics apart from one's characteristic. Supplementary ingredients, control at least a quarter of the fog of history. Advancement ritual, full time, history, or fate once. As he read, Klein slowly frowned and silently muttered to himself, compared to the advancement ritual of attendant of mysteries, the Fool's ritual is just too abstract. What does it mean to fool time, history, or fate? How does one decide if it's successful? Controlling at least a quarter of the fog of history is relatively simple for me. On the one hand, I know a lot of ancient secrets and have lit up many historical fragments. On the other hand, I can directly influence the fog of history through Sapphira Castle. I'll put the fool's matter aside for now. Currently, my focus is on Attendant of Mysteries. You have to walk one step at a time before running is possible. Of course, some lucky ones can fly directly. It's very easy to find the 9 specialties in the spirit world. Be it to get Miss Messenger to help, or to seek the 7 Lights advice, this isn't a problem. The advancement ritual is very close to the environment around Zeradal and the Antigonus family's ancestor. Furthermore, it matches what the 7 Lights said about having a close connection with the spirit world. I can determine it to be true for now. With this in mind, Klein took off the topaz pendant wrapped around his left wrist and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Emperor Roselle, but his fellow countrymen had likely been influenced by Mr. Dorr before he created the cards of blasphemy. He had gone to the moon and suffered the corruption and contamination of the mother goddess of depravity, thus resulting in distorted memories. It was precisely because of this that it was highly possible that Roselle had buried some traps in the key areas of the cards of blasphemy in his final days. In this aspect, Klein had always been cautious and careful. Speaking of the primordial moon's true form, the most powerful great old one, the mother goddess of depravity, could it be that the emperor had unknowingly been tainted based on her title? On the moon, perhaps there are many younger brothers and sisters that Bernadette has never met before. Of course, it's unlikely that there are gender differences. The marionettes needed for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual can be obtained from the forsaken land of the gods. The copious number of monsters there is a good thing. Furthermore, I've accumulated quite a few of them previously. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he turned his head to look at the other side of the ancient palace and made the grayish-white fog beside the junk pile dissipate. As the fog receded, rows of brownish-yellow seats appeared, each of which sat a figure. Those figures were either giants covered in silver armor, humans with deformed facial features and linen clothes, and large chunks of flesh overgrown with eyes. They sat quietly in their rows of seats, their eyes glazed over and indifferent as they stared in the direction of the long-modeled table. These were all marionettes that Klein had gathered in the forsaken land of the gods. Every time he needed to switch location, and it wasn't convenient for him to carry too many with him, he would sacrifice a batch of them above the gray fog. Of course, this had nothing to do with environmental protection. Instead, it was what had happened to the foggy town and the scene displayed by Zeradal. It made Klein instinctively believe that there was a high chance that a particular ritual would require many marionettes. Therefore, he had always been very frugal in this aspect. As for why he didn't hang these marionettes up and had made them sit in rows in a conjured theater as members of the audience, this was because Klein felt that the actions of the Antigonus family's ancestor and Zeradal were a little perverse. He had tried to imitate and mimic them, but the goal was for acting. Now he didn't need it anymore. But how can such a marionette city produce corresponding spirit world information? The spirit world is a gathering of the past, present, and future information, but it doesn't directly include such fake objects. Generated from what others know. Every living being's actions and words would be reflected in the spirit world in an abstract manner, becoming the source of divination. When their actions, words, and certain intense feelings are clearly built into a marionette city, the city's spirit world projection would appear, turning into a true existence. The interactions involved in this are linked to the more profound secrets of the spirit world. Klein closed the Fool card in thought and played with it. As he had already reached the angel level, he had a certain understanding regarding the creation of the cards of blasphemy. Back then, not only was Roselle able to draw powers from knowledge, but he could also give actual powers to abstract knowledge. As for what kind of material the Emperor used to create it, and how he accomplished the effects of anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of deities, Klein was unable to figure it out. After some thought, Klein tried to accommodate the Fool card in his body. His condition immediately changed. His body was covered with colorful clothes, and there was an extremely gorgeous piece of headwear on his head. His aura was deep and terrifying, but gave off a comical, ridiculous, ludicrous feeling. It was a condition filled with a strange conflict. The space attached to Sapphira Castle gently swayed, as though it wanted to surrender to the feet of this indescribable deity. My level has been enhanced a little. There aren't any substantial changes. After all, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. It's like I have a fashionable costume that can accentuate my aura. Klein shook his head and said a few self-deprecating words. At the same time, a transparent and distorted worm of spirit crawled out from his body, forming a figure that was identical to him. After splitting off a worm of spirit of himself that could respond to prayers at any moment, Klein returned to the real world and strolled around Belton City. He used the method of granting wishes to treat the injuries of people, and he learned about the war from them. Dogs, asterisk T. Danitz couldn't help but curse when he heard the crew's report. They actually finished the whale oil. Why didn't you stop them? As they passed by the Gargas archipelago, Danitz and his crew bought a batch of whale oil that hadn't been refined. They planned on bringing it back to Byam and selling it at a high price. Who would have expected that a portion of it had been secretly eaten by the City of Silver's half-giants? The crew member glanced at the Oracle and whispered, "They don't understand what we're talking about." "We don't understand what they're talking about either. Only the shortest one can communicate, but it doesn't mean we can find him at any time. He always cogitates in places where the sun shines, changing positions every time." Danitz subconsciously sneered. This is what happens to illiterates. If you could grasp all sorts of languages like Ancient Fasak, Jotun, and Elvish like me, something like that wouldn't have happened. Of course, linguistic talent is related to intelligence. You don't have to force yourself. The crewman carefully looked at Danitz again. "Oracle, they ate the portion of whale oil you bought." Dogs, asterisk T. Danitz's reaction was faster than his thoughts as he rushed towards the cabin. After a period of chaos, Danitz received compensation with a Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic. He didn't know if he had profited or suffered a loss. After all, the dirty bodily fluids left on the characteristic made him feel disgusted and nauseous. By the time the ship returned to peace, City of Generosity Byam was already in front of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team. Derek led Lievel, Candace, and the others to the deck and looked at the destination of their journey. Although they had passed by many ports, they had never been allowed to alight from the ship. They could only watch from afar. Now, it was finally time for them to step onto the land outside. Even so, the large number of people, houses, and hardships that they had seen from afar were still unable to conceal their bubbling enthusiasm. They continued to yearn for life in the world of light. Of course, having been used to the darkness and lightning, it took quite some time before they could get used to the sun outside. If not for the fact that they were Beyonders, they would have suffered permanent damage to their eyes. As he looked at the docks and the numerous people, the airships that were traveling high in the sky, and the other ships around him while hearing noises that he could barely understand, Derek suddenly felt a sense of nervousness. This would be the area where the City of Silver would take up residence in the future. As he swept his gaze, he suddenly saw a man standing on the coastal lighthouse. He was wearing a long robe embroidered with the symbol of storm. His hair was dark blue, nearly black, like a clump of seaweed. His face was rough and carved. As their gazes met, Derek instantly calmed down and no longer felt uneasy. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1292. Entering Byam for the first time. After the huge ship belonging to the Resistance docked, all of the City of Silver citizens changed into round-neck shirts, brown jackets, pantaloons, and dark-colored caps before following Oracle Danitz down the ship. They prepared to pass through the dock to enter the City of Generosity Byam. Those clothes had been prepared beforehand. It's really uncomfortable wearing this. It's not suitable for battle. As he walked, Lievel moved his limbs and whispered to Elder Derek. Derek nodded slightly and said, "But it's better to hide ourselves and not be too eye-catching. We don't want to become the focus of attention." Derek's analysis wasn't a problem at all. After all, they were outsiders and they only numbered 21 people. It was best if they didn't attract the attention of others, but he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. But they're all looking at us." Candace quickly surveyed the area and whispered. The workers who were dressed crudely or half-naked at the pier all looked over at the tourists who wore all kinds of get-ups. They're tall. A Byam resident with bronze skin and slightly curly hair could not help but sigh. His height was only around 160. This was the height of all the male commoners in the current colonial era. As for the people of the City of Silver, other than Derek, who was only slightly over 2 meters tall, the rest were on average above 2.3 meters. The tallest of them exceeded 2.5 meters. To have such half-giants walk through the docks amidst the crowd was equally eye-catching no matter what they wore. Phasacians. Aloanese in a top hat and formal suit turned his head to gossip with his companion. Has the slave trade begun again? He believed that the City of Silver entourage were Phasacian slaves that the Rorsted government had bought from the Lone Kingdom. After all, in this world, the only ones he could think of who had such heights and such numbers were the barbarians who claimed to be descendants of giants. His partner shook his head and frowned. It doesn't seem like the case. Most Phasacians have light blue eyes. Furthermore, even if they are Phasacian, few of them exceed 2 meters in height, unless these are nobles or high-ranking prisoners of war. Although Phasak didn't have a clear rule, in all kinds of industries, especially in the military, there was a phenomenon that one's height determined one's status. Of course, this wasn't the only condition. It was also a combination of family background, nobility, and ranks. Due to such traditions, the descendants of Phaeacian royalty and the military brass were generally taller than 2 meters. This was actually a superficial phenomenon that, at its essence, was an influence of their beyonder characteristics. Those who became more the brass of the Phaeacic military were either nobles or at least sequence 5. And for the latter, due to the repeated influence of the giant pathways potions, their height would definitely reach the standard height. Those who chose the Red Priest pathway would also have a certain increase in height. However, the signs weren't as obvious in their early stages as those from the giant pathway, and the total increase in height was only a few centimeters. They had to become a demigod to experience a qualitative change. For noble descendants, their ancestors were more or less giants, or had marital alliances with giants. Regardless of whether they inherited the beyonder characteristics, the corresponding genes accumulated over generations would definitely allow their normal height to exceed 2 meters. Among them, families who were still in control of a portion of the giant pathways potion formulas, and those who had a certain heritage, tend to be in the same situation as the residents of the City of Silver. The royal family in charge of the Red Priest pathway maintained the heights of their descendants through marital alliances. The residents of the City of Silver, who were being scrutinized by numerous gazes, felt increasingly uneasy. It was as if they had returned to the cursed land where they were being watched by monsters as they walked in the dark. Derek was very calm and composed. He looked around and said to the members of the reconnaissance team, "They don't have any ill intentions." After confirming that Mr. Hangman was in the city and how he knew that he had arrived, Derek no longer felt isolated and helpless. It wasn't that he didn't trust the messenger that Mr. Fool had appointed, but that he believed that he didn't want to trouble a god as much as possible in his daily life. The best thing to do was resolve problems himself. And when it came to dealing with his own problems, Derek was ultimately unfamiliar with the outside world, so he wasn't too confident. At this moment, to have an experienced, trustable, extremely intelligent native with a meticulous mind help him would definitely be the best option. Of course, Derek also knew that Mr. Hangman wouldn't make any contact with him on the surface because he belonged to another faction. He wasn't a believer of Sea God, so if he acted too warmly over matters regarding the City of Silver, he was bound to be suspected. However, there will always be a proper reason and suitable opportunities to meet. Derek thought in anticipation. Amidst his thoughts, he and the members of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team followed Danitz out of the dock and arrived on the streets. Their vision suddenly broadened as they saw more people than before and heard all sorts of voices. To the people of the City of Silver, this was even more lively than the grandest harvest in their hometown. At a glance, there were countless people dressed in strange clothes with all kinds of unique characteristics. Some were in a hurry, others were strolling leisurely, and some were carrying large pieces of fruit. They used pipes to suck in the liquid, or held food that looked like the delicious pies on the ship, occasionally taking a bite. Apart from these horse-like creatures that pulled carriages producing tinkling sounds, the metallic objects that moved extremely fast, and the smell of the various spices that filled the streets made people of the City of Silver feel like they had come to another world. And to them, this was indeed another world. Even though they were a little fearful and uneasy, and were not too used to such a scene, everyone could clearly feel the vibrancy of this scene. This was like the sunlight in one's soul, reflecting the sun in the sky. This is the place where we will live, battle, and reproduce in the future? Derek, Lievel, Candace, and the others subconsciously had similar thoughts. They felt a little uneasy, but didn't reject any of it. Danitz looked at their faces, which had been stunned silly by Byam's bustling scene in satisfaction as he inwardly muttered, "This is only Byam. If you were to go to Trier and Backlund, were you going to kneel down and kiss the ground?" This world-famous pirate controlled his urge to mock them, as he was now Mr. Fool's messenger. He couldn't ruin the image of a deity. After leading the City of Silver people to a rather luxurious hotel, Danitz gestured for the crew to handle the check-in as he spoke in fluent Jotun to his guests. "It's getting dark. We'll stay here for one night and leave the city tomorrow. The place where you will build your city has been arranged. It's on the other side of the forest. There's a natural harbor and a few roads that lead to Byam. Roads to the city. After that, we'll expand the main road and build a railway that leads to your city." Railway? Derek, who had studied during the tarot gathering, knew what it meant. He nodded gratefully and inwardly praised Mr. Fool once again. Danitz continued, "We've already helped you level the area and left the space needed for some basic facilities such as water pipes and gas pipes. When you begin building houses, we'll send a team over to help with the matters. Also, the corresponding construction materials and temporary tents have been prepared for you." "Thank Mr. Fool. There's also the help of the Church of the Lord of Storms in this matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to purchase so much material. However, they mainly did so to earn additional funds. The Rorsted new government hadn't been established for long, and its connections with the outside world weren't comprehensive enough. What they didn't expect was that the Church of the Lord of Storms had taken the initiative to provide help on the City of Silver's matter. Water pipes. Gas pipes. Derek gradually couldn't understand what was being said, but he still put on a pensive expression. There were a few times when Danitz nearly said the word Dogshastras tea in passing. Without speaking another word, he introduced the hotel. This is a hotel that Phasacians like to live in at Byam the most. The ceiling might be a little too low for you, but it won't be low enough to hit your heads. With that said, Danitz smiled. At the end of this street is Red Theater. He revealed a smile that all men understood. However, the people of the City of Silver didn't understand. Seriously, the Emperor said that the most ancient human occupation is the selling of their bodies. They actually don't know what I'm talking about. The corners of Danitz's mouth twitched as he gave up on the topic. After his second and third mates were done with the check-in, he led the entourage up to the second floor and assigned them their rooms. After doing this, he took out a stack of cards that he had long written, and he distributed them to the members of the City of Silver, who were scouting the area. Every card has a few words in the local language and the corresponding word in Jotun. If you need any services or food, you can ring the bell here. When the attendant comes over, show him the card. Of course, they might not be able to understand it, but they will definitely seek help from people who understand it. This was a simple and easy method to understand. The people of the City of Silver easily grasped how to use the cards, secretly excited that they could finally communicate with the people here. Following that, Danitz demonstrated how to switch on the water and how to use the toilet and how to light up the gas wall lamps. It made Derek, Laevel, and Candace feel like they had arrived at a divine kingdom. All it took to have water flow was to press a switch. A button was enough to wash away their excrement without leaving any stains. There was a lantern that kept emitting light once it was ignited. These were all things that they didn't dare to imagine in the past. And these things would become part of their new lives. By the time the City of Silver's members had gotten used to the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Night had begun to rule the city. Although Derek and company had long confirmed that there was no danger of monsters attacking in the dark in the outside world, they were still instinctively afraid. Therefore, they would either emit light themselves or light up the gas wall lamps. At that moment, they saw gas lamps lighting up one after another on the streets, the houses, both near and far, outside the glass windows. These lights dispersed the darkness in their respective areas. In the eyes of the people of the City of Silver, the bright and dim lights were like the galaxy landing on the ground at night. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1293, Devil's Oil Painting. In a warehouse that was being rebuilt in Pritz Harbor, Furs met her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, once again a few days later. "Are you ready?" Dorian asked in a low voice. Back when they met, he had already informed Furs of the ritual requirement of the Apprentice Pathways sequence for Secret Sorcerer so that she could make advanced preparations. "More or less. I should be able to satisfy the requirements," Furs replied without much confidence. The advancement ritual of a Secret Sorcerer was relatively simple, but in this case, simple was the antonym for complex and not difficult. To Furs, she wished that it was something else. The ritual required the candidate to seal a demigod-level creature with clear animosity. The less external help one received, the better the ritual's effects. As for the target's level, as long as it wasn't lower than a demigod, it was fine. It had virtually no effect on the ritual. Upon hearing that, Dorian nodded and said, "That should be fine. That ritual is really difficult for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to complete it on their own. It's necessary to seek help at appropriate times, but you mustn't go overboard, such as exceeding the corresponding limitations. Otherwise, the ritual will definitely fail." The suggestion he had previously provided to Furs was to borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It would be best if she didn't even hire a saint-level helper. Furs said vaguely, "I only plan on making a wish to Mr. Fool to increase the success rate of advancement after consuming the potion. This is closer to obtaining good luck when consuming the potion, rather than being blessed and protected while sealing the demigod creature. Other than that, I'll be using the painting that you mentioned." The painting wasn't a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Scroll of God, but the Abraham family's Grade 1 sealed artifact. It was called Devil's Oil Painting. In the fourth epoch, when many members of the Abraham family had advanced a sequence for Secret Sorcerer, they had created the oil painting to seal the corresponding demigod-level creatures. However, after being attacked by the Aurora Order and losing a lot of documents, Dorian Gray wasn't sure how many terrifying creatures were sealed in the Devil's Oil Painting. He was only certain that there was definitely more than one sealed inside. His original plan was to release a demigod-level creature that was completely insane from the Devil's Oil Painting, one that acted purely out of instinct. This could then be his student's ritual target. This made it much easier than dealing with a rational and intelligent saint. Furthermore, it was completely in line with the ritual's requirements, but he never expected Furs to directly borrow the Devil's Oil painting. Dorian frowned and reminded her, the Devil's Oil painting only has the effect of imprisonment and sealing. It doesn't have the ability to actively affect the target. In other words, you have to stuff a demigod-level creature into the Devil's Oil painting. Furs nodded, indicating that she knew this. Teacher, you mentioned that one's record ability isn't considered external help. Yes, Dorian Gray gave a definite answer. If her record powers were considered external help, almost no traveler could advance. After all, record was the core ability of the apprentice pathway before they became demigods. Once it was excluded, Furs would be left only with a means to flee, making it difficult for her to do anything to her enemies. In theory, that's the case. However, you can only record at most 5 demigod-level powers, Dorian said worriedly. Before he finished his sentence, he thought of Mr. Fool and his blessed and felt a little more at ease. If the powers are matched well, it isn't impossible for me to succeed. It's just a mad creature that's acting on instinct. Furs tried convincing both her teacher and herself. Dorian nodded indiscernibly and didn't say anything else. He immediately summoned his contracted creature, Malmouth, who loved music, and took out the secret sorcerer mane and supplementary ingredients. He then concocted a bottle of secret sorcerer potion for his student. If there's no way to complete the seal, there's no need to forcefully consume it. Even if the potion and glass bottle fuses together and turns into a sealed artifact, we can also pray to Mr. Fool to restore it to a beyonder characteristic. Dorian continued to warn her worriedly before handing the potion to Furs. Inside the glass bottle were layers of stellar radiance, as though the Milky Way in the sky had been sucked into the potion. All right. Furs nodded heavily, indicating that she wasn't worried that the potion would be wasted. She had made plans ahead of time. She would immediately teleport away once she realized she couldn't seal the released demigod-level creature before making a wish to Mr. Fool and getting him to resolve it. Dorian then took out an oil painting from his suitcase, which was filled with abstract images. It was an image that no one could understand. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy and mentally weak. This was the Devil's Oil painting that had sealed countless terrifying creatures. If you can successfully advance, I only have one request. Dorian held the Devil's Oil painting and said solemnly to Furs, that is, on the night of the full moon, listen to what Mr. Dorr is saying and ask him the reasons for his actions. The members of the Abraham family still couldn't fully accept that the curse they had suffered from had stemmed from their ancestor. They felt that Mr. Dorr might not know the consequences of his plea for help. They wished to figure out the full truth. All right. Faced with her teacher's sincere request, Furs agreed without any hesitation. Following that, she took the Devil's Oil painting, teleported out of Pritz Harbor, and came to a vast desert where no humans lived. This way, even if an accident happened during the ritual, she had plenty of time to resolve it and not affect ordinary people. After checking the surroundings and preparing herself, Furs inserted the Devil's Oil painting into the ground. She then clasped her hands together and bowed her head to pray to Mr. Fool. She wished that he could increase her chances of advancing after consuming the potion. Without any pause, she saw the illusory grayish-white fog and knew that Mr. Fool had already responded. After stalling for a few seconds, Furs finally convinced herself. She took out the herbal powder she had prepared, and she scattered it on the Devil's Oil painting. Then, she recited the incantation to release the seal in Jotun. This was an incantation that only released one creature. Without a sound, the powder that was floating in the air landed on the oil painting and rapidly spun around a central point. As it spun, the surface of the oil painting turned illusory, as if a deep vortex was forming. Suddenly, a bluish-black hand emerged from the vortex, one that showed signs of decay. It stretched out from the oil painting to the outside world. Furz's body suddenly turned cold as though she had fallen into a frozen lake. While clearing up her mind, it also made her seem to lose control of her body. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move her limbs. At that moment, Furz seemed to return to her past state of writing books at night and sleeping during the day. At that time, she often felt that she had woken up, but she couldn't move at all. It was as though she was being pressed down by an invisible creature. Although the terrifying creature in the Devil's Oil painting had yet to fully escape, its influence on the outside world with its godhood made Furz lose most of her ability to resist. Once it fully escapes from the oil painting, Furz would even lose control merely from looking at it directly. The difference between the two in their lives' natural order was unimaginable in certain aspects. Gradually, Furz's consciousness blurred a little, having a nagging feeling that she was already lucid. She raised her arm and moved her feet, but on second thought, she realized that it was only her imagination. As her body turned colder, the feeling of being pressed down by an invisible creature became more obvious. Fortunately, she had a bunch of demigods providing her information, allowing her to close her eyes in time. She didn't look at the devil's oil painting, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Using cogitation to maintain a certain level of clarity, Furs began counting down. According to Mr. World's warning, she knew that the terrifying creature would need 5 seconds to completely escape the devil's oil painting. 4, 3, 2. With just 1 second left, an illusory book appeared in Furz's eyes. It quickly flipped and stopped on 1 page. 1. Just as Furs finished counting, she suddenly spread open her arms. Around her, peach blossoms fell in a colorful resplendence. The bluish-black hand that was about to grab her neck moved away from her and was blocked by the peach forest that was blooming with vegetation and flowers. It was separated by a mountain that was the forest's river source, making it only possible for it to enter through a small cave. This was a fairy tale magic Furs had recorded from Ma'am Hermit. It was called Peach Blossom Source. It could create an isolation barrier from the outside world, making it very difficult for the outside world to connect to it. Seizing this opportunity, Furs, who barely managed to regain control of her body, took out a queen chess piece from Rozelle's chest from a pocket and threw it at the source of the peach blossom scene, throwing it at the cave that penetrated through the flowing river. This was another fairy tale magic she had recorded, called the chessboard of time. Its effect was to slow the target's movements, as though it had entered a region in which time flowed slower. With a smack, the actions of the bluish-black palm that was trying hard to break through the peach blossom source changed from extending outwards to squirming. Furs didn't even look at the effects. She used an invisible hand to pick up the devil's oil painting that was stuck in the sand, and she held it right up to the cave. After 1 or 2 seconds, the bluish-black palm returned to normal. Its movements became extremely fast as it charged out of the peach blossom source and crashed into the oil painting. As the oil painting shook, the terrifying creature penetrated the surface and landed in it. Furs was delighted. Without any hesitation, she recited the incantation and closed the outer seal of the devil's oil painting. Thankfully, that demigod creature has already lost control. It's left with nothing but madness and lacks intelligence. I wonder if I will directly hear Mr. Door's shouts after consuming the potion. Still nervous, Furs took out the secret sorcerer potion bottle and poured it into her mouth. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1294, Conversation. If that demigod creature didn't slam into the devil's oil painting on its own accord, I'd have to summon Mr. World's historical void projection. I wonder if that can be considered as directly hiring a helper at the angel level. As Furs pondered, she drank the potion. To her, the potion was like icy water that could hurt someone due to the extreme temperature. All her senses vanished in the areas that it passed, leaving only her still thoughts. It was inevitable that a person would hallucinate in extreme cold temperatures. In Furz's vision, a night sky instantly appeared. It was dotted with countless stars that weaved together to form a dreamlike river. Furz's body began reflecting bits of stellar radiance, as if they came from her own body. The tiny bits of pure stellar radiance formed an invisible connection with the different stars in the night sky. As the light shimmered, they twisted and squirmed as insect-like creatures crawled out of Furz's body. They wanted to seek refuge in the Milky Way, formed by an array of embedded diamond shards. Each of them carried a portion of their own flesh and consciousness, as though they were uncontrollable avatars. Furz's thoughts quickly turned chaotic, and she fell into confusion. She almost couldn't control the urge to separate herself. At that moment, she sensed an illusory object. It was the seal that she had completed using the devil's oil painting. It was projected into the mysterious world created by the potion, forming an abstract, blurry mark. Furs didn't think further as she instinctively extended a portion of her consciousness along with her spirituality and intertwined with the abstract symbol. The mark wasn't exactly harmonious with her, as if it wasn't part of her, but it managed to barely merge with her. Suddenly, in Furz's mind, the abstract symbol became rather clear. It consisted of a door that was layered with mysterious symbols. This door hid Furs behind it, allowing her to isolate herself from the surrounding cosmos. At the same time, on the other side of the door, the sealed creature seemed to sense the aura of an enemy. Using its own godhood, it wildly corroded the illusory door. It happened to be able to reduce the influence the cosmos had on Furs. After maintaining it for more than 10 seconds, the resplendent Milky Way's night sky slowly faded away. The stellar radiance then returned to Furz's body fused with her. At this moment, a deep darkness appeared in front of Furs. Deep in the darkness was a perpetual storm, and occasionally flashing lightning. The next second, Furs heard a familiar voice. It stabbed into her head like steel nails, stirring her brain matter. Furs grimaced immediately. If she hadn't experienced such things over and over in the past, and had some level of resistance, as well as the fact that she was at the saint level, she would have likely lost control. Of course, there had to be some influence of good luck here. After a few seconds, she finally managed to calm herself down and hear what the voice was shouting by using cogitation. It was calling for help. It wasn't Jotun, Elvish, or ancient Hermes. Instead, it was a language that Furs had never come into contact with before. However, she could understand it the moment she heard it. She felt like it was the true source of many languages. Mr. Door would crazily shout for help every full moon. How disgraceful of a king of angels! However, even if he is seeking help, it's still a terrifying thing that I can't withstand. Silently. She was considering if she should pretend not to hear it and wait until she had converged her spirituality and grasped the beyond her powers of a secret sorcerer before conversing with Mr. Door during the next full moon, or to do it now. Suddenly, the shouts from afar stopped and the surroundings became deathly silent. After 2 to 3 seconds, a wispy voice that could pierce through spirit bodies entered Furs's mind. You used the beyonder characteristics of the Abraham family. This sentence was said in a flat manner without any rise or fall, but it made the blood vessels on Furs's forehead throb. Her eyes turned bloodshot as her body turned resplendent. She almost lost control of herself. Who are you? Furs composed herself and asked deliberately. The voice that seemed to lure her into losing control said in a low, smiling voice, You can call me Mr. Door. You should be familiar with me. The King of Angels from the 4th epoch directly pointed out that Furs had a certain connection with him. She could hear the full moon ravings. I'm going to write you into a novel. Furs secretly gritted her teeth and asked, Honorable Mr. Door, are you the ancestor of the Abraham family, Your Excellency Bethel? The voice that had crossed countless barriers returned to its flatness. Yes. Then, do you know that your cry for help has caused the entire Abraham family to be trapped in a curse that has lasted for more than 1,000 years? It's basically impossible for anyone to become a traveler or even a scribe. They often lose control during advancements or the night of the full moon. Furs felt that she couldn't speak to Mr. Door for a long time. Otherwise, her inclination towards losing control would be irreversible. She directly posed the question that the Abrahams were most concerned about. Mr. Door fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, They no longer have secret sorcerer or demigods? There aren't any after the War of the 4 Emperors. And the curse you brought has made it impossible for them to advance to a demigod. If you can stop crying for help for 10 years, a new Abraham demigod might be born. This will greatly aid in your escape, Furs sincerely suggested. Mr. Door sighed and said, I have been exiled to an eternal darkness and suffer the blockage of a perpetual storm. I have no way to know what's happening in the real world, nor did I expect that there isn't a single demigod left in the entire Abraham family. Lies. The one who calmly made this conclusion wasn't Furs, but rather Klein, who had accommodated the Fool's card as he held the Staff of the Stars while sitting in Sapphira Castle. He had been closely monitoring the corresponding Crimson Star. He remembered that the Emperor had mentioned in his diary that Mr. Door had a certain understanding of reality. He seemed to be able to use the changes brought about by the full moon to see the situation outside the seal. After sighing, Mr. Door continued, Besides, I can't control the cries for help during the full moon. Why? Furs asked in surprise. Mr. Door said in an ethereal voice, You're already a demigod, so you should know very well that the higher the sequence, the greater the threat of going mad. An ordinary angel, even those who can walk the land freely and do what they like, without needing to engage in any additional battles, could also be gradually influenced by the beyonder characteristics and become less like themselves. They might even enter a half-crazy state. I'm a king of angels who has been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years, and I don't even have someone to communicate with. My not going crazy means that I'm sufficiently powerful and lucky. On each full moon, the madness in me will be strengthened. I can't control it and can only constantly call for help. So that's how it is. If I were locked up like this, I might have gone crazy in a few months. If I'm provided alcohol, newspapers, magazines, all kinds of books, and various delicacies, I can last a year. No, half a year. Furs nodded in enlightenment and asked in a perfunctory manner, Is there anything I can do for you? How can the Abrahams dispel the curse? Mr. Door fell silent for a few seconds before saying, Set up a ritual and help me escape. That way, the curse will cease to exist. There are 2 rituals that can be used. One is to sacrifice 3 demigods that are respectively from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. The other is to extract the blood of at least 99 Beyonders from the Abraham family. Use it to draw such a symbol. I'll tell them, Furs immediately replied. At the same time, she added inwardly, that's if Mr. Fool permits it. Mr. Dorr laughed and said, if I can escape because of this, I will help you become an angel. His voice became more ethereal and weaker, as though he was slowly returning to his original state as Furs' advancement came to an end. About 2 to 3 seconds later, Furs couldn't hear the sounds that slowly pushed her onto the path of losing control. The deep darkness and horrifying storms in front of her also vanished. However, before the scene completely faded away, Furs could vaguely see that, on a vast land formed from dark red rocks, there was an ancient building that resembled a pyramid erected there. Behind the building was a deep darkness and twinkling stars. It was completely different from the cosmos that she had seen as an astrologer on the ground. What's this? Furs shook her head and controlled her scattered thoughts as she began to carefully rein her spirituality back. After getting accustomed to the state of a secret sorcerer, she immediately took on a praying posture and reported her previous experiences to Mr. Fool without missing anything. After doing this, Furs put away the devil's oil painting, teleported back to Pritt Harbor, and met her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was waiting in a warehouse. Seeing that his student was safe and sound, Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and said in a pious manner, thanks to Mr. Fool for his blessings. He had finally taught a Sequence Force secret sorcerer who didn't show signs of betrayal. Due to Mr. Fool's lack of response, Furs didn't inform her teacher of her conversation with Mr. Dorr. She planned on waiting until the next full moon. She also relaxed and smiled. Apart from thanking Mr. Fool, I have to thank you, teacher. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein didn't have any doubts about Mr. Dorr calling himself half crazy. He only felt that there had to be more secrets hidden in the matter. For example, why did Mr. Dorr keep enticing Emperor Roselle to visit the moon? It was a place that was occupied by an outer deity. After some thought, he took out the Scarlet Lunar Corona and Master Key from the fog of history. He planned on creating a full moon environment and listening to Mr. Dorr's shouting. The effects of the combination had long been confirmed. Klein quickly heard the voice that seemed to pierce through his spirit body. The content of the shouting was, "Don't save me. Don't save me. Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 1295, The Aftermath from the War's Frontlines. Don't save me. Don't save me. Being located in Sapphira Castle and having accommodated the Fool's card, Klein already had the status of a king of angels. He no longer suffered any direct corruption from Mr. Dorr's cries, but the contents of the cries made his scalp tingle. His pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror surging in his heart. He originally believed that Mr. Dorr was constantly shouting for help, but what he heard now was, "Don't save me." Amidst Klein's silence, the weak, wispy voice pierced through his spirit body like needles. After shouting for more than 10 seconds, it suddenly changed. "Help me. Help me." This time, there was a certain change in the language used. Klein expressionlessly leaned back into his chair and listened for nearly 10 seconds. Following that, he removed his control over the Master Key and the Scarlet Lunar Corona's historical void projection, allowing the atmosphere of the space above the gray fog to completely return to silence. Phew. He exhaled as he tapped the edge of the long model table out of habit and muttered to himself, Mr. Dorr is indeed half mad, but the mad part isn't the him who is desperately screaming, but the him who appears calm, the one that's able to communicate with people rationally. The latter can influence the former to a certain extent, distorting the contents of his shouts. When Mr. Dorr is lucid, he actually shouts, "Don't save me." To a king of angels who had been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years, this definitely isn't a normal reaction. Unless he feels that he will bring a disaster that he doesn't wish to see upon returning to reality. A king of angels that has completely lost control? Together with Mr. Dorr's communication with the Emperor, and how he had been constantly enticing him to visit the moon which is occupied by an outer deity. There is another possibility to this matter. Mr. Dorr, who was exiled, lost the protection left behind by the original creator. He encountered the corruption of a particular outer deity and lost most of his rationality. His condition is only slightly better than the chained god. The apprentice pathway can water the cosmos at sequence 3. Mr. Dorr's honorific name also includes the title of Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Does this mean that before this king of angels was exiled, he might have already made contact with outer deities and came under some influence? Yes, what is Miss Magician's final glimpse of the Crimson Land, pyramid-like buildings, and cosmos in a different area represent? This doesn't seem like it's in the current solar system, but it's a little different from the mausoleum that a Black Emperor needs. It's the lair of some outer deity who affected Mr. Dorr. Or should I say that when Mr. Dor became a planeswalker and left legends behind on other planets with living beings. This is one of his anchor points. It's highly likely the latter, because when Miss Magician saw this scene, she didn't encounter any corruption from the cosmos. The more Klein thought about it, the heavier his heart became. This was because it was possible that this was a reflection of how the apocalypse would dawn. The apocalypse was definitely not something that wouldn't happen by not thinking about it or pretending not to know. It's no wonder Yellow Light Venathan had prophesied that the day when the curse is removed is the beginning of the true disaster for the Abrahams. Mr. Dor keeps calling for help, causing the Abraham family to be unable to produce another demigod. Perhaps it's a certain form of protection. Although this will make the Abraham family lose their status and most precious items, making them mediocre, it can at least save their bloodline. Heh. In the prophecy, the solution to resolving the curse is in the hands of an apprentice who has obtained the help of a secret existence. Klein chuckled softly and had an idea about the response to give Miss Magician. He planned on getting Furs to give a half-truth when informing her teacher. Firstly, it was to emphasize that Mr. Dor was already half-crazy and extremely dangerous. Even communicating with him implied tremendous risks. Secondly, it was to not mention the second ritual for the curse removal. All she would say was about the sacrificing of a seer, a marauder, and an apprentice demigod. With the first point, the Abrahams could understand why their ancestor was insistent on calling for help. This was because he had already lost his mind and could do all sorts of terrifying things. This could effectively eliminate the anxiety of the Abrahams, preventing them from helping Mr. Dor escape and allowing them to quickly start believing in the fool. The second point was to dispel the small number of extreme Abrahams who wanted to try their luck. This was because they lacked the ability to complete such a ritual. At the same time, informing the Abrahams of the ritual increased the trust they had in Furs. Ignoring the small number of secret sorcerers available, those who can become Bizarro sorcerers are definitely very difficult to capture. Furthermore, most of them are concentrated in a secret order. To deal with them is to provoke Zeradal. Even if the Abrahams have a demigod and can use a grade 0 sealed artifact for a short period of time, it's impossible for them to complete the ritual so easily. Yes, dealing with a parasite is the most dangerous. If they aren't careful, they might end up targeting Amon's avatar. When that happens, it will be equivalent to serving Amon desserts. Also, I'll use the world's Gehrman Sparrow in the future to remind Miss Magician to keep her guard up against the Abraham family's extremists. Klein thought for a moment before replying Furz's prayer. After returning from the fog of history to the real world, Klein boarded a steam locomotive and arrived at the capital of Mid-Seashire. In the past, it was the second largest city in Lone, and also the front line of the recent war, Constant City. The damage suffered here is very serious. After getting off the train and leaving the platform, Klein stood up high and looked at the industrial city. Although it was his first time here, he had seen all sorts of pictures of Constant in newspapers and magazines. Those photos were all black and white, and they recorded the various aspects of this city. Among them, there were 3 points that left a deep impression on Klein. Firstly, it was filled with chimneys and tall blast furnaces. It was as though it was a man-made forest. It gave a striking visual impact, one that was more representative of industry than Backlund. Secondly, the majority of the buildings used concrete and steel. They were more densely built than their counterparts in Backlund. Thirdly, there were many places that were stained with coal ashes, including the bodies of humans, but the air quality was better than Backlund because the sea breeze was strong. And now, the towering blast furnaces, chimneys, and tall buildings had become rather sparse. All that was left was a pile of ruins. However, in comparison, the damage dealt to the factory district was lesser than the residential areas. This was because there were many steel and military factories that were equally important to Fasak. The death toll here is definitely more than 100,000. Klein sighed inwardly. He carried his luggage and walked down the stairs to the steam locomotive station and entered Constant City. On the way to the hotel, he continued his acting as a miracle invoker and randomly chose a young, burly man in his 30s. I'm a wandering magician. My best magic trick is to grant anyone's wishes. Do you want to try it? The previously thin-skinned Klein was now able to strike up conversation naturally. The burly man glanced at him and waved his hand impatiently. Can you let my father, mother, 2 brothers, and a child be revived? With that said, he didn't wait for the magician to respond as he walked towards the nearest public carriage station in a slightly irritable manner. He struck his left chest with his right fist. Klein stood where he was and maintained a smile on his lips as he quietly watched the man leave. He recalled a magazine he had read on a steam locomotive. It contained several pages of images reflecting the current state of each cemetery in Constant City. The tombstones were similar to the original chimneys and blast furnaces. The racks that held up urns of ashes resembled tall buildings that had collapsed. The entirety of Constant City seemed to be buried in a cemetery. Retracting his smile, Klein walked around the already dried-up fountain and walked to a nearby inn. Along the way, he heard many pedestrians discussing haunted places and the places with terrifying monsters. When I was passing by the Maris River, I heard a lot of people crying in the water. I didn't dare to look and ran back into the city like the wind. That's nothing. I saw something even scarier on 9 Hyacinth Street. There was a face plastered on the window there. A very pale face. A few passers-by disappeared behind my house, and the blood continued all the way to the nearest ruin, but the police couldn't find the bodies. How terrifying. May the goddess bless us. Holy Lord of Storms. Let these ghosts and monsters stay away from us. By the way, City Hall has posted an announcement that we are to report it to the police the moment such things are discovered. From the looks of it, the meat grinder-like war made it impossible to placate many corpses, allowing them to turn into ghosts. Phew. Most of the time, some of the dead might not even have their bodies left intact. Yes, there are definitely many Beyonders who lost control due to a mental breakdown or from losing their limbs. Also, most of those who didn't consume the potion according to the normal procedures also easily lose control. The Nighthawks and mandated Punishers will definitely clear up these matters, but at least in Constant City, people might have encountered plenty of Beyonder matters for quite a long period of time. After all, some ghosts and monsters are good at evasion and hiding. They are innately very cunning. Klein walked straight and gained a new understanding of Constant Situation. Here, encountering supernatural events was no longer a coincidence. Instead, it was a daily occurrence with a certain probability. At this moment, Klein saw a group of Nighthawks wearing red gloves and black trench coats walk across the crossroad ahead of him. However, he didn't recognize any of them. Indeed, the Cathedral of Serenity has sent the Red Gloves team to help. What's happening nearby? Klein nodded indiscernibly and, following his spiritual intuition, cast his gaze to a particular apartment building behind a pile of ruins. On the 4th floor, behind an oriel window, a greatly rotting face was plastered to the window, looking out through the glass. Pale yellow liquid with black hints slid down the window, one after another. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1296. Amateur Astronomer. Eric had become a captain of a Red Gloves team during the later stages of the war, as well as advancing to Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. He had witnessed the deaths of the ex-captain and ex-ex-captain. He knew that a higher sequence wasn't a guarantee that he would be safer. Care and caution was what mattered. To the elite Red Gloves of the Nighthawks, this was a concept that almost everyone believed in. This was because ordinary Nighthawks might only encounter ordinary problems that looked like supernatural events. Occasionally, there would be slip-ups, and it was highly likely that they would rely on their Beyonder powers to turn the situation around. As for Red Gloves who worked on various important cases, their hidden targets were definitely rather dangerous. At that moment, Eric stood on the 4th floor of the apartment on 14 Priya Street. Facing the tightly shut dark brown wooden door, he surveyed the area and said, 2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. We must not be careless. Initially, several residents of this apartment block reported it to the police. They claimed that Unit 403 had a stench, and the tenants of Unit 303 often heard heavy footsteps from above. The policeman in charge of the area took 2 days before coming to investigate. However, they didn't walk out of Unit 403. After the police confirmed this, they immediately transferred the case to the Church of Evernight. However, the 2 Nighthawks who came to deal with it also disappeared. The door to Unit 403 remained tightly shut. Due to this premise, the Church of Evernight's Archbishop of the Mid-Seashire Diocese entrusted the matter to Eric's team and allowed them to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact as support. Yes, Captain. The members of the Red Gloves team either nodded or spoke in response. Eric didn't say anything else as he stood in front of the dark brown door of Unit 403, which remained tightly shut. He raised his red-gloved left hand and knocked on one of his teeth. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As though it had no substance to it, it passed through the gap in the door and entered Unit 403. Eric's expression was unusually focused, as if he was observing the situation in the room through that blurry figure. It was a natural spirit that he controlled. It wasn't especially powerful, but it had special abilities. It usually lived on his left front tooth. Under the current situation, Eric believed that they shouldn't barge in directly. It was best to do reconnaissance first. Even if his team had a good mix of powers and a powerful sealed artifact to help them, they had to be cautious. If he could figure out the situation inside and prepare for it in a targeted fashion, he believed that things would be much easier. Right at this moment, Tiny blood vessels protruded in Eric's eyes, and some of them even exploded. When his vision turned bright red, Eric heard a heavy creak. The dark brown door suddenly opened. There were a total of 6 figures in the room. 3 police officers wore black and white uniforms. They were sitting on high-back chairs, high stools, and the sofa. 2 of them were wearing half-top hats, black trench coats, of which one was standing by the door, and the other was standing behind the oriel window. His face was pressed to the surface of the glass as if he was watching the streets downstairs. There was also a figure sitting on a high stool at the edge of the balcony. In front of him was an exquisite astronomical telescope. The skin of the 6 figures began to swell, as though they had been injected with gas. Some parts of the body had even cracked and were highly decomposed, but they still hadn't dried up. They exuded a bluish-black glisten as light yellow liquid with hints of black flowed out. Sensing the door open, the 6 figures turned to look at Eric and the others. The first was the Nighthawk standing in front of the door. The last was the man wearing a cotton shirt behind the astronomical telescope. He had one of his eyeballs, its blacks and whites separated clearly, glued to the telescope's lens, allowing him to only use his remaining black empty socket to scan the Red Gloves team outside. A faint stench drilled into the noses of Eric and the others as an indescribable coldness filled the surroundings. Eric instinctively raised his hand to hit his teeth, releasing more spirits. Then he used his Nightmare Beyonder powers to forcefully drag all his targets into a dream. However, no matter how he tapped his teeth, he didn't release his soul. His Spirit Warlock Beyonder powers seemed to have vanished instantly. At the same time, a nightmare in the Red Gloves team also discovered in surprise that he was unable to pull someone into a dream. At that moment, apart from the enhancement in their physique brought by the potion, their Beyonder powers mysteriously vanished. "Leave this place," Eric ordered without hesitation. He had never encountered such a strange situation before. All he could do was get the team to retreat first before choosing a sealed artifact to handle the situation in a targeted manner. However, he and his team members didn't move despite his orders. It was as though their bodies were no longer taking orders. Eric instinctively lowered his head and looked at his lower body. His legs were swollen, and his pants were torn. In addition, he could clearly feel that his skin was decaying, rotting, and running with pus. He and his Red Gloves team had yet to truly come into contact with their target, but they had fallen into a nightmare of watching themselves die, swell, and rot bit by bit with no way to escape. Right at this moment, Eric's bloodshot eyes reflected a normal palm. He held the handle and gently pulled it. Thud. The dark brown door of Unit 403 closed once again, separating Eric and his Red Gloves team from the creatures in the room. They instantly regained control over their bodies. However, their legs seemed to have suffered significant injuries. It was a little difficult to move them, be it raising their feet or bending their knees. Eric didn't bother checking on his injuries. He quickly cast his gaze on the palm that closed the door and its owner. It was a young man wearing an ancient hat and a long black robe. His facial features were ordinary, making it impossible for one to have a deep impression of him. It was a face that one forgot in seconds. "I sincerely advise you to return now and leave the matter to the Archbishop or high-ranking deacons to handle. Of course, you have another choice. That is to ask me to grant a wish. I'm a wandering magician named Merlin Hermes. My specialty is granting the wishes of others." Klein spared no effort in enticing others to make a wish. When he saw the rotting face on the oriel window earlier, he suddenly had an ominous feeling, so he specially came over to confirm what had happened. Grant wishes. Eric recalled the education he had received during his training in the Holy Cathedral. A high-sequence Beyonder might be in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. They will pretend to be mystical items that can grant wishes, and they will entice you into helping them escape. The corresponding examples include granting 3 wishes and wishing pools. Is this a high-sequence Beyonder? But he doesn't look like he's imprisoned or sealed. Eric looked left and right and deliberated for a few seconds before probing. "If we don't ask you to grant us our wishes, will you not resolve the abnormality in the room?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes fall deep in thought, looking a little troubled. A few seconds later, Klein raised his hand to stroke his tall top hat. He smiled and sighed. "Even if you don't make the wish, I will still attempt to resolve it. Do I need to read your honorific name or your true name to have my wish granted?" Eric asked after exchanging glances with his team members. Klein shook his head. "No, just tell me your wish. This wouldn't create a mysticism connection." Eric probed in a joking tone. "Then I wish the abnormalities in this room will be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings." Klein curled his smile and gently clapped his hands. "Your wish will come true." Without waiting for Eric to respond, he smiled and said, The abnormalities inside can suppress beyonder characteristics, causing the corresponding powers to be ineffective, but that isn't absolute. Typically in such cases, my suggestion is, as he spoke, Klein reached out with his left hand and took out an eyeball-shaped glass ball. He then twisted the handle with his right hand, opening the door a little. Then, through a crack, he threw the glass ball into Unit 403. As the glass ball flew, it constantly absorbed the surrounding light and gave off a brilliant, pure, extreme sunlight that resembled a miniature sun. The next second, Klein closed the door with his right palm, lest Eric and company's eyes couldn't take it. My suggestion is to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact in the Sun domain to purify the entire area. While saying that, Klein recalled the mutated Sun sacred emblem behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. Although it was only a Grade 3 sealed artifact, it could still deal with the rotting creatures inside given enough time. Just as Eric was about to say that they had brought a similar sealed artifact, but just didn't have the chance to use it, he saw Mr. Merlin Hermes open the door to Unit 403. The 6 figures inside had vanished into thin air, and the different beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing. The originally cold and sinister stench had been completely melted by the warm feeling. "It's been resolved?" Eric asked after some hesitation. Klein shook his head with a smile. "No, the root of the problem is still here. Have you investigated the owner of this place?" Eric replied immediately. He calls himself John, an amateur astronomer. He likes to study the cosmos using specialized telescopes at night. Studying the cosmos. Klein walked into the room without batting an eyelid, and he casually instructed, "Search the area and find any possible clues." For some reason, Eric suddenly felt that Mr. Merlin Hermes was the captain from back when he first joined the Nighthawks. He was professional, calm, and trustworthy. He nodded at his team members, signaling them to follow his instructions. As for him, he continued following Klein. It was both to provide him help and also for necessary precautions. Klein ignored him as he swept his gaze and approached the exquisite astronomical telescope. Then he bent down and drew his eyes towards the lens. This might be dangerous. Eric had planned to warn him, but he fell silent when he thought about how high the other party's level and status expressed. At that moment, through the telescope, Klein saw a resplendent, dreamlike dark night sky. Every star there was blinking slightly. Suddenly, his vision was occupied by a huge eye. The eye seemed to be directly attached to the lens on the other end of the telescope. It was grayish-white with a pale yellow iris. Veins swelled outwards and seeped out disgusting, translucent pus. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1297, Forest of Miracles. Boom. The Red Gloves captain, Eric, shivered involuntarily as he saw Merlin Hermes, who claimed to be a wandering magician, explode behind the telescope. However, there was no splattering blood or flesh. The shredded limbs disappear into the air like soap bubbles. Eric and his team members, who looked over due to the commotion, were stunned. They didn't understand the reason behind such a sudden sequence of events. A second later, Eric said in a deep voice, "Retreat." He wanted to evacuate his team before the danger truly spread. At this moment, another figure walked in from the open door of Unit 403. It was none other than Merlin Hermes, who had just exploded. This wandering magician was wearing a tall hat and a long black robe. As if nothing had happened, he spoke to Eric and his team members. "The root of the problem really is from that telescope." As he spoke, Klein walked to the balcony and tapped the telescope with his right hand. Another bang rang out as the telescope suddenly shattered into metallic points of light that emitted a foul stench of bluish-black gas. The moment the grayish-white fog appeared, the stench vanished and the room returned to normal. What exactly happened? Eric forced himself to forget about the other party's death and asked cautiously. As a captain of the Red Gloves who was rather experienced, he had some guesses about the truth of the matter. The main goal of asking was to seek confirmation. Klein smiled and said, "Simply put, the telescope mutated for some reason, causing the owner of the room to see something that he shouldn't have seen. If you want to understand more details, you can only search for clues yourself." "I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, signaling them to continue their investigation. After a series of work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "There aren't many clues left in the room. We can only confirm a few things. 1. John is a local resident, and he served in the military during the war. It seems that he had some mental problems as a result. 2. He had been an amateur astronomer. At the end of the war, he joined an academic organization known as the Celestial Research Association, but we didn't obtain any information about this organization. 3. John was seeking the way to see the true cosmos." Upon mentioning the word cosmos, Eric paused slightly, as though he received a warning from the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. He joined an organization known as the Celestial Research Association after the war ended, sought the way to see the true cosmos. Klein combined this knowledge with his experience and had a certain level of confidence in the matter. He nodded and said, "You should know that the cosmos means danger. You can't even try to understand it. We will report this case to the Archbishop as soon as possible and classify the Celestial Research Association as a dangerous organization," Eric said as if speaking to a Nighthawk superior who wasn't directly in charge of him. Klein didn't respond as he walked to the door and sighed. Indeed, war really does have an irreversible impact on all aspects. After the fall of the god of combat, the already crumbling barrier set up by the primordial one lost parts of its support. As for the Evernight goddess, she has yet to fully gain control of the corresponding uniquenesses. As for becoming a great old one, who knows how much longer that will take. Under such circumstances, the intrusion of the outer deities into this world would naturally deepen. This has combined with the damage that many ordinary people have suffered from the war. Klein suspected that, during the subsequent period of rebuilding after the war, many cults that pointed to the different outer deities or cosmos would appear secretly in lone. If he allowed them to spread their faith and attempt various risky attempts, the apocalypse would definitely be brought forward. As he sighed, he walked out of Unit 403. His figure blurred, turning transparent until he disappeared. In a hotel near Prius Street, Klein, who had long since moved in, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he went out once again and took a carriage to the outskirts of the coastal Constant City. There was a cemetery. The stone tablets stood erect like a short forest. Klein walked through the cemetery and found a tombstone with the help of his spirituality. The name on the tombstone wrote, Welch McGovern. This was the original Klein's university schoolmate. As he had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, he had mysteriously died in Tingen. This had indirectly caused Zhou Mingrue to transmigrate. Welch McGovern's father was a banker in Constant City. He had spent money to bring his son's corpse back to his hometown and buried it in the cemetery. Klein stared at the photo on the tombstone for a few seconds. He bent down and placed the bouquet of white flowers in his hand in front of Welch's grave. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 20 to 30 seconds later, an old man with a black cane walked over from another direction. Klein recognized him and knew that he was Welch's father. He was the Mid-Seashire County banker who had once invited him and his schoolmates to a sumptuous meal. However, compared to a few years ago, this gentleman had aged significantly. He was originally a very energetic middle-aged gentleman, but now his hair was half white. There were many wrinkles on his eyes, mouth, and forehead. "Who are you?" Welch's father looked at the stranger in front of the grave. He asked, puzzled and wary. Klein sighed and said, "Mr. McGovern, I'm Welch's friend. I just happened to pass by Constant City recently." Welch's father nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "He's a very sociable person. I only know a number of his friends." His words were an attempt to explain why he hadn't invited Klein to the funeral and how sorry he was. Klein didn't say anything else as he looked around and said, "Is there anything you need help with? Or do you have any wishes that you wish to have fulfilled? I hope I can provide you with some strength." Welch's father looked around and smiled bitterly. "Can you allow all the dead here to stand up again? It's not impossible, but they will be different from what you have in mind." Klein sighed and shook his head. "Then can you allow Constant to return to its original state?" Welch's father asked with a bitter smile. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he sighed and continued, "There's no need to provide any help. I can achieve what is possible myself. If it's impossible, then I can only pray to the deities." As he spoke, the banker went past Klein and walked to his son's tombstone. He bent down and put down the bouquet of white flowers. Klein looked at his back and muttered to himself, "I will try my best." With that, he turned around and left the cemetery. Constant City, in a bar with a style that resembled the previous centuries. A man donning a thick jacket carried his beer and walked to a wooden board beside the bar counter. He tried to find a part-time job on the notices pasted on it. Suddenly, he saw a strange mission. "I'm a reporter. I want to gather all kinds of stories from different people. It's best if you had personally experienced it yourself. The remuneration I can provide is to satisfy your wish to repair and rebuild your house for free. I have sufficient resources in this aspect." Merlin Hermes. The man subconsciously frowned. He felt that this request was too strange, like it was a prank. "Can you read the words on it?" A thin man who was sitting beside the wooden board took the opportunity to ask. Few patrons of this bar were literate. Even if they wanted to find a job or accept the corresponding commissions, Most people were unable to understand the notices on the wooden board, and the bartender could only remember the few with the highest pay. As a result of this situation, the thin, feeble man relied on the common Loanese terms he learned at the free schools to provide the corresponding interpretation at a quarter pence. This was how he made a living. The man shook his head, indicating that he understood Loanese. He pointed at Merlin Hermes' request and said, "Is this real?" "It is. That reporter is sitting by that corner, the one wearing a very tall hat." The thin, feeble man enthusiastically pointed him in the correct direction. The reporter had promised him a quarter pence for every person he introduced. The man holding the beer fell silent. After hesitating for a full 10 seconds, he walked to the corner and found a reporter named Merlin Hermes. Will you really help me rebuild my house?" he asked worriedly. Klein pointed at the documents on the small round table and said, "We can sign a contract. There's no need. Even if you provide some materials, I'll still be very satisfied." The man sat opposite Klein and said rather cautiously, "I don't have a very touching story, as long as it's real enough." Klein nodded slightly in encouragement. The man looked down and stared at the table. "I'm a constant native, and I used to have a decent job. I bought a terrace house along Low Teed Street. Later, war broke out. My house was reduced to ruins during one of the bombings. My eldest son, the child who just entered primary school, was buried inside. We had no choice but to rent a 2-bedroom room until the Phasacians occupied Constant. They dragged my wife away, and she never returned. Some time ago, someone requested me to identify her corpse. I couldn't even recognize her. She had rotten so much that you wouldn't even call it a corpse. However, in the pockets of her clothes, there was still our old water bill. When she was still at the rental apartment, she had always missed our home. It's the same for my younger daughter. I don't have much money now and can only barely maintain my life, but I wish to rebuild that house bit by bit. To be honest, I don't like telling others about my misfortune. I'd rather stay silent. But if I can really get help with the rebuilding efforts, then I can." Klein held a pen and paper and pretended to jot it down. He nodded gently and said, "Your wish will come true. Wait for me in front of the ruins of that house on Low Teed Street tomorrow." At the same time, he pushed a 1 soldi note over. "This is for your drinks." "My treat." The man's eyes flickered. He seemed to want to refuse it, but in the end, he still picked up the note. The next day, after sending his younger daughter to the church school, he walked along the familiar path to the familiar Low Teed Street and saw that familiar house. Its chimney, its windows, its door, and the weeds on its walls hadn't changed at all. It was so familiar, as if its beautiful female owner would open the door in the next second and walk the 2 children out to welcome their father. The man was stunned, unable to believe that this was real. However, even if it was an illusion, he was willing to embrace it. After several days, Klein, who had completed a slew of similar wishes, pushed open the window of the hotel and snapped his fingers in the morning light fog. In an area of the city overlooking Constant, Welch's father woke up out of habit due to his dreams of his dead son and family. He walked to the balcony to take in the morning air. Under the light of dawn, he suddenly saw chimneys and blast furnaces that resembled a forest. Alongside them were tall buildings. The former Constant city had presented itself to him, bathed in the orange light of dawn. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1298, Departure. As the residents of Constant were stunned by the miracle in front of them, Klein had already carried his suitcase and left the city with the roads. After creating such a huge commotion, he was worried that Zeradal would lock onto his location, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. With his present level and strength, he wasn't too afraid of fighting Zeradal head-on. However, he didn't wish to be ambushed. For Beyonders of the Seer pathway, being prepared and not was completely different. Once Klein revealed his location and didn't leave in time, an unprepared him would end up facing Zeradal. He could imagine that even if he was now Sapphira Castle's owner and still had one more resurrection chance, there was also a huge risk of completely perishing. Furthermore, he didn't know what state Amon was in right now. Was he still being pursued by the true creator? Was it possible for him to suddenly appear by his side and steal everything? Due to this thought, Klein once again embarked on his journey. In the basement of a house in Southville County, the few sequenced 7 Beyonders of the Abraham family gather here according to a prior agreement. That's pretty much it. Dorian Gray shared what Mr. Dorr had said in its entirety through his student Furs. The years of exile and being sealed was enough to drive the ancestor crazy. He only occasionally regains lucidity. Even just directly speaking to him can result in mental corruption from his evil intent. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looking like a university professor sighed. So that's the reason. His expression revealed some relief, as if he could finally admit that the curse was a result of the ancestors' pleas for help. After a 1-second pause, the man said with a determined expression, "We have to think of a way to help the ancestor escape. This way, our curse will be completely removed." "Verdu, are you crazy? If a crazy king of angels returns, it will destroy the entire family." Dorian couldn't help but chide him. The man named Verdu looked at the other family members and said with a sullen expression, "That's why we have to hurry. While the ancestor still has a portion of his lucidity, we should let him return to the real world. Once he escapes from his exiled, sealed state and has enough anchors, he would definitely gradually regain his rationality." "Dorian, you've degenerated. You no longer wish to restore the glory of our family, to allow us to return to the apex of the northern and southern continent. You only wish to live a stable but mediocre life. Besides, can you be sure that Mr. Fool will keep providing blessings? Perhaps one day, he will be like the 7 deities who won't respond to most prayers." Dorian fell silent for a few seconds. "However, the risk in this area will definitely be lower than helping the ancestor escape. Ever since I believed in Mr. Fool and sincerely prayed to him, I haven't been affected by the full moon ravings for many months. If not for the fact that I'm no longer young, I'd even have the confidence of consuming a sequence 6 scribe potion. Even so, given time, I still have a good chance of advancing. If someone like me who's older than a certain age can do it, our next generation and their descendants will definitely be able to break free from our original restrictions and have a chance to become demigods." Hearing Dorian's words, the 2 men and 2 ladies other than Verdu nodded in agreement. They had already made some of their descendants believe in Mr. Fool, and through a few months of observation, they were certain that it was effective. They were planning on praying to Mr. Fool themselves. Noticing Verdu's nasty expression, Dorian softened his tone and said, "More importantly, we don't have the strength to complete the ritual at all. A demigod of any pathway is not easy to deal with. Among them, the corresponding demigods of the Seer and Marauder are cunning, bizarre, and dangerous. Even if we're willing to sacrifice ourselves and use a grade 0 sealed artifact, it's difficult to capture them." Verdu nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles and slowly exhaled. "I won't stop you from changing your faith to the Fool. If you can get that existence's help to aid the ancestors' escape, that would be the best development. But before that, I will do my best to prepare the ritual. Dorian, you have to remember that the bloodline and glory of the Abraham family comes from the ancestor. Without him, there will be no us. If this matter requires a sacrifice, then I'll do it." He stood up, put on his hat, and walked out of the basement. Dorian watched him leave and finally sighed. Verdu has been studying all kinds of mysticism information, hoping to find a way to completely resolve the family's curse. I believe that such persistence is already in his blood. The other Abraham family members nodded in unison. After he confirms that he can't complete the ritual, he should give up. They too hoped that Verdu would succeed, but they found it virtually impossible. On Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located, the private harbor that originally belonged to the Resistance, a group of workers who had just finished laying the gas pipes were just about to find a place to rest and wait for the carriage sent by the Church of the Sea God to ferry them back to Byam when they saw the half-giants purportedly from the northern Faceax Islands carry heavy, grayish-white stone materials. Each step left an imprint on the land. These workers had participated in the construction of harbors, cathedrals, and art museums, so they knew how heavy the grayish-white stone materials were. They remembered that even with the help of logs, horses, and machinery, it was very difficult for people to transport such stone materials. Yet, the half-giants held them as easily as holding toys. This display of strength was simply ridiculous. When Derek saw that the outer walls and some of the buildings of the town had been built under the efforts of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team, he nodded and said to Lyavel and Candace, "It's time to return to the City of Silver and tell the chief about the situation here." None of the members of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team objected. They were very excited as they agreed with Elder Derek's decision. Although they hadn't been here for long, they had long fallen in love with this new hometown. They had fallen in love with the warmth of the sun in the day and the peace of the crimson moon in the night. They couldn't wait to let their family and friends experience it and enjoy it. Upon seeing this, Derek subconsciously straightened his back. He controlled himself and didn't let his smile appear. He calmly said to Candace, "Come back to the City of Silver with me and tell the chief and the other elders of the 6-member council about the situation here." "Oh, you too, Genord. Lyavel, you're in charge of maintaining order here." He was worried that he wouldn't be able to convince the current chief, Waite Chermont, and company, so he decided on bringing 2 companions with him. After settling the corresponding matters, Derek led Candace and Genord to a secluded spot in the new City of Silver. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and prayed to Mr. Fool, making a wish to return to the City of Silver immediately. Without a sound, The scene around them became blurry and stretched. Then it immediately fixed and quickly became clear. In front of their eyes, they saw a city wall with weeds fluttering in the air. In just a few seconds, Derek and his two subordinates returned to the entrance of the City of Silver. This is a miracle. Candace rubbed her eyes with a hand that wasn't holding a weapon and marveled from the bottom of her heart. She had imagined many ways of returning to the City of Silver, but she had never thought of returning so directly. To her, this was a miracle bestowed by a deity. George shook the glass lantern in his hand and muttered without thinking, "This is much brighter than the beast-hide lantern." Before he could finish his sentence, he came to his senses and revealed a pure smile without a hint of gloominess. This time, they would be the messengers of dawn who would lead the residents of the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and maintained his stern expression. "Let's immediately find the chief and arrange for everyone to carry out the migration." He had heard Mr. Hangman talk about many matters that failed at the cusp of success. He didn't wish for the City of Silver to have such an outcome. As such, all the other matters had to be done as quickly as possible. When they passed through the door, the City of Silver residents in charge of guarding the door looked curiously at the three scouts and saw hope from their rosy, glowing faces. Did Lievel and the others not come back? Someone asked worriedly, afraid that the other members of the reconnaissance team had already sacrificed themselves. Derek simply replied, "They've remained in the outside world to build a temporary camp." The guards didn't ask further, afraid that they would delay their time. They watched as Derek and company headed for the Twin Towers. Not long after, Derek, Candace, and George saw Chief Waite Chermont and the other members of the six-member council. They described the key points of what they saw and heard in the outside world. At the end of the report, they even took out pocket watches, music boxes, and other exquisite machinery to prove it. The members of the six-member council, other than the 2.5-meter-tall Waite Chermont, who had a tattooed symbol on his head, and Derek, looked at each other and sighed. "Your experience is like a dream. No, I can't even dream of such a scene." With that said, he solemnly asked, "Has the dungeon meant to store the sealed artifacts been constructed?" "That was the first building we completed." Derek gave an extremely clear answer. Waite nodded slightly and immediately issued an order. "Get everyone to bring their necessary items and gather at the training ground. To prevent any accidents, we will directly pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to transfer us over." Having said that, Waite pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Fool has previously sent a revelation to let us wait for another 3 hours for the ancient survivors from Moon City to rendezvous with us. However, this doesn't affect our preparations ahead of time. Also, tell everyone that the environment in Moon City is very tough. Many of them have deformities. We have to look at them normally. Although the City of Silver had the black-faced grass as their staple, they would eat the flesh of monsters from time to time to replenish their strength. This made them occasionally have deformed children. Therefore, everyone was no stranger to this phenomenon." "All right." The other members of the six-member council responded without any hesitation, revealing an irresistible, excited expression. This time, they were no longer seeing the light, but were directly welcoming the day. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1299, Milk and Honey. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, Moon City. When Adal, Exen, and Russ heard the High Priest's voice resound throughout the city, they became abnormally excited. They stood up almost at the same time and carried the beast-hide bags that they had prepared earlier on their backs. Inside were distributed mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and various monster leathers, as well as different beyonder characteristics of different states. To them, even though they were excited and were full of hope for the future, the suffering they had been through made them take precautions. They tried their best to carry as much food as possible. A few flashes of lightning before, the priests of Moon City had received Mr. Fool's divine revelation and stopped sending out hunting teams. They also instructed every resident to pack their important items and prepare to leave at a moment's notice. In less than a minute, Adal and company walked out of their houses with lanterns in hand and arrived on the streets. As their eyes met, their faces, which were either filled with tumors or deformities, were filled with unconcealed joy. They had no negative emotions towards abandoning Moon City and leaving their hometown. This was the source of their nightmare. It was unknown how many generations of people had lost their happiness in their childhood. When they were gathered at the square with a high platform, they suppressed their excitement and lined up in an orderly manner, checking to see if the neighbors had already arrived. Soon, all the residents of Moon City arrived. High Priest Nim walked up the platform and said with a smile, "Everyone, I received a divine revelation. Mr. Fool is about to help us leave this cursed land and obtain a new lease of life. Praise be to Mr. Fool." He took the lead and pressed his right palm against his left chest. This was a gesture they had invented to praise Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool hadn't objected to it. Praise Mr. Fool. The residents of Moon City pressed their right palms to their left chests, expressing their gratitude and devotion. As their voices echoed, the gray-haired Nim raised his hand and lowered it for silence. We'll head to the City of Silver first and meet with the survivors there. Then we will head to the world of light together. Don't worry. Mr. Fool will protect us. Okay, shut your eyes and start to pray. With that said, the high priest clasped his hands and pressed them against his lips. He sincerely prayed to Mr. Fool, hoping that the mighty existence could satisfy the greatest wish that the Moon City had accumulated over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, generations. In the next second, the demigod of the Evernight pathway acutely sensed the changes in his surroundings. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and discovered that stone pillars were becoming clearer. Lanterns hung on it as tall figures rapidly outlined. This is the City of Silver? We've already arrived in the City of Silver. This is the might of a deity. Praise Mr. Fool. Adal, Xin, and company quickly observed their surroundings. They subconsciously had a certain good impression of the City of Silver. As a missionary of God, His Excellency Gairman Sparrow had once mentioned that he had first arrived in the City of Silver after entering this cursed, forsaken land. This was the beginning of where God's brilliance spread out from eternal darkness. It was the origins of all hope. The figures quickly became clear. Most of them were more than 2 meters tall. Their facial features and bodies were normal, and there were no signs of deformation. They too were sizing up the residents of Moon City with curious and wary gazes. Their oppressive height and the enviousness of their normality made Xian, Russ, and the others nervous. They felt inferior and uneasy. However, with a sweep of their gaze, they saw quite a number of City of Silver residents biting mushrooms that had roasted surfaces. From time to time, they would suck the hot liquid from white, full mushrooms. This familiar scene caused the people of Moon City to gradually relax as they treated these half-giants as their own. The chief of the 6-member council, Wait Chermont, nodded and said to Nim, who was supposedly the leader of Moon City, "Are you ready?" His gaze was calm and natural. He didn't look down on them because of their terrifying appearance. Afraid that an accident would happen, Nim immediately replied, "Ready and good to go." Wait Chermont immediately cast his gaze at the City of Silver residents. "Finish your meal within 3 minutes and begin praying." In less than a minute, the residents of the City of Silver finished their milk and put away the remaining food in their hands. They sincerely prayed to Mr. Fool. The miraculous descent of the ancient survivors of Moon City made them more confident in leaving the forsaken land of the gods. They truly believed in Mr. Fool. A few seconds later, everyone in the City of Silver's training ground disappeared. The city was left completely silent. Soon, the corrupted weeds would grow, and monsters would wander around the streets and houses. In just a few blinks of an eye, the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City arrived in front of the Giant King's palace, which had the dusk frozen. This was a ritual that Klein had deliberately planned. It was to allow the ancient survivors of the forsaken land of the gods to bid farewell to the past. Shocked by the grandeur, epicness, and mythical impression of the Giant King's court, the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously turned their heads and looked down and into the distance. Beyond the orange-red dusk, the ground was completely blanketed in darkness. Occasionally, lightning would flash across the sky, revealing the outline of ancient buildings, towering mountains, and the deformed plants. As the lightning descended, darkness surged in again, devouring everything. Then the City of Silver and Moon City residents turned their heads and cast their gaze deep into the Giant King's palace. There was an open door, and outside the door was a blazing golden ocean. The people who were blinded by the sunlight immediately felt their surroundings become blurry, and the scene quickly shattered. The fragments quickly reassembled, turning into a deep blue ocean, the smell of fish, striking sounds, and the orange-red sun that had yet to come close to the horizon. The residents of Moon City and the City of Silver looked around in shock and anticipation. They saw the luxuriant forest that wasn't distorted at all. They saw the stone buildings that had yet to have been refurbished. They saw Laeval and company and saw the path towards the harbor and the ship that was docked there. Many people's vision turned blurry, as though they were undergoing the catharsis of the holy light. They could clearly sense that there was no depravity, filth, or mysterious power here. Most of the City of Silver and Moon City residents lowered their heads and knelt on the ground, praising Mr. Fool loudly as they kissed the sweet-smelling soil. It wasn't that the others weren't grateful to Mr. Fool, but that they were still spellbound by such a scene. Every fiber of their being was shocked. After they recovered from their initial shock, Laeval went up to meet his wife and daughter. As he approached, he couldn't hold back his excitement and joy. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell his wife and children what he had seen and heard during this period of time. However, he realized that there were just too many things he wanted to share. Like countless rushing rivers, they surged to his throat and blocked his voice. After a few seconds, Laevel said, We have a new home." Before he could finish his sentence, the nearly 2.5-meter tall half-giant hurriedly reached his hand into his pocket and extended it towards his wife and daughter. "This is given to us by the Oracle milk candy. All of them say it's delicious." A smile appeared on Laevel's face. There were two objects which were the size of a thumb and wrapped in thin sheets of paper. Its surface was wrinkled, having soaked in a little sweat. Milk candy. Laevel's wife didn't quite understand this term. It was a new word in Jotun that mixed milk and honey. Their daughter was infected by her father's emotions. She boldly took the candy and was about to stuff it into her mouth. No, you have to peel off the outer layer." Laevel hurriedly took back the two milk candy and peeled off the wrapper before handing one each to his wife and daughter. His daughter bit down and ground her teeth forcefully, producing a cracking sound. She narrowed her eyes slowly, and her expression gradually became more intoxicated. During this process, she couldn't bear to even speak. Seeing her daughter's behavior, Laevel's wife ate the candy. She felt that this was a very precious thing. She didn't bite it to pieces directly, but used her oral cavity to wrap around it and let it slowly melt away. The indescribable milk fragrance and sweetness slowly spread out, intoxicating Laevel's wife. When Laevel saw this, his smile widened as he said what had been left stuck in his throat. "The Oracle said that we can find a job in Byam City, receive commissions, and earn gold pounds. That way we can buy more milk candy. We can also sell beyonder characteristics and monster leather we have no need for to the Church of Sea God. Sea God is Mr. Fool's subsidiary god. It'll be dark soon. I'll bring you to the beach to watch the sunset. It's really beautiful. I visit it every day. I've always been waiting to bring the two of you there when you arrive. It's finally done. My anchor has stabilized significantly. Furthermore, granting the wishes of the city of Silver and Moon City has allowed my miracle invoker potion to digest by quite a bit. However, it isn't as much as restoring Constant City. Indeed, being a god of wishes isn't the most accurate form of acting." Above the gray fog, Klein slowly exhaled and threw the Staff of the Stars back onto the junk pile. Following that, he would continue wandering and creating miracles. He would occasionally head to the forsaken land of the gods and transform some monsters into marionettes to prepare for the subsequent ritual. As for the next stage of acting as a miracle invoker, Klein planned on accumulating wishes of changing appearances and figures to solve the deformities of Moon City, thereby creating a miracle. This isn't too difficult. Many maidens and ladies have a wish to remove acne, have double eyelids, and make their noses sharper. And I have a way to do it. This way, by accumulating the simple to the difficult, it will just take a matter of time to treat the deformed people of Moon City. In the outside world, they will feel even more inferior. Klein mumbled inwardly before he suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "In that case, I can call myself the ruler of the beauty industry, the guardian of architects and the construction workers, the miracle creator of long-distance travel." After entering the waters that didn't have a safe sea route, Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have lost her sense of time. If not for the precise wall clock in her captain's cabin, she definitely would have forgotten how many days it had been since she entered this perilous region. The violent winds and torrential rain made the boat fly up from time to time, sometimes getting thrown to the side, as if it was a preview to the impending apocalypse. Bernadette watched calmly as she waited patiently without interfering with the dawn situation. After some time, the storm finally calmed down. At this moment, a black outline appeared in the distance. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1300, the fourth person. Bernadette stared at the outline for a long time until it gradually became clearer as the dawn approached. It was the silhouette of a large island. On the island, there were huge, towering, dark green trees that almost bordered on black, covering the ground and mountain. Although Bernadette couldn't be sure that this was the primitive island that her father had once visited, her intuition as a clairvoyant told her that this was likely the place she was seeking. As the coastline entered her eyes, she pursed her lips and lowered her head. She chanted an honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Right on the heels of that, Queen Mystic Bernadette raised her hand and made the cruelest dawn stop in the nearby waters without approaching the shore. At the same time, the sound of pianos, violins, cellos, flutes, and other musical instruments interweaved together into a lively tune. As the music echoed, the toast, steak, Mashed potatoes, fried mushrooms, and other dishes on a plate jumped up one after another and returned to the oven amidst a dance or threw themselves into the trash can. The red wine bottle, white dining cloth, and other items had all returned to their original positions. They either sealed themselves with wooden corks or kept folding themselves neatly. Then Bernadette gently threw out a bright and unrealistic ball of yarn with her right hand. The ball rolled into the void, leaving a thread behind. Bernadette followed it and strolled through the spirit world before arriving at the border of the nameless island. This queen mystic wasn't in a rush to head deeper. She searched for the possible existence of the Black Emperor Mausoleum, and she cautiously made her sea-like blue eyes turn dark and deep. She temporarily lost focus, as though she was prying into the secrets of the River of Fate. A few seconds later, Bernadette's eyes returned to normal as she subconsciously looked up into the sky. She felt that she was being watched by a certain existence. Of course, this was something she had expected, as she had taken the initiative to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein accommodated the fool's card, draped himself with the curtain, and held the staff of the stars. He was checking the situation on the island through Queen Mystic's prayer light. In his true vision's field, the island was shrouded in a thin layer of distorted blackness. It made it impossible for him to see the situation inside directly. He could only obtain Bernadette's point of view. Even if it's not the primitive island that Emperor Roselle discovered, this place isn't simple. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for Queen Mystic to do a deeper exploration. Bernadette didn't use the ball of yarn anymore, because she had a premonition that she was going to lead herself into a dangerous abyss that she had no way of fending off. She took out an illusory hat and wore it. Her captain-looking figure disappeared, her existence concealed. This was also one of the fairy tale magic that stemmed from mystical reenactment. At its core was a hat that made one invisible. Then Bernadette followed a path that appeared to have been opened up by humans and entered the forest consisting of huge trees. There were no birds chirping, no wild beast roars, or disturbance caused by crawling insects. It was so peaceful as if time had frozen, so dead that there was no sign of life. According to Bernadette's understanding, there should be many supernatural beings that had already gone extinct in the outside world. Normally, it would be quite lively. But now, she felt as if she was walking through an uninhabited cemetery. Every giant tree was a tombstone. If it were any of the Beyonders with weaker minds, they would definitely feel tense. Burdened with a heavy pressure, they would slowly approach the edge of losing control. However, Bernadette's expression didn't change at all, as though she was already used to proceeding through danger and strangeness. After walking for nearly half an hour, she still didn't see any living thing or even sense the wind. Suddenly, her vision opened up because the huge trees in front of her had become sparse. Bernadette didn't feel any joy. Instead, she slowed down and raised her hand to press against her glabella. A pair of eyes that were without eyelashes appeared in front of her, looking cold and heartless. Then the pair of eyes of mystery prying was grabbed by invisible hands and placed on an invisible person's face. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. The invisible servant brought the eyes of mystery prying and quickly crossed the remaining path to the open forest. During this process, its vision gradually became clearer, as if it was no longer affected by the faint blackness in the air. Finally, the invisible servant arrived at the boundary of the open region and transmitted the situation to Bernadette through the eyes of mystery prying. Outside the sparse forest, there was an empty space. There were countless creatures prostrating there. Among them were red dragons with skin flowing with flames. There were treants that had gnarls for eyes and hollows for mouths. There were demonic wolves with 8 legs, giants with 4 long limbs, and feathered serpents with oily feathers and scales with a dark green shade. The latter coiled there, resembling small hills. There were also different kinds of creatures that looked like human and wild beast hybrids. At this moment, they were all facing one direction. They had their upper bodies or heads prostrated, as though they were worshipping an unknown existence. None of them made a sound. There were even a few humans among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Bernadette counted a few humanoid creatures, her blue eyes suddenly widened. She had learned from Admiral of Stars Catlia that the primitive island which her father had discovered had a special type of corruption that allowed dead creatures to return here, to the source, regardless of where their corpses were. Amongst the knights who served Emperor Roselle, Grimm was first to be killed because of this, followed by William and Polly. However, apart from the 3 of them, no one else was sacrificed in corresponding matters. And at that moment, there were 5 supernatural or mutated creatures present. In addition, Bernadette also knew that her father had eventually resolved the corruption problem and made the primitive island his secret base. Is this not the island? Queen Mystic examined the 5 humans through the eyes of mystery prying. They were dressed in opulent clothes from Roselle's era. Their faces were pale, their skin shriveled, and they looked more like zombies than humans. As the 5 of them were prostrating, Bernadette temporarily couldn't see their faces. She could only patiently wait for the praying to end. A few minutes later, those creatures straightened their bodies, and the entire forest came alive. Seizing this opportunity, Bernadette saw the 5 of them and compared them with her memories and the images she knew. Grim, he really is grim. This is the primitive island. That's Uncle William. I remember him. He taught me swordplay before. Uncle Polly. When she recognized the 4th person, a look of astonishment could be seen on Bernadette's face. That person was Edwards. In Bernadette's memory, the knight had outlived her father's death. Then, he migrated his family to Lindbergh. He hadn't died on this primitive island. According to the information she received from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, Edwards had lived for nearly 100 years. He died peacefully and was buried in a cemetery in the suburbs of Lindbergh. Uncle Edwards has also returned to this island. Didn't he not experience any corruption and didn't die because of this? Thoughts flashed through Bernadette's mind one after another. As a result, the eyes of mystery prying on the invisible servant's face kept staring at the human suspected to be Edwards. The gentleman had an old appearance, and his hair was completely white. It was the same portrait of the ancestor in his advanced years, the one that Edwina Edwards had shown her. And from his facial features and outline, Bernadette could tell what he looked like in his prime. At that time, Edwards had been her equestrian teacher. Suddenly, the human who was suspected to be Edwards turned his head and gazed coldly at the invisible servant. Although Bernadette had inherited quite a bit of Emperor Rozel's inheritance, she definitely didn't rely on items to advance to this point in the mysterious world. At that moment, she made a prompt decision and directly made the eyes of mystery prying vanish, allowing the invisible servant to return to the spirit world. Right on the heels of that, she quietly changed her position. At the same time, above the gray fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and enhanced the probability of Bernadette not being discovered. When the person suspected to be Edwards retracted his blank gaze and walked to a different spot in the primitive forest with the surrounding creatures, Klein frowned slightly and muttered to himself, what kind of anomaly happened? He remembered that the Emperor had already resolved the corruption of the cosmos on this primitive island when he was alive. However, these creatures were still worshipping an unknown existence, holding a mysterious ritual that was close to the earliest descriptions in the diary. After the Emperor's death, did a particular entity from the cosmos infiltrate this place again? Or is it that they're worshipping some symbol left behind by the Emperor? Who are the other 2? They look like Edwards and Benjamin Abraham from the historical fragment. Klein, who was temporarily unable to see what was being worshipped due to the faint black interference of the island, could only follow Bernadette's eyes to observe the surroundings. After a while, Bernadette, who was proficient in prophesying, finally confirmed that there was no living creature in the open space. She summoned the invisible servant again and gave it the eyes of mystery prying. The invisible servant passed through the sparse areas of the forest and the empty area, carefully arriving at the spot where the creatures had been worshipping. There was a huge rock, and on it was a simple baldachin made of dark red wood. The invisible servant circled halfway and arrived in front of the baldachin. It was empty inside. There was no statue, nor was there an emblem formed from symbols. The creatures on this island were praying to something that didn't seem to exist.